Hello.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We saw some incredible performances during the EU Asia Mdi Cup #1, and we're seeing some of those teams return this week to defend their title, as well as some new faces. Clearly me, because I'm confused about when we were actually on camera, but my name is Aya. I am joined by Tettles, Dratnos, and Zyro, and this morning we will be starting off with Mdi Eu versus No Snitch. And if we look at the rest of the bracket here, Tettles and Zyro, what are some matches we're looking forward here to today?
Zyro, you want to go through that one first?
Yeah, so I think what I'm looking at here for sure for the best matchup is probably going to be Perplexed versus Couch Pepega. We got a number 2 seed in Perplexed who played pretty well last weekend, not quite being able to take real games off of Mdi Eu, but still they're a team that looks incredibly strong in general. And they're going up against Buff War Nerf Rogue. Or, sorry, last year's Buff War Nerf Rogue, now renamed as Couch Pepega. They've got 3 or 4 returning members from that team. We're not quite sure on that one, but they've got a lot of returning members from Buff War Nerf Rogue, and they were a very strong team in our Asia APAC region last year, so it's going to be interesting to see how those teams match up against each other, because we always made comparisons last year between the APAC Asia region and the EUNA region, but we never really got to see too many comparisons last year other than our lands.
I think the boys versus Paint for Femme is probably going to be one of my matchups to watch too. The boys had a really strong performance last week. Paint for Femme has always been that team that's kind of battling for that 4th and 5th place spot, always kind of sitting on the line there. So if they're really able to assert themselves into that 4th place slot, that would be pretty good from them.
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond versus Self-Reliance, that's also a matchup to watch. This is 2 teams that had disappointing results in the first cup. You know, they underperformed their seeds, so it'll be interesting as they come up against each other in that battle to, you know, turn the tables and earn some redemption.
Yeah, Zyro, and you mentioned Couch Pepega. That is a new team. Technically, this week we did see them in the form of Buff Warrior Nerf Rogue last year. Along with the new team, we also have No Snitch facing up against Mdi Eu. What do we know about this team?
Well, we don't know a lot about them. We know that they're an all-Italian team, and that's kind of about it. We don't really know too much about the players in general. We talked to them just a little bit earlier in the week, and they said, oh, you know, we think we're an outside shot to take any games off of most of these teams. We don't really get that much practice in. We only get a few hours a day for a couple days a week, so we're not really expecting too much out of ourselves, but, you know, they could definitely get some wins in the lower bracket, I'm sure, against some of these teams. It'll be interesting to see how they do.
For sure, yeah, I was speaking with their captain, and they're a little bit nervous, as one would understand facing up against Mdi Eu, but they're definitely excited, and I wouldn't count them out just yet. And then if we look at the rest of our match schedule for today, we're going to go the boys versus Paint for Femme next, and then Perplexed versus Couch Pepega, and then Deplete from Beyond versus Self-Reliance. Who do we think we're going to see face off against in these lower bracket rounds? Dranos, what do we think we're going to see there?
So the question is who's going to win and who's going to lose these first 4 matches?
Essentially, yeah, if you break it down like that.
Well, so if you look at our standings, you know, we've got 4 teams, of which only 3 of them can win their first round here, as the boys and Paint for Femme are up against each other. So I think that's going to be the one where there's the most chance of it going either way. The other ones I'd expect those, you know, I'm expecting to see Mdi Eu and Perplexed probably win unless those, you know, challenging teams can come in and take a surprise match off of them. And then Self-Reliance versus Deplete from Beyond, that's another one where it's kind of up in the air about which of those 2 teams is going to be more, you know, on their game this weekend. I could see that one going either way also.
I find it kind of interesting that Deplete from Beyond is now the 3rd seed. Self-Reliance was last week's 3rd seed, and Deplete from Beyond I think was either 5th or 6th. So I think those 2 have like kind of swapped it up. It'll be interesting to see how that matchup ends up working out. Deplete from Beyond is definitely the more veteran team out of the 2, but we did see some sparks of brilliance from Self-Reliance last weekend. Or 2 weekends ago.
Self-Reliance in the time trials in particular, they had some incredible times that first weekend. So if they can, you know, bring that performance back, we could start to see them cut a path through this tournament.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the time trials a little bit. Of course, we do. It seems like the top teams that we saw last for Cup #1 for this region, it just seems like the difference between maybe the top 3 or 4 teams is like so much higher than maybe some of the rest of these competitors. What do these lower teams maybe that we're going to see in terms of seeding have to do to make it up?
I think we've talked a lot about time trial times in the past, and I think really what it comes down to is just it's a less strict version of the actual cup itself, right? Time trial times aren't really necessarily an overall representation of a group skill. We saw this last week in the North American Cup where some teams just ended up putting up better times in competition because they didn't quite get their best time in time trials. So yeah, Method EU and Perplexed are way ahead of the pack in terms of how they did in time trials, but one mistake from them and a clean run from any of those teams in the 3 to 6 slot could be a win for them.
Yep, well, it looks like we do have our map bans coming up. It looks like Method EU has banned Atal'Dazar and No Snitch has banned Waycrest Manor. So we are going to be starting off on Freehold, and they're going to be doing Tyrannical, Raging, and Explosive. Dranos, what do you think about these affixes with Freehold?
So this is going to be the first time in the MDI that we see Freehold without bolstering active, and that's going to be really exciting because that's going to mean that we'll get to see these teams maybe try some kind of big pull of some kind. Now, they do have to be careful. Explosive is active at the same time, so they're going to need to bring, some support classes. They're not going to be able to just stack the team with 3 Death Knights or anything like that. They're going to have to bring something like Rogues, something like Hunters, that are able to actually take care of those explosive orbs. But what a team that is really well practiced and executing well can do is still do a big pull with that affix active. It'll just be harder.
Yeah, and something interesting to note on the side of No Snitch titles, during their time trials, they didn't actually choose to run a Death Knight, which is something that we did see with the rest of these teams playing today.
Yeah, I mean, Death Knight, especially for Freehold, is a pretty popular pick, all in all, just due to the immense amount of damage that they do bring.
Yep, well, it looks like the teams are loaded up into the dungeon. They are facing off here on the first match of the day here in Freehold.
Well, back again, Dratnos, for some more MDI action. Currently, we have Method EU doing what I would say is a pretty standard opener. They ended up using their Shroud really early, and they make their way into Sky Captain Crag's room, pulling a bunch of the trash packs there off to the side, whereas No Snitch is doing something that's a little bit smaller than what we see from a lot of teams. They're doing that 9-pack, which is fairly typical for something that we would see like on a live realm, right?
Yeah, so they're playing this double hunter composition that's going to be more about the medium-sized pulls than the really big ones. Whereas Method EU has that Death Knight, so they're really trying to do the big pulls and make that Death Knight just go off like we saw Fragments do on that very first pull. And that is going to lead Method EU right into this first boss fight, while No Snitch still working on cleaning up this pull that was somewhat smaller than Method EU's first pull.
I wonder how it took No Snitch so long to be able to deal with just that first pack. Like, I feel like the pack had to almost get separated somehow. Like, maybe it's just like not proper use of Binding Shot or something like that, and the pack just kind of gets...
The pack does naturally, like, those Corsairs leap on the tank and random players, and so they separate themselves. It's very very difficult sometimes to control them. Looks like No Snitch, though, going to do another medium-sized pull here, 7 enemies that will spawn the boss. So they're going to be doing a little bit more pulling before this first boss. They should have a little bit more enemy forces afterwards as a result, though, so they're not necessarily behind as a result of this.
I mean,
they almost done with Sky Cap and Crag here, though. Yeah, Method EU, we'll have to see if No Snitch have a good way to make use of all the extra enemy forces they're going to get out of their first pulls here being more trash. Right?
Again, this is like another thing that we were talking about earlier about how the pull is just getting separated super heavily for No Snitch. They have double Enforcer, but then they also have multiple Corsairs inside this pack, and you see them jumping around. There's that one Corsair that's at 40% health off to the side right there.
Yeah, that thing is... It leaps on somebody with that Poisoning Strike, and now it's not in the AoE. It's not getting hit by those Beast Cleaves from the Hunters, and that means that they're going to have to devote some extra damage into it at the end of the pull. And that can be a thing that very much slows down the pull.
Yeah, we're on the side of Method EU. They will be downing Sky Captain Crack here momentarily. You did see Gingy run off to the side. He has that yellow marker on top of his head. Vanishes out of combat with Sky Captain Crack, and then he's going to end up starting the Pig RP during the Council fight over in Trothax area.
Yeah, so that is one of the things that a rogue can do in Freehold. Rogues have a couple of useful things they can do in this dungeon, but one of the strongest is sneaking ahead and starting RP while the rest of the group is doing, the end of a boss fight or a trash bowl or something like that. And that can save you a bunch of time later, because then when you show up to the Ring of Booty later, it's already, the pig is already there, fully slowed, you can just run in. Or even, Gingy can go and sneak out and do the pig at some point as well. And then Ludwig can already be there, waiting.
You can bind interact to mouse as a bind that you can do, and then you can spam click on the pig and get a bunch of the clicks on it very quickly if you do, in fact, bind interact with mouse over. It's fairly useful tech.
Yeah, And then you can focus it and then interrupt with and then you can use it over your focus frame. That's something that people have started doing on like Carapace of N'Zoth progression. You do that to interact with a Warlock gateway, and now you can do that as well. That technology is being used in more places now. That allows you to get all 5 of those clicks on the pig really quickly.
So Method EU has actually done a substantial size pull straight into Jolly and Rawl. They're utilizing their brews to be able to amp up their damage. You see fragments here bursting well over 2 million DPS. In addition to that, what they're looking for is bad brews. Bad brews do a significant amount of damage not only to the trash, but to the bosses as well. And they are going to be the most time efficient. So sometimes you'll end up getting like the crit or the haste brew. That's good, but ultimately what you're looking for are those bad brews. No Snitch will be downing Sky Captain Crag here momentarily, while Method EU is still playing a Crusher with Rawl and Jolly. Seem to have a commanding lead currently.
Yeah, Method EU definitely have opened up a little bit of a lead here. They have more enemy forces now, and are a little bit ahead on bosses too. No Snitch, unfortunately, just had a death there. Their rogue has gone down. I don't know if their rogue was trying to do any kind of sneaking ahead nonsense, or if they just died to that boss fight. Looks like they are going to be running through here and using Shadow Melds to skip this Enforcer.
Ooh.
Both teams here on that full Night Elf composition. No affixes in here that really encourage you to play something else like a Dwarf or anything, as we've seen with Necrotic Weeks.
Yeah. You did see, since it is, in fact, Raging, you see that both the teams do have an Enrage Dispel with that Hunter. If the Hunters are using that Spirit Beast pet, they can utilize one of his active abilities to be able to soothe off that Enrage.
Looks like we've got a little bit of lag here with our Observers. That's something that neither team is actually having any kind of difficulty in game, it seems. It seems like that's just a small thing we got going on with the Observers, but we'll keep you guys updated as that situation develops. Meanwhile, Method EU...
It'll fix itself soon.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like my usual solution to whenever my game starts lagging, I'll just wait a couple minutes and hopefully it fixes itself.
Yes, the classic.
Yeah. Gingy once again sneaking ahead to the Ring of Booty, while the rest of Method EU looks like they may be setting up another big pull here. Do you have to be careful while you're setting up big pulls with explosive active, right? Because you can get those explosive spawns kind of in bad places. You gotta make sure that you're lining or ranging them, and you can see now actually drops really low as one of those explosives from what they skipped goes off.
Okay, so they actually do a good job of being able to kill off those explosives. Whenever they're doing that meld skip, like Ratnus was saying, it's actually fairly dangerous that they're going to get broken out of meld if one of the explosives spawns at like a fairly bad time. So they were making sure that they were far enough away that even if an explosive went off, it would not pull that trash pack again. So that was a really good job by Method EU. No Snitch has pulled Jolly and Rawl, starting to down them, while Method EU is onto that Ring of Booty area, pulling Ludwig von Tortolin with the Crusher.
Yeah, they killed off most of the trash here, the Crusher and Ludwig, just the last 2 things left alive. We'll have to see after that Crusher dies if they decide that it's time to pull some more trash, because you look, they're only at about 50% here on the enemy forces meter, so they could certainly use a little bit more here, and this might be a good time for them to go and grab a little bit more trash. It looks like they might just be single targeting down Ludwig, though, before setting up for another big pull during the Trothak RP.
I wonder if they are going to adopt the strategy of kiting the obelisks this week. So something that we did see last week and the last European/Asian Cup was teams were kiting the Freehold obelisks around, but it was notably only Perplexed that was doing that. So I wonder if Method EU has gotten time to go back in their lab and figure out how to be able to pull off that strategy.
Yeah, so we saw it come up in the very first EU and Asia Cup, and I think that Method EU, they probably didn't decide to commit any time to practicing it during that Cup weekend, but I'm sure that since then they've had time to try this strategy out in Freehold and in other dungeons, and we'll get to see if they've decided it's worthwhile.
So it seems like
that is going to be exciting.
It seems like they're definitely pulling a lot of trash count out in that middle area to be able to give Zalia some running lanes for running around the mobs. Looked like No Snitch had one of their hunters end up going down briefly, but with a quick battle rest, he does come back up. Method EU has now pulled Trothak, making sure that everybody was in the arena before engaging combat, which is very important for them.
Yeah, if you're outside of that arena, you're gonna get food thrown at you, which we've already seen claim some lives this MDI. That's one of the least fortunate ways for your team to lose some deaths on the scoreboard. All right, Trothak is now alone. Almost all that trash has been dealt with, and that's good. That means the explosive threat on the fight is pretty much over. They're just gonna have to deal with executing this boss fight, though it is a tyrannical boss fight, so this tyrannical active versus fortified and freehold does make those boss fights, of course, take longer and do more damage, as that is what tyrannical does.
Yeah, it looked...
They're gonna pull some neutrals in now, get a little bit more count here. They're approaching 80% now, so we'll see if they have enough or if they're gonna do one more pull in this area. If you're right, then they probably, it looks like they've cleared enough of a runway now for Xaylia to do the kiting if that is their plan. So I suspect you're right here that they are going to do that because of the trash that they pull.
Yeah, because ultimately they're only going to need 90% enemy forces count before making it towards that Ravager area near where Harlan Suite sits. So if they were able to get up to 90, they're probably going to do like one more pull right after Trothak and then make their way towards the Harlan area. Maybe they do both of the Ravagers. Maybe they Cannonball Barrage the middle pack, but I think there are distinct strategies. I think Cannonball Barraging is like almost a distinct strategy from kiting the obelisks, because one of those you need a healer and the other one you need a healer for kiting mobs.
Yeah, so what you're talking about, that Cannonball Barrage strategy, it's not something we've seen in MDI last 2 weekends because Bolstering was active, and teams don't really bother with that strategy with Bolstering active. But basically on the Harlan Suite fight, those cannonballs, you can use them to kill that trash in the middle of the room where he spawns. That's a good way to get a lot of count. But I don't think it's really possible to do that and kite the awakened enemies. I think you have to choose one of those two strategies and get the benefits of one strategy, but pass up on the benefits of the other.
Looks like No Snitch has actually done a pretty substantial sized pull going into the Ludwig von Tortollen area.
Yeah, look at their damage meters. Their tank on top of those meters. Oh, finally overtaken by one of their damage dealers. That is always something that's nice to see.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, tank back on top. I believe that a Twilight Devastation may have procced, although I'm not sure. That's
He's also playing
the culprit when the tank is at top.
I've been watching him. He's actually playing Marek this Fang. I'm pretty confident in too.
Nice. Which, that's big
that's the
damage.
Divine Shield special. I think we haven't seen any other tank except for Divine playing that Marek this Fang. So it's really big damage for a Prot Warrior if you're able to channel it. The downsides are that you're not able to press any of your mitigation.
Whoa. And look, Method you are actually doing a big pull in the Ravager area. I don't know if we've ever seen this pull before.
Interesting. I mean, it's got the... Is the Officer in that pack too? Yeah, okay, so the
Officer's in here with the oiled blades.
So for those who don't know, the Officer actually does like an oiled blade ability that will end up going on your tank. It is dispellable, but it is fairly dangerous if it sits on him for too long. So
I believe it is reflectable as well.
Oh, interesting.
So we may have seen now. Oh, I guess now's Reflect is available, so I don't think you're.
It's such a seldomly pulled pack that I wouldn't ever have known that. All right, so Method U does have.
I'm not actually sure.
Trash count.
Yeah.
So they're electing to not play the not Cannonball Barrage, that middle pack that you see right there on screen currently.
This is going to be a kite as well, because since they're at 100% count, that means that they're not planning to use the count from the Awakened Obelisks. So I think we're going to see Xaylia go on a little bit of a stealth mission here. Not a stealth mission, I guess, but a mission here with the those Awakened enemies. You'll see that now and everybody else are going to be attacking Harlan. Gingy's going to go help with Tricks of the Trade and Mira's with Misdirection, get some threat onto Xaylia of those Awakened enemies, and Xaylia is going to be off to the races. He is not going to be participating in the Harlan fight. He lands that... I actually don't know if he even debuffed Harlan with that Mystic Touch before getting out of here. He may not have had a free global in all of the excitement of picking up 4 Awakened enemies at once. And he is going to be off kiting Awakened enemies while the rest of Method EU fight Harlan Suite all by himself.
So something that I'm interested about is I wonder if it's actually worth doing this strategy, since you can use effectively the free cleave from the Cannonball Barrage that Harlan Suite does to be able to kill off that middle trash pack. I know Method NA didn't believe that even kiting the obelisks in Atal'Dazar was worth time-wise. So if that is the case, like you're missing trash count from the obelisks themselves, and then you're missing the additional trash count just from the Cannonball Barrage pack that gives about 10 enemy forces count. So you're probably effectively missing what is, let's say 15, like 15%. And then the alternative is that you get to save damage by not hitting the boss, but your healer also loses his DPS, so is it really worth, right?
It's definitely still a time save to not be doing those Awakened enemies with the boss. That's a lot of health that you're removing from the
It's a time save to not do the Awakened enemies with the boss, but is it a time save to not do the Awakened enemies with the boss if also the opportunity cost is not doing the middle pack with Cannonball Barrage?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, the middle pack with Cannonball Barrage is something we see a lot of teams do, although not everybody even chooses to do it when, like, chose to do it last season, right? I guess most teams
everybody
did,
was towards the end.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting question. I don't know. It seems like they were having a pretty easy time getting to 100%. all without needing any of those things. Like I'm not sure how many extra pulls they needed to add as a result of it, but it was probably 0 to 1. So I think this makes a lot of sense here coming out of Method.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they know
really strong for
better
them,
than I. Yeah, so no Snitch here. Still on Trothak the Shark Puncher. They haven't had too many problems. I think ultimately the biggest downside is that they're pulling just a little bit slower. Like whenever Method U is doing 4 packs at a time, no Snitch is doing 2, and that ultimately is just going to slow you down a significant amount. But they're still doing this dungeon fairly quick relative to how long the dungeon's
This is
timer
a good pace
takes.
from No Snitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if this ends up being competitive, when they get a chance to maybe play some other teams. But it looks like Method EU have just put on an incredible, flawless run here of Freehold. 14 minutes and 5 seconds is going to be all it takes for them to secure the win in this first map of the day here.
That is a swift win for Method EU. They are now 1-0 in the series, placing them only one more win away from taking this first matchup, and No Snitch are just finishing up that third boss there on Freehold. But a pretty clean run on both sides. Like you were saying, Dratnos, No Snitch was keeping pretty good pace, but really, you think it just came to the timing of their pulls?
Yeah, nothing really went horribly wrong for No Snitch. It's just that they had some smaller pulls going on, and so they were halfway through the dungeon when Method EU's bigger pulls ended up working out perfectly and finishing the whole dungeon.
And where do we think that came from, Settles? Like, did they just not want to take the risk, or what was the difference maker for them here?
I mean, I think it has to come down to practice, right? So there are strategies like kiting the obelisks, and just like how some of those 4 packs end up working together and being able to kill explosives with raging and whatnot, that ultimately are very challenging to pull off. And without, I don't know, let's say 10 hours in a specific dungeon, or like 5 hours in a specific dungeon, it's going to be especially hard. Whenever you're a team like No Snitch, Method U has like veterans of the MDI, right? So they've already done this dungeon, let's say hundreds of times. They already know functionally how it works and how everything should look. So they're already prepared, so they're going to be able to do a strategy and learn something in 2 hours, whereas No Snitch, to be able to do the exact same strategy, would take, let's say, 4 times as long. So I think it ultimately comes down to how much practice and how much time you do have available.
I think it's also a composition thing here. Method EU had access to that Death Knight. No Snitch, we haven't seen them play any Death Knights in any of their time trial runs, so I think that hurt them in this dungeon. But that might not be a problem for them in the next dungeon we have up in the series.
Well, I think Tell's also brought up an interesting point that needs to be extrapolated on just a little bit, in the fact that the returning teams from last year's MDI have a huge advantage in the fact that they already have baseline strategies for all of these dungeons, whereas all of these new and recomposition teams have to learn the dungeons for the first time for this first cup. And I think where we're really going to see some of these new teams start to pick up and get better times is going to be in this cup, the second cup, and even more so in the third cup. They'll actually have their strategies baselined out, and they'll be able to work on top of those with the new affixes that we have.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these teams sort of start to form more solid strategies for them later on in the season. Zyra, but it sounds like you have a little bit of insight into what happened in that last matchup here.
Not so much in the matchup in general, but I just wanted to highlight a little bit about, what we get to see whenever we finally don't have bolstering on Freehold, because we've had bolstering the first 2 cups for both NA and EU cups. You can just see that the difference in specifically how they pull this boss in the Council of Captains. They're able to just pull the trash on top of the boss at the start and get that initial DK burst with the AoE. It's so much free boss damage, and we weren't able to see this either the past 2 weeks. They had to pull the trash in at the end of the boss and cleave it down and try to get some luck with the bruise, but when you get that initial DK burst to do 20 to 30% of the boss's HP with the AoE, it just makes the dungeon go so much quicker, and you can see they had a 14-minute flat time, whereas in competition the past 2 weeks we've been seeing times more in the 15-16-minute range. Just not having to worry about bolstering it makes this dungeon so much faster.
Absolutely, and it looks like Method U and No Snitch are going to be moving on to King's Rest up next. They're going to be doing Tyrannical Quaking and bolstering. How do we think they're going to be dealing with these affixes along with those obelisks?
I would like to suspect that they're going to try to play as few obelisks as possible. I think we've seen teams play 1 or 2 awakened mobs with the Czar. If you can get away with 2 awakened mobs with the Czar, that would obviously be ideal. In like a quaking bolstering environment, it's ultimately, bolstering doesn't slow you down in King's Rest is a ton. It'll slow down the Machemba room just a little bit because you're not able to pull all the blobs or the slimes into Machemba, but like that's about the only like major time loss. Beyond that, I do suspect that they'll probably play 2 obelisk mobs with the final boss.
Well, in terms of composition, we did touch on it a little bit. No Snitch. They didn't play that Death Knight for the first map here on Freehold, and we're going to be moving on to King's Rest, which obviously is going to take a little bit of a different strategy going into that. Zyro, what do you think we're going to see switch up in terms of composition here for either of these teams coming up here on King's Rest?
Well, if we head over to the time trial page on Raider.io and scroll down to King's Rest, you're going to see a lot of Hunter. As a matter of fact, let's see, of our top 8 teams, of the 24 DPS slots available, we have 22 Hunters. We have 1 Rogue and 1 Demon Hunter. So I think we're going to see a lot of Hunters, I think we're going to see a lot of them. And it's important to mention the reason we're seeing Hunters is because they just bring such consistently ridiculously good single target damage that they're just good in general for everything. They're just such a good class in general for dealing with almost every single Mythic Plus mechanic.
Mm-hmm. And they're maybe a very mobile class as well, BM Hunters, right? Yeah, well...
That is the case.
That is the case, indeed, yeah. How do we think... So, all right, so if they play triple BM Hunter, and if we see maybe a mirror, how is that going to play into this next matchup? Like, do we think that No Snitch can maybe make up some time here against Method EU, Tuttles?
I mean, ultimately, I don't know about the difference in the strategies for how King's Rest ends up functioning and like what exactly Triple Hunter allows you to do. That's something like bringing in a Demon Hunter or like another high single target DPS class would actually allow you to do. But ultimately, that Beast Mastery Hunter on that bolstering environment is going to be one of the best boss damage comps in the game, where it is Tyrannical King's Rest, which is fairly boss heavy as a whole. Bolstering also kind of slows down the Machemba room. You don't really need that DK, you don't really need that Demon Hunter. So the Triple Hunter does make sense. I think that you have to just kind of commit to the mirror matchup if you're No Snitch, and either bank on the fact that you're going to do better, like significantly better than what you did in time trials, or just bank on the fact that you're kind of hoping that Method U makes a mistake. Like they could have put significantly more time into King's Rest and been able to notch it down. But there are like really challenging strategies that require a lot of practice, such as the Golden Serpent like full first room pull. It's always going to take a significant amount of time and practice.
So given that, along the lines of what you just said, is King's Rest one of those harder maps to sort of master in a tournament setting? Are we going to see teams maybe practice this one less and just hope to get a win on maybe the third map or somewhere in the lower finals styles?
Okay, so personally, if I was No Snitch, I probably would have practiced for the lower bracket. Yeah, like obviously you're going to end up putting some practice. Like King's Rest is a time trial map. I assume that their King's Rest is probably going to be pretty solid. And like you're going to end up like looking at where you're more likely to play through and kind of just be real with your expectations for how you end up going to play with this. Like we've talked to these guys, they said that their expectations, they're pretty real with themselves. They said that they just want to have a lot of fun. They put in some practice, but of course it's ridiculous the amount of time that has to go into speed running at such a high level, and that's why we want to like celebrate the innovative strategies that we see, and we just kind of hype up all of the weird stuff that we see.
Yeah, I mean, this team did tell us they were playing only 2 days a week for 3 to 4 hours. Does that sort of show that even though this team may not be getting as much practice in as, say, a team like Method EU, still here in the top 8 and they're putting up a pretty good fight? Zyre, what does that say about this team with their skills, just in general?
Oh, sure. I mean, make no mistake, being the 8 seed, people are like, oh yeah, they've got no chance of beating Method EU, but you have to think we had several hundred teams sign up for the MDI. Making top 8 is no joke. It's difficult to do. So these guys are definitely good players in general. But I think the practice time is really going to be something that bites you. Like Settles, I agree that they probably would have practiced more for the first lower bracket match. And King's Rest is definitely a dungeon that you really need to put a little bit of extra practice time into. I'd say of the dungeons that we saw throughout the entire past year of the MDI, King's Rest probably had the most innovation in terms of routing, because it is a dungeon where you're pretty much on rails the entire way through. There's no real mix-up of how you can do the dungeon. And on top of that, adding in the Awakened Affix, giving extra mob count in a dungeon where there's really not that much extra mob count to be had, it opens up so many new pathways for these teams to see. And we've seen so many different routes from teams. We don't really know what the best strategy is so far for Awaken to this dungeon yet. So I think it's going to be difficult to see them pull out a win here against Method EU.
On the other hand, this is them on their main. A lot of them on their main class, right? I think a lot of them are Hunter mains among the DPS here. So that's going to be something that in a triple Hunter dungeon could be good news for them.
That definitely does play to their advantage. Being
Although it is also Method EU does also have 2 Hunter mains. So on the other hand,
that is quickly backtracking. I see.
You were so close, and then you had to throw that in there.
Yeah. It's tough out there. Hunter really good right now as well, so this is going to be exciting to see, I think. I think we're going to see really the power of that spec on it showcased, to its fullest for the first time in the MDI.
You guys haven't called them green rogues yet, have you?
No. Hunter's the new belle of the ball.
Okay. All right. Good.
Everything's a red hunter or a yellow hunter.
Well, let's talk about their healer a little bit too, because Mistweaver is something that we did see sort of dominate in the time trials. Occasionally, we did see that Holy Paladin. What is that spec going to be bringing into their advantage here for either team, Zyro?
I mean, there's not really much of an advantage to be gained in terms of comp, right? They're probably both going to be running the exact same comp if the time trials comps are what we're looking at here. So really it's just pure execution, and I think on the side of Method EU they just have so much more practice that it's going to be hard for No Snitch to really catch up, unless we see Method EU completely bomb the dungeon. But let's be honest, when's the last time we saw Method EU bomb a dungeon? You'd have to go back to like Cup 6 of last year is the only time they've ever really had any major issues.
Very true. Well, it looks like the teams are loaded into the dungeon here on King's Rest. Method EU only 1 game away from winning this series.
All right, and right off the bat, we're going to see a little bit of a difference there. Maybe not. I thought we saw some Lightfoots coming out from one side, but no, actually, it looks like both teams going to start off here by pulling these minions of Zool all by themselves. You have to be really careful with bolstering active to not get in combat with anything else when you're pulling those minions of Zool, because they do bolster when they die.
Actually takes the minions of Zool a little bit quicker, but in the process, they use all 3 of their turtles to be able to get there. Method EU is now pulling those constructs away and letting now fight them, where all their hunters walk all the way through with camouflage, and then everybody is going to meld off those constructs out in the doorway, it looks like. Or maybe they're going to stay in combat with them?
I was thinking they were but that would be wild. I don't think they're going to do that.
Okay, no.
Yeah, it looks like they've just dealt with the minions of Zool. Yeah, and now they're going to be pulling the rest here.
So the fact that there's no rogue, basically this is occurring right now because there is no rogue in the composition, so it's really hard to be able to get those bolstered minions of Zool out of the way. So they have to save like a Shadow Meld to be able to drop combat with all the mobs, because you don't want everything to be bolstered by those minions of Zool. A lot of like lower HP mobs or non-impactful mobs do not do on-death affixes. Unfortunately, minions of Zool not on that list, so they continue to do on-death affixes such as bolstering.
Ooh. That is a large champion there. That is a lot of bolstering stacks on it. Now has the life cocoon though, and is going to be able to survive. This pack does have not fortified active anymore, like we saw in some previous weekends. But Method EU actually taking this room a little bit more slowly than we've seen teams doing in previous weekends, I think due to that bolstering affix. Meanwhile, on the side of No Snitch, they are also taking this room slowly. Looks like they're pulling a different set of packs though than Method EU
so
did.
No Snitch played the constructs by themselves, which I totally respect. Like the constructs with anything else is really hard to be able to set up. So just making sure that they take that construct slowly is going to be important. Then they pull 2 packs together with the double Witch Doctor, which will allow you to pull just the next 2 packs together, ultimately not costing or saving you any time. I don't think the way that Method EU pulled this room is necessarily a super big time save.
Yeah, Method EU did kind of a bigger pull and then a smaller pull, whereas No Snitch is doing 2... I guess they're doing pretty much the same pulls, actually. Pretty much the same combinations of enemies, just from different parts of the room in each of their pulls. Meanwhile, Method EU, they are fighting this bolstering boss with 2 of those awakened guardians. So this is going to be... They're going to have to be careful here with their cleave. They need to make sure that they're dealing damage to these enemies at about the same proportion to their health bars. Otherwise, they're going to bolster the Golden Serpent, and that would be bad.
I mean, that'd be kind of funny, but it would be bad.
It would be bad for Method EU, and it would be good for us, as it would be funny.
So No Snitch here is going to be downing the last warrior before shortly pulling the Golden Serpent right after. Again, like we were talking about, so No Snitch ended up killing all those constructs, so while No Snitch is 13% trash count ahead, of Method EU. Method EU still has those Guardians that they're probably going to pull into that gauntlet area just whenever they get time, just because of its efficiency of cleave. Method EU down to 35% of the Golden Serpent, while No Snitch has now started that loss.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job here of doing more damage to the Golden Serpent than those Guardians. One of the nice things about BM Hunters is that they can pretty much turn off their cleave at no cost to their... Well, at some cost, but not a serious cost to their single target damage. They're not... You know, something like a Demon Hunter, it's kind of impossible for them to stop blade dancing things. And Prot Warriors, you know, their damage, a lot of it is kind of impossible to turn off the AoE component of. Beast Mastery Hunters, the AoE is a choice that they make, so they can turn that off in order to keep the bolstering from being a problem.
Janice, I don't know about you, but I know that whenever I play Beast Mastery Hunter, if I see multiple targets, I have to multi-shot. Get my Beast Cleave rolling.
Yeah, your screen just becomes a giant multi-shot button
icon
until you click
Precisely.
it. Yeah.
And that's why I got
Definitely familiar with that feeling.
That's why I got benched on that's why I got benched on Zool.
All right, so we have Method EU. They are going to fight this pack here. This is a tough pack with bolstering because the King has so much more health than all the servants here. But again,
Triple Hunter here is
good
like
ability to do some priority damage on that King.
Triple Hunter with their
they have to be
binding
careful.
shot is so sick for this though. Like
They have to be so careful as the Awakened Guardians come in. Presumably Azalea is going to pull those right now. They really want to make sure that they do not bolster them.
yeah, 40-yard
Azalea
range.
does have Ring of Peace available here, so he will be able to ring them back and keep them out of that bolstering range if it becomes a problem, but it looks like they are just waddling over here slow enough that they're not going to get bolstered by this pack. Now Method EU has a bolstering challenge on this next pull. Meanwhile, No Snitch nearly done with that first boss and will soon be joining Method EU in this gauntlet room.
Yeah, they're about at similar amounts of trash count. Unfortunately, No Snitch has already dealt with all their constructs, where Method EU is going to be fighting them with this Guard Captain pack, the King with the Channel Lightning right there. You see, as soon as the Channel Lightning goes off, you have to wait for the cast to fully channel. Then you use like a knockback spell to Ring of Peace, Typhoon, something like that, to be able to disrupt it.
Yeah, being able to knock those Channel Lightning casts, really good way to make sure you don't lose too much damage, although it wouldn't matter too much with this Triple Hunter composition if they let one channel for a while. They are going to handle bolstering, though, extremely well, Method EU, as they now wait for the last two packs in this gauntlet room. Pretty much nothing they can do except for just wait for those things to spawn and then kill them one at a time.
Do you think the hunters make fun of one another if one of them is doing significantly more damage? Like Frag not being a hunter main is currently beating Jinji and Mirez. Do you think Frag is just talking trash?
It's definitely a possibility, yeah. You know, team dynamics are always interesting. Ooh, they have a little bit of a challenge there, actually, as one of their members gets mind controlled. They do have a Nether Ray out, though, so they're able to dispel that. Yeah, interesting. You know, so a lot of teams have different styles of communication in the middle of these matches. I think, though, that joking around is something that happens a little bit, but they're probably mostly pretty focused, I'd say. You know, no matter what the match is, I think they're taking it seriously.
Yeah, No Snitch is actually not as far behind as I suspected that they would be by virtue of playing those constructs with just like out in front by themselves. It sets you pretty far back. So the fact that they're able to still be within striking distance of like a Method EU mistake is pretty good, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, they're catching up here. They're killing the same mobs in the gauntlet, so they have two more gauntlet packs ahead of them. Meanwhile, Method EU going to advance through the dungeon. They're going to opt to skip the obelisk there. That was the Samrek Beckoner of Chaos obelisk. And they will now be moving through past this construct. They'll be using their Shadow Melds. Their hunters are in camouflage, so don't even need to Shadow Meld. And they're now moving into the Machimba room.
You know something?
Here they need to be a little bit careful of the bolstering.
You know something that I find pretty interesting? All three of the Method EU hunters are running Blood of the Enemy, where all three of the No Snitch hunters have elected to go to that Vision of Perfection.
Yeah, that is definitely interesting. The Blood of the Enemy comes with a little bit more of that burst, whereas Vision of Perfection, presumably a little bit more sustained single target damage is what they're going for on the side of No Snitch, yeah. But Method EU, you know, having access to Blood of the Enemy for the important pulls, you know, on the bridge and for the start of boss fights, the start of Awakened boss fights in particular, I think is something that's going to work out really nicely for them as well.
And of course, if you guys want to check out what the players are wearing, like corruption-wise, trait-wise, that kind of thing, you can go to mdi.gcd.tv and look at it there, just to kind of...
I will give you a brief hint, though. The Hunters are playing the crit corruption. That's the corruption that they have on their
yes.
stuff. Yeah, Severe is the name. It is increased the amount of critical strike you gain from all sources, and that is extremely good for Beast Mastery Hunter.
Also, interestingly enough, all three of the Method EU hunters are playing Killer Cobra, where I think all three of the No Snitch hunters are playing that aspect of the Beast.
That's so weird. That's kind of the opposite of
what you expect, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so Killer Cobra is kind of a single target, focus thing, a thing that you'd use on smaller number of targets, whereas Aspect of the Beast, something that works better in bigger pulls. Yeah, so you'd kind of expect
Vision
the
Perfection team to be, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, to be on the Killer Cobra. That is definitely a good catch, Tettles. Beast Mastery Hunter expert Tettles.
I've been playing my Beast Mastery Hunter for a week after watching how OP it is, because I feel like I am somebody who would be capable of playing it.
That's a big commitment you're
After
making.
watching my favorite streamer Dratnos, I am convinced that I could play it.
Okay, fair. That's fair. Method of you working now on Machimba. Meanwhile, No Snitch have all of the trash before they can engage him.
Okay, so
Method of you had a pretty cool strategy there. I'm not sure if you caught this, Tettles, where they Gingy is down and they have a purification construct. Method of you somehow that purification construct has been pulled into this room. I think that was intentional, but unfortunately, it looks like it is murdering them.
Yes.
So that part was definitely not part of the plan.
The purification construct looked intentional. The three mummies that got cast off, probably not intentional.
Yeah, I think that part there where they wiped was not in the route. So they, they need to adjust for that.
Is that part of the Dratnos expert route on Raider.io?
That is not. No, that's not the move. Luckily, they do have one hunter survive their frag with the feigned death, and they're going to be able to get everybody back on their feet without losing too much time here. But that opens up an opportunity now for No Snitch, our challengers, to maybe try and steal a game here from Method EU. They are still a little bit behind on their pulls, but they are pretty close to caught up now with Method. And Method are going to be attempting this boss pull with that purification construct.
I think
but they need to make sure that they don't all die again.
I believe that No Snitch will probably need like one more mistake because of how safe that they're taking this room. Like you were talking about, Method EU did the constructs with all of the blobs, ended up taking the blobs to the far side than the opposite side of the constructs to be able to kill them and make sure that they didn't bolster them, right? So it's like, or what do they use, Binding Shot, to be able to keep those blobs in that place?
Yeah, so they kept them on one side of the room when they dragged the constructs to the other side after their first entomb. It was a really cool strategy coming out from Method EU that we were perhaps a little bit busy with memes to notice. Oh, we have a mummy coming out again, though, on the side of Method EU. I wonder if this is intentional again. This might be to trigger their rapid reloads. So now they have 3 enemies active at once, and they're going to be able to have those multi-shots, reduce that aspect of the wild cooldown. I think that might actually have been intentional, them opening up an extra mummy out of the cage here.
I think you may be right.
They have enough interrupts, right, for it to not do anything. It almost gets a cast through there.
I mean, in addition
they
to
do
that,
have to be really careful.
Like, even if a cast does go through, Zalia can revival off that mummy's cast. So that mummy, he puts a disease on the whole entire group. Most people probably have never seen this mob, but he puts a disease on the whole entire group whenever the cast goes off, so you can either kick it or you can dispel it. And with Zalia, say he's pooling that revival in case there is a mummy that goes off, then they would be otherwise okay.
Yeah, you say most people have never seen that mob. I don't know what groups you've been playing in, Tettles. I don't know how you managed to find people who are smart enough to only click the right coffin. That's a challenging feat.
Okay, so whenever I'm joining groups, I make sure that I am in fact the dumbest player in the group, and so then I know that with absolute certainty that mummy will not go off.
So you make sure to join any group?
Hold up.
Alright, so we have Machimba going down on the side of Method EU. As the construct will die just afterwards, another flawless bolstering execution there by Method EU. As they move into the bridge here, they are still a little bit ahead of No Snitch, but with a full wipe on the board, well, not a full wipe, but 4 deaths on the board, that is going to be 20 extra seconds that will be deducted from their time at the end of the run. So No Snitch have to keep things close, and if they can kill that boss, the last boss within 20 seconds of Method EU, they will secure the win.
Yeah, so No Snitch is going to be downing Machimba here fairly shortly. Method EU onto this Berserker pull. This pull is actually fairly substantial, and if somebody pulled that on live, I would think that they are absolutely insane.
Yeah, that pull with bolstering active, a little bit scary, but luckily every mob in that pull has pretty much the same amount of health, and Method EU decided to not pull this 3-pack here. which this 3-pack is not something that it's often something that would have gotten added into that previous pull. But here, because I think of the bolstering, they've decided to leave it for afterwards.
Yeah, doing a really good job making sure that they don't pull that brute too. We've seen stuff in the past where rogues will end up using like distract or just other things. Method EU is electing to not pull any of the obelisks right here, so that I believe that
what is they are they going to do 4 with Dazar, or are they going to kite obelisks in King's Rest too? There's no way, right? There's no way you can do the Dazar without a healer.
There's no way that you can kite obelisks in King's Rest, right?
Is there? Is there no way?
I feel like there's not enough room, but I think that okay, so they definitely haven't played an obelisk yet. I have no idea
what if you just kite around half of King Dazar's room and you fight King Dazar in the other half of his room?
Let me pull up their time trial on Raider IO, because I remember their time trial for this was like 1940 something, and it was astonishingly quick.
Yeah, that's
whenever I looked at it.
blazingly fast. Yeah. They're not on pace to beat that time as a result of that wipe that they had in Machimba's room. No Snitch, though, are really not far behind at all here. They are absolutely on pace here to challenge Method EU. They are just about 1 pull behind, as they will probably be going to do some obelisks next.
All right, so
that's kind of a more standard strategy than what Method EU have been doing here. Yeah, it looks like they're grouping up around one of those obelisks, and they'll be using that to get to the 3rd boss room. So they're going to take a little bit more time to get to where Method EU is right now, but they will have 1 fewer awakened enemy, and Method EU may be setting themselves up for a very challenging last boss fight that could potentially wipe them once again.
Let me just lay it out as a point of reference. So Method EU and Perplexed, who are the 2 teams that we've actually seen kite obelisks in the European region so far, had a 19. So Method EU had a 1957 King's Rest. Perplexed had a 2014 King's Rest. The 3rd place team on KR was Paint for Fem with a 2119. So you have to expect that they're probably doing very similar pulls. So you're kind of wondering where they got a minute and a half time disparity. If, like you said, they do kite the obelisks, that would be kind of wild. I don't think Dazar is a boss that you can just do without a healer, right? I think they're just going to play them.
Yeah, so they're going to do, on Tyrannical Quaking 19 King's Rest, they're setting themselves right now to be fighting 4 awakened enemies with King Dazar. I have no idea what that's going to look like, but I cannot wait to find out.
It's either going to be beautiful or catastrophic, and probably no in between. No Snitch here. Playing Voidweaver Malthier has made their way into the council room. They're putting themselves in a spot where they could capitalize on a Method EU error.
Yeah, it's easy to imagine something going wrong if we are correct and 4 awakened enemies are going to be crashing down on Method EU with King Dazar. No Snitch absolutely in position here for 1 more mistake on the side of Method EU to open up a big opportunity for them. As we see that massive prop warrior damage now building up from the Merectha's Fang and the strength of the Warden Major. Unfortunately,
how do you feel about Merectha's Fang being so commonly used, even on non-strength wearing classes, Stratnos?
Yeah, it's a little wild. It's a crazy world we live in where that strength trinket is extremely popular among agility classes.
You have to get it traded to you if you're looking to use it on live, or alternatively, like you can just buy it from the vendor on Tournament Realm.
Yeah, on the Tournament Realm you can get it at 475 on your agility wearers, but on the live servers you can really only get it at 465 because you can't get it out of your weekly box, as you are not eligible to, like, you don't have it on any of your loot tables.
Interestingly enough, Method EU actually leaves that Thundering Totem alive from Zanzal the Wise. Okay, so basically the Thundering Totem will only end up affecting Zalia's casting if it ever locks him out, but it doesn't affect any of the hunters, so that's actually a really good strategy for them to be able to save just a little bit of damage.
Yeah, if it's something that only affects the healer, no MDI team in the history of the MDI will ever do anything about that. They will just make the healer deal with it. That is the culture of this tournament.
Okay, so pretty big pull here. You actually did see a leg sweep. It looks like everybody's like pulling all the way through. They're using the Ring of Peace to kind of keep all the mobs in the doorway. Everybody's going to look to feign death.
Zalia goes down, though, and they're going to have to find a way to get him up. They have their battle reses, but their battle reses are the ones that require them to be in melee range. So now is going to be pulling these enemies back.
Him.
Yeah, with that B-res, and luckily Zalia's
position. This is okay. This is going to be.
Zalia's Shadow Meld is still available. Now's is not, though.
Okay, so they're lining all the mobs to try to get them in. That Raptor's still kind of standing there. If the Brute patrolled through the Raptor, it could have pulled the Brute. That would have been pretty bad.
Yeah, this is... Mira's
Raptor.
under a lot of attack here. Does get the Life Cocoon, though. in order to stabilize.
This is the very scary point where somebody in your group says, "Don't pull Zul, haha." Okay, or they intentionally.
And now it's going right into Zul. They are just doing Zul with some extra enemies. Mira's taking a lot of damage from that poison on him. Looks like the poison may have cleaved onto multiple people. Turtle going to be used there, but that's going to extend the duration of this Zul encounter. Mira's now going to stand on that void zone. That's causing a lot of damage, and he's in an Eye of Corruption as well, it looks like. Mira's has just been getting beaten up in the past minute.
This is sloppy for Method EU, I think.
Yeah, Zalia gets lobbed backwards by that Deadeye shot, transcends back to where he was next to Shadow Zul.
They're going to have a
free transcendence
triple
there.
bolstered Beastmaster.
Yeah, they did a good job there of not bolstering Shadow Zul itself. That's the kind of thing that you really do want to avoid having bolstering stacks.
Yes. The classic bolstered Shadow of Zul. So they're 93% trash count. So there's no way, they would not feasibly kite the obelisks here because they need the count.
Yeah, they are planning to get count from those obelisks. Let's see exactly how they're going to do this.
Very scarily.
Yeah, so they're starting off on the right-hand side of the room. Void Weaver Malthier, that's the kind of standard obelisk to start next to, as it is one of the hardest awakened enemies to move. They are grouping everything up here. Blood of the Corruptor, not too much of a problem for this composition, as they are ranged and very mobile.
Also, Urgroth Breaker of Heroes, not exactly the most dangerous for this composition either, because of that triple hunter. They are able to run those Core Hound pets, which do have that pet ability, which gives it an additional DR.
Yeah, so they can take turns taunting that, and having their pets use that defensive, and I don't think they're going to have any of their pets even die and get revived. So that is very nice against Urgroth Breaker of Heroes. And yeah, this is actually looking really good for them. They've killed off Void Weaver Malthier, as of course their interrupts are fairly long cooldown. So that was the first priority there, was to get that thing dead before they ran out of interrupts.
Void Weaver Malthier is actually a 4 melee kick rotation most of the time. Of course, there are 3 ranged kicks and 1 melee kick in this composition, so Void Weaver Malthier would definitely be the target of priority there. Then Sam Rex seems like the next logical conclusion, because like you were saying, Blood of the Corruptor, not especially dangerous for this comp. Like the room is fairly big enough to where you can just kind of kite it out and be okay.
Yeah, it'll be annoying for Zalia, but probably not too much for anybody else, as now is moving with all the mobs, and the hunters really don't care where they are in the room.
Dude, Urgroth is...
Urgroth, last priority, doesn't do anything against their composition here.
Okay, so it's got Dark Fury.
They've completely neutralized it with these Beast Mastery Hunters, who are affected by... It basically mitigates both of Urgroth's abilities, and he's just sitting there doing
Dark
nothing.
Fury is that big circle, so that's just a minor inconvenience for now to be able to get out of. All 3 of the hunters will do full damage the whole entire time, and then the pets are just taunting this cast every single time. That's pretty good by Method EU. Now they have summoned Tazala, the mounted portion of this encounter, and with that triple hunter, I expect Tazala to die fairly quickly. They use all 3 of their turtles there to avoid getting feared. I think this is pretty much in the bag for Method EU.
Yeah, it looks like they have gotten through the hard part of this fight. We were expecting that to be difficult, that 4 obelisk, but they made it look pretty clean. And they have made it to 100% on the enemy forces meter. Zalia, though, taking quite a bit of damage. They do have 1 battle res if something were to go wrong, though.
I mean, yeah, it still looked incredibly dangerous. So Method EU is probably going to finish around the 22-minute mark, and just to think that they had a 1957 on this in time trials is kind of wild, I will admit.
Yeah, this is, you know, a sloppy run from Method EU, but still a very fast time in this dungeon, all things considered. It's just their best is much better than this as well.
No Snitch here. They actually had a fairly good run inside of this dungeon. They had a couple deaths just a few seconds ago on some of the trash pulls. That big 5-pack that's in front of that, plus the double Berserker, I think just got the best of the Marth.
That has caused some problems for No Snitch, but unfortunately for them, they will be dropping down to the lower bracket as Method EU gonna take the win here in this second map and first match of the day here in the upper bracket.
Yeah, that is gonna put them 1 victory here in this first match, and as you said, Dratnos No Snitch is going to be moving down to that lower bracket. And honestly, like, even though they did pull off that last win, Method EU here on King's Rest, that, like you said, Dratnos, that was a bit of a sloppy run. They had that on nearly a full wipe on Machimba and Zalia dying on the bridge right before Shadow of Zul. What went wrong there? What do we think? I mean, that's not the Method EU we're used to seeing.
Yeah, things just weren't looking super finely honed in that on that boss pull in particular against Machimba. They had Jinji go down, and then things quickly deteriorated from there. And then their skip execution also I'm not quite sure what caught Zalia there. We may have some analysis of that later, but it was not good, regardless of what happened there. And that's something that they really need to make sure that those skips are on point later, because that could have, that cost them many minutes over the course of this dungeon.
Let's be fair for a second. That Machimba thing, playing the Purification Construct with that boss is so wild to do just in general. The fact that there was just a minor hiccup and one person goes down is not exactly surprising, right? Just because of the precision of the execution that has to be that's on like a knife edge kind of pull. That's like one of those things that if it works, it looks spectacular. If it fails, we saw what happened, right? They had 4 deaths over it.
Well, and talking about risky strategies, I mean, we also did, as you guys were talking about, we did see them do 4 awakened enemies at once. Why do we think that Method EU is playing these sort of riskier strategies up against a team that they probably think that they could 2-0?
I mean, it goes down to what we were talking about earlier. They just have way more practice in these dungeons than everyone else. So when you have your base strategy down for a dungeon, you don't really do that much tweaking based on the affixes. I mean, bolstering and King's Rest, the only real thing that you have to switch up is making sure even cleaving these big pulls down, like we see in the first room with Golden Serpent. And then also you just don't get to pull the trash into Machimba. That's the only real major switch up that we see with bolstering. So they can spend most of their time practicing this dungeon on just doing the 4 awakened pull. And when that's also the time trial dungeon, you can really put a bunch of extra time into it because you have 5 days to practice those 3 time trial dungeons. So that means they get a bunch of time, probably 2 days spent in this dungeon, and you can see it paid off. They had a sub 20-minute time and a tyrannical King's Rest in time trials, which is absolutely ridiculous. And they still pulled off a sub 23-minute run, wiping on a boss, which is probably the worst possible wipe you can have in a tyrannical dungeon. So just pretty ridiculous execution from Method EU all the way.
And as weird as it sounds, I think if they ran a slower strategy, that would throw them off more than just running their strategy that they're comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, in previous interviews, Jinji has said that with Method EU, about 90% of their pulls are going to be completely scripted. So I guess it would make sense that if this is their plan for King's Rest against some of these later matches they're going to be seeing later today, that they would want to keep with the same strategy moving forward, Tuttles.
Yeah, I know. I absolutely agree. I mean, their Freehold looked pretty sick. Their King's Rest made them look mortal, though. I mean, like, if their King's Rest is pulled off, like, perfectly, sure, they're going to have the best time like they did in time trials, but the amount of precision, the amount of execution that is required to be able to pull off that dungeon at that high of a level is going to be rough, and they ended that dungeon at 22 minutes and 44 seconds, which would put them in 7th place in time trials?
6th.
Like, 6th place in time trials? Yeah, okay, so it's like there are 4 other teams that could beat them, or 5 other teams that could beat them, right?
If they have a perfect run. This was, like I mentioned, this is definitely the worst possible wipe that you could have in a tyrannical dungeon. So I don't know if I'd go so far as making them look mortal. I think that, they're still clearly our best team. But yeah, if they, like we said earlier today as well, if they have a wipe and the team that they're playing against is one of these top teams and the other team has a clean run, yeah, they could lose.
And also, Dratnos, it kind of looked like they made keeping those obelisks till the very last boss. It kind of Method EU made it look easy. I mean, how are they able to pull that off so cleanly?
Yeah, that's the strength of these Beast Mastery Hunters, that they, in addition to all the damage reasons that we talked about bringing them, turns out that when your damage comp is 3 Beast Mastery Hunters, you can ignore so much of the awakened mechanics. The Blood of the Corruptor doesn't really do anything to them. Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes, they handle it entirely. Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos, the Fear guy, they can turtle the first one of those that goes on them, so that ends up mitigating a lot of the pain in that.
He's the most deadly.
The interrupts were something that they needed to take out of the fight quickly, but even that, they could have interrupted that probably for something like 6 or 7 casts, I think, before things got really out of hand. I'm not sure. They did a good job by killing that thing first, but they had a little bit of extra wiggle room as a result of their composition against those enemies.
Yes, indeed they did. Well, Method EU has 2-0 No Snitch, so they will be moving forward in the bracket, and we will be seeing No Snitch fight it out in the lower bracket later today. Coming up next, after this break, we are going to see the boys face off against Paint for Femme, so stick around, and we'll be right back.
Poggy.
Before this break, we saw Method EU face up against No Snitch, and that was a 2-0 for them. And now we are moving on to the boys versus Paint for Femme. And I don't know if you guys know this, but this is actually a rematch from last week in the lower semifinals. And I believe the boys won 2-1 versus Paint for Femme. What do we expect to see coming into this matchup next, Nagura?
I think this is going to be really close, but as we've already seen last time, getting a 3-game series at 2-1 between those two. I think both of those teams, they're very much improving every dungeon that we see from them, and they've been participating for a long time already. Especially Paint for Femme has been around for so long, and the boys have been playing together on live servers a lot. They've been the #1 rated .io team, so I think this is going to be a very, very close matchup between the #4 and the #5 seed.
I think in a lot of cases we've really been interested in looking at some of the different tiers and how some of these teams have grown and developed, and the boys in Paint for Femme especially have really kind of come up together from teams that were scraping by and really trying to make a name for themselves last year to being absolute powerhouses this one and looking to get to that next level against Perplexed and Method EU.
Yep, and this first map is going to be Workshop. We have Toldagor and Siege of Borealis banned from this particular matchup, and Workshop is kind of a newer one. Do we feel like with this map that these teams have kind of honed in on a strategy that they want to stick with for the rest of the season?
I think so. Workshop's also kind of like a dungeon that in many cases sort of plays itself, where there's not too much variety that really goes on, and there's very clearly defined, like, these are the bad trash packs, these are the good trash packs, here's what you do and do not want to do throughout this dungeon. So I think a lot of it just kind of comes down to how groups want to optimize their compositions and make sure that they have the most efficient damage, most efficient mobility to get around the dungeon quickly, and I think that a lot of groups are hanging in on that, or honing in on it, I should say.
Yep, and we are seeing similar comps from these teams as we saw in that last map of King's Rest. We are running triple BM Hunter again. Dratnos, what do you think about these picks from both teams?
Yeah, so this again, it's a pretty similar dungeon to King's Rest, where it's very single target focused, and that's something that Beast Mastery Hunter does uniquely well. It's interesting, though, it's an interesting contrast with what the North American region did last weekend, where we saw a lot of mages coming out. Now, that was a tyrannical environment instead of a fortified one, so I think there you were more likely to get a second combustion on boss encounters, and that's something that might be harder to do in a fortified setting, so that might be something that has informed the decision to go back in the kind of hunter direction. But it'll be interesting to see the implications that has, especially on like the number of awakened enemies these teams can fight with that last boss, whether they can do all 4 again, because, mages do a uniquely good job of melting all 4 of those awakened enemies at once, but hunters do a uniquely good job of not needing to melt them quickly because they don't really care about the mechanics they do.
Yep, and along with that fortified affix, we are also going to get teaming and quaking. Jack, how do you think that these teams, they are loading into the map, so how do we think these teams are going to handle these affixes? How's it going to go?
I think that this is pretty easy setup overall, especially in Workshop. I mean, after they changed Quaking in 8.3 to only deal damage if you're cleaving an ally, it's been really easy for everybody to deal with, and especially when we're seeing Triple Hunter come out on either side here, Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, Triple Hunter for both sides. I mean, it's a very similar dungeon to King's Rest, right? Very single target focused. Even though it is fortified and teaming, it's still just a straightforward dungeon. You just go from boss to boss, basically. Not that much AoE going on, and that's why we probably see this very single target heavy lineup from both of those teams, as they both finished off that first trash group and they're now waiting for the boss to spawn.
That's right, and No Mercy in the Platinum Pummeler. They're waiting for all the RP and everything to get all set, and as you can see, everybody's stacking up behind the boss to make sure they're baiting into these hammers. So whenever the Platinum Pummeler gets hit by the hammer, it actually breaks it. So they have to leave Rads and Fem respectively running around the room, breaking the Platinum Pummeler's armor, while everybody just absolutely lays into No Mercy here. 60% there HP on the side of the boys, as Pain for Femme isn't too far behind as they're waiting on another slam.
Yeah, so interesting to see that Quaking can actually cause some issues here on this boss, because you want the whole team to stack underneath the hammer, because the more people bait the hammer or are underneath, the more damage the hammer is going to do to the actual boss. But if you get a bad Quaking timing, you cannot stack underneath the hammer because you need to actually run apart so you don't kill each other. And therefore, if you get a bad timing, you can actually lose out on a little bit of damage here from the hammer.
Yeah, most definitely. And even on a 19 scenario, we're seeing the vent jets coming out, still dealing a ton of damage to the group there. So they do a good job, both teams, getting No Mercy down very quickly as the Platinum Pummeler is about to fall as well. And we were talking about the compositions before here, Nagura. There's just so much power in the Hunter with a single target and focus going through it, and they just absolutely obliterated this boss. And that kind of is what makes me excited for both of these teams. They've done such a great job being able to adapt and really start coming into their own on multi-classing and on learning some of the strategies to start getting into these higher level rankings and higher level seeding as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, all of those people, they got so good at multi-classing. In the past, we've seen some of those players stick to their like main class or maybe try a different kind of comp just because they're comfortable with it. And you know, historically, it never really worked out as well as playing that meta comp as we've seen from the top teams. And now that they're adapting as well to this new meta comp, at least we think it's a new meta comp, or they think it's a meta comp. We don't know yet.
Sure.
Maybe a mage is still better here in Workshop, right? But in the end, I like seeing them adjust their comps depending on what the other teams do and depending what they think is best.
Yeah, I mean, I like rewind to a year ago, for example, right? The boys, they were playing what they were playing basically on live servers, you know? Bob was playing his Ard Druid, and Chaya was playing Demon Hunter more often than not, and Atal'Dazar was playing Rogue more often than not. Petco would do a little bit of multi-classing for the group, right?
Yeah.
But we didn't really see these big shifts in what were they going to be doing for multi-classing. I mean, look at on the side of Pain for Femme with Shella. You know, Shella was usually the one who was pushing to be on the side of, I'll be the first one to start multi-classing. I'll be the first one to start trying to adapt to something new. And, you know, he's taking to Hunter like a fish in water right now, as he's just been absolutely tearing up the meters on their side every time I look over at Pain for Femme.
Yeah, well done by both of those teams, as the boys actually engaged Cujo slightly earlier with the trash, so they're slightly ahead in boss damage. You see Bob actually dropping a little bit low as he got the last AoE actually from Cujo's AoE ability here. Well, Pain for Femme were dealing a little bit with the trash before they engaged the boss to be a little bit safer. And Bob going down actually, and the ladder going down too. They do have one battle rest available to get Bob back up if they want to, but yeah, they're gonna have to four-man this boss.
Oh, that is absolutely disastrous. Raz going down as well. They weren't able to get the res off, and the boys are going to be having their first wipe right now in Workshop. This Chaya is just going to try to stay alive onto this one, and at this point they're just kind of burning more time that you really hate to see. Pain for Femme ready to take advantage of it, as the boys had a slight lead going into this, and I was going to talk about how I really liked how they were dealing with the trash and dealing with the living waste as well, because whenever they die, they detonate. So they sort of stutter-stepped and kept using line of sight to their advantage. But now the boys are having a tough deficit in what's usually a really quick dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, this is a horrible wipe for them, such a big time loss, even if it's not that tyrannical environment, still just huge amount of time that you're losing here. As Pain for Femme is already on 7%, they're about to finish up this boss and they can move on. I'd say this is a 2 minutes advantage now for Pain for Femme, so the boys have to make up a lot of time here.
Yeah, I love that positioning as well. We got a good close-up on the side of Pain for Femme where the hunters were still shooting even though they were hanging out beside the box or behind the box to get away from Cujo. So there's actually a couple spots that you're able to still DPS the boss as long as it's close enough and kind of like having the brunt of its body inside the box so that those hunters can continuously be DPSing. It's a lot of extra damage, especially when, you know, you're able to have your pet on the boss the entirety of the time. And we're seeing it on the side of the boys right now too. They're just kind of weaving back and forth so they're able to continue pumping a bit of extra damage. And when these teams are this close to each other as well, Nagura, it just seems like you have to do every little thing possible to get an advantage.
Yeah, and it's not tyrannical, so I think even if you get hit by one of the ticks of the explosions of the AoE, I think you don't go down immediately as long as you're not low HP, so it's not as risky here. Of course, it's a lot riskier if it's tyrannical and you just completely get one-shot by one of those AoEs, then you really want to make sure that you're in the correct spot to do this kind of damage to the boss. But the boys are doing it correctly now, they don't have any more deaths. And one thing I wanted to mention as well is this is the disadvantage of not running a Battle Res class, right? If they had a DK or a Druid or a Warlock who could get them up immediately after Bob went down, it probably would have been able to recover. But because they need to use this engineering res, they have to go close to the body, they have to cast it for a pretty long time, and the time was not there, and then res just went down.
Yeah, it's very interesting looking at some of the different utility tools, you know, having intellect or battle shout scrolls that are not too much worse than the real thing, right? Having the bloodlust drums, not too much worse than the real thing. But when it comes to battle reses, it's much more punishing, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult to be able to properly use compared to a regular battle res option, because you have to stand on top of them, and like you said, it's such a long cast that you're completely vulnerable, right, at the very end of it. But it's also, that's something that they're signing up for, not having the battle res. Only 3 classes out of 12 have it, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of extra. Come on, Bob, you got this. Hey, there we go.
We actually just had a nice point of view on Paint for Fem's side, as all 3 hunters were outranging the AoE from this mini boss here. If you have a long range as a caster, you can just go all the way into the corner and you don't have to move on the AoE at all. Now, they are hunters, so they don't actually lose damage from moving, but it's still nice to see they're just, you know, not risking anything, you know, just in case someone wouldn't make it.
I thought you were going to say, oh, they're hunters anyway, so they don't do mechanics as is.
I would never say
Well,
such
yeah.
a thing.
Yeah, I know, right? Boomkin's always stuck with the tough jobs.
Oh
and
yeah,
raids.
oh most definitely.
Paint for Femme blazing their way through the realm of Nihilotha and getting into an incredibly good snap spot there for the caster obelisk that they have to deal with. But it's also stuck as well. If you look at it right there, they finally got it to teleport down. So one of the weird things that happens is whenever you go into an area with no path available, and as long as the mob isn't casting on you at the moment, you'll snap onto the tank and it'll teleport instantly to the tank there. And one of the problems is that it can sometimes just get stuck if you move a little bit too quickly, and you have to like go back up to it, reestablish that it'll smack you in order to teleport it down. So they did a good job there, and in fact they killed it so quickly, Nagura, that they had to take extra time to start killing any of the little ads that it had spawned.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. Usually
know,
the
right?
spider is always the one going down last, but they actually had to clean off those ads, as they do a really big pull here with the whole trash, a lot of trash here with teaming as well, on top of the boss. Now this is very dangerous, just because the boss itself is already dangerous with all this area of denial. You have the beams, you have so many things you need to dodge, and then on top of that you also have the trash that needs to be interrupted, needs to be focused down properly. That's why you see everyone dropping so low, but they're doing a good job, and they're about to finish off this trash pack. But this is why mages are so good here, right? Because this trash pack would down already if they had a mage with combustion.
It's true. Although with hunters, they're able to just completely redirect themselves and push themselves to wherever the barrier was. We saw Ricky on the side of Paint for Femme just run into the barrier and just start eating a bunch of scythes because they took 75% less damage, 80% less damage from every other source by standing in there. And they're able to really quickly and easily switch targets onto the turrets that'll spawn from this boss as well. So it's a lot of flexibility in their damage into what they want to really focus on at any one point in time. And I really like how this triple hunter has been shaping up for the dungeon, because they're already 65% in on the boss and further extending their lead over the boys.
Yeah, there's so much damage incoming actually. Mdi is out of mana now at this point. They have to be careful with any more damage that they're taking, because there were so many debuffs on the group and Mdi couldn't dispel all of them, so he had to out-heal the rest of the debuffs that he wasn't able to dispel, that he ran out of mana, and he was just doing consistently 100k HPS throughout this whole fight up until now. You see some of those ads are even CC'd on the side by the freezing traps here by the hunters, because they can't deal with all of them at the same time. I'm not really sure if they want to maybe play it a little bit safe and finish up the boss first because of the mana situation, and then finish off the rest of the trash, or maybe they even shadow melt it.
I think they're just gonna, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think they even need to bother with it. If they wanted to kill it, they would have done it by now. So, but you raised a really good point in terms of Mdi's mana as well, because one of the big things with Mistweavers, oh, Shelly going down.
Yeah, I think it was just too much residual damage here coming in. I think they might have gotten hit by the beam. I think it was Shella and Sabek that got hit by the beam. I'm not really sure. They had a debuff on them. Not sure what it was exactly. Either way, they did go down, but they managed to finish up the boss, so didn't even use a battle rest here to finish off the rest of the fight.
And once again, they're just going to sit and wait, make sure everybody is all together before they'll likely just run up and start taking down a couple of the spider tanks that they have so they can progress on. You are seeing the death on the side of the boys as Naladra goes down, as they're 50% left on the machinist. And at this point, they're waiting on him to get up. I guess they still have a very long cast time from any of the engineering battle reses. And it's ridiculously risky, as you're seeing Bob getting the fire debuff because he was forced to stand in there. And since he's running with Dampen right now, he might just be saving it for another one of the larger pulls coming up. But missing out on Diffuse is kind of one of those necessary things from Mistweavers in a lot of MDI is you're expecting to get some melee hits on you. You're expecting to be in cleave range all the time. So having something, a defensive that's better for physical damage is really important. And like what you're talking about with Miwo's mana, Mistweavers, especially in MDI, they really can burn their mana down extraordinarily quickly. And they don't always get good times to get regen in. On live servers, for example, you'll be able to have those breaks in between large pulls where you'll pull 7, 8, 9, 10 mobs, and then you'll kind of scale down to 2 or 3 near the end, and you'll be able to start single targeting them and using Spirit of the Crane to regen mana through single target. But with MDI, the pulls are just so rapid that you're using Mana Tea all the time, and if you're not fitting in enough spells, enough abilities in that Mana Tea window, you're going to burn your mana down extraordinarily quickly, and then you're just fighting this attrition battle almost. Just try to stay up with enough mana in order to keep yourself going. So that's where we're probably going to see a lot of value out of Lucid Dreams on the side of Miwo, and I believe Bob are running it as well. So just trying to get some extra mana. He's actually not running it, so we might be seeing Bob have some more problems with mana. That's always something to watch in the series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Peter Fan played this trash so fast. I just looked away for 1 second and trash is already dead as they're now 91%. And this one death, of course, that they had earlier on Shelle during the boss fight, not having to commit a battle rest as they will skip this last trash group because the rest of the trash they will get from the Awakened mobs. They have 3 Awakened mobs they have to deal with here on the last boss. They have their Bloodlust available and let's see if they can do it. It's a very difficult pull, even on a non-tyrannical environment.
Without a doubt. And I thought you were going to say they weren't pulling that last trash pack because the last trash pack is terrifying and nobody wants to pull it at all. They did, as you mentioned, wait to make sure they have all their CDs back. Everybody was fully topped off. You see the revival going out, dispelling all of the fears from I think it's Semrek the Beckoner, and now you're just looking at the kite around the room. One of the things I'm kind of scared about, okay, there we go, the hunters are repositioning. One thing I was thinking about was where those hunters are positioning to drop off any of the pools that you would see from the Blood of the Corruptor. Because those pools, they'll go away after maybe a minute or so, or they'll go away when he dies, but you're relying on Fem and Miwo to be in melee most often, making sure they're running out the beam that you'll see from King Mechagon. You cannot elude my targeting systems. So they're not cleaving anybody else, right? But you're seeing how quickly the room is just getting clogged up as Fem is just riding the very edge of the room to try to get away from all of these puddles as they finally bring the Blood of the Corruptor down.
Yeah, I mean, that was important that it went down there because the room really was filled with that area of denial there from that Awakened mob. So good on them for finishing it off, and Fem can actually have some breathing room and some area to move around. We also saw the pets from the hunters taunt off that Spirit Breaker ability from the Tank Buster a lot. So the pets can actually just taunt it and it will not go in a tank, so it will go in a pet instead. And the pet doesn't actually even go down as long as they have the defensive ready for their pet. And with 3 hunters, you can taunt a lot of them without the pet going down. So good job by them to actually pull it off though.
An incredibly good job as well, and you know, can't really state it enough how important it is for these guys to watch a lot of their positioning. You're seeing, you know, everybody's 360 degrees around the room, but they also have to watch out for any of the 4 magnets that are going out. And once again, I think the hunters are just proving absolutely essential because they're able to pump so much damage into the boss even while he's flying around. And I'm sure, you know, you've experienced it as well whenever you're on live keys where boss goes up, starts flying around, you're the only one doing any sort of damage to it, and you're just like, can we move on to the next phase, please?
Yeah, definitely. This last phase here can be quite dangerous because this big sap does leave a debuff behind, it does quite a bit of damage. Again, it's not tyrannical, but it still does a lot of damage on a 19, and then if you maybe get a bad quaking and the healer can't keep you up, it can definitely cause some issues, but the hunters do have their defensives available, at least they have their self-heal available, their acceleration. Turtle not ready on most of them except Shelle, but they should be able to survive, as they're also very good. Oh, Shelle? Seb going down, he was so close to the magnet. Shelle going really low as well. I'm not really sure. He maybe didn't use his disengage correctly or didn't have any other speed buff to get away from this magnet, but that was a lot of incoming damage right there.
I think he just was really poorly positioned
maybe,
as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he saw the magnet come out, and you take more damage the closer that you are to the magnet, and I feel like he just had sufficient time to reposition himself, but that's one of the things, whenever you're having everybody at range, you're you're having all the magnets going all over the place. You don't want to be standing near them, and they even deal a ton of damage on Fortified as well. But they get him up, and Pain for Femme brings down King Mechagon, taking game number 1.
Yep, that is going to be a game 1 victory for Paint for Femme, and we are seeing the boys just starting on that last boss there in Workshop. And one thing I do want to highlight, you guys touched on it a little bit in that matchup, is Shelley and his multi-classing skills. I mean, we've seen him on a Death Knight, a Demon Hunter, a Mage, like basically every class. And,
Warlock.
you know, they are playing this like kind of meta comp with all the BM hunters, and it just seems like the more people you have playing on your alts, the greater that margin of error becomes. And I mean, they were really able to execute this like consistently throughout Workshop. They only had 2 deaths on the board, Jack.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it really, as they're able to tailor their compositions towards every single dungeon, as they get more improved at multi-classing for these setups, it really goes to show how far both of these teams really have come as well, because the boys have been stepping up their multi-classing game a lot too.
Absolutely. I mean, they did have that one wipe, but they recovered pretty well, Nagura.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, again, wiping on a boss just costs so much time. And even, like, of course, with the wipe, they had no chance against Pain for Femme because they didn't have such a huge time loss, right? But without the wipe, they played just as well as Pain for Femme. So it would have been a very, very close game if this one huge mistake didn't happen for them. Of course, that's what you could say for every match. So the boys definitely needs to make sure they fix their mistakes because having such a big one on a boss, it will cost you the game against almost any other team. So they definitely need to clean that up.
Yeah, there's not too much that, can go wrong in a workshop with those affixes. So when something big like that does go wrong, it's the other team is very often not going to give you an opportunity to make that time back up. So you really got to avoid having that catastrophic wipe come in the way that happened for the boys. That was really all it took for them to be just out of that match, or out of that map, rather.
Yep, for sure. And they ended with 6 deaths. And one thing I also want to talk about, how do we see those teams deal with those obelisks? I mean, it seems like Workshop is kind of like a linear map, Dratnos. How did we see them handle those awakening mobs?
Yeah, they both teams were deciding, we're just going to fight all 4 of these with King Mechagon, and that's that strategy. It has its risks, and we saw some deaths coming in on that boss fight, although I'm not sure how much that is necessarily because of, the fact they were fighting 4 awakened enemies. It looked like there were just maybe some sloppiness going on the boss fight from a couple different sources. So it may have been due to the awakened enemies for at least that first one. But yeah, with that triple hunter composition, I think it really is a comp it looks like it's very doable to fight 4 awakened enemies with those, hunters. They're so good at it.
Yeah, and moving forward, as are so well utilized from both teams here on the boys and Paint for Femme. And moving on, we're going to be playing Motherlode. Do we think that they're going to change up their composition at all, or are we going to stick to what we saw on that first map with Workshop?
I mean, I think we're still going to see a lot of hunters just because it's bolstering. Now, usually on Motherlode, you see a lot of Death Knights because you just do those huge pulls and you just AoE everything down. But with bolstering, Motherlode becomes a very, very dangerous dungeon because you have so many different HP pools there, especially with the Peacekeepers having so much more HP than the rest of the mobs. So you want damage dealers that are good at focus target damage, and that's just hunters again. So I think we're still going to see a lot of hunters.
Yep, and it sounds like Dratnos, you have something you want to break down from that last match with those hunters for us.
Yeah, well, so I've got a little bit of replay for us here. Really, the kind of the turning point to this match, of course, was the map rather was the wipe for the boys on Cujo there. Really brutal turn of events that came around for them, and I think that pretty much entirely, aside from that, the 2 teams would have been very much neck and neck the entire dungeon. But that wipe set back the boys just so much time, as we've already discussed many times before in the cast. Then the real point where Paint for Femme could have lost it still was that end boss pull with those 4 awakened enemies. But they were able to execute that. I wouldn't say it was perfectly cleanly, but it was cleanly enough that they were able to, use their battle reses. And that's kind of the difference between something that's going to be a wipe and something that isn't, is whether you're able to actually go and, channel that 4-second battle res. And if you can't do that, then it often quickly turns into a wipe if you can't get the person back up within the next 10 seconds or so from their death.
Yep, and Paint for Femme, they do have that one win, and now these two teams are going to be moving on to Motherload, and the affixes that we have with those are going to be Tyrannical, Bolstering, and Grievous. Jack, how do we think these teams are going to handle those affixes on this map?
I think the biggest thing is that we'll be looking a lot on the Hunters to be just lasering down Peacekeepers and trying to make sure that... I'd be interested in seeing some of the pulls as to how they're going to be keeping some of the laborers, for example, as far away as possible. Might be seeing some binding shots coming out just to quickly cleave down any of the laborers, get them away from any of the Peacekeepers, trying to split up some of those pulls, for example, because it can be really efficient to kill the Peacekeepers, but when you have to deal with bolstering on top of it, it just makes it go on for such a long period of time as well. So I think the biggest thing that we're going to be looking at is how well people are going to be able to deal with any of the thugs, any of the Peacekeepers, and which mech jockeys are going to also bring to the table. Because it's Tyrannical, so this is usually a favorable dungeon, usually Motherload and Tyrannical go really well together onto this one, but it's a lot of bolstering management and seeing how much time is wasted or gained by handling it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be all about how big these teams can pull despite the bolstering being active. You know, if teams are able to successfully pull 10, 15 mobs at once and actually execute them all at about the same time for bolstering, or if they're going to have to slow down and split up into smaller pools. And if one team tries it one way and the other team tries it the other way, we might see a cool risk-reward trade-off going on there.
Yeah, I mean, when these teams are so close, it just, like you were saying, Jack, I think during that last map, it really just comes down to they're doing anything they can to get the victory over the team that they're facing. Because like we said, these teams are really, really close. That last matchup was the difference between one wipe, basically.
And we've seen, again, this is another rematch for these teams as well, and both of them want to be in that spot pressing up against Perplexed or Method EU in terms of competition. And when we start looking at how we sort of compare a lot of these teams together, it seems like the boys in Paint for Femme have had strong starts throughout a lot of their tournament gameplay. And then you start kind of seeing the limitations of how much have they been able to practice, where it's kind of interesting before when we saw Method EU, where they kind of had a slow start in this tournament and in last week's or 2 weeks ago's tournament as well, but then they just really hit their stride later on and were crushing opponents. So I'm curious to see how far the boys and Paint for Femme can really start taking it today.
Yeah, and like you said, this is a matchup. I think it was the boys that won 2-1 against Paint for Femme. Paint for Femme was able to take one map off of them in the first EU Asia Cup, but now they're up 1-0 against the boys. Nagura, do you think this is something that they can finish out this series with a 2-0?
I mean, it's possible. I think because those two teams are so close, in my opinion, anything could really happen. It could go to a 3-game match. It could be a 2-0 for Paint for Femme. I'm not really sure how this meta load is going to go because it's bolstering, and bolstering, it's so punishing if you make any sort of mistakes. If you accidentally kill something too early and you have a huge Peacekeeper running around, finishing off your tank, so many things can go wrong here. So I think it can go either way, really. I don't want to choose.
Okay.
First team that wipes loses.
Probably. Oh, okay. That's probably a fair prediction. Well, along with that, Droughtnose and Jack, what do you guys think? Do you think Paint for Femme can pull off a 2-0, or are we going to see maybe this go to a match 3?
I think they would pull off a 2-0 only, I'd say only if the boys make a mistake onto this one. Not that one team is significantly better than another, but I think right now they have to kind of play against themselves, really, and I think the boys can more than bring it to a 3-game series. I think either team dropping into the lower bracket this early is kind of like a surprise because we know what they're capable of.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we did see the boys
for one team
get to third. So go ahead, Droughtnose.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say that, you know, for either team, you know, they're not going to be out of the tournament if they lose, but it's all of their wiggle room is going to be gone if they lose this match here, right? They're going to be in that lower bracket, facing elimination matches for the rest of the tournament, facing those unfavorable timings of the lower bracket. So there's really high stakes here in this first match. Even if these two teams, you know, even if we expect whichever team ends up losing here to succeed in the lower bracket, dropping down to that lower bracket is such a penalty that they're really playing for a lot today.
I mean, when you're in these moments where your back is sort of up against the wall and you're one game away, like boys is one loss away from getting moved down to that lower bracket, do you kind of play what you intended to do? Or are you going to be playing more bolder strategies, Droughtnose?
Yeah,
that might be the strategy. You know, I think that for the most part they're going to stick with whatever they practice in this dungeon. But the question is, how much have they practiced this dungeon, and since it wasn't a time trial dungeon, we don't really know what their 2 times are like. So we have no idea what their strategies are going to look
Absolutely.
like.
Well, we're seeing both teams start here on Motherlode. Let's see how this goes for Paint for Femme versus the boys.
That's right, and no surprise, really, we're seeing all the Peacekeepers getting activated left and right for a lot of these teams, but Paint for Femme is just absolutely blitzing through this dungeon, Nagura. It seems like they're just going up to the boss immediately here. Maybe just going for like an early checkpoint or something along those lines, or just trying to grab all of the Peacekeepers they possibly can.
Yeah, we saw a very interesting shroud skip by Paint for Femme for sure. While on the other hand, the boys, they have a huge trash pool, and they use their Bloodlust for their pool. As we see Paint for Femme just using a lot of CC and having so many Peacekeepers on top of each other. So I like this strategy because it is bolstering, but we've seen a team do this exact strat before, and it took them so long to finish off those Peacekeepers. So we'll see how long it will take Paint for Femme to finish those off.
Oh, we need to get an aerial view onto this one. I think we have 5 or 6 Peacekeepers. I can't even count. They're all so clumped together. They're just absolutely perfect for these hunters to be able to cleave everything down. And kudos to Femme as well, just being able to sustain surviving through all of the Peacekeepers, smashing into them as they are in the boss room for the coin-operated crowd pummeler right now. They're making some gigantic Peacekeepers. Run, Femme!
Okay, so they actually had very decent even damage on those Peacekeepers. I mean, some of them are really high HP, as you can see right now.
That man is
but
so
it was,
big.
Yes, but it was actually all very close to one another. So well done by them to finish up this pool almost perfectly, actually. 28% trash on the board already as they engage the first boss. While the boys, on the other hand, they used their Bloodlust for their first pull. They got 17% out of their first pull, as they just do more of a standard route on their side. Paint for Femme doing something completely out of the ordinary. I like it.
I absolutely love this, and 28% of their trash taken care of by 6 or 7 Peacekeepers. I'm trying to count the shields to find out how many of them that they racked up there, but absolutely incredible job. They activated those mech jockeys, and I guess because they aggroed all of the enemies first, like the laborers or assassins, for example, and then forced the mech jockeys to all go into the Peacekeepers. When they shadow melded, it was before the Peacekeepers activated, so once the Peacekeepers did activate, they were in combat, and I guess they didn't social aggro anything else, so they just trundled on over to the Paint for Femme side.
Bob
and
going down.
I've seen a death coming out on the side of the boys as Bob's down, and there's a massive Peacekeeper there.
I hope they can finish this off, because if they wipe here with this hugely bolstered Peacekeeper, they're gonna lose so much time. You see Red's dropping really low with 4 Grievous stacks on him. He has a hard time keeping himself alive here because of that Grievous. He's not getting hit by them, but if he goes down, Naladra also 4 Grievous stacks as he pops his defensives. There we go. They did manage to finish it off. That was so good for them to be able to finish it, because yeah, if you get any of those Peacekeepers to reset on very low HP, the amount of time you lose is immense. So well done by them to finish it off, but yeah, not very clean on their side. Again, doing one of these bolstered pulls, not getting the damage properly on all of the ads, having huge mobs, and then people just get one-shot by the Thug charge.
I think in many cases, what we're seeing out of the boys is sort of like a Mythic Plus Key Pusher's idea of how you would speedrun it. They say, okay, well, we'll just press W, walk forward, and we'll just do really good single target to be able to deal with everything. And as a result, you have to deal with thugs, you have to deal with a couple of extra mech jockeys as well with their grease guns. You have to deal with a lot of, like, extra tertiary damage, right?
Yeah.
But on the side of Paint for Femme, all they did was round up Peacekeepers that only clobber the tank, and nobody should be sitting underneath the boss and getting hit by the Charge Claw debuff as well. They shouldn't be getting hit by the cleave there. So on the side for Paint for Femme, they're really avoiding a lot of this extra damage, and I'm really excited to see how it pays off, because if they get these pulls taken care of, there shouldn't be any extra pressure on the rest of the group.
They're ramping up a big pull here as they actually put all 4 trash groups together. Now there's some CC, we saw some freezing traps come out, and some saps from the hunter as well. So they have the high HP mobs stay behind, and or the low HP mobs rather stay behind, and the high HP mobs they gathered up to AoE down to deal with the bolstering properly. So well done as they finish off this pull. This is such a high damage income in the tank, specifically on this trash pack, as Savik goes down or drops really low by one of these explosions here. But yeah, only an Earthshaper left that is pretty highly bolstered. They should be able to finish it off anyway, and it almost looks like they're just moving forward here. the amount of trash they dealt with before the first boss is very little. They only dealt with the Peacekeepers, right? So they have a lot of trash they still need to do. Interesting to see that they just choose to skip the Peacekeeper area because of this bolstering ethics.
Absolutely. I mean, it's weird to be like, oh, okay, they're about to go to the second boss. They have 42% trash done. But with Motherload, you do almost all of it before you get to the second boss. And I guess the best way to say it is that they're being extremely surgical with how they're dealing with a lot of the trash in this dungeon. And personally, I love it because while it often is the most efficient to go after mobs in the beginning, you have to deal with so much random damage and charges and grease guns onto everybody all over the place. So I love this new way of thinking for the dungeon.
I like it as well. And I mean, it's also very difficult because of the shields, as you mentioned, right? If Fem would have turned one Peacekeeper the wrong side for one of his shields, then that Peacekeeper wouldn't have gotten the damage from the Hunters, and then the damage wouldn't have been even, and then you have one guy that is bolstered really high. So it was very difficult to execute, and the way they pulled it, that alone is already difficult, right? To get the Shadow Melt out without pulling the rest of the mobs. So well done by them to get this incredibly difficult pull, just so well done by them. While on the other side, the boys, I mean, they only have 2 deaths on the board, but their strategy, as you mentioned, was more of a like high key strategy, just go pack by pack kind of. And you can see the difference, right? They're 1 boss behind at this point, and they're slightly ahead in trash, but it's only 6% in a non-fortified setting, so that shouldn't be a big deal at all.
Sure. And I think this also really well highlights what makes up a great MDI team as well, is not only having players that are able to perform well, do mechanics well, pump out lots of damage, learn to multi-class, but also people who are very inventive and have that desire to take a dungeon that we've seen for almost 2 years now and say, all right, what are we missing here? How can we do this differently? How can we start changing things up and get only the most efficient packs possible and none of this extra stuff,
Yeah. And again, a different pull by the boys. Now they pulled 2 packs together here. I really like the fact that we saw the CC come out on Pain for Femme, and sometimes we see the high HP mobs just being zapped to the side or CC'd somehow, and then you finish off the low HP mobs, and then you deal with the high HP mobs in case it's a bolstering environment. But what Pain for Fan did, they were CCing the low HP mobs, the rats, because they have a lot less HP than the rest, and then they dealt with everything else. So I really like that. Then they also just Shadow Melted off the aggro because they didn't even want to deal with the other mobs. While the boys, they just pull pack by pack, and they need to make sure they focus target the high HP mobs, which will just take you more time, right? Than to just ignore the small ones, just not even pulling them, and then you can just ignore the focus target and just nuke everything down evenly.
Without a doubt. And Pain for Femme is moving on. Half of the trash is completed, but they're moving on into the research and development wings. We never really see a lot of trash packs getting pulled in here. You have those masterminds, those casters up at the top who are going to be having either Void Globules that are going to be healing themselves. You're going to see one start tearing through the group right now that's going to be healing them up. And then you also have some of these technicians, I believe that they're called, with the force cannons that need to be stunned, that need to be shut down. Otherwise, they're going to be just knocking everybody back and dealing a ton of damage. So we've seen a couple of times where mobs have been pulled in the research and development wing, but I'd really like to start seeing more of it being used, especially when, even though it's a bolstering environment, they have that extra single target that they're able to crank out at the proper moments, and everything dying almost at exactly the same time is great to see.
Yeah, the boys on the other hand, they're doing a shroud skip here to the boss as they're on 66% now on their side. They're out of battle rests, so hopefully they don't have any deaths here to start. The pull of this boss can be slightly dangerous just because of the fixates from their Earth Ragers here, but 2 of them on the healer is good for them, as the healer of course loses the least amount of damage from having to kite those mobs. So pretty lucky by the boys, as Pain for Femme moving on, just dealing with more trash in this area, and I really like to see this, as you said, just because most of them, they have very equal HP, so this is some very nice trash to kill for bolstering.
Yeah, they had to take a little bit extra time for any of those test experiments to make sure that they weren't going to be bolstering other mobs. It took a little while for that setup there, but they're making very quick work of a lot of the other packs going onto it, and there's a ton of magic damage with like 2 or 3 blowtorches going off on Femme all at once. So in many of these cases, when we look at bringing a lot of obelisks in with the final boss. When we look at dealing with some of these larger trash pulls, so much of the pressure gets put on the tanks here to make sure they're going to be able to perform and that they're going to be able to get in the right position properly here. So love this. They're stacking all up together with the Blood of the Corruptor and having all of the eye stalks spawning exactly the same position, and they can absolutely make very quick work of it. So very well done on the side of Pain for Femme here. Their execution has been top-notch throughout this dungeon. Yeah,
and this is so important as well, just because the ads in these awakened rooms are actually bolstering as well. So they are affected by bolstering. The blood itself is not, so the awakened mob itself not, just the small ads, the tentacles, the eyes, sorry, are. So if you cleave them down evenly, you need to do a lot less damage to them because you don't bolstering them randomly. So well done as they finish them off, and they also deal with the blood now. It looks like they're also going to pull this trash back here, which has a bunch of masterminds in it as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of masterminds in this, as well as more casters that are setting up behind them. So again, we're just getting to see what these abilities are after not seeing it for a year plus.
Yeah, I think this is just a trash crew I never ever pulled on live servers, I believe. I think almost all of the live server routes are just skipping this trash bag, so it's so interesting to see these guys just not being afraid to pull this. And again, just something they do because of bolstering, because all of these mobs have very similar HP. So as long as you deal with the mechanics properly, you have enough interrupts to deal with all of those dangerous casts you need to not go out, then yeah. Look how fast they dealt with it. So well done by them, as they have 79% trash now. They have the bloodlust available, but it's very likely they're saving it for the last boss with the awakened mobs, and still 0 deaths. So super clean run by Pain for Femme.
Absolutely, and as you saw, they even dropped a fear on a couple of the ads and made sure that they didn't damage them and break that fear so that they would just avoid having any other extra bolsters onto this one. So this looks like a dungeon that they have absolutely mastered at this point, and now that they're moving on to Rixa, it just goes to show how strong of a lead that they're building, because right now, the boys and Pain for Femme are equal in trash percentage, but we are seeing Pain for Femme pulling ahead as they're already working on the boss, while the boys have to be dealing with the Blood of the Corruptor again.
Yeah, and I mean, they're slightly ahead in trash, right? But that's not going to mean much as long as the number of pulls is going to be the same for Pain for Femme. So we'll see how they deal with the trash after Rixa here. Rixa, on a tyrannical environment, can cause some issues, especially because it is Grievous. So a little bit extra pressure on the healer here. But as long as you spell reflect the debuff properly, and they also have Cloak of Shadows to deal with it, and of course Revival and just single target dispels on Mevo, they should be okay. But we've already seen some tanks struggle here, specifically just because of the amount of magic damage Rixa does.
Without a doubt, and Diffuse Magic also works to be able to remove the debuff as well, so they have a lot of tools to quickly bring her down. And you're just seeing the turtle going up there on the side of Ricky, you know, more ways to immune it, more ways to avoid having to stress the healer as well. And when we're looking at damage as well, it's always really cool to start seeing how the groups are optimizing for that single target. You know, we're seeing on the side of Miwo, for example, spending a lot of his time trying to sort of correct and trying to sort of push extra single target onto the priority, onto whatever is highest HP. We've seen tons of damage come out on other moments where we've seen, for example, big Twilight Devastation out of like tanks, or we've seen, big Way of the Cranes out of the Mistweaver to deal tons of damage. But sometimes with these dungeons and bolstering in effect, it's really about just making sure that you're not having extra bolsterings onto mobs that you don't want to. So transitioning the boss into another pull when they're making sure they're cleaving down the War Machine very rapidly just goes to show how much practice these guys have, and how sometimes a little bit less damage, but more damage in the right target, even though it's less overall, is actually a greater benefit.
Yeah, and I really like this pull here of the War Machine. I think the hunters were jumping on the right side to be able to pull this, because there's a wall that goes up in the middle of the Rixa fight to prevent this kind of thing, but they were just jumping and multi-shotting this War Machine pack on top of Femme. So well done by them to be able to just get a little bit more efficient cleave once Rixa was low HP and there was no worry of them bolstering the boss. As we move on, dealing with some more War Machine packs. Now, these packs maybe not the best packs to deal with during bolstering, just because the War Machine has a lot more HP than the rest of the mobs. But with the Hunters just having so much single target focused damage, they deal with it pretty nicely.
I really like that they're able to grab those War Machines because not only, yes, they have a lot of HP, but they're very efficient for their count, especially whenever they spawn any of those little bombs that you're seeing spawning right next to Chaya, because they'll give a little bit of extra trash percentage, and there's something that's ridiculously easy to cleave down as well, as we're just seeing every single time one of the ads spawns, they just absolutely obliterate it very quickly. So a little bit of extra trash that they'll be able to get off of the percentage, and you're seeing some very bolstered war machines, but again, they're going down all so quickly.
Yeah, and the boys, they actually managed to catch up quite a bit here as they're about to go into that obelisk as well. And I mean, they're not that far behind anymore. Of course, they have the 2 deaths, which is a 10-second difference, but outside of that, not a big difference. Looks like the boys are actually going over percentage. They're already on 100% trash while still having to deal with these awaken mobs. So they actually killed a little bit too much here.
Maybe a little bit over on that one, but also looking at like a really inefficient pull there by the boys, where they just had to pull one singular mob to be able to move past. I think it was just a face pull or something. So yeah, 2 obelisks on the side of Pain for Femme as they engage the last boss. They have the Tank Buster as well as the Caster. So a lot of work here in the Hunters to make sure that they're manipulating their pets properly to ensure that they're going to be taunting off the tank for the Tank Buster, and making sure they're getting the kicks and dodging any of the fire and any of the rockets that are going all over the place. As Seb's dropped low once again. Gotta be really careful there.
Yeah, this can actually cause lots of issues just because the boss is so immobile. It barely ever moves just because of the Gatling gun going out and all the other abilities the boss casts. And then you have the Void Weaver that constantly needs to be interrupted, as you mentioned. On the other hand, the boys are now also engaging the boss. They're dealing with 3 awaken mobs on their side, so they even have more things to pay attention to, as Miwo drops really low on Pain for Femme's side, but is able to recover.
Yeah, this is also an awkward situation for the Monk, because Miwo's really low. He's got to be able to bounce back into this one, and it looks like now that they're having some more of the rockets going out, and they're targeting the Hunters, they're getting out of the group more rapidly here. A lot of times, you were seeing those Hunters being a bit closer into the group, having rockets hit the party, and that just kind of stresses the Mistweaver quite a bit more, because they're trying to make sure they're topping everybody off, and they're trying to deal with all that consistent damage, and it's not enough targets to make use of a really good Way of the Crane, for example. 3 targets is really poor to deal with, and it's really poor to be getting good healing out of Way of the Crane, and having to just manually be healing everybody's costing them more damage, so you're kind of having to pick and choose your battles a little bit there. But they did a good job of stabilizing the group, and that's really the hardest part of the fight, is early on, especially when you have obelisks to deal with. Yeah,
I mean, the intermission phase is also it can be dangerous as well, just because this ability where the boss stomps down here does a lot of AoE damage, and then on top of that you have these Sky Scorchers, which do a lot of damage as well, and you have Grievous. So that's why you see everyone dropping so incredibly low here, while the boys on the other hand, they didn't trigger the intermission phase yet, but they dealt with the awaken mobs on their side as well. So well done by both of the teams to be able to deal with the awaken mobs on top of having to deal with the boss. So many mechanics going on at the same time, so well done both teams, as both of them also have a battle rest available in case something goes wrong, but they have to use the engineering rest, which can be hard to use in a fight like this, where constantly there are things happening, you need to move your character, so you can use it during Turtle maybe, and just use an immunity to get the battle rest back up, but outside of that it's going to be very difficult to get a rest through.
That's right, and the boys got a lot of bonus damage onto the boss before he transitioned. He usually transitions at 50%, but they had the Gatling gun go out, and they got another 9% extra damage up onto the boss. But unfortunately, this intermission takes such a long amount of time that on the side of Pain for Femme, 10% left on Mogul Razdunk's mech, as they are done with trash percentage. And Pain for Femme, we've seen it. We saw it in the first series as well, that capitalizing on the mistakes of the boys and having a really unique and very interesting strat for the Motherlode as they take game number 1. Or game number 2, excuse me.
Yeah, that is going to be a 2-0 for Paint for Femme, moving them on further into this bracket, and they will be facing Method EU later today, so definitely looking forward to that matchup. And honestly, the boys there, they're at 40% on that boss there. They did make up quite a bit of time there, I just said Drac. Dratnos or Jack, whichever wants to talk about it.
I'll go with Dratnos first.
Whoever.
Right? You pronounced his name first.
Yeah, the boys were accelerating there at the end, but it was pretty close to a flawless run from Paint for Femme there. 19 minutes bolstering Motherlode is a very fast time that is absolutely going to be competitive with Method EU when they face each other later today. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that matchup coming out later today.
It seemed like there was a couple moments throughout their dungeon where they kind of had to hit pause as well to make sure that everybody had the CDs that they needed, or to make sure they could isolate a couple of mobs for like bolstering, like we saw out of like the lab experiments, the little rats as well in the research and development wing. So there's a couple moments that seemed a little bit slower, so I'm kind of interested to see where they found that they made their own mistakes and how they could kind of optimize it even further.
Yeah, I think that with a dungeon like bolstering Motherlode, there are times where things can look slow, but if taking those 5 seconds to set up the pull and to wait for the patrols to be in the right spot and assign your damage correctly prevents extra bolstering stacks from going out, I'm sure it actually saves time in the long run to have those sorts of pauses on such a technical dungeon like that.
Yeah, and for Paint for Fem, Fem is the strategist behind the team. He's been said that he's the one that sort of creates the route for the team. And you guys touched on it a lot during that matchup. That's a really creative route on the side of Paint for Fem throughout Motherlode, Nagura.
Yeah, I think the most impressive pull was this very early Peacekeeper pull and the trash pull they did after the first boss. Just the way they utilized their CC to pull the same HP mobs together, and how they triggered the Peacekeepers without pulling any other trash pack on top of it. Just having a perfect usage of Shadow Melt, dealing with those Peacekeepers perfectly, kiting them without without having the shields spawn in the wrong direction, not bolstering anything too highly. That was just perfect bolstering management, and just a very interesting and smart route by them. So well done.
Yeah, well done indeed. And also to the boys, we definitely got to give those guys credit. That was a fairly clean run. I believe they only had 2 deaths there at the end, and like we said, they did make up quite a bit of time. And they will be moving down to the lower bracket. That's not the end for them. They're going to be playing no Snitch later on today as well, so definitely looking forward to that one as well. Moving forward, how do we think that the boys could have maybe made up some of that time? Drinos.
So I think that their route ended up looking just a little bit less fast than Paint for Femmes. It looks like that it was
big brain there.
So I think that what they can do is rather than focusing on like execution, which they looked really strong on, their damage on the boss fights even looked better than Paint for Femmes in a lot of spots. They were kind of making up time there. What they need to do, I think, is take another look at exactly what path they're taking through that bolstering dungeon and see if they can, yoink some of those strats maybe from Paint for Femme and do some of the same kind of bolstering optimizations that Paint for Femme were able to come up with, and maybe take it. That might delete a pull from them from the dungeon, which is really good.
Do what they do, but faster.
They should just
create some rats right now.
Yeah,
just do it faster.
Yeah, they should try.
If you're listening right now, the boys, just you can use that one. You can take that to the bank.
It's a freebie.
That's a free tip, yeah.
But yeah, definitely a super creative route. Do we feel like Paint for Femme would have had a lead on the boys quite as much if maybe that bolstering ethics would have been switched out for something else?
I think you'd see a lot of similar strats out of both the teams. I think Paint for Femme utilizing that strat is 100% on bolstering being out there and having to deal with a lot of the inefficiencies that the dungeon will have because the HP is so different from a lot of the mobs. I think if there wasn't any bolstering, you'd see very similar pulls. You'd see all the Unholy Death Knights they could muster, and it'd just be like, okay, well, who dies to Grease Guns or Adult Thug charges first, right?
Yeah, on the other hand, I think we've seen the boys pull off some excellent start of Motherlode runs. They've had Motherlodes that they've won entirely off the strength, I think, of their first pull being so good before. And I think bolstering largely threw a wrench in that for them. So if that weren't active, I think that would have been probably good news for them.
Yeah, Dradnos, do you have a replay that you wanted to talk about through that last map there that we saw?
Yes, let's take a look again at the first pull of the dungeon that Paint for Femme were able to pull off here. And this is a really neat trick where they activated these Peacekeepers and then they shadow melted. And when they shadow melded, they dropped combat with all of the little mobs that were around the Peacekeepers. But the jockeys were still doing their pilot casts. And when they finish those and get in those Peacekeepers, those get in like global combat with your group and they'll just run to you and not pull any of the stuff along the way. And so Paint for Fem were able to isolate like 7 Peacekeepers at once. They were still able to execute that pull with the first boss as well, which is impressive because, 7 Peacekeepers beating down on a Protection Warrior is not necessarily the safest of things. So great job by them there in that first boss room before pulling the boss. Then they ended up having to adjust their route a little bit. They went down after Azarok and pulled some mobs in the Research and Development wing that we don't usually see pulled. But I think that is another bolstering adjustment given what they were doing at the start of the dungeon. And then we saw them do 2 obelisks with the last boss in the Motherlode. Motherlode, normally pretty hostile to fighting a lot of awakened enemies with the last boss. But with their composition in particular, Beast Mastery Hunter heavy composition, they were able to minimize the threat of those enemies and handle it pretty effectively on that last boss.
Yeah, and the boys, they are going to be moving to the lower bracket. So this team, they did get third last week, the number 1, the first cup for EU and Asia. So definitely keep an eye out for them. They will be playing against No Snitch. And coming up next, we're going to have Perplexed versus Couch Pepega. So coming up next after this break, stay in touch. We'll see you soon. We just came out of that series of Paint for Fem 2-0ing the boys, and now we are moving on to Perplexed, who got second place in the first EU and Asia Cup versus Couch Pepega, a team that's technically new. However, this is 4 out of 5 of these the team members in Couch Pepega are from Buff Warrior Nerf Rogue, and this is a team that we consistently saw in the top 8 last year, so definitely looking forward to this match, Tuttles.
Yeah, I mean, because of how good Buff War Nerf Rogue / Couch Pepega was in that Asian APAC Regional Cup last time around, they also looked pretty good at Global Finals for last season's MDI. I suspect that they're probably better than a 7th seed. However, ultimately MDI and speedrunning in general just comes down to how much practice and how much time you have to put into it.
Yeah, and I don't
know if they're going to be able to battle against Perplexed with how good Perplexed looked last week, but I do suspect that Couch Pepega is probably going to put on a pretty good show here.
Yeah, and somebody was saying it before we started the broadcast today. I think that Couch Pepega was pretty close to making it in the top 8 on the first week or something along those lines.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they would have actually made it if they posted all 3 runs. I think they probably would have been about the 6th seed if they posted all 3 runs, but I don't think they completed a junkyard. So
yeah, they had the 4th best time in one of the dungeons and the 10th best time in their other dungeon that they completed. So if they put up, middling time in the 3rd dungeon, they would have easily made top 8. But yeah, it's important to remember Buff War Nerf Rogue in the last year, they were the 3rd best team in our APAC Asia region, only being behind Team D and in the first half of the season Battle for Champion, and still sometimes taking games off of those teams. So this is definitely a seasoned team. There, like Tettles, I agree. This is definitely a team that could be a lot better than their 7th seeding here.
Yeah, I don't think in this case that the seeding is something to look at for the outcome of this match. I mean, it's possible that we go to game 3 on this one. We're going to be starting off here on Atal'Dazar, and the affixes that we have are Fortified, Skittish, and Bird. As we've said, Buff Warrior Nerf Rogue, I feel like in the past they were pretty creative teams, sometimes even picking off-meta comps. What do we expect coming from this team, Nigura?
To be honest, in the time trials, they were playing a lot of meta comps, like the other teams. So we saw the Triple Hunter in King's Rest, for example. We saw a lot of Death Knights for those AoE dungeons. So I think they're going to stick to the meta mostly. I definitely would like to see some different kind of strategies come out of them, though. And we've already seen them inventing some struts last time around with Buff Warrior Nerf Rogue, so I definitely think it's a possibility that we see some really cool things coming out of them. Now, Perplexed, on the other hand, they're also one of those teams that are inventing new strats, as we've seen them being the first who kited the Awaken mobs in Freehold last time around. So I think it's going to be an interesting match between those two.
Could you kite the mobs, the Awaken mobs in this one?
In Natal, we haven't seen it yet.
We had one
no.
team.
Oh yeah,
Ethical
true.
did.
Once,
Ethical
yeah.
did last weekend.
So I suspect that probably Perplexed most likely will. I think Couch Pepega, if either of the teams were to nod, it would probably be them. I think that would be more likely.
Yep. Well, we will soon find out as the game is loading in here on Atal'Dazar. It is Perplexed versus Couch Pepega.
All right, so we're probably going to see one of those big pulls, as we've seen almost all teams do on the left side here. With both of them already using that Lightfoot potion. We see Divine Field pull everything, even the Colossus on top, as we see Couch Pepega do the same thing. Couch Pepega also using the Bloodlust for this pull.
Yeah, now something that's really interesting here, as well as we move on through the dungeon. I want to point something out. It's a skittish dungeon, and there is no Tricks of the Trade or Misdirect on the side of Perplexed, so Divine Field's going to have to get all of the aggro on his own, which, can be a problem. On top of that, I wonder how they're planning on doing some of the snapping mechanics in this instance too, because we've had very good point of views of hunters misdirecting mobs to snap to the tank, and then, of course, we see the Rezon pull where the hunters will misdirect Rezon to the tank, which will then snap the tank with all of his trash down to Rezon. I wonder how they're planning on doing that without a misdirect. It'll be interesting to see. But already right away, this first pull of the instance, the double DKs for both teams, absolutely smashing all the trash pulls that they literally pull the entire room of, and moving on up to Priestess's room already.
Yeah, and the difference, as you mentioned, with the Misdirect, we have the Hunter on Couch Pepega's side, so they definitely can do maybe some bigger snapping pulls on their side, while Perplexed does not have this option. Of course, you can still just have the tank pull everything and then snap, but of course that will just take more time, and you need a Lightfoot potion, and I'm not even sure if you can reach everything. So definitely a little bit more difficult for Perplexed. But they have the Demon Hunter, which gives you that magic damage increase, which buffs both of their Unholy DK. So they probably have more damage compared to Couch Pepega, even though Hunter may be making up for it. Not really sure, depending on how the pull is going to be. I think their comps are very similar.
Yeah, very similar in their overall damage output for sure. That was kind of weird. You saw Couch Pepega actually finishing off Voidweaver Mouth here before Perplexed did, but their tank spent a little bit of extra time before the pull just getting ready, and they actually ended up pulling the boss and all of the trash about 10 seconds later than Perplexed did. So interesting to see that from them, in these dungeons where, 10-15 seconds can be the difference between a team winning and losing. You really don't want to see teams wasting time like that. But so far already in this Atal'Dazar, not really too surprised, like we mentioned before this match started. Couch Pepega is, they're a seasoned team. They have a lot of practice in these dungeons. They already have base strategies with most of their members coming back from last year. It's not surprising to see them playing this well so far.
I think the difficulty by pulling the whole trash with the Priestess is that the bursting lines up directly with the transfusion from the boss. We saw on Perplexed side, they had all the bursting stacks, and then you had the transfusion by the boss, and it looked very, very scary. They did manage to out-heal it, but I feel like that might just be the reason why Couch Pepega chose to pull the boss a little bit later, so it just doesn't line up both of these AoE abilities. Maybe it was just too scary for them to handle. While Perplexed, one thing to note about them is that they have not used their Bloodlust yet, meaning that they probably are doing this dungeon so fast that they need to save the Bloodlust for the very last boss for the Awaken pull.
And here we see the snap down. They're opting not to snap right on top of Rezon. They're just snapping down by falling down, and then they'll pull the boss afterwards. Not as efficient, but maybe they just decided having a Demon Hunter for the extra magic damage taken debuff that they bring for the Unholy DKs is the better play. So that's kind of the main usage there of bringing that Demon Hunter. They felt that they could make this pull work without the misdirect, and it looks like they are dealing with it just fine. But another thing as well, that's just tiny problems for Couch Pepega as we see the Hunter misdirect pull come out for them, so they're able to pull Rezon quite a bit faster than we saw Perplexed pull. A little bit of problems on Priestess Alunza for Couch Pepega. They didn't kill Priestess Alunza with the second transfusion. She was still at 16% when that second transfusion cast ended, so they must have messed up maybe one or two debuffs on the first transfusion, or just not quite gotten enough boss damage in, which is weird because you'd think with a Hunter you'd get more boss damage in, but probably small little technical mistakes there from them.
Yeah, I agree. As Perplexed is pulling some of these Sky Screamers on top of Rezan now. Interesting to see that Ching is kiting the boss a little bit on their side. Maybe they just want to reposition it to get it to the stairs so they can also pull those Sky Screamers in. Because, of course, the Fixate ability from Rezan is not actually being dealt with by those teams in the MDI. They're just using their Shadow Melt to get rid of it. And you can bait the Fixate by having two players just run out of range while everyone else just stacks on top of his hitbox, and then it will be casted on one of those two players that are out, and therefore you just send the two players who have Shadow already out, and then they'll just use their ability, so the Fixate just doesn't come out at all.
Yep. So pretty much no mechanics on Rezon, just a giant patchwork boss, and they can easily pull trash on top of him and cleave it down with those double DK comps, get more boss damage out from their Fester Might trait, giving them a bunch of strength. So good to see both teams taking advantage of that, and you can see because of the Hunter misdirect snap, they were actually really able to come back. By the time they pulled this boss, by the time Couch Pepega pulled the boss, Perplexed were already at 70%. And they've already come back. Rezon's at 20% for them by the time Perplexed has pulled the boss. So they're doing a good job catching up in this dungeon right now. I'm actually really surprised. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm too surprised, but because of the history that we keep talking about, but they are definitely playing a lot better than you would expect a 7th seed team to play against the 2 seed here. We're seeing a lot of time spent for Perplexed there, sitting, waiting to gather this pull up on the side of their team. And because they're just sitting here for a solid 20 seconds, that's letting Couch Pepega back in. They must have needed cooldowns on the Warriors in order to set up this pull.
Maybe they were missing the Lightfoot potion on Divine, because that's definitely something that they definitely need to do the snapping pull. Smart going up, everyone going down, full team wipe coming in by Perplexed. This was, oh my god, this is a huge wipe. So Couch Pepega actually has the chance to come back in this dungeon, and they can be the ones winning. They have zero deaths still on their side, and they're doing the snapping pull with the Hunter, making it so much easier. We talked about this, right? Perplex does not have the misdirect, no Rogue, no Hunter. So they had to wait for the Lightfoot Potion, Divine Field doing the pull, but something went wrong and they just all went down immediately. Now Couch Pepega has the chance to come back because they have this easier way of doing those pulls because of the Hunter's misdirect.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what exactly happened there because it looks like he got in the snap position before people started doing damage. But the problem with those toxic swords is if you don't properly snap them, they can jump to the members of your team, which is what we saw happen there. And everyone just instantly died to the jumps. They didn't quite get the snap in place. And like we've mentioned, having a misdirect or tricks of the trade to instantly snap everything with no problems, with no potential failure, it just makes life so much easier. But going for the same pull a second time here, no problems this time, no toxic swords jumping around. Looks like they're going to get it down the second time around. But I mean, the major takeaway here is those 5 deaths on the board in addition to the time loss setting up that pull. And these bursting stacks are going down, but man, that was close. That was a 10 stack of bursting that almost took them out there. Yeah, I mean, that's just really unfortunate to see.
Yeah, and Couch Pepega also choosing to do this middle pack. And this looked like a very long pull by Couch Pepega, but look how much percentage they have. They are 94% now. This snapping pull that they did, they just constantly had the Hunter pull more trash on top. You constantly had the Hunter go out, misdirect more trash on top of the tank. Just keep on misdirecting. As they were done with some of the sword packs, they kept on misdirecting more, and that's why it looked like a really long pull, but they just kept on not resetting, and they had this middle pack on top. Just a very efficient pull by Couch Pepega. I really like this. As they're moving on, they only have to do the bosses now and their awaken mobs, and they will have all of the percentage that they need, while Perplexed still needs to catch up, of course, because of this huge wipe that they had. They're dealing with a trash back here as Divine actually drops really low.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting because we still haven't seen like a prevailing better strategy come out in this dungeon yet. We've seen these two particular strategies from most teams where one team will do what we just saw Perplexed do. They'll run up that staircase, pull that trash, and then they'll opt to double shadow meld this trash pack in front of Volcall. And we've seen this other strategy from the side of Couch Pepega where you'll opt to pull Breaker of Heroes into the boss, so you don't have to worry about shadow meld skipping. And you also have to worry about one less awakened mob. Now you do lose a little bit of time killing this awakened mob, as you see Perplexed is pulling Volcall beforehand, but you also don't have to pull that trash pack at the bottom of the staircase, which can be a relatively difficult trash pack, as we saw Divine Field almost going down for Perplexed on their side. But Couch Pepega is pulling Volcall probably 10 seconds after Perplexed, which is well within that 25-second extra death timer that Perplexed has on the board, so this is an incredibly close match right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is still a 25 seconds difference in favor of Couch Pepega. And if you deal with less awaken mobs in the last boss, you can just also focus more damage into the boss, meaning that you'll just kill the boss faster with less awaken mobs because you don't have to finish off the difficult ones as Perplexed probably has to do on their side.
Oh no!
Oh, the totem healed on Couch Pepega's side.
The totem healed!
No! Oh my god, this is such a huge time loss. Time waste, I would have to say, because this is something that should not happen at all in an environment like this in the MDI. This is a mechanic that we usually don't talk about just because these MDI teams are so coordinated, they can definitely deal with this mechanic. But Couch Pepega having a heal go off, meaning that all the totems heal and they have to do it all again.
That's unfortunate. I saw that first totem go to 1%. I'm like, is that dead? Is it casting? But I couldn't quite see it on our POV here. But yeah, that was like last second because the other two totems got to 1% right as it healed. So they're going to have to go through this entire set of totems again. Whereas Perplexed already has the boss down to 30%. And this is definitely Perplexed in the lead now after those totems healed. Like, yeah, that's a small mistake that you don't like to see at all.
This is such a mistake as well that you're just gonna remember forever, right? You do all of these difficult pulls and you just pull them off perfectly, steer your devs on their side, and then you mess up something like this, such a like simple mechanic. It's so unfortunate, but maybe just a miscommunication going on, maybe someone just proccing something on a totem, you never know, maybe a bunch of gushing wounds procced on a totem and they didn't manage to stop it. But yeah, unfortunate for them as Perplexed finished off Volcall now. They're doing a trash skip here. They probably are going to use their Shadow Melts to de-aggro that trash pack once they are over and started that RP that spawns the the stairs, sorry. And yeah, they saved their Bloodlust all the time for this very moment. In the end, if you look at the time now, they could have used their Bloodlust at the start and have it again now, but that's obviously not how they planned this dungeon to go, and this is why they didn't use their Bloodlust yet.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what the reasoning for that is, right? Because I could see it being something like you use your cooldowns in the first trash pack, and then you have to wait for your cooldowns for the Priestess of Lunza pull afterwards anyways, so popping Bloodlust on the pull doesn't really matter. But Swag going down for Perplexed on the top there, so that's an extra death on the board for them. They did have the Battle Rose to get him up immediately, but you have to keep in mind that it's an extra 5 seconds on the board. Couch Pepega has now finished off Volcall and will be making their way to the final boss. They do only have 2 Awakened mobs to deal with on their side, whereas we see that we have the 3 for Perplexed, and they do have the Breaker of Heroes there with no Hunter Pet Taunt, so Divine Field is going to be taking all of that damage from the Tank Buster, so you see them actually cleaving it down. Divine Field is dropping incredibly low here, sub 20%, but it looks like he's going to be able to heal back up. But if he's this low when the next Tank Buster comes out, he might go down.
This is super scary. Maybe they can have Swag taunted with his Netherwalk. Yeah, the Netherwalk is being used. I think he did taunt that very Spirit Breaker. As you can see, the debuff on Swag as well, just so Divine Field does not go down without his defensives available anymore. They only have the Blood left now, which should be okay for them to deal with. This room, you have to kite the spiders anyway, so the pools on the floor don't actually matter as much here, just because you're kiting the spiders and then you're just also automatically kiting the pools as well, and everyone is stacking up in melee anyway, so not as big of a deal, as they're probably just passively cleaving down the blood and just focusing all their damage onto Yesma. They want to deal with these adds though, as they're getting awfully close to the boss.
Yeah, but this is an incredibly close match right now, because remember, we have those 30 seconds on the board.
Yeah.
Couch Pepega is only 20% behind on the boss right now, and they've already dealt with one of their Awakened mobs. Once this blood goes down for both teams, it's a single target race on the boss with Couch Pepega only 20% behind on a fortified boss. We might see a 7th seed take a game off the 2 seed in the first game of this series. This is going to be really close.
Yeah, that's very possible. I mean, we have this Hunter damage, which is huge, consistent single target damage. And as you mentioned, the 30-second timer, this might just be the difference that it makes. And the perfect run by Couch Pepega here with the 0 deaths. Of course, it wasn't perfect because of the totems that healed, but perfect when it comes to death counters. So 30 seconds might be the time they need to finish the boss here. And Perplexed, I mean, they have a lot of single target damage though. They're maximizing the single target damage so much, as you can see with these adds, not even being focused by the soul rend here that is going out. They just kite the boss away from them, just passively cleaving them down with their eye beams from Swag Rush, as Yasma is about to go down, and then Couch Pepega will have 30 seconds to finish their boss.
All right, 30 seconds on the board. Yasma's down for Perplexed. We're going to keep an eye on Couch Pepega. They need to get through 25% of the boss in the next 20 seconds now. And this is really close. They might get a burst of single target damage here. The Bestial Wrath is up for the Hunter. He's going to be doing damage right now. The cooldowns are up for Elmo as well. This is going to be close. 10% on the board, 10 seconds left. This is going to be neck and neck. 1% per second here. Yasma's down at 4%, 3%. Come on, needs to go down. They got it.
Oh my god!
Taking game 1 off Perplexed by 2 seconds.
Wow, that is incredible. 2-second difference between those two teams. Couch Pepega pulling it off by a hair, even with that huge mistake they made on Volcall with that totem. How are they able to pull it off there, Tettles, at the last minute?
I think we're going to need admin confirmation on the time there. That was really rough. Perplexed had such a major issue. I don't even know what happened. I think Swag may have ripped Threat off Divine whenever Divine got in the snap. Maybe Divine was a little bit slow getting to that point because of like Lightfoot potions or something like that. Ah, man. Perplex really kind of threw to Couch Pepega, but okay, it is confirmed Couch Pepega did win that match. Oh, that was
by 2
something.
seconds. By 2 seconds. Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
Super incredible. I think also the fact that, I mean, you know, like you were saying, Nagura, making such a silly mistake like that isn't really something that ever happens in these competitions. That's a pretty, like, easy mechanic, and they managed to mess it up, still take that victory. How do you recover as a team mentally when you do something like that mid-dungeon?
I'm not sure how you do, because if you do a really difficult pull and something goes wrong, it happens, right? Because like any small mistake on these difficult, huge pulls that they're doing can just cause a huge team wipe going in. But then when you make such a tiny little like mistake on these totems, I think that's just an incredible mistake to recover from. But this team, they have been competing with the 4 members of Buff Warrior Nerf Rogue a lot of times already, so maybe they just used to not thinking about those kind of things, just moving on after the mistake, trying to recover, and that's what they did. And they did manage to finish off the boss before Perplexed and beating the number 2 seed. So from here on out, they just need to focus on the next game. This is an incredible motivation boost for them, I think, winning against the number 2 seed.
Absolutely. I mean, this team has been playing together for quite some time. Couch Pepega, some of the members finding themselves through LFR some time ago, I believe, in Legion, and that really just goes to show how much synergy, team synergy can help in these situations. And it sounds like, Telly, you have a little bit, Tettles, you have some insight into that last matchup.
Yeah, so basically the matchup was really neck and neck even all the way through Priestess Alunza. Then it started heating up whenever Couch Pepega was doing the very traditional Monk misdirection snap where they'll tag Razan and snap the tank to the boss. That was pretty big time-saving wise, but Perplex was already a little bit ahead just by the compositional differences. With that Demon Hunter on bursting, it allows you to be able to pull a little bit more aggressive because you know the bursting is going to come through at the exact consistent time. And then after that, you saw Perplexed have just such a major blunder with their snap. I still think Swag may have ripped Threat, and all the Sards may have come out of the snap spot is what may have wiped him. Divine may have died. It's really hard to tell what exactly happened because it happens in such a fraction of a second. Beyond that, it looked like Couch Pepega was just going to take it. But they have Bokal's Totems heal, and then at that point, it's a photo finish. It's like a literal race to the very end that is almost impossible to call. And it comes down to those 30 seconds of deaths that could have been avoided by Perplexed had they not had that full team wipe. And had Swag actually just not died on the opener to Yasma too, that also would have been the difference.
That's an oof.
Yeah, just knowing that one death is the difference between you winning and losing, that's a little unfortunate. But we're going to have to be able to see if they can, come back from it, right? We talked about this a lot last week in the mental game of, oh yeah, you know what? We messed that dungeon up, but we should be the better team. We're the 2 seed. We can come back and play better in this next dungeon. We'll see how they can play here.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the team we're used to seeing. Like, Perplex is the team that pulled off that crazy kiting with the Awakening strategies on Freehold in the first EU Asia Cup. This is usually a very clean and precise team, especially to be able to pull off such a risky strategy like that. And we are going to be moving on to Motherload, it looks like. So the affixes on this one are Tyrannical, Bolstering, and Grievous. Wait, I'm not, this is not what Motherload, hold on.
Workshop.
Workshop, thank you, sorry. So Workshop, and that's Fortified, Teaming, and Quaking. So looking at these affixes, Nagura, what do we think we're going to see coming with these teams, maybe some strategies that we want to clean up looking at that next map here?
Well, we've seen a Workshop being played before by the boys in Pain for Femme, and they've been running this triple hunter composition, as we've seen also in King's Rest and the Time Trials. So I do believe, since both of these teams also played the triple hunter in King's Rest, it's very possible that they'll just play the triple hunter in Workshop as well. King's Rest Workshop, is just a dungeon where everything is kind of straightforward. Very, very similar to King's Rest, where there's not that many different kind of pulls that you can do with the trash. You just need to go from boss to boss, and almost all the teams have done the same pull so far. But we've also seen lots of teams have problems with Kujo, having full team wipes going in there, and we've seen teams fully wipe on the Awakened pull on the last boss. So I think for this very specific dungeon, it's just very important that you have a 100% clean run and don't make any mistakes. And both of these teams made mistakes in Atal, so we'll see how they do here.
Yeah, I mean, is there even really room for a different sort of strategy with Workshop? Like, even with the obelisks?
I mean, since it is teaming, there is some things that you can pull a little bit differently, but ultimately, there's only room for you to, like, really skip one pull, and it just happens to be that final 5-pack of trash that sits right in front of King Mechagon because of how deadly it is. Ultimately, there's not too much difference in strategies. You really want to see the teams be able to pull off, like, pulling all of the trash near Kujo and try to optimize that pull as quickly as possible. That's going to be, like, a pretty big breaking point. And then just kind of how quickly they're being able to deal with the bridge all the way up to King Mechagon and then getting King Mechagon pulled. Those are the two pretty pivotal points, I think, in the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw Bob struggling on that section. Was it in that last one? It can be maybe a bit of a time sucker. So we'll definitely see how these teams shape up here on Workshop. They are loaded in, ready to go. Couch Pepega up 1 against Perplexed.
And here we are, the triple hunter composition coming out of both teams, as we've seen before as well. Now, here at this very start, nothing too crazy that can go differently between the two teams, as all they have to do is pull this trash and then the bosses will spawn.
Yep, they just gotta cleave it down with the hammer. It looks like we're getting in position for that on the side of Perplexed right now, whereas Couch Pepega's already dealt with the trash. It's already dead. They just started the RP probably 10 seconds ahead of Perplexed, so already a very small lead for Couch Pepega before the first boss is even pulled. And really that kind of comes down to RNG. Sometimes those tonks like to cast right when you pull them, and you just get unlucky with that. Looks like it was a little bit of RNG in the favor of Couch Pepega. But this is going to be an interesting matchup. You know, there's no real differences in their comp right now. The triple hunter for both teams with the same exact comp for tanks and healing. It's going to come down to pure execution of their strategy. I think the best strategy has already been figured out for the most part for this dungeon. Something that I'm looking forward to, though, is quaking affix on Cujo. Because if you get that quaking right when the flame, what's it called? The flames from Cujo come out, you could just get one shot. But already trouble for Couch Pepega as Elmo goes down on the first boss here.
Yeah, so we saw them going a little bit too close to that edge. If you go too close to the edge, it will just knock you away. And I'm not really sure what happened to Elmo, if he got hit by the hammer or not, but definitely some problems for them. Also seems like they don't want to use their battle rush just because it's only the platinum pummeler alive, and that one just doesn't really need any additional damage, as he just removed the plating with the hammer and then it just kind of goes down, and that's why they choose to not use their battle rush. But yeah, this is time loss for them, as they also didn't commit their bloodlust, while Perplexed did use their bloodlust on this boss.
Yep, and good usage of that hammer means that they killed the boss at the exact same time as Perplexed anyways, so definitely didn't need to commit the battle res to it. And like you mentioned, saving the bloodlust is a big deal. They have that for this Cujo pull that we see a lot of teams go for, especially when you like to pull a bunch of trash on top of the boss. Can be incredibly dangerous. We've seen a lot of team wipes in that particular part of the dungeon, so having bloodlust available is a big advantage for this team. And we'll have to see whether or not either of these teams are able to pull it off cleanly. Now, it's important to mention we did have a bug fix in the past week where Cujo will now make sure that he finds a target available for the crate to drop, so we're not going to have any of those problems ever again. Hopefully, fingers crossed. And we'll see that right here.
You ever hear about caster curse, Sarah?
No, what do you? That never happens. That never happens. I don't know who says caster curses are a thing, but they definitely aren't. Another death though, as
so we see
as
another death
down.
going in on Couch Pepega. Unfortunately, looked like his turtle either ran out too early, or he popped it too late, as these living waste they explode on death, and that's why all of the hunters use their turtle. As you can see, all 6 hunters have their turtle on cooldown. Now, none of the... Actually, now Cujo is being engaged on Couch Pepega's side, while Perplexed seems to just nuke down some of this trash first before they engage. So, interesting to see that Couch Pepega can actually deal with this, because they have the Bloodlust available on their side.
Oh, another death as they're going down. Looks like he went down to that frontal from the tank guy, the waste processing units. So not exactly the best execution again from Couch Pepega here as he goes down. Now they do still have a slight advantage, and they still do have the battle res available should they choose to use it, but I have a feeling that they're probably not going to use it until all of the trash is dead, and maybe until after the next Roaring Flames cast from Cujo. Just because of timing issues, you want to make sure that... Oh, never mind. Unstable temporal device is being activated by Tom on the left there. Venting Flames is coming out. Probably not going to take the res right away. Going to wait till after the cast to take it, and they'll have him up alive. But in that time, Perplexed has caught and passed up Couch Pepega on Cujo's health.
Yeah, and I mean, even if they didn't have any big losses with the 3 deaths they had so far, it's still the 15 seconds on the timer. And we said this is just a dungeon where you can't really have any sort of innovative strategies, just because it's such a straightforward dungeon. There's not much you can do to make your strategy faster compared to the other team. So you just need to execute everything better. And it's just about damage and execution compared to strategies like in some other dungeons where you can really make up a lot of time by just pulling differently. So the 3 deaths really matter a lot here in Workshop. So they want to make sure that they execute everything perfectly from here on out, as they also have no more battle rests available in case something goes wrong. Perplexed down in Cujo now. They already moved the boss to this exit area just to not waste any time when the boss goes down.
It's important to mention that one of the reasons hunters are particularly good for this boss in general is that they're sort of abusing an aggro reset that you can do on this boss. One of the more dangerous abilities that Kujo will do is that explosive leap where he'll target multiple members of the group and he'll jump to each member of the group. Now, he'll always jump to the person furthest away from him, and if the person who gets jumped to drops combat via either feigned death, shadow meld, or vanish from a rogue, he just won't jump to anyone else afterwards. So one of the hunters is running as far away from the boss as possible, popping feign death after he starts to jump, and then he won't hit anyone else with the explosive leap cast. Just another little manipulation that you can do when you run this comp in this dungeon, and both teams pulled it off pretty well. No real problems from the explosive leap. Now, it's important to mention that Perplexed is a pretty solid bit ahead now at this point. They've killed Kujo probably about 20-25 seconds before Couch Pepega has, and on top of that they have the 15-second advantage from the 3 deaths on the board on the side of Couch Pepega as well. So Perplexed firmly in the driver's seat at this point in the dungeon.
Yeah, definitely all eyes on them for now. This pull here, not very difficult to handle as long as you just make sure you finish up the robot that does the AoE first so you don't get the AoE twice. This short out, as you just see it happening right here, dropping the group very low. Just want to make sure you don't have 2 of those casts going out, but with the amount of damage they have with these triple hunters, shouldn't be a problem at all. And then afterwards, the next thing we want to pay attention to is the next boss pull, where almost all of the teams we've seen so far, they pulled the trash pack that is in front of that boss, in front of the third boss on top, and that's just a very dangerous pull to do, just because there's so much damage coming in from the boss already, and then you have quaking and you have all the trash mechanics as well. So we just want to make sure that these teams execute this properly, and if Perplexed has any sort of mistakes there while Couch Pepega doesn't, that's definitely the chance for them to catch up again.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's definitely a lot of breaking points left in this dungeon where they can mess up, especially if one of the teams tries to go for that RP skip and not pull this obelisk. It looks like Perplexed is doing the obelisk, so they don't have to worry about anybody accidentally getting hit by one of those patrolling robots. But they will have to get mouth ear kicks here, and as we've said before, with triple hunters, you can't exactly get every single one of Void Weaver mouth ears kicks. So we might see some line of sight plays from them here as they run around the corner, just so they don't have to worry about those casts, or they might just DPS it down as well on the way.
Yeah, so one thing I want to mention here, while this mini boss on Couch Pepega side is doing this discharge, which is the AoE with the safe zone where you have to run to, earlier we saw Pain for Femmes hunters outrange it, and I thought it's a little bit weird just because hunters, they don't lose damage while moving anyway, so I thought it's a bit weird that they outrange it. But now I realize why. It's because it's quaking, and with quaking, and you have to be in this very small area here to dodge the AoE, it might cause some issues, and you might just get one of the quakings on top of the tank, and maybe go slow, and that's why they just have the hunters outrange it. I really like that by Pain for Femme.
Yeah, it's just a super clean play, and it makes for a solid time save for them. But they are going for this big pull with the trash into Head Machinist Sparkflux. Don't have the Bloodlust available, but no teams usually do here. They save it for the last boss anyways. We're going to see a lot of beast cleaving coming out here, and they should be able to deal with this pretty clean. Divine Field purely has threat on everything, and it's all getting slowly cleaved down by those hunters.
Yeah, so one issue here in this trash pack can be the debuffs that go out, the magic debuffs. They can be dispelled by Smog, and they can also be revivaled off. But as soon as you run out of dispels and as soon as you run out of revival, then you need to just out-heal that debuff. As you see, one of them just was on Swag Shot before it got dispelled. So that's one thing that can cause some problems on top of just all the other damage that is going on in this fight. I mean, theoretically there is no other damage in this fight as long as you avoid everything, but it can be very difficult to avoid everything when there's just so many things going on at the same time.
Yeah, and what better DPS class to dodge all the mechanics than with Hunter, who loses absolutely no damage from moving. They can just kite around and their pet does everything for them. Now, of course, as you go further on into the fight, more and more gears spawn, more and more of those orange circles spawn, so it's harder to dodge everything, so people will start taking damage, but Zamok has gone down. They'll have to get him up. They have no way of getting to him because of those flame bits. Actually, there are 2 hunters in that same high slice as him, but they'll have to wait for the flame bits to go away in order to get him up. Or they just might opt to not res him at all, because like we've mentioned, most of the damage is avoidable damage here, and they're going to go ahead and finish off the boss before they even need to think about using their battle res. So not that big of a deal. It is 5 seconds on the board for the death, but he is able to release here once they're out of combat with the boss, which they are now, and they'll move on with the dungeon.
Yeah, one really good thing about Workshop is that you actually have good checkpoints for releasing, not like some other dungeons like Shrine, for example, where you spawn at the entrance almost all the time. But in this dungeon, you have a lot of checkpoints, so Smog just immediately releasing as soon as the boss goes down, because the checkpoint is right there as soon as you kill a boss. So well done by them, as Wolf Disc unfortunately got hit by one of these sonic pulses, but he is alive, and nothing too bad going on, as they also dragged this mob to the next pull. I like it. They dragged some of the mobs that they succeed during the last boss fight on top of these tanks to make it a little bit more of an efficient pull.
Well, the thing to remember is that hunters have access to the rapid reload trait, which whenever you hit 3 targets with your multi-shot, it reduces the cooldown of all of your aspects by 1 second, so their turtles come off cooldown faster, and more importantly, Aspect of the Wild, which is their main DPS cooldown, gets off cooldown more quickly. So I like that. That's an interesting small little play from them that might not seem like a big deal in the grand scheme of things, but if you look at that little leaf cooldown on the far right underneath Ashine and Swagshot, Aspect of the Wild is coming off cooldown in about 5 seconds for both of those players, so they'll have it up for this pull because of that one small play change that they made. That's, pretty cool on the fly changes from them.
Yeah, I really like those small little things, especially in a dungeon where you can't really change your strategy all too much, as we've mentioned a lot about this very specific dungeon. So just these small little changes, that's something we've talked about Method EU doing a lot. Method EU just had maybe one small thing they were doing differently to the rest, and it maybe only saved them 2 or 3 seconds, but in the grand scheme of things, it just really matters, and it just adds up. So I like seeing those things happen also by Perplexed on their side, as they actually dropped really low dealing with this trash back here, but they should be able to recover here as Divine Field managed to jump into that bubble to get the damage reduction.
Well, there's a lot of damage going out here, right? If you're not inside one of those damage reduction bubbles, you're going to take a lot of damage from those defense bots, ground slam ability that they do, but they're going to get through it just fine, no problem, no deaths on the board, and they'll go ahead and skip past this trash with all of their feigned deaths and shadow modes that they have available, and move on to the final boss, which will be the end of the dungeon here if they're able to pull it off. They do have their Bloodlust available, and they are going for, if I'm not mistaken, a triple obelisk with the boss pull. Yep, you see all 3 of those obelisks there, and they're going to go ahead and just pop their Bloodlust here and try to cleave down these awakened mobs before they get too much to handle for Divine Field.
Yeah, so it looks like all of the hunters are actually stacking up on top of the tank here, or most of them at least. I like this strategy just because not only are you baiting the sparks to the same spot, but you also bait the pools, because not only do the pools spawn underneath the blood, but they also spawn underneath players as well. So having those pools just be contained in one spot, it just makes you have so much more room in the rest of the fight, especially because this platform is just not very big. We also see the hunters, of course, using their defensives on their pets to be able to taunt that Spirit Breaker, so Divine Field does not have to deal with it. Divine Field still also has Shield Wall available in case some of these Spirit Breakers does go on him, so well done by them so far, as you can see some of the pets just being rest back up after they died.
Yep, Swagshot's still very low to that zap debuff. You can see he's going to keep dropping low a little bit, but he'll get a little bit of love from Smog there in the form of heals. But there's not that much damage going out here other than those zaps, so as long as that debuff is healed up, they should be fine. Both the Blood of the Corruptor and the Fear Mob are down. Only the Tank Buster is left. Of course, not that big of a deal because they can taunt those Spirit Breakers like we keep mentioning. And once that down, it's just a single target fortified boss encounter, which hunters are very good at dealing with. Couch Pepega is now just getting to the final boss in Workshop, but they are significantly behind. They still have the triple awakened mobs to deal with. Now, they do have their Bloodlust popped, but they have a lot of work to do in order to catch up here, which, let's be honest, on a fortified boss, it would take a wipe from Perplexed for Couch Pepega to take this dungeon at this point.
Yeah, most definitely. And in the second phase here of this boss, on a fortified setting, I doubt something goes wrong. Now, we saw one death already earlier for Pain for Femme, as one of the hunters was too close to this magnetic arm, so that's definitely something that can go wrong. But Couch Pepega has a much more difficult task on their side, as they have to deal with these awakened mobs. And yeah, we just talked about how difficult these awakened mobs can be, and as soon as you have a wipe on the last boss, you have to deal with all of the awakened mobs again. Even if you manage to finish them off the last try, they will just respawn because they're bound to this last boss. So as long as the last boss is not down, they will always respawn. So wiping their huge time loss. As Perplexed, they are on Omega Buster now, 55%, and the boss is just melting with the amount of damage they have coming out of these hunters.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just absolutely face melting this boss right now with those BM Hunter single target damage. I mean, this has been absolutely ridiculous with the amount of crit that they have at this point. They have almost 90% uptime on a ridiculous agility buff just because of the crit that they have. So yeah, they do a lot of damage, and this fortified boss is being made quick work of, as Omega Buster's now down below 10%, and once he goes down, King Mechagon himself will be really upset and jump to the middle of the room, but he'll probably be dead by about the time he gets there anyway, and we're going to see Perplexed take this to a game 3 with a, relatively clean workshop after the early mistakes in Atal'Dazar.
Yeah, definitely clean. Only one death on the board from Perplexed, so that is going to be tying them up 1-1. Perplexed versus Couch Pepega, and there were 3 deaths from the side of Couch Pepega, and that only ended up in a 10-second difference. Was that the determining factor for Perplexed's win here?
I mean, ultimately, it wasn't necessarily just the 15 seconds worth of deaths that Couch Pepega had. Couch Pepega's strategies for the first half of the dungeon were really good, but then I feel like they just started falling behind in damage. Maybe they have people who just aren't that comfortable with a triple hunter comp. That honestly very well may be it. Their strategies for how they did Cujo and how they were doing Platinum Pummeler and No Mercy absolutely should have won them the match. But they just weren't clean enough on that, so it should have set them even with Perplexed. But then they just started falling behind in the points where you just need more DPS, and ultimately they were just a little bit behind, I felt like, in damage.
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw Workshop earlier today, they were also playing triple BM Hunter on both sides. Zyro, is there another approach that these teams could take to this dungeon if they're maybe not so comfortable on that 3 BM Hunter composition?
We did see a lot of Fire Mage being played on this from the North American Cup last weekend, but really this dungeon comes down to, Hunter's just so useful for a lot of different aspects of this dungeon. We talked about it a little bit, being able to reset a lot of the damage and take on Cujo with Feigned Death. Just in general, Hunter has really consistent overall damage, so, and on top of that, it's not really a difficult spec to play. Anybody who's actually messed around with Beast Mastery Hunter on live at all knows that there are really only 3 or 4 buttons that you have to hit, so I would be really surprised if there was actually a comfortability playing Hunter, especially with the fact that you don't really get punished playing Hunter. You can do all of your damage consistently all the time while moving. I would say it's probably more familiarity with the dungeon problem is what it looked like from Couch Pepega, because you have to remember Mechagon still is a relatively new dungeon. It's new to the MDI this season, so even though they're a returning team from last year, they don't really have a built-upon strategy that they can work on. And they weren't in our MDI Cup in the first Cup 2 weeks ago as well, so they didn't have a strategy for then too. So I think that's what I'd chalk it up to for Couch Pepega. They just didn't look as practiced here.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess we'll have to watch these teams as we move further into the season here on Workshop. And Tuttles, it sounds like you have a clip you'd like to talk about.
Yes, so we have a pretty good replay about this. So Couch Pepega does 2 very interesting things, even though that they got kind of punished for it. So the first and foremost is how they were dealing with Platinum Pummeler and No Mercy. So whenever you use player models to activate the hammer, it makes the hammer do increased damage. They end up using most of their hammer strikes on a lot of their hammer strikes on the Platinum Pummeler and on No Mercy to be able to take it down. To the point where Az goes down on the first boss, and Perplexed and Couch Pepega still kill that boss within 2 seconds of one another, while Couch Pepega has one less person. That's a really good strategy from them. In addition to that, then they pull all the waste processing units into Cujo, where Perplexed takes something of a little bit more careful approach. Couch Pepega's strategy for those waste processing units looked very scary, and ultimately Az ends up going down again. They actually do have a battle res for him, so they shouldn't have been punished as much. And then ultimately Perplexed just kind of started to build a lead based off just being able to be, like Zyra was saying, maybe it's a little bit comfort, maybe it's comfort, maybe it's more DPS, maybe it's a mixture of both. It's hard to really say. But ultimately, Perplexed did start to slowly start building a lead because of how they were taking the back half of the instance and take that dungeon. The reason that I actually thought that Couch Pepega was a little bit less comfortable on the Triple Hunter is that Tomboy and Elmo are both very well... they're pretty good at melee DPS classes generally, so it kind of caught me off guard that I don't know, I just felt like they weren't playing Hunter to the same level as a Shine and Swag were playing Hunter.
Well, I mean, it makes sense if you're used to playing melee and then all of a sudden you're playing a BM Hunter. It is going to be a little bit different in terms of positioning.
You can play BM Hunter like a melee and just run around in melee. I mean, you don't lose any damage
yeah,
doing
also
so.
True.
I mean, usually when you talk about the difference between ranged and melee, the usual bit is that ranged players can't play melee because they're used to sitting out in ranged and being able to see everything. And once you're in melee, you're kind of up in the boss's face and you develop tunnel vision. Usually melee players swapping to ranged is pretty easy, right? You have better awareness.
Maybe it's just difficult for me
I don't know.
whenever I try and play range.
I am just the biggest couch Pepega whenever I have to swap to melee, and I will get hit by every single frontal, and thus I'm making a Beastmaster. Yeah, I made a Beastmaster Hunter because I got hit by multiple frontals in Warcraft Manor. It tilted me.
Yeah, did you ever try playing melee in Maw Souls?
Oh yeah,
That
I
was
like that a
awful.
lot.
No, I would not be as stupid
That
enough
was
to play
terrible.
that.
That was just a terrible dungeon, period. I know.
No.
I didn't mind that dungeon.
It was pretty, but that's the only thing I really liked about it. But anyways, we are going to be moving on to King's Rest, and the affixes we're going to be looking at are Tyrannical, Quaking, and Bolstering. And given that these teams are so neck and neck so far in this series, we are 1-1. Nagura, how are these teams going to be looking to get the edge over their competition?
Okay, so I mean, obviously Perplexed are the favorites here in this matchup just because they're the number 2 seed and Couch Pepega is the number 7 seed. This is their first tournament here in the Awakened season, while Perplexed already participated last time around. So in the end, Perplexed should be winning this next game, this number 3 game, as it is also a time trial map. It's King's Rest. They got a 20-minute time there, while Couch Pepega had 24 minutes. So number 2 versus number 8 in the time trials. So as long as everything goes well and Perplexed doesn't make any huge mistakes, it should be their game. But we've already seen them make mistakes, especially in this Atal. So in the end, if they make a mistake and it costs them a lot of time, like we've already seen Mdi Eu make a mistake here in King's Rest, then it can definitely also just go to Couch Pepega, and that will be a huge upset.
Yeah. What about you, Tuttles and Zyro? Do you guys think that it's going to be Perplexed win here?
So, Couch Pepega had a 24:56 in KR, which makes me suspect that their best time included a wipe, because that's a pretty long time, especially for a team of their caliber. Where the time of 20 minutes and 14 seconds for Perplexed is effectively a perfect run, more likely than not. So I suspect that Perplexed is probably going to be a little bit more consistent with their strategies that they're doing in King's Rest, but with it being bolstering, really anything could happen. I definitely would be foolish to not give the edge to Perplexed, but it would be interesting to see an upset.
What about you, Zyra? What do you think?
Well, I'm trying to go back through our previous cups last year to take a look at Buff Warner Frog's King's Rest runs, but unfortunately there's not that much data. I agree with what Tuttle said. It's probably a perfect run for Perplexed in time trials versus some somewhat scuffed run for Buff Warner Frog. Here we go. I have one run from that. They had a 22-minute King's Rest at some point last
Weren't
year.
they running like
cups,
Fury Warrior in King's Rest?
Yeah, they were running. This was back when they were running double Rogue Monk. So yeah, Buff Warner Frog does have a pretty good. Couch Pepega did have some pretty good King's Rest runs last year when they were Buff Warner Frog. So they do have a pretty good foundation to work from. So I suspect, similar to what we were talking about from some of the teams in North America last weekend, I suspect that Buff Warner Frog's potential high-end King's Rest time is a lot better than what we saw from them in time trials. I don't know if it's going to approach that low 20-minute time that we see from Perplexed, though. So if we do get a perfect run for Perplexed, I think they're going to take this map, but I think we could be surprised by Couch Pepega as well here.
Well, Zyro, the way that we can be surprised by Couch Pepega is if people spam _couch_ and _ in chat.
What does
What does that even look
confused.
like?
It's an emote.
Oh,
it's a couch.
It's just a couch and a lamp.
It's a couch and a lamp.
I don't know what I expected.
All right, well, hopefully Couch Pepega has the chat on their side for this one. Personally, I feel like it's anyone's game, especially given how, like you guys were saying, Mdi Eu did kind of fall apart here on this map, King's Rest, and, we've seen a little bit of some difficulties coming out of Perplexed. So, I mean, we are tied up 1-1. This is a best-of-3 series, so at this point, it should be an interesting series coming up here. Let's talk about their compositions. Do we want to talk about those and see how they're going to be utilizing those BM hunters coming up on this map?
Yeah, they're just going to utilize that damage from the BM hunters and just, do a lot of damage.
Do a lot of damage. All right, well, let's see those BM hunters do a lot of damage. It is 1-1 Perplexed versus Couch Pepega on match point.
Yeah, so we're in King's Rest, and to be expected, to be honest. We see the 6 hunters here, the exact same comp being run by them also in the time trial, so no surprises here. As to deal with these minions of Soul, now these minions, you gotta be a little bit careful with them because they actually do apply bolstering, so you want to make sure you don't bolster them up, and if you do bolster them, you want to make sure you somehow drop the aggro, because you don't want to fight them if they have all these bolstering stacks from the minions.
Yeah, that's definitely different from what we normally see, right? But that's just, yeah, like you mentioned, they're getting rid of the bolstering possibility right away here. Whereas Couch Pepega has just gone all in right away on this first major pull here. You can see Jing is already going and kiting around this circle here to not take too much damage, but they're going to have to make sure that their bolstering management is perfect here. Too much bolstering stacks on one of those champions means Jing is not going to be able to take any melees from them whatsoever. So he's going to keep kiting as much as possible here. This is incredibly dangerous. We'll see if they're able to deal with the bolstering perfectly here.
Yeah, this is such a huge problem because these mobs also have all different kinds of HP, and theoretically you just want to focus on the Witch Doctors because they're the most dangerous ones with the Deathly Chill cast and the Shadowbolt Volley cast that needs to be interrupted. You just run out of interrupts, especially because the Hunters have a little bit of a longer CD on interrupt compared to like a melee comp. So can cause so many problems here as you see these warriors here so bolstered up. Now thankfully the hunters can just stay away and they can avoid those tornadoes because these warriors spawn tornadoes. If you get hit by them, they leave behind a pretty nasty dot that's a lot of damage, especially with the bolstering stacks. So thankfully the hunters can just stay away and should not be getting hit by those.
But you can already see the difference in strategy here coming out from both teams. Perplexed has done a much better job of dealing with this trash. There was a lot less kiting coming out from Divine Field, and even though Couch Pepega pulled that trash pack first, Perplexed probably killed it about 10 or 15 seconds faster than Couch Pepega did. They just had a much better job with their tank doing damage and the kiting that was going on. There was a lot less damage needed from them as well because of the way they dealt with bolstering. So just better execution from Perplexed, and they're pulling the boss a lot quicker than we're seeing from Couch Pepega. Now also we're seeing a similar strategy come out. Their healer does go and pull those 2 animated guardians on top of the boss. This is incredibly good once again for the hunter with that 3 target rapid reload resetting, which means their aspect of the wild is going to be up all the time. So we're just going to see a massive amount of single target damage on the Golden Serpent from all 6 of these Beast Mastery hunters.
Yeah, one difference to note as well is the Bloodlust usage. Now Perplexed used their Bloodlust for the boss here, the Golden Serpent. They saved it all the way until the boss pull. Couch Pepega, on the other hand, they used their Bloodlust for this huge trash pull they did earlier. So interesting to see the difference. It is a tyrannical environment, so both of it makes sense. Makes sense to use it for the boss, but also makes sense to use it for a huge trash pull. So we'll see Loda actually going down, unfortunately, for Couch Pepega's side. They're going to have to use one of those engineering rests to get him back up.
Yeah, just more problems for Couch Pepega. They've had these random single-player deaths on bosses in both the previous dungeon and workshop as well as this King's Rest. Not exactly what you want to see there. And your healer going down to that Spit Gold debuff is kind of weird because usually you'd think that they could heal themselves. You see him having to commit the Monk Bubble to Elmo there with that Spit Gold debuff, so he's having a little bit of trouble dealing with that single-target healing. Not quite what you want to see. But Wolf Disco also going down for Perplexed. These healers are having issues here.
Yeah, I mean, it is a tyrannical environment, so, and hunters, I mean, we've been talking about this the last time as well. They do have defensive abilities, but at some point, if you run out of, if you don't have Turtle ready, if you don't have Acceleration ready, and you don't have maybe Shadow Man ready, then at some point you just don't have any defensives anymore outside of your health pot. And some other classes just have so many more self-healing abilities, like a Demon Hunter with constantly getting less magic damage, constantly leeching themselves up. So some problems just because the Hunters maybe don't have as much self-healing as some other classes do. And Tomboy also going down on Couch Pepega's side. Without a Battle Rest available, they'll have to 4-man this boss.
Yep, and another random hunter death from Tomboy there. Just a lot of single target damage going out here. Not quite what you want to see, unfortunately. And even though Perplexed pulled the boss later than Couch Pepega, they have killed the boss first because they were able to keep their DPS alive most of the time with that one death from Wolf Disco. They are on now to this trash pull, and yeah, I mean this section of the dungeon is going to be pretty much on rails here, but a little bit of a nicer time here for Perplexed here, as Mock doesn't have to worry about the Shadow of Zul ads like we were talking about earlier. He can just go pull the Guardians. Whereas I'm interested to see what Couch Pepega is going to do, because they do still have the Shadow of Zul ads, I believe, to deal with at the start of the dungeon, whereas Perplexed doesn't, so it should be a little bit easier for them to pull those.
Yeah, it definitely looked like Perplexed is slower at the start, but just because of these minions, as you mentioned. So now Lota is away, but we also see the Hunter being away, so I assume... okay, so interesting. Now we have the Lota POV. Nice to see what he does. He had a perfect Rin going down. Looks like he's just DPSing them down himself. Unfortunately, didn't manage as he gets one fear going in. And yeah, this is a little bit of a time loss for them, as Lota has to deal with these shadow minions himself. Hopefully they can deal with the minions before they go too close, because if they come too close, they will bolster this King trash back here.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Maybe they're going to try to finish off this trash pack or get it relatively low, and then once the Shadow Ads come in, they'll just let them proc while the animated Guardians are still out of range. That's the ideal comp, but you just see the Binding Shot come out. They need to deal with those minions quickly before worrying about bolstering the animated Guardians, and they're going to do it right now. They're just going to run straight into the minions. Now, it looks like the animated Guardians were out of bolstering range, so they didn't get the bolstering stacks, which is exactly what they planned on doing. And yeah, I mean, you can see... This is something they've practiced. That was close, but they executed it well enough to where they didn't get the bolstering stacks, which was the main objective there. So they were able to deal with it without having to worry about that at all.
Yeah, so now we see them just wait for the next gauntlet to spawn. Here in the tournament realms, the gauntlet is not random, so it always starts with the top left pack, and then it goes counterclockwise. So those teams know exactly which pack is going to be next. We also see the King cast this lightning channel here, which unfortunately with these triple hunter comps, there's not many abilities they have to interrupt this. They have the Ring of Peace, but it looked like Lota needed the Ring of Peace to deal with the Guardians so they don't get bolstered by the minions, and therefore they didn't have the ring available to get rid of this or to interrupt this lightning cast.
Yeah, that's interesting that they don't have that available. Not quite what you want to see, but there's not really a whole lot to talk about at this point in the dungeon. These guys are just on rails at this point. They're making sure they get through these predetermined trash packs. Of course, got to remember on the tournament realm, this does go in a set order. There's no RNG to it, so they know exactly which order it's going to be. It's in a counterclockwise order around the room. So at this point, Perplexed is on the final set of this trash, and Pepega is just now dealing with the second to last version. So Perplexed has a pretty solid lead here, pretty huge advantage for them coming out of this room.
Definitely, and I mean, even though it looked like they were slower at the start, it really seems like the way they dealt with the minions just was so worth it by them to be able to get them dealt with immediately, even though they had to use their Shadow Meld to de-aggro those bolstered Guardians, but it was still just much faster and less riskier as well compared to Pepega's strat when they almost bolstered the Guardians on their side. Now we'll see how they deal with these fluids here, as the fluids of course also bolster, and you want to make sure that you don't bolster these constructs because they have a lot more HP than them, but it looks like they definitely have a lot of single target focus damage with this Hunter comp, of course.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can just hit multi-shot every 4 seconds, keep Beast Cleave up, and focus most of your single target damage into the construct, and that's what we're seeing them do exactly right here, with good kiting on the embalming fluids as well. And of course, because the embalming fluids spew out that green goo at ranged players, and hunters can do all of their damage on the move, it's complete. There's no damage loss for them at all. They can just keep going, keep DPSing, no major issue whatsoever, and they're going to deal with this room nice and clean. Now, of course, we're used to seeing teams just pull all of this trash with the boss, but of course you can't do that on bolstering because you don't want to bolster the boss 20 times because there's absolutely no way you'd kill a 20 bolstered boss. So they have to go through this room a little bit slower than we'd normally see on a non-bolstering affix, but, you know, that's just the name of the game. Different affixes make you play the game differently based off of the way the dungeon's set up.
Yeah, the only other way, I mean, you could maybe do this whole room in one pull though, but that would be so much more difficult. You have two constructs, you have so many droplets. Maybe some team is able to pull it off to get a little bit of a time edge compared to another team, but it's super risky because if you mismatch that bolstering a little bit, it's going to cost you so much time, especially because it's very similar to Sanguine even. If you just don't kill the mobs at the same time, or you get a bunch of bolstering stacks on the droplets or in the fluids, the amount of time you lose, even if you don't wipe, you just lose so much time because of the HP that they're gaining from those bolstering stacks. And at some point, if you have, let's say 10 mobs, it's just impossible to kill them all at the same second, and therefore you are going to lose time. We also saw an ad spawn here on Machimba and Perplexed side, but we saw the immediate in-cap come out by Smog, so they don't have to deal with it. I think this is exactly what happened to Mdi Eu as well earlier, right?
Yeah, the strategy here that we see a lot of teams use on Machimba the Embalmer is whenever he entombs one of the members of your group, if you're able to break him out instantly, like the second he goes into the coffin, the boss is so scared and so intimidated by the fact that you're able to instantly break your teammate out that he no longer does abilities for the rest of the fight. He just stands there meleeing your tank, which it looks like Perplexed has pulled off here. He's not casting literally any other abilities. Now, of course, because everyone clicks the tombs at the exact same time, sometimes you click the wrong tomb first, which spawns one of those mummies. But because they have multiple forms of pure CC in the form of freezing trap and paralyzed from the monk, they don't really worry about them at all. It just nets you a positive gain over the rest of the fight, not having to worry about any extra damage intake. So once again, good execution from Perplexed. They know what they're doing on this fight, and they're performing admirably.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well is, of course, if you do this strategy and Majimba is not casting any of his abilities anymore, you have this huge amount of damage incoming on Divine Field, because this boss already does a lot of damage to the tank when he does his normal ability casts, but when he casts abilities, the tank at least has some breathing room because the boss is not meleeing while he's channeling the fluid, for example. But if you do this strategy, the tank is constantly getting melee hit without any sort of breaks, so that's why the tanks definitely need to be careful with this boss. But Divine Field not having any sort of issues as they move on and do one of the most difficult packs in this whole dungeon, really. You have two casters here which constantly cast the Spectral Bolt, and you also have a Berserker. And it seems simple because there's only 3 mobs, but they are so dangerous.
We'll see if Couch Pepega was able to pull it off as well. I haven't seen any abilities come out from the boss yet, but they didn't just spam click every single one of the coffins. They waited until their member made the coffin shake before clicking, so they didn't get any mummies. And it looks like he's not doing any abilities, so it looks like they pulled it off as well, so good execution from both teams. But Perplexed is just so far ahead right now. They're probably a solid minute and a half ahead just because of how fast that they've killed things with, I don't know, their familiarity of the dungeon, the consistency at which they've been pulling and managing their bolstering. They're just playing incredibly well so far in this King's Rest.
Yeah, I agree, and it's so much time you can make up with good execution here, especially just because of the bolstering affix as we've been talking about. Wolf going down, unfortunately, at the very end of this trash pack, but because they're out of combat, they can just use out of combat rest by Smok as he gets it back up right now. And now they want to probably skip this brute that is patrolling past here. This is why they go all the way to the left. They don't have... they do have Shadow Melt available, so the 3 hunters are playing Dwarf, so they have the Stone Form racial, but they have Feign Death, so they don't need the Shadow Melt, and Smok and Divine Field, they are playing Night Elf, so they'll just go ahead and Feign Death and Shadow Melt off the aggro from this trash pack that they just skipped.
Yep, perfect execution once again from Perplexed as they just get ready to pull this council boss. They have everyone here. Shadow Meld is on cooldown for most players, but they will have the Feign Deaths available as well to get rid of this Axe Toss debuff once the boss is dead as well. So we'll keep an eye on that, who gets the Axe Barrage debuff. Now the thing is they don't have Turtle, so they can't pre-turtle the debuff if it goes on them, unfortunately. But they also, it looks like they all have, I believe they're all dwarfs here as well, so they can remove the debuff as well, which is something that you like to see. Let's take a look at that. Yep, all of them are dwarves, so they can remove that bleed as well. So we shouldn't get any debuffs on any of the hunters at this point.
Yeah, so no debuffs on them, and I mean, the debuffs can cause some problems because it's a tyrannical environment, right? And you also have Quaking. Now, Quaking, of course, did get nerfed and doesn't do its damage anymore as long as you don't hit anyone else with it, but it still does the interrupt of your cast. So if the healer gets a bad Quaking timing while having to heal the Severing Axe, then it can definitely cause some issues. Smok is the one being affected by the Severing Axe. Smok, not a dwarf because he needed that Shadow Melt, so he's a Night Elf, therefore not being able to get rid of the Severing Axe, but did manage to out-heal it, and now they're fighting Sanacel, while Couch Pepega is dealing with those 2 Awakened mobs.
Yeah, so once again, small differences in strategies because people still haven't quite figured out what the best way to pull the dungeon is on that Awakened affix. We saw the Skystep Shadow Meld from Perplexed where they just skipped all the trash and skipped both Awakened mobs, and we're seeing both Awakened mobs being pulled by Couch Pepega. Now, of course, Perplexed is going to have to deal with more Awakened mobs on the final boss, but we've seen a lot of teams able to pull off that 3 or 4 Awakened mob pull with the final boss. So if you're able to pull off the more difficult, more scary pull, you know, why spend time dealing with the Awakened mobs like we're seeing Couch Pepega have to do here?
Yeah, and we see this strategy come out of Perplexed again, where they just don't deal with the Explosive Totem. So we saw the Explosive Totem actually go off. They didn't switch their pets to kill it before the explosion comes out, just because they knew they're gonna survive it. So they, of course, know how much damage this Explosive Totem does, and they tested it beforehand. They figured out, okay, this doesn't kill us, so we don't have to lose damage on the boss to switch to it. Even if it's just a small damage loss, right? Because this totem does not have a lot of HP, it's still a damage loss. And even if it only makes up 2 seconds that you save, it's still 2 seconds that you wouldn't have otherwise. These small little things I like to see by Perplexed and some other teams as well that have done this in the past. And sometimes it might just be those 2 seconds, as we've seen in this Atal earlier, right? The 2 seconds was the difference between winning and losing in the Atal that we see between those two teams before.
Yeah, sometimes you lose a dungeon by 1 death timer and you're the death that lost the dungeon and you have to live with that for the rest of your life.
Aww.
I wouldn't know anything about that myself, of course. I've never made those mistakes. But, Same. Yeah, but sometimes you just don't want that to happen. It's really unfortunate. But I mean, Perplexed, these guys are absolutely crushing this dungeon right now. Already on the 3rd boss at the council, and I'm actually interested to see, maybe we'll see that low 20-minute pull in live competition from them. That'd be great to see. It's just so difficult to pull off your time trial times whenever you have such a blazing fast time in time trials in this live aspect that we have in the tournament setting.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about this whole Hunter comp again, just because not much to talk about, as Perplexed is just doing this skip here. Once we'll see, they'll move on. They don't need much trash, actually. They need the Awaken mobs and they need Soul, and then they're done. But yeah, the Hunter comp, we've seen this twice in a row now in Workshop and in King's Rest, and it's very unique for sure that they're running the triple Hunter. But specifically in dungeons where you need this high damage single target focus, especially in King's Rest and Workshop, and then on top of that we also have Bolstering, and Hunters are just so good to deal with that, especially because on the tournament realm they can just choose the corruption they want to use, so they can just pick and choose that severe corruption, that crit increase corruption, and just completely make use of their abilities of lowering their cooldowns, having Bestial Wrath ready all the time, having their Aspect ready a lot more, and then they have the Asteroid traits as well that interact with their crits. So just perfect setup for these Hunters to get this maximum amount of single target focus damage, and that's why we see the Hunters, especially here in these single target heavy dungeons, and also the Bolstering dungeons as we've seen in the Motherlode earlier.
Oh yeah, absolutely, for sure. And I mean, you really have to admire just the clean execution once again from Perplexed here. These guys are playing absolutely out of their minds right now. Perfect mob count as well as they move on towards Shadow of Zul. And of course they still do have those Awakened mobs with the final boss to finish off their trash count right now. So literally all they have left in the dungeon right now is Shadow of Zul and the final boss, and they're saving the Bloodlust for the final boss again. Now of course a non-tyrannical Shadow of Zul shouldn't be too much of an issue with these affixes now that Quaking doesn't actually do any damage, but we had some nightmares in the previous MDIs with the previous version of Quaking in this King's Rest on Shadow of Zul. There were some tanks that were going from 100 to 0 almost instantly.
Yeah, Shadow of Zul can definitely cause some problems still. And again, Quaking doesn't do damage anymore, but it still interrupts the healer. So if the healer just is about to finish a cast and you get the Quaking and he doesn't get the heal off, it might still cause some issues. But as long as you deal with your defensive cooldowns properly and you have good communication with your healer, they should be able to finish this off. They also got a very unlucky spawn here right next to the boss. But yeah, there we go. Shadow of Soul going down. Now it's only the boss and the Awaken mobs they have to deal with. Now, they have a lot of Awaken mobs here. They have the Bloodlust available, but they need to be very careful how to deal with all of those mechanics from the Awaken mobs, because this is no joke.
Yep, and as Perplexed prepares to pull the final boss of the dungeon here, if you're interested in checking out what kind of gear these guys are wearing, or why 3 hunters, or why the hunters are doing so much damage, you can check out their gear, their Azurite traits in the description below. At the right next to the MDI talents and gear section, there's a link to it right there. You can check it out there. But Atal'Dazar is now pulled for Perplexed. They've got 3 of those Awakened mobs: Voidweaver Malthair, the Beckoner of Chaos, as well as the Blood of the Corruptor. Actually, I lied. They've got all 4 Awakened mobs here, which is incredibly dangerous. A lot of extra damage coming out in the group here, especially Divine Field. The Monk Bubble has gone on top of him, so they'll have to make sure that they're able to keep him alive for Zamok. But it looks like they're getting Voidweaver Malthair down first, which is normal that we see. They only have those 3 Hunter interrupts on top of the tanks, so they're not able to get every single one of the interrupts. It makes sense that they're going to cleave him down first. And then, of course, the Fear Mob will go second because they only have a certain amount of dispels available for the group. And then once the Beckoner of Chaos down, the actual overall damage input is vastly reduced.
Yeah, but so many things going on at the same time. And this is also a reason why they're running dwarves here on the hunters, because the dwarf racial does also get rid of any magic effects, so they can get rid of the fear by using the dwarf racial, and this is why all of them did use it for that specific ability. And now the Tankbuster also being just taunted by the hunter pets. Hunter pets can taunt the Tankbuster off for this Spirit Breaker ability, which does a huge amount of damage and also leaves a damage taking increased debuff on the target that it's being used on. So that's why we see the Hunters using their pets to taunt, use the defensive cooldown on their pet so it doesn't go down, and even if it goes down, they can just rest the pet back up. So well done by them to handle these awakened mobs. This is definitely very difficult just because there's so many different abilities, and even if you have a solution for each ability, it's still so many things happening at the same time, and you need to comprehend everything at the same time, and any sort of small mistake can cause a team wipe. If a taunt doesn't come out from a hunter and the Spirit Breaker goes in a tank and he goes down, it can just be a chain reaction and everything can be a huge team wipe immediately. So that's why we see a perfect execution by Perplexed. Well done, as they're dealing with Asala now and Reban just being cleaved passively, and now they only have Atal'Dazar left.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, I feel like it's understated sometimes how difficult the multiple awakened mobs on top of the final boss pull is. Sometimes there's a lot going on, like you mentioned. And I remember during our raid today, during our raid this week, back on Tuesday, some of the players in my guild were talking about how they started dealing with that. I mean, some of them are using nameplate add-ons, like Plater, to just color the different awakened mobs different colors, so they don't really have to look at the names anymore. They can just see, oh, blue nameplate, that's the mob I gotta kick. Or purple nameplate, that's the Blood of the Corruptor, so I need to DPS that down. They're doing whatever they can to make their lives easier, to make sure that they can cleave everything down. There's a lot that they have to do in order to actually focus in and make sure they're executing perfectly. But Atal'Dazar is now down to 10% for Perplexed, and you know, it wasn't a low 20-minute clear like we would have liked to see from them, but still sub 22 minutes in tournament play for Perplexed is incredibly impressive, and they are taking the series 2-1 against the 7th seed in Couch Pepega that was actually pretty strong.
Yeah, that was a pretty strong run for Couch Pepega, but it wasn't just quite enough as Perplexed closes out that series 2-1, and they will be moving on in this bracket. And that next matchup that we're going to be watching here will determine who they're going to be playing for that upper bracket series. And like you guys were saying, that was a really good run by Perplexed, super well executed, and someone that may have just come into the end of that match there and saw that they both of these teams had only 2 deaths. They were both playing the same composition. What was the determining factor for Perplexed? How were they able to get that edge, Nagura?
I think it was some small things here and there. There were slight differences in routing. First of all, how they dealt with the minions of Zul at the start was definitely better by Perplexed on their side. They made up quite a bit of time there. And then later on, just the fact that they deal with 4 awakened mobs with the last boss, while we saw Couch Pepega deal with some of the awakened mobs. Even though they pulled 2 awakened mobs at the same time, 2 obelisks at the same time, it's still just a time loss compared to just pulling all 4 with the last boss, of course. So that slight difference in strategies, and then also execution slightly worse on Couch Pepega's side, which is to be expected for the number 7 versus number 2 seed. But still, Couch Pepega having a pretty good performance against Perplexed, and I think they're only going to improve from here.
Yeah, and that's also not the end of Couch Pepega. They will be moving down to the lower bracket, and so definitely look out for that team. Like we highlighted it on quite a bit, that's still a really strong team. We have seen them perform very well in the past, but yeah, super clean run, super fun series to watch. Any improvements that we can? I mean, like you guys were saying, that they were 2 minutes away from their time trial run, I think, right? Perplexed.
Yeah, I mean, just small improvements for them. They only had a couple of deaths in that King's Rest, so not really too much of an issue for them. Mm-hmm. The thing that I'm taking away from this series is, you know, we saw Perplexed kind of play to what we expect from them, maybe a tiny bit worse than what we expect from them, but still good enough to take the series. But Couch Pepega is a team to be reckoned with. Like,
oh, yeah.
Even though they're the 7th seed coming into this, they have a lot of upside to them, and given a little bit of extra practice time, they could take some games off of our 3 to 6 seed that we keep talking about, teams that are more than capable of taking games off of the top 2 seeds, which we saw Couch Pepega do right here.
Yeah.
They definitely feel like they're like solidly in the middle of the pack, and definitely I don't feel like they're in that position where their strategy is going to completely win them a match. but they are in that field of I can capitalize on a mistake if you make anything. If you give me any leeway, I will take it and run with it.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see them face off in that lower match at the end of the day. That will be our last match of the day. But Tettles, it sounds like you have a little bit of insight into what happened in that last map.
Yeah, so at the very beginning of it, I felt like Couch Pepega was a little bit ahead. They had just like a couple of issues on the Golden Serpent, and then Perplexed ended up killing Golden Serpent quicker just because they were a little bit quicker. They unfortunately bolstered the Golden Serpent a couple times, but it really ended up not mattering because the boss is at like 3% health. I thought Wolf Disco was going to die, but he ended up being fine. Then they just kind of do the Machimba room fairly clean. They do an interesting strategy whenever they use that the strat where Machimba doesn't do any abilities. They they pre-set up where their traps are going to be from the hunters, and then they use a paralysis on one of the other mummies. So they'll spawn the mummies instantly so that they can have a 100% success rate on being able to get that boss in that state where he no longer does abilities. That saves a significant amount of time. And then ultimately, just the fact that they were able to play all 4 awakened mobs with King Dazar, that pretty much sealed the deal for Perplexed. Big 2-1 from them. They were able to recover off of what was a pretty shaky start, so that was a nice recovery from them.
Yeah, definitely. So coming up next, we are going to be going to Deplete from Beyond and Self-Reliance. Anything we're looking forward to in that matchup, Zyronic?
I'm interested to see what Deplete from Beyond has to bring to the table. We saw them kind of looking not too great 2 weekends ago in the first EU Asia Cup. I'm interested to see if they're able to take that 3 seed and roll with it here. I want to see a lot more from them, coming into this series.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that series. So stick around. We're going to go to a quick break, and we will come to Deplete from Beyond versus Self-Reliance coming up next.
Couch.
I just heard you. Couch Pepega ended up in a 2-1, and we are moving along here in the bracket, and now we're seeing Deplete from Beyond versus Self-Reliance. And, looking at the rest of the day here, if we look at the bracket so far, are there any things we're sort of surprised about? I mean, a lot of them have been 2-0, but any games to sort of take a note at here, Zyro?
I don't know, but if I'm someone in this particular match between Deplete from Beyond and Self-Reliance, I really want to make sure that I don't lose this match for a number of reasons. Obviously, you don't want to be in the lower bracket anyways, but if you lose this match, you go into the lower bracket and you go against that team in Couch Pepega who looked scarily strong for a 7th seed. Like, usually when you drop to the lower bracket as a strong team, you're like, okay, well, we're facing up against a lower seeded team, we shouldn't have to worry about them. But that's going to be a scary matchup for either of these two teams.
Yeah, for sure. No one wants to drop down in the lower bracket quite this early. So if we look at this next series, Deplete from Beyond versus Self-Reliance, do we want to make predictions? What do we think? It seems like a pretty even matchup.
Well, wasn't Self-Reliance the 3 seed last week, and Deplete from Beyond was the 6?
I think Deplete from Beyond was a little higher.
Okay, so was
than
Paint for Fem the 6
maybe?
then?
Yeah, because Deplete from Beyond I think was 4th seed last week and are now 3rd. So they've improved their seeding, whereas Self-Reliance have really fallen off from that 3rd seed down to a tied for 6th finish.
So
and,
Deplete from Beyond is a lot of the bones from 40K, the former 40K team, and then they have Dr. J and Clicks on that team now. So it's a lot of the 40K stuff, where Self-Reliance is a fairly new team, but it does have some fairly strong MDI veterans in Harudra on that team, of course, an MDI champion in and of himself. I think ultimately Deplete from Beyond should be the favorite here, especially since they are that 3rd seed. I expect them to improve at a rate that is slightly quicker than that of Self-Reliance. I think Self-Reliance could have the highest amount of upside if they do play cleanly. I think the biggest thing that we saw from Self-Reliance last week is that they felt inconsistent a significant portion of the time.
Yeah, and that could explain how their time trial results are so vastly different this time from last Cup. You know, if you're a team that 10% of the time you have a perfect dungeon and it's really fast, and 90% of the time you don't, then it's reasonable to think that you'd have some tournaments where you come 3rd seed and sometimes you're 6th seed, right?
Yeah, and it looks like that Atal'Dazar map did get banned for this series, so we will be moving to Freehold. Are you shocked, Zyro?
Really? That's surprising.
Why? Well, let's talk about that. Why do we think that they why do they think they moved it?
I don't know why they would ban Atal'Dazar. That's a fantastic map.
Why do we think that they banned Atal'Dazar? Because Atal'Dazar is not fun to play and it takes a lot of time to practice.
Well, every dungeon is fun to play, Tattles. It's such a
Shocker.
fun game that we played, but there's even more fun dungeons like Freehold, Shrine, and Siege that the teams preferred to play.
Yeah,
True.
that's probably a good guess. So we will be moving on to Freehold instead on that first map, and those affixes accompanying it are going to be Tyrannical, Raging, and Explosive. Dranos, what do you think about this affix combination here on Freehold?
Yes, it's a lot more generous than the bolstering that we had the previous couple weeks. It's allowing those Death Knights back into this map, but teams are having to take it carefully. You know, they're having to make sure that they're not biting off more than they can chew with that explosive affix active, and they have to be a little bit careful with shadow meld skips and stuff that traditionally are pretty easy to execute, but once an explosive orb gets thrown in there, everything can sometimes go wrong.
Do you expect
teams do have to be careful?
Do you expect
of that,
either of these teams were going to kite obelisks
Yeah,
at the
that was
end?
my next question.
I don't think we're going to see that, but it's definitely a possibility. We've seen, Method EU and Perplexed have done that on this map in different weekends. Neither of these teams, though, have done that yet, nor do I think that it's... I think that these are the kind of teams who may prefer to just cannon down that middle pack.
I'm not
instead.
convinced that kiting the obelisks are necessarily faster on this week since it's not bolstering, though.
I don't know, because it's not bolstering, you can opt for bigger trash pulls to make up the percentage you lose by not pulling the awakened mobs, so I can see that being a strategy. Now, if a team is able to figure out how to cannon down the middle mobs without their healer there, that would be incredibly impressive. I would love to see that.
That's difficult to imagine, though.
That would be the next big brain step. Like the way we felt when we first saw the kiting, that's how we'd feel if someone was able to pull that off.
Go. Yeah, they're in the
we'll
map.
have to see
I was just
which
gonna let you guys run. Go here. I can throw for you if you want.
Well, we'll have to see which strategy these teams end up using on that last boss, but to get there, they have a long dungeon ahead of them. Both teams here doing pretty much the same pull to get started off here, although they're doing it in different areas of the map, right? Self-Reliance using that line of sight around the pillar there, whereas Deplete from Beyond just going right into the middle of the boss room and fighting everything there. Looks like they're going to be finishing this trash at almost the exact same time, but Deplete from Beyond actually pulled a little bit less than Self-Reliance did. So Self-Reliance is going to come out here a little bit slower, but a little bit more count.
I think I almost prefer the Self-Reliance strategy of getting the 25% a little bit earlier here.
Yeah, that's double as much count, actually. That's quite a lot.
Math? That's a lot. So now both teams are on the Sky Captain Crag. Deplete from Beyond with a 15% boss health advantage over Self-Reliance. Do we think that 15% actually will cost Deplete from Beyond an additional pull, I guess is another question. Because that's ultimately what that equates to, is like, will this cause another pull over the course of the whole entire dungeon?
Yeah, because if so, then it's a serious cost, and if not, then it's not really a cost. It doesn't look like Self-Reliance has popped their Bloodlust yet. I wonder what they're up to with that powerful cooldown remaining unused here.
Huh.
Maybe...
Because this dungeon is like 14-ish minutes, right?
All right, it's coming out now. It looks like they were waiting for Sky Captain Crag to dismount here at that 75% threshold. And maybe they feel like they'll get more uptime on that Bloodlust.
Okay, so here comes
with it in the second phase.
Here comes the Army of the Dead. Actually, no. Okay, here comes the Army of the Dead. Right as I said it in the backtrack. So they pop all of their offensive CDs here, and Sky Captain Crag's health should probably start plummeting pretty quick.
So we saw Deplete from Beyond with a 15% lead at the start. That lead opened up, and we expect that lead will now be closing down as a result of this late Bloodlust from Self-Reliance. You can see we're back to 15% differential between the boss health, and now it is falling much more rapidly on the side of Self-Reliance. They're going to be finishing these bosses at not too different of times here, given that Self-Reliance have picked up, effectively, they've doubled the first trash pull, but Deplete from Beyond actually pulled some trash in here with Sky Captain Crag, so that has ended up earning them back some of that count that they were behind.
You see Jay has already ran off to start the RP on that Ring of Booty area with Trothak, where Ashvale is still sitting there on top of Sky Captain Crag. Looks like
we may be experiencing a tiny bit of latency there.
Sprinting up to the side at the speed of light to run to the Ring of Booty as well to start the RP.
Yeah, Sky Captain Crag called a little timeout there. That's okay. Everybody respects those, so everybody decided to take 10 seconds. But that's fine. You know, that works out just fine for Self-Reliance, as they are going to be on their way to the rest of the dungeon. A little bit behind Deplete from Beyond in terms of where they are located in the dungeon, but they are a little bit ahead in terms of mob count. So if that ends up meaning they can do this in one less pull, that'll be absolutely worthwhile. But it is only 7% now separating the two teams. That is very possibly not going to be a whole pull.
Do you
difference.
attribute? Okay, so look at Sky Captain Crag's differential in time for the split. Do you attribute 12 seconds to that extra 7% count, or do you think 12 seconds is not worth 7%?
Yeah, I think I would pay 12 seconds for 7% count, usually, but I don't know.
I don't know.
If you can get if it doesn't end up giving you an extra pull, then
of course
it's not worth, right? If it doesn't change the number of pulls, then I wouldn't pay any amount of seconds for it.
You hit 8% health, and then you got Life Cocoon and Shield Wall. Oh, he gets hit by the rock too. This is very scary from Self-Reliance.
Yeah, Self-Reliance cheat death getting popped there as well. Harpooner's very nasty combo with these enemies here. Narujo's getting very low, does not have shield wall available, is going to die on the side of Self-Reliance. Quick battle res comes out. They do have that Death Knight for the instant cast battle res, but regaining all of this threat is going to be a huge problem, as everybody is now kiting around, and Narujo forced to leap out. Once again, all these mobs are raging, but when you start kiting with explosive active with this many enemies, things start to get hairy as well, much like Tettles' face.
Are you laughing at your own joke? Why are you laughing at your own joke? Self-Reliance is going to full wipe here, where Deplete from Beyond is now securely in the driver's seat by a significant margin, with Captain Rollin Jolly having already been pulled. Roll is down to 30%, Jolly is sitting at a nice balmy 60%.
Yeah, so they're focusing down Raul first here. Raul is the one that does that barrel smash ability, which zones them out. Once Raul is dead, they should be able to maybe pull some trash onto Jolly for the remainder of this fight, or at least have a more efficient remainder of the fight. Meanwhile, Self-Reliance are going to have to do some wipe recovery here. They are at a massive disadvantage now if they cannot If something bad doesn't happen on the side of Deplete from Beyond, they're going to have a very hard time.
I mean, at this
here.
point, they were just hoping that Deplete from Beyond is going to wipe too. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's important for them to continue
Absolutely.
to optimize here because absolutely Deplete from Beyond could wipe, and then it'll depend on who recovers from that wipe better. So Self-Reliance have to play like that is going to happen. They are attempting the same pull here, but they have a lot fewer cooldowns available this time.
but they've already seen the pull once, so they should know how to do it again, right?
Yeah, it looks like a trap is going out, and that is going to cause an explosive to explode in the backline there. They go on to this boss here, but unfortunately
two
they have a
deaths
dead member of their
from-
team and no battle res.
Deplete from Beyond while Captain Jolly's at 10% health.
Yeah, so from Deplete from Beyond side, these deaths shouldn't be too costly because they should be able to finish this boss encounter. But they won't
not
actually be
trash.
able to drop boss combat until the trash dies because Eudora is friendly and still in
Exactly.
combat. So that's going to be a fun interaction there.
Ooh.
Looks like they might have gotten a bad brew there to help kill everything.
Self-Reliance
Self-Reliance, though, not going to be able to capitalize on the slowness from Deplete from Beyond side here with another full wipe of their
So
own.
you can still see Eudora's boss frame at the bottom on the side of Deplete from Beyond, and like Dratnus was saying, Eudora doesn't become friendly until you completely drop boss combat. This can also be used to your advantage too if you really want to. You can maintain boss combat for prolonged periods of time, and she'll like keep running around and stunning mobs for you. Looks like Dr. J went down too, but the downside is that you can't res at your checkpoint that's
Yeah.
right here. Are they gonna wipe?
They can't res until once they drop combat. They can res here, so it won't be too bad. But they have all these low health mobs. It's gonna be a real shame. But kind of either way here, this is gonna be really slow from them. Maybe the play is yeah. So they have like 30% on a knuckle duster.
Oh, they
And it
res
looks like they're
clicks.
gonna use a battle res to finish off this. This is a wild use of a B res, but does make
I
sense.
think this one may make the European weekend highlight reel.
Yeah, this is, we may see some of these plays set to some funny music later. Rentari now looking at their next pull. At this point, they probably know that things are going poorly on the side of Self-Reliance as well. They're going to continue, though, with the exact same size pulls as before. Ooh, the harpoon into the running in the wrong direction because the harpoon disoriented you.
I've been there.
We've all been there. Yeah. They're grouping everything up in the Ring of Booty here. Not too many explosives. There are quite a few of them, but they have Dr. J very ably handling them on that Outlaw Rogue. One of the huge strengths of the Outlaw Rogue is their ability to just damage explosives and deal with them in a way that kind of nobody else can.
Yeah, because a lot of their damage is converted via, oh goodness, Blade Flurry. So they don't lose a significant amount of damage to be able to kill those explosives. They'll just end up doing their normal single target rotation into them, and then everything else will just be cleaved based off the damage that they do.
Yeah, their overall damage actually goes up when they get to hit explosives.
Well, because they're popping Blade Flurry,
It's
right?
wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, assuming they're not changing their rotation to attack them super aggressively, which you often have to do in big pulls, but yeah, that's something that we I think saw coming out from Dr.
think
J
we've seen
there, because he was really just focused on killing those explosives. Meanwhile, Self-Reliance, they are pulling trash here into this boss fight with just Raoul
interesting.
left.
Okay.
So they focus Jolly.
I hate that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this either, because Raoul is going to be casting that barrel smash, and that is going to be zoning them off here, and those harpooners, harpooning you into a barrel smash is a very quick way to get in big trouble. Luckily, it looks like a bad brew spawned for them. That is during the boss encounter, those brews will get tossed in. A third of the time, they are a dot instead of a stat buff, and you can give them to the enemies.
You saw the enemies
Kill them very
immediately
quickly.
perish, too.
Yeah, it worked out very nicely. That damage, scaling with the key level, doing quite a substantial amount in this plus 19
I'm right there with
dungeon.
you, though. Keeping Raoul up is not the move.
Yeah, both enemies do something, but I feel like that barrel smash is the easiest way to get into big trouble
the
there.
harpooners, yeah. So Self-Reliance
Yeah.
here does pull more harpooners with a different deadly ground effect with the Crusher. They really need to make sure that Onda on that Hunter is baiting out those harpoons, because he can disengage like mid-grip on it and not be affected. Otherwise, it could be very scary. And well,
So Deplete from Beyond have done an obelisk here. They've done Urgroth, and they brought the portal over just kind of into the middle of where they wanted their next pull to be. So I think this means that they are not going to be kiting awakened enemies, because there would be no reason to do that obelisk if you were planning to kite the awakened enemies at the end of the dungeon. So I think that means we're gonna see Deplete from Beyond just kill the awakened enemies, and then maybe cannon the middle pack.
yeah, the logical
afterwards.
conclusion is that they're only going to be at like 75% here, so they're probably going to cannon the middle pack, like you were saying. I think that is a fairly safe assumption here. And of course, we do know that there are some lag problems currently occurring. It is not occurring for the players, it is just occurring on our end, unfortunately. It's just the nature of how this broadcast ends up working, unfortunately. I'm sure it'll get fixed soon, though.
Yeah, we have like a lot of moving pieces here. Everybody, of course, working remotely due to global circumstances being what they are. So, a lot of parts to pull together for the broadcast to work as it does.
So, sorry that there's occasional jitters, but it is the best that we can do, and hopefully it gets fixed soon.
Deplete from Beyond working on Trothak now, nearly at 50% on that boss fight. Meanwhile, Self-Reliance still pulling trash. They are now behind by a substantial margin as a result of those 2 full wipes. Gonna try and catch up here. Deplete from Beyond, of course, not out of the woods yet. They are gonna have to do that last boss fight with those 3 awakened enemies, probably. Quite a lot of them there.
Yeah, I think ultimately I like the strategy from Deplete from Beyond. So we saw earlier Method EU kited the obelisks inside of Freehold, and while that did leave for a good time in the dungeon, we think that on the Raging Explosive affix, you would rather just play the obelisks to get the count from them, and then Cannonball Barrage the middle pack, because you are almost required a healer to be able to Cannonball Barrage the middle pack. So those 2 things combined would suspect would make up for a faster run, ultimately.
Oh my goodness, Self-Reliance here. Have so many explosives spawning. Furrow goes down, Harudra down as well. This is going to be a full wipe once again for Self-Reliance. They are in big trouble here. And they need to get themselves in a position where they can actually still win if Deplete from Beyond has things go bad for them. They're now giving Deplete from Beyond kind of a full wipe or two's buffer. That is not what you want to be doing. Self-Reliance going to eat back up. We'll see if they attempt to do the same pull as they did before. Of course, Trothak is now spawned, so they could take care of Trothak now. They're at 70% enemy forces meter, and this is the kind of spot in the dungeon where you have to start thinking about, do you need to change your strategy? Oh, and it gets food thrown at him as they pulled while he was still out of the ring.
We live those.
He does live, but yeah, unfortunately that has done bad things for his damage, as it comes with like a 75% chance to miss for the duration of the debuff.
Is missing only a thing for physical attacks, or can your spells miss too?
I don't know. I don't play a lot of spellcaster settles.
Played.
Those are
whoa yeah, the elite warlock.
Yeah, that's gonna be a Shadowlands character.
All right, so Deplete from Beyond here,
right.
Pulling this Ravager pack. They do see that officer is off to the side. They're going to wait for it to patrol away, and then they're probably going to pull the other Ravager pack. Where their count is going to be, they're going to be at about 91% enemy forces count. So the logical conclusion is that they're going to Cannonball Barrage the middle pack, because that should give them about in the 10-ish% area, plus the trash cap that they're going to get from the obelisks. So they're not even playing both the Ravager packs. They're actually just going to play middle pack plus obelisks. Interesting.
Yeah, this seems a little bit weird to me to be skipping that. Like, at least that closed Ravager pack seems like such free count. Seems like you could just cut some trash from somewhere else in the dungeon and make one of those other pulls safer, since I feel like it would take the exact same amount of time to do one Ravager there when they, like, as they could have done two.
Not hot on that. Yeah, I think I kind of agree. I don't know where they would change what they're doing though.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that they may just like what I suggested may have been slightly more efficient, but they may not have any pulls that they can make more efficient. And one thing with the Death Knight compositions is when you remove mobs from pulls, sometimes it actually makes them take longer, as your Death Knight is then doing less damage to every target. So that is something, of course, to keep in mind. Split from Beyond, though, they are working on this last boss fight. They have killed the Blob. They just have the Spider and the Fear guy left. And then they will be out of awakened enemies. They will still need some enemy forces count. Presumably, Tettles, they are planning to Cannon Barrage the middle pack here once they have stabilized and once they have Harlan below 60% so that he is spawning multiple different Cannon Barrages rather than just one person.
And something that is kind of neat is since we do have the Rise of Hunter this season, Binding Shot is incredibly powerful for being able to kite out that middle pack just because of the ability that it doesn't get broken by damage at all. So it allows you to keep the mobs in a stationary position, and then Grip of the Dead from DK. Is that the Death and Decay slow? Grip of the... Okay,
yeah.
And Grip of the Dead from Death Knights, where it's like it starts as a 90% slow, and then I think it tapers off to like 70% or 60%. Both of those things in conjunction with pulling that middle pack, fairly strong.
Yeah, they have a lot of tools here to deal with that middle pack. They also have Ring of Peace. They have a lot of options, but if the pack lives for more than that first cannon barrage, things will get very, very bad very quickly. So there are a lot of annoying casts in there. Looks like they are not going to pull immediately. They could go after this first Swiftwind Saber. Or they may elect to wait until Harlan is below 30%.
We've seen that. Okay, so basically whenever Harlan does his loaded dice cast, his Swiftwind Sabers are not on a global combat. It's on like a time-based combat after he phases, like based on his phasing. So you kind of know when the Swiftwind Saber versus the Cannonball Barrage is going to come out. So exactly,
and here they go. They're going into that middle pack now. They have those cannon barrages, and look at them beautifully move there with those stutter steps. Excellent work there. Brutal
There's the binding
backhands.
shot.
Do
Like
manage to
very
get killed.
end. Okay, they don't even need the binding shot. They're so sick. Such skilled gamers.
Yeah, that's good though as well, to sit on those kind of cooldowns until you actually see that the pack needs them for control. Otherwise you can get in these spots where you use everything and then you don't have anything when you actually need them. Harlan though is going to be dying here for Deplete from Beyond as they have reached that 100% count threshold as a result of cannoning down that middle pack. That's going to be a 1-0 lead that they're going to take over Self-Reliance, who had a very, very nasty sequence of events happen to them in this dungeon.
I think ultimately if Self-Reliance didn't wipe, they would have been close-ish. I don't know if they would have won it, but they would definitely have been close-ish.
From Beyond. So definitely, Self-Reliance, definitely an unfortunate way to start off that series. However, that is going to put Deplete from Beyond 1-0 in this matchup. And like you said, if it wasn't for those wipes, Tattles, they would have been close-ish. What were some of the things that we did see them execute well, aside from the wipes?
Their first pull was pretty good, and it did put them at 25% enemy forces count, which we were speculating would this allow them to pull a little bit differently towards the middle part of the dungeon. Unfortunately, we weren't really able to see their run be executed perfectly, so it's kind of hard to tell if it's ultimately going to save them a run or a pull. But, so say that 7% trash count that they did have a Deplete from Beyond saves them a pull, the run should theoretically be faster, right?
Yeah.
You know, this Self-Reliance team reminds me in a way of Shell's Angels, if that makes sense.
Okay, explain.
In the sense that they go for these massive over-the-top pulls that are outside of that 100% consistency pull rate.
Yeah.
And when they pull them off, it looks spectacular, and they'll probably win the dungeon because of it. But if they wipe, they will wipe spectacularly, and it'll look terrible, and they have a massive amount of deaths.
Do you think
that's literally what's happening here.
Do you think that's a byproduct of having Harudra on their team then? Because Harudra was on the original Shell's Angels.
That's kind of why I'm thinking that, right?
Okay.
Maybe that's why, but it you can see what happened in that dungeon there. They went for an over-the-top massive pull into Council of Captains. Didn't work out once, didn't work out a second time, and at that point, the dungeon was pretty much lost.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they can clean it up coming up for this next map here. We are going to be going to Shrine of the Storm. But yeah, Freehold's one of those ones. I mean, it's like you guys were saying, that they just kind of couldn't keep it together, and it definitely some unfortunate deaths there. But you know, there's definitely room to clean it up for Self-Reliance. Ironic.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have like we're saying, you know, Shell's Angels is a good comparison. They won our 2018 MDI season, but they really need to give more of the clean side, and this is a difficult dungeon to do it in. Shrine of the Storm is a long dungeon. There's a lot of execution-related mistakes that we've seen a lot of our high-end teams make. So this is a great chance for them to prove themselves as one of these middling teams in the EU MDI Cup. I mean, this is where you're gonna show it off right here in this long, difficult dungeon.
Did you guys know Harudra competed in Hearthstone too? Like,
Yeah, I think someone mentioned that once.
I had no idea.
He went to some world championships. I don't know. But anyways, definitely a super well-rounded player. So definitely don't count these guys out yet. But Shrine of the Storm, we are going to be looking at Fortified, Necrotic, and Volcanic. Dratnos, what are your thoughts on this initially?
Yeah, so with Necrotic active, we've seen a lot of teams opt for those dwarf tanks so that they can stone form off the stacks of Necrotic. It does remove some 5 Shadow Meld skips that are otherwise an option throughout the dungeon, and we've seen some teams like Complexity Limit, actually back over in the Americas Cup, they were playing just 5 Night Elves and were like, you know what, we'll deal with the Necrotic our way, but most teams opting instead for that dwarf tank. So I think we're likely to see both teams probably bringing those dwarf warriors, using that stone form to its fullest against Necrotic. Volcanic shouldn't be too much of an issue here, and I think that fortified Shrine of the Storm actually can be pretty tricky. There are a lot of trash mobs that are pretty nasty in this dungeon if they're left alive for too long. So we may see some teams bringing some amount of Death Knights to really just try and melt that trash before it melts
yes,
them.
we've actually seen a lot of. I've seen the memes in chat talking about how many hunters we see. I've really enjoyed the diversity that we get from this MDI. We just recently had, in that previous dungeon in Freehold, we had a rogue, a DK, and a hunter. And this next series, we're probably going to have multiple DKs and a demon hunter. We've also seen triple hunter comps. We've actually seen a lot of different DPS variations. So it's been fairly interesting this season to see what we're going to get in terms of comps.
Yeah, this was a time trial dungeon, so we do know that Deplete from Beyond, they played double DK Hunter in their time trial, and Self-Reliance played double DK Demon Hunter in their time trial. Self-Reliance's time trial was about a minute and a half slower, so they're going to be looking to make up that time here in the live
I like
run.
the misdirection. Straight up, I think I like the misdirection from the Hunter from Deplete from Beyond a little bit more. Shrine of the Storm is one of the dungeons where you snap mobs a pretty significant amount. It's second only to like Atal'Dazar and how many mobs you're going to end up snapping, especially in an MDI format. And that misdirection gives you a little bit more leeway, allows you to make those pulls just a little bit easier.
Now, we haven't seen this map today. How do we think they're going to deal with the Awakened mobs?
I wonder if we're going to see some teams adopt some of the snapping strategies that we saw Method and A pull off last weekend, because they had some really interesting snaps and double snaps that they used on both the mobs before the second boss, as well as on the Awakened mob in between the second and third bosses. So I'm interested to see whether or not some teams will have taken those pulls into account.
I think we're going to see more teams playing the obelisks in inside of this necrotic environment than we have seen previously. So a lot, like sometimes you'll end up playing a bunch of the Awakened mobs with the final boss, even though it's kind of scary for your healer. But with the tanks needing to have that dwarf racial to remove necrotic, that almost removes the 5 Night Elf strategy for you to be able to skip some of the obelisks anyway. So you're kind of forced to play at least one of them. So the Fear guy, Sambrek the Beckoner Chaos, he's near Brother Ironhole and Galecaller Fae. He almost has to be played, certainly. Then beyond that, I suspect that they'll probably play... I don't know. They're probably going to play with 2 at the final boss. I guess what 2 is an interesting question. It's probably going to be Blood of the Corruptor and Urgroth Breaker of Heroes, knowing where they are on the map, right? Mm-hmm. Because Voidweaver Malthier is at the very beginning, and teams without 5 melts would need to use that one. Yeah.
It's very sketchy to pull that one with the last boss because your interrupts are such a vital resource on that boss fight that you can't really commit any to the spider.
Yep, well, Deplete from Beyond, only 1 map win away from winning this series and sending Self-Reliance down to the lower bracket. This is Shrine of the Storm, Deplete from Beyond versus Self-Reliance.
Both teams here coming off with pretty close to the same pull at the start here. Just yeeting on in there with those life cocoons on their Prot Warriors as they pull everything. Ooh. Furrow, though, goes down on the side of Self-Reliance. That is very, very bad news for them.
They're not going to have the Shockwave. Okay, so they use... Or not Shockwave. They're not going to have the Light Sweep, but they use Shockwave into Chaos Nova there. I think the pack just may get blown up anyways, even without Furrow. Okay, we don't need a healer.
Yeah, no healer, no problem. It's not like Harudra was receiving heals anyway. He had 48 stacks of Necrotic there. They are going to move up to that obelisk there, and even with that death costing them that 5 seconds, the huge AoE burst actually that Ashvale was contributing on that Demon Hunter really kept up a little bit with.
Okay, hold on.
I mean, it wasn't as much as the DKs, but it was massive.
Beyond. So it looks like their rest of their group is using their melds to be able to skip all the way through, or at least are pulling the Living Current away, while Rintari, playing that Dark Iron Dwarf, is actually walking through. So while Self-Reliance has clicked the Cursed Spire Nihilotha, home of Voidweaver Malthier, Deplete from Beyond is electing to not play that, presumably going to play that with the final boss.
Man, how did you know which Spire of Nihilotha
I know all of
Spider?
them. The Brutal Spire is home of Urgroth Breaker of Heroes.
Is Urgroth,
yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The Entropic is the Fear one, yeah. Still, how did you know that? You're not a lore master.
I don't need to know lore. I have many other problems.
All right, we're on to... We're on to Aquasur now. on the side of Deplete from Beyond.
This is a sick pull from Deplete from Beyond. So now they're starting to pull some of the trash into it, which can be kind of dangerous for Rentari if he gets casted on by that attendant while having high necrotic stacks.
Yes.
But
Fireblood not available as well here, so he's not going to be able to clear off those stacks
they do
of
have
necrotic.
Ring of Peace available to him though, and Aquaseer gives a lot of natural resets with his Undertow cast fairly regularly. So if Rentari does believe that he needs one, like it's like a mandatory thing during the Surging Rush or during the Undertow cast, he could just get a Ring of Peace if he would like.
Yeah, he's very close to resetting those 48 stacks of necrotic. Gets them reset. Excellent there from the side of Deplete from Beyond. They're going to make this pull work, but they have the spider to still deal with that last boss, so they're going to need to nuke that spider down before they phase the first time, or they are going to be out of interrupts and left in a very, very bad place on that last boss fight. Meanwhile, Self-Reliance got here a little bit slower, and they pulled a little bit less trash.
No, they're
actually
actually
the same
trash count, which
count, though.
I'm kind of surprised that they were able to catch up. I think it may just have to do with the difference between the Demon Hunter AoE and being able to just like burn down all that trash with that Fel Barrage as quickly as possible versus the Hunter. Hunter is not exactly that sick for being able to cleave a bunch of trash on Aquaseer just because of how pet AI ends up working out. So I suspect that there may have been something to do with that as the reason that Self-Reliance has caught back up as quickly as they have.
I don't know. Like, look at the damage meters. Hunter's on the top and Demon Hunter's on the bottom on both sides here. I think that what sped things up for Self-Reliance was that very first pull being done just like 20 seconds faster than Deplete from Beyond was able to finish it. Yeah, even without a healer, they just nuked it all down, and their DKs are doing a really good job of getting their ranks onto their priority targets.
In addition to that, Deplete from Beyond had to like set up that living current pull to the side thing to allow Rentari to kind of slide by. It kind of makes you wonder whether or not that's going to be a significant enough time save to be like it ends up being more trouble than it's worth kind of thing.
All right, Self-Reliance are gonna attempt the jump here.
If one of them falls,
many a run end on that
okay,
jump. They managed to get past there. That is one of the most embarrassing places to die. And they're now getting ready. What is their plan here? Looks like they're maybe having a little strategy discussion.
They're probably waiting for the patrol, right? That's the only thing I can really think of is that they're waiting for that patrol to get to a specific point. Or maybe they were waiting on Harudra.
That could be it.
Harudra's Lightfoot. Maybe he second potioned or something weird.
Yeah, Lightfoot, or maybe they were waiting on damage cooldowns of some kind. Yeah, they are pulling very big here. Meanwhile, on the side of Deplete from Beyond, they are also doing a large pull in the same area. Slightly different setup for these pulls here. It's going to be Ring of Peace.
Low here. And he goes down. This is going to be a wipe from Deplete from Beyond.
Everything is so low, though. They might be able to finish this off before everything dies. Actually, not everything is so low. There are still some enemies at high health, including Runecarver's Sword.
Dr. J, 1 Death Strike. Please live.
6% health. He's going to be fine. They're all hanging out in that reinforcing ward. Rentari back up now, regaining aggro.
Everything's going to be okay.
Meanwhile, on the side of Self-Reliance, we also have a death and a down. But they have done a pretty good job of destroying all that trash.
And a dying is significantly better than Harudra dying. So Rentari would be Harudra's counterpart. You would absolutely take the DK dying 10 times out of 10 over the tank.
Yep. Sometimes it's close, but you're right. It's almost always you'd prefer to not have your tank die, because when your tank dies, somebody else almost always invariably dies immediately afterwards, as we saw happen on the side of Deplete from Beyond.
Why do you think?
Both teams now, without a battle res, as this pull cost both of them that res.
Do you think Dr. J would be better off on his mage? Do you think Dr. J would be better off on his mage?
No. Okay. DK is really, really good for these. Why do you say? What do you make your argument for mage here?
I don't have an argument for mage. I was just wondering.
You just think like Dr. J is like such a mage specialist that it would be the move?
I guess I don't know if it's necessarily better, but there's definitely some comfort level versus like theoretical best, right?
Yeah, that pull in particular, the previous one, wouldn't have actually been a bad mage pull as well, because there's that Runecarver Sorin with a lot more health that you can combust into.
I mean, he definitely knows
the problem is you're trying to do these big pulls within 2 minutes of each other.
He definitely knows what's better.
All right, we're seeing Deplete from Beyond now. They unfortunately did this in 2 pulls rather than 1, so they are ending up having to kill 4 mobs just kind of all by themselves. Not the sort of thing you want to end up having in your
so Haruja
route.
doesn't have his Dwarf racial back ready available for him yet. It will come up in just a moment. They can use the major reinforcing ward to be able to reset necrotic stacks once it comes out, but the first one doesn't come out for, I don't know, let's say 45 seconds into the fight, so it can be fairly dangerous.
Yeah, Harudra immune to healing here.
His Dwarf racial
taking
comes
quite a
up
lot
in a
of
few
damage.
seconds. He leaps away to try to avoid that. He ends up...
I think he should maybe
I think he should just racial
here.
anyways, yeah.
He decides to sit on it though, gets inside that ward, and immediately gets bombed to full health. Alright, looks like he's much smarter than us, and is going to be just fine, and preserves that stone form cooldown
I
for
attribute it to
later.
the jitters that we're seeing.
Alright, we've got, on the side of Deplete from Beyond, also the boss being pulled with some trash here. They're about 50% behind on boss HP here. If you look at Self-Reliance, they're actually killing Brother Ironhull first. We've seen Galecaller Faye go down first. We've seen Brother Ironhull and Galecaller Faye get cleaved evenly. I don't know if we've ever seen Brother Ironhull die first.
What would be the
here in the
point
MDI.
of that? But what does it mean?
These are the mysteries of Self-Reliance's strategy that at some point we will have to ask them and get them to
This
explain
seems
to
like a
us.
strategy that is equally as good as their name.
So I guess the idea is once that reinforcing ward is gone, you don't have to move at all. You can just kind of sit still and kill Galecaller Faye without losing any damage for that.
Right.
But I don't know, the reinforcing ward is kind of more upside than downside with Necrotic active.
Okay, Galecaller Faye spawns the tornadoes. Let's not be silly here.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Tornadoes are way more dangerous than the damage. Like,
Yeah, it's possible that they were just trying to even cleave and they overshot. You know, too many of them damaged Ironhull as a primary target instead of Faye. I'm
maybe,
not sure.
Maybe Ironhull was
Meanwhile,
stacked
the-
up with all of the initiates and got just like sloshed by all of the wounds whenever they exploded.
Yeah, where like if Galecaller Faye was outside of the
Yeah.
AoE for a sec, that could make
I
a lot of
think
sense. Yeah, they're gonna pull the Tide Sage Enforcer though into Galecaller Faye as she dies here, pick up a little bit of count and remove that enemy from the area in front of them. That's a pretty common strategy in Shrine because it's kind of often that you're looking at your count and you're like, okay, we need to find a little bit more here. We'll pull this one Enforcer in with the end of that boss fight, and they're gonna go and activate that Entropic Spire, fight the Fear guy. Meanwhile, Deplete from Beyond, they have been even cleaving, and they've been catching up here a little bit on that disadvantage that they had made earlier. And they are going to be a little bit behind on this boss fight, but really not all that much. And they are just about the same trash count as well here. They're going to make their way to that Entropic Spire as well. Both teams...
Now
Okay,
you're
looks like
using the
actually
name of the
Deplete from Beyond
spire.
are going to fight 3 enemies.
I kinda
First.
hate this a lot.
3 enemies all by themselves for Deplete from Beyond. This is the second time in their pathing here that we've seen them just kind of fight such a small pull. I'm not really sure that I'm a fan of this pathing from Deplete from Beyond. What do you think, Tettles?
Considering the fact that Self-Reliance has similar trash count to Deplete from Beyond, after that pack, I'm gonna reiterate, I hate that pull by itself a lot. Like, I think you just have to kind of man up and pull that with Brother Ironhull and Galecaller Faye at some point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're even cleaving, then you don't really have an opportunity to do that. That's the kind of strategy that we see. Like, if you hard focus Galecaller Faye, and then you have Brother Ironhull at 50%, that's a great time to pull some trash
Well-
in. Yeah, neither team really opted to do that.
Normally, even cleaving involves you swapping targets occasionally, right? So,
Yeah, but, you know, they'll still die around the same time unless you stop even cleaving.
okay, so like as a general rule of thumb, you're probably going to do 100% damage to a primary target, and then I don't know, let's just say 50 to 75% damage to a secondary target, right? You're going to like if you all just primary target the same thing, it's not like you're losing damage by. I guess you would be like losing some with the secondary target, like as soon as like the efficiency is not there,
Well,
right?
The thing is that it gets safe, like it's safe to pull trash onto it
Exactly.
only once Galecaller
Yeah,
Faye
so
is dead,
you'd
right?
rather-
So that's the reasoning.
Precisely. I think that's more my point. Okay, Self-Reliance here, though. You do see those tentacles that are off in the back, so they use... they actually pull those cultists away from that to be able to not aggro those tentacles into combat with them. And Self-Reliance makes very quick work of that trash pack, doing it as quickly as possible. Deplete from Beyond looks like they're going to do something very similar here. They're probably... Okay, so the Revel in Darkness gets cast. The tentacles are just waving around in the distance out of combat with these guys. Rentari fears everything away. What are they doing?
Looks like they're just running through here.
What?
Are they going to be using
Are
Shadow
they going to pull
Melts?
everything into the boss?
Maybe.
Is using
Atari
first
using
aid.
First aid. Bandaging himself up as, of course, he is still in combat. And are they going to be doing a Death Knight pull into the boss here? That is wild. I don't think we've seen. Oh no, Rentari is taking it. He's snapping them.
What?
Oh. And now they have started this trash pull. Death Knights are ramping, and they're going to pull Lord Stormsong with all of that Death Knight ramp from the
Rentari got
AoE.
stunned by the cast. Oh my goodness.
Oh my
This
goodness,
is so scary.
Rentari's so much danger. Life Cocoon comes out. Necrotic
Clicks goes
ramping
down.
up. Fireblood, though, used. Clicks down. That's the least important person on their team right now. If the Death Knights can survive, and they do get Clicks back up with their second battle res of the run, Lord Stormsong taking quite a bit of damage here from that massive Death Knight. Huge
They were
burst.
taking
Misty.
a bath in the Lord Stormsong Premium Gamer Spa.
Yep, ends up transcending out afterwards. Great play there. Avoids dying to the jacuzzi.
Okay, Self-Reliance still ahead in trash count by 12%. But Deplete from Beyond still has a bunch of trash left to deal with.
Yeah, they should end up being at about even trash count after all
They're
of
going
this
to
dies.
lose some boss
but
time by having to cleave down this much trash still. It's not going to save you any time.
yeah, I mean, so theoretically, pulling trash onto bosses should increase the time or the speed that you kill the boss.
Oh,
but
Dr.
unfortunately,
Jacob's down.
they've been having some people dying.
Well, okay.
and that
So-
is going to reverse that.
I mean, the Mental
phenomenon.
Assault also bullies them off of the position of where they would like to stand.
Yeah, that's the thing. These aren't like patchwork trash mobs, right? They do things that slow down
Yeah,
the
exactly.
team.
That was more my point.
Dr. J dead here for Deplete from Beyond. They're going to have to finish this boss fight and 2 trash mobs without him. Meanwhile, Self-Reliance, a little bit of a slower strategy, or a safer strategy on Lord Stormsong, not snapping 12 mobs onto him. And that is going to probably work out a little bit better for them, but it's still a very cool strategy to come out of Deplete
That
from
will
Beyond.
be taken and used to great effectiveness in the future, I suspect, by a lot of teams.
Yes, we will be studying that strategy's career with great interest.
Pepe Spyglass.
Self-Reliance swimming through the swimming part of the dungeon. No diving suits allowed on the tournament realm, so they're going to have to swim at their very slow
Do you
swimming
think
speeds.
Harudra uses first aid ever?
I mean, yeah, that was really cool to see, actually, Rentari busting out the bandages.
That was so random, the fact that he did that.
That might be an MDI first. I guess probably not in the history of the MDI, but definitely the first time I've seen it. Self-Reliance now into this last area here. They're 84% enemy forces, so they're going to need pretty much everything in this room. They are getting over. Rudra pulling some trash. They've got some eels. They have to be really careful with these eels to make sure that they path all to Harudra. If any of them start getting into trouble, that could cause the boss to do some weird stuff. Looks like they have all of them, though, grouped up nicely. The Ring of Peace to help group them even further. And they're going to pull Volzit the Whisperer now with all those eels. 2
Adios,
awakened enemies
eels.
here, so Ashvale takes a lot of damage there. They are doing a good job here of AoEing everything down. And it gets up to 1 million
Okay, so
damage.
something that's also fairly important is that whenever Self-Reliance, whenever Harudra and Furrow go down into the separate realm from Ashvale and Mikkel, is that the DPS group will probably end up killing off the casters before Harudra and Furrow end up killing off their Sunken Denizen. And the reason for that is because they actually want to kill off Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes, and Blood of the Corruptor first.
Oh my goodness. And normally they'd be able to cleave onto Urgroth and Blood of the Corruptor under their DPS target, but they can't do that because Harudra had to kite. He had to kite wildly to drop Necrotic there. He had 45 stacks. And so this is going to be a lot less quick for them there. They are hopefully going to be able to defeat those Mindbenders,
Pretty far
though.
ahead. Did Deplete from Beyond reset the boss?
No, they just haven't pulled it quite yet. Rentari is going to die, though.
I
Okay,
think
maybe
they reset
did,
the
actually.
boss.
I didn't see. Well, that's unfortunate. You don't want to do that.
Looks like Dr. J. Croddock has gone down too.
Yeah, they still have some eels in combat with them as well, and they're going to be releasing and doing the long swim back. Meanwhile, on the side of Self-Reliance, they are... Oh, are they going to be able to get out of this phase? All right, looks like they are now on that tank ad.
Okay, so basically Self-Reliance here has the boss at 67%. all they need to do is to make sure that the boss doesn't reset to the eels being dragged down to the depths of, I don't know, Oblivion. Yeah, they need to make sure that their eels don't get dragged into Nyalotha. And then they're kind of chilling. Like, 67%, they don't even need Furrow's damage buff. Like, he could die, and they could battle res him, and they'd still be okay. The boss just has to not reset.
Yeah, they should be able to one phase here on a fortified 19 with 67% on the boss with the damage they have. If they have all their cooldowns, they should be able to defeat this boss without seeing another Grasp of the Sunken City phase. If they do everything right, if they don't have any, big oopsies happening during the boss fight. For now, though, it looks like they are going to make use of Furrow's damage buff and go into some more trash. Looks like it might just be eels into the boss. The other option would be that middle pack.
Okay, so it looks like the eels did not reset the boss. I don't know what Deplete from Beyond was having happen, though.
All right, Deplete from Beyond now starting their own boss fight here. They have an extra awakened enemy to deal with in that spider.
Yeah, they had the... Dude, Voidweaver Malthier, probably one of the most scary bosses for this, because Voidweaver's Malthier's curse spell will always target your healer in this composition, since your healer is the only person who is a caster. So it will have priority on Igloo.
Mickle goes down on the side of Self-Reliance. That is going to be their battle res. They're now out of battle res here.
He lost his Army of the Dead, too. That's a pretty big deal. They may not be able to one phase.
I think there's... actually, you're right. Yeah, the boss is only at
just
30% here. And Ad connects. And that is nearly going to kill Furrow, but a great use there, it looks like, of defensive to keep himself alive.
Honestly, this is going to be okay for Self-Reliance. I'm pretty sure they're still going to win. Just because Furrow will be able to just kind of power through damage-wise. Deplete from Beyond is also a pretty sizable amount of deaths behind. So Self-Reliance, even though that there was just a major blunder right there, I don't think Deplete from Beyond can capitalize on it.
Self-Reliance is going to have to make sure that they don't have anything more go wrong for them, though, because they have no battle reses available. So if somebody goes down, that could be the end of this fight if they die to something, silly. Looks like they're getting ready to go back on Volzith here as they emerge from the Sunken City.
They're at 99% count. Oh, that Sunken Denizen that was out in the middle of the room reset whenever they phased.
Yeah, so they're going to have to go and kill that after the boss dies.
They're probably just going to cleave it down with the boss, but yeah. That's terrible.
Deplete from Beyond, meanwhile, working on this boss fight. They are in that first Grasp of the Sunken City phase. They beat the Blood of the Corruptor, and they've managed to make this look pretty good, even with that Voidweaver Malthier enemy being active here. So good time save, I think, from them to not fight that first Spire, but the other mistakes that they made over the course of the dungeon, it looks like, are going to be just a little bit too costly, as this Sunken Denizen dying on the side of Self-Reliance will be all they need to make 100% enemy forces count and stop the timer.
And that is going to put Self-Reliance up 1, tying up the series 1-1, while Deplete from Beyond is just a little bit too far ahead to catch up against Self-Reliance. Were they favored? Were they going to win before they reset that last boss there? Did it seem like it?
Well, if Anda died, then maybe. But they were...
I think they had a chance. They had a chance. Yeah.
They had a chance.
Certainly more even matchup, but something worth mentioning. Let's move back to that crazy strategy that we saw from Deplete from Beyond before that Lord Stormstrong boss. What happened there? Let's talk about that.
Oh, well, if we have the clip up right now, sure, we can talk about that too.
Oh, that's your clip. I'm sorry, I'm ruining it for you.
It is the clip. You're ruining my clip.
No.
Maybe they could just show the clip too, and I'll talk as if they were. And if they aren't showing it, then so be it. We just won't show it. Again. But yeah, essentially, like this is something that we saw used for some reaping waves as well. But it's really interesting to see them pull this out. Now, whenever you're talking about the MDI, something that we've consistently talked about for over a year is just trying to be as consistent as possible with your pulls and being as efficient as possible with your pulls, pulling trash on the top of bosses. I can't brain today. It's okay. Pulling trash on top of bosses is usually the most efficient way to do that, especially with this double unholy DK comp where you can cleave things down, get a bunch of Festermite stacks, get a whole bunch of strength, and then single target the boss with your Army of the Dead afterwards. And the best way to do this is snapping, so teams are always trying to figure out new and incredibly effective snap spots, and this is something that we haven't seen. And usually Lord Stormsong is a boss that you just single target down because you can't get any trash to it because of all of those tentacles that are in between you and the rest of the trash available. But this snap helps with that. You're able to snap the trash right next to the boss, then snap it back up to the boss, and you can get some of that free cleave that we keep talking about. And I guarantee you that there are a bunch of like all 14, 15 other teams that are competing in the MDI across both regions are like, yes, good strategy. Yoink, mine now.
Part of the downside of that strategy, though, is the fact that you probably can't go back and get those small tentacles, the lashers, because like once they're like spawned, walking up to them is going to just be instant death for anybody, the first person who gets in combat with them. So you're basically omitting those small lashers, though. So I don't know. Probably is worth it.
Yeah,
the
those things
lashers
don't give too much
feel
count,
that
though.
efficient in terms of count, and the danger of pulling those as well. Like if one person gets 20 stacks, they just insta-die.
What are they, 18 count out of like a 700 count dungeon? Like
Yeah, it's not that big a deal at all.
Yeah.
Well, if you,
Yeah, so that snap, it was big, it was risky, right? And it ended up it looked like maybe those mobs in particular are really tough ones to fight with the boss. But the potential is clearly there for this strategy to save time, and I'm sure that other teams are at least going to try this thing out and see if they can make this something that
how
they
hard
use.
is it to implement that? I mean, we won't see it today, will we? Like, that's kind of a really last-minute change to a strategy.
No. Yeah, the next time we'll see this would be the next cup we'd see other teams starting to use this.
It's like the same thing as kiting obelisks. Like once the first time you see it, you're like, oh, this is how this is done. But ultimately, you still need like an hour or two to practice it.
That's kind of the nice thing, right? Is you debut this strategy and you kind of you're going to be the only team using it for the first weekend of it being out, right? So that's kind of an advantage you get. But then after that, you got to keep innovating because everybody else learns what you've done and catches up.
Definitely. Well, we are tied up 1-1, so we will be moving on to Siege of Borealis, and those fixes accompanying it are going to be Fortified Sanguine and Grievous. And have we seen Sanguine today? I don't think so.
No, for some reason we haven't gone to any dungeons with Sanguine, even though there are a couple on the map pool. I'm not
pool.
quite sure what was happening there.
What is Sanguine titles?
It's like, so whenever you kill a mob,
Can you
it
use
drops
it in a
red
sentence,
pool
please?
of blood, and it will heal up the mobs that are previously in that pool of blood. And the reason that it is bad in Toldagor is because there are tight corridors in Toldagor, and the reason that it's okay in Siege of Borealis is because there are very few tight corridors in Siege of Borealis.
It is nasty in Siege too, though. There are a lot of low health enemies that die very quickly, especially in the first half of the dungeon.
Any mob that flees is just an abomination for Sanguine, by the way.
Yeah, and Siege and Toldagor are both full of those mobs. So, actually, the Alliance side has it, I think, a little bit better for Sanguine because they don't have those little mobs that just die immediately.
You're right. They have the Marauders that murder your
right?
tank immediately 100-0.
Yeah, but in terms of like on death affixes, I think that the Alliance pathing might be a little bit better for Sanguine at the start. Either way, it is a rough dungeon for that affix.
So
we've gotten some interesting pictures of Sanguine and Toldagor from our North American region, just doing it for time trials. So yeah, looking forward to that one.
Good luck to those guys. Godspeed. But if we look at the maps that we've played so far today in comparison to the Siege of Borealis, with the affixes, would we say that this is sort of testing these guys maybe more than previous maps that we've seen today?
This is definitely more finesse, right? Like so it was one of their time trial maps last weekend. So all the teams have a fundamental understanding of how they want Siege of Borealis to actually work. It is still one of the most, it is a dungeon that requires a lot of finesse, and I don't know a better way of describing it than that. It just how you're pathing around the dungeon, like how you're utilizing the spotter, and just the ways that you're being able to make all of the trash packs work. It just takes a lot of time and a lot of practice. It's because you ultimately don't play the dungeon yourself. You let the spotter play it for you.
Right, and Sanguine plays into that a lot with the spotter. It's important to note that the spotter is buffed by raging and bolstering, so you kind of want to have one of those two affixes on Siege of Borealis. It makes things easier if you have those, and we don't have either of those affixes here, so it's already just a little bit more difficult by default. And then on top of that, Sanguine kind of plays against what you want to do with your spotter, right? You want everything to be stacked up for your spotter-sided artillery, but if you kill everything too quickly and one or two mobs are left, they're instantly going to get healed to full by all the Sanguine pools you leave on the ground. So you really need to make sure you're on point with your displacements, so you bring a piece from your monk or any other knockbacks you might have in your group as well. And if you don't, you're gonna suffer.
Don't you dare troll me with Binding Shot. Don't you dare drop that at a bad time and make me sanguine up these mobs.
Yes, and to top it off, Grievous is active too, and one of the things about the spotters is you stay in combat for a long period of time, bringing your spotter around. Grievous really going to drain those healers' mana pools. And the Sanguine Grievous interaction is also pretty rough, where, you know, you step in a Sanguine pool and you have a Grievous stack all of a sudden, and I think this is going to be a really tough combination of affixes to see these players try and defeat, yeah?
Hadal and Hadal's Room are going to be quite rough on Grievous generally, and then I suspect Vikagoth with any amount of obelisks with Grievous to be fairly frustrating as well.
What level of corruption do you guys think they're running here then?
If they run a bunch of hunters, they're going to be running 55. Tanks are probably going to be running below 40 unless they're oceanic, and then in that case they'd run also 55.
Running over 40 is pretty scary in Grievous. So
the eyeball.
Prop Warriors do have spell reflection available to reflect back that thing from beyond once every 25 seconds. There's not really too much else you need to reflect in this dungeon.
Yeah.
But it is, you know, the scaling up of the Eye of Corruption's damage with each extra point of corruption is actually a pretty big threat.
And as always, if you guys want to check out what gear the guys are wearing, you can go to mdi.gcd.tv and look at it yourself. You can also check down the description of this video.
Yep, there you go. Stole the words right out of my mouth. But yep, hopefully these teams will be loading into this map soon. It is 1-1. It's a best of 3 series. Do you guys want to make predictions? You want to do it?
I believe that one of our 2 teams is going to take this series in 3 games.
Wow.
And they're going to do it on the Alliance side.
I bet Self-Reliance will win.
Okay, Self-Reliance, Stratos.
I will bet Deplete from Beyond will win.
I think either Dratnos or Tattles is going to be right on this one.
All right, we got to have a third vote. I'll say Deplete from Beyond will take the series.
Okay, so 2 votes from Deplete from Beyond, 1 vote from Self-Reliance. We will find out shortly here.
I bet Deplete from Beyond goes too big for their britches and is not able to come home with some of the strategies that they've implemented. And then Self-Reliance, while not exactly having the most clean run imaginable, they somehow are just able to take it even still.
Jeez, you're getting really specific.
Too big for their bridges? Is that what you said?
Which poll is Deplete from Beyond going to get too big on?
Just wait for the 8-minute and 30-second mark. There's going to be something really exciting.
They're going to Deplete in the Hadal room.
Oh, in the Hadal room?
At approximately 9 minutes and 45 seconds into the dungeon. Okay. My magic 8-ball told me.
I know you guys can't see, but my head was in my hands when you were talking.
I can hear it in the tone of your voice, actually.
Are you disappointed in me?
For those of you watching at home, we actually can't see each other, so
nope, we can't.
It's a lot of guessing what everybody else is feeling. And apparently Zyro is very disappointed in his co-casters on the desk, so to speak. I just did quotation marks, guys, just so you know.
No, it's just Tettles.
What?
It's just Tettles.
Oh, okay. It's just
I'm a nice guy.
Thanks, Tettles. Thanks, Tettles.
All right, well, jokes aside, the maps are loaded. Our teams are ready to go. It is 1-1. Anyone's game at this point. Deplete from Beyond versus Self-Reliance.
And I think we have a first here on the side of Self-Reliance. That is a Death Knight, but that is not an Unholy Death Knight. That is a Frost Death Knight on the side of Self-Reliance. Very cool to see
Frost
that.
Death Knight main, so anytime that he believes he can get an opportunity to bust it out, where he thinks that it's going to be better, he will absolutely take that opportunity. We saw him play it in Workshop, I think.
Okay, so not quite a first, but a first for Siege, I think. Yeah, and we're going to see... so the addition there of the Death Grips against Sanguine will be pretty nice. Death Grip also a way you can move around the spotter when it's not being cooperative, as it sometimes is not. And they have that massive damage on their breath every 2 minutes. So this is going to be something that will be very cool to watch coming out of Self-Reliance. Meanwhile, Deplete from Beyond playing Triple Hunter. They are into this first pull a little bit more slowly than Self-Reliance is.
Yeah, okay, so I kind of prefer the DK to the utility of the third Hunter. I don't know if necessarily the extra Binding Shot brings you anything.
No, the third Hunter is purely for damage, rather than... Yeah, the third copy of Binding Shot and stuff is not really. It's rare that you need 3
That'd
of
be
those,
wild
right?
if you
And
did.
before the first one is back off cooldown. Yeah. I mean, it's not impossible. Like that's 24 seconds of root that doesn't break on damage. That is pretty
And
pretty
a third
powerful.
freezing
but,
trap, I guess.
Yeah, those
Oh, look
freezing
at this.
traps
Okay.
are busy.
Deplete from
They're
Beyond
all
has
assigned to
that
my thing
mob,
from Beyond.
that Iron Tide Raider doing Steel Tempest in the Sanguine. If they were running that Death Knight, yoink, come to me, and he gets out of that immediately. But Deplete from Beyond has to sit there and keep DPSing it down, where Self-Reliance is, I would say, significantly ahead at this point.
Yep, they're fighting Chopper Red Hook. Already have it down to 50% health. Fortified active here, not Tyrannical, so these bosses should not be too much of a challenge for them. They're doing a pretty good job here of grouping up all of those ads, keeping them faced away. On that Alliance side, sometimes you get so many of those ads spawning, because unlike the Horde side, the ads are not like capped at spawning, only a few of a certain type. They'll just spawn a bunch in waves. And Anda going down on the side of Self-Reliance, they're going to commit that battle res. Even though Chopper Red Hook is at 10%, they're going to get him back up. That is going to be not costly in terms of time, but costly in terms of that battle res.
Battle res are in a finite amount, but they have to B-res him, or they have to use a single target res from Furrow. And the reason being because, so you do get a checkpoint after this boss, but the checkpoint is in such a location that Self-Reliance didn't pull the trash in, so they have to commit a res, basically.
Yeah, because if you release, you're just going to pull all that trash, and then, you could maybe turtle and run back and feign or something, but he doesn't have turtle available, and it's not worth it. So they're going to commit that battle res instead, rather than wasting the time to single res him afterwards. And this is, it really doesn't hurt them on the timer yet.
Ooh.
But it may cause a wipe later that they don't have that battle res available.
Commander.
So that is when it can really hurt them on the timer that they had that death there.
Okay, so Deplete from Beyond is actually kind of catching up, even though Self-Reliance looked like they should have been significantly further ahead.
Yeah, and they're doing a little bit of a different strategy here. They're just yeeting on through here. They are not activating that obelisk, so they will be fighting the spider.
They do have a 5
with
meld / feign death comp, so
love that male dwarf feign death there. Beautiful animation coming out from Curry, who is playing. They're all playing dwarf actually on the side of their.
Okay, so
hunters
dwarf actually
on
allows you to
Beyond.
dispel Vic Goth debuffs.
Yep, and fears from the fear
and
guy.
fears from Samrek. So,
and it does come with that crit damage amplifier, which is not a bad DPS effect for a hunter. It's not like the best damage one, but it is better
the best
than Night Elf.
alliance
for
damage one for hunter is human, but dwarf is fairly close, especially if you can get any benefit out of the racial itself.
Yeah, if you're ever stone forming for value, it's really good.
Precisely.
Meanwhile, Rentari and Igloo play in those Night Elves so that they all have access to either Feign Death or Shadow Meld to get past stuff. Self-Reliance have made their way through here in a little bit of a different pathing. They've gotten a little bit more trash, but I'm not sure how efficient this is going to end up being.
Gonna
Because
heal
there is
this horse right here.
It certainly looks like it, yeah. So the horse is going to charge the farthest person. Look at that. Look at that great play there from Dr. J. Actually gets himself to be the farthest target over on that side so that it then charges not through the Sanguine. Excellent heads-up play coming out from Dr. J.
That's why he's 600 IQ. Self-Reliance is pretty far ahead on trash count and at a roughly similar point in the dungeon.
Yeah, but there is some pretty good trash later. If you're killing those Bildrat, pirate enemies, that is pretty close to free count later, so they may end up not really saving all that much time. Oh, broadside.
We call that Monkey Town, Dratnos.
Looks like it nearly hit. Nearly hit Rentari there. They're fighting a lot of trash here with Dread Captain Lockwood. They're going to cleave it down, though, with the sighted artillery.
I don't know how I feel about
be careful,
trash with Lockwood.
Yeah, and if you drop Sanguine under her, the world is over,
okay, so
right?
look at her health right now. It's at 66%, which means that they are in striking distance of being able to phase her after she comes out of this position. But if they heal her even one tick with Sanguine, that opportunity immediately goes away.
Look at Misty Igloo there with the taunt to bring that Sanguine to a good spot. Picks up the cannon. Has to be really careful, though.
Okay, so Rentari is kiting around those deckhands. Those deckhands, of course, are not part of that. Okay, looks like Lockwood did not get a slow on her early enough, so she ran away and gut shot.
Yeah, she disengaged in a very fortunate direction there that happens to be very clear of Sanguine.
This is going to be close. So look at Lockwood's energy bar in the bottom left-hand corner relative to her HP. They are trying to get the boss's health to 0% before she gets another energy phase. It looks like they're going to miss it, though.
Well, they do have a Ring of Peace available, though. The Ring of Peace can delay her jump back upwards. Looks like they're not even gonna need it, though. The Ring of Peace comes down, but it is enough already.
So explaining what Dreadness was talking about with the Ring of Peace. Basically, you can cancel Dread Captain Lockwood's Withdraw cast if she gets bounced by a Ring of Peace. So you're probably going to see Self-Reliance do something similar. Actually, they're even further ahead, and
they're way ahead. Yeah, they're not even going to need that Ring of Peace.
Frost Death Knight, dude. Big damn.
Yeah, look at that. Big damage coming out from Mikkel's Frost Death Knight. Meanwhile, Deplete from Beyond onto their next pull of the dungeon. They're bringing a spotter with them here. I will be calling him by a random pronunciation every time. Mikkel. They are going to be having spotted artillery now coming down on the side of Deplete from Beyond. They have to be careful that they don't Sanguine heal up the Demolisher here. Looks like they're doing a pretty good job of managing that.
Okay, so Self-Reliance immediately hits the Obelisk. Deplete from Beyond is kiting out all this trash. Look at the difference in trash count right now. Deplete from Beyond is sitting at a nice 42%. Probably going to be about that 44% range whenever this last mob ends up dying. Where Self-Reliance is already at that 44% mark, and they're ahead. They've now pushed into the lead.
Rentari just yeeting into that Sanguine pool to activate the Obelisk. Doesn't give a single bother about that. They're going right into Samrek Beckoner of Chaos.
Okay, so Self-Reliance is going to kill Samrek over in this area, and then I suspect that they're going to... that all four members, like the DPS and the healer, are going to stay inside of the realm, where Harudra is going to run into the Hadal room, pull Hadal to be able to bring all of his group mates out, and deal with it like that. We saw this a lot last weekend, so I suspect that we're going to see something similar. So watch Harudra right here. He can actually heroic leap over this little wall.
He's going another way, though. They have a different plan on the side of Self-Reliance. This may be it. Maybe they're just going to pull all of this in, or maybe he's going to meld.
He's doing it exactly like we saw it last weekend. So he melds off all that trash, and then he's going to pull Hadal to be able to pull his group out. Where Deplete from Beyond is sitting here in Monkey Town without a spotter.
For some reason, I thought that the leap was over the other bit of wall.
You can't leap over that other bit of wall.
Okay. Yeah, they're going to have to be really careful of Sanguine on the side of Self-Reliance. What's happening on the side of Deplete from Beyond? Looks like they're just pulling this without a spotter.
Yes, this is in fact exactly what they're doing, but I'm not entirely sure why.
It's a bold strategy, Tettles. Let's see how it works out.
It may pay off, but it's going to be time inefficient.
Oh, Nadal heals to full on the side of Self-Reliance as a result of that beautiful Sanguine affix.
I will take, if I was Self-Reliance, I would take the full heal. It kind of sucks, but they're not going to wipe to this triple commander, which is fortunate to them. Or this double commander, which is fortunate for them. Like, that's the scary part. I don't think Hadal Darkfathom himself is the scary part.
There's a lot of Sanguine on the ground here, though. There's a lot of space denied in this room.
Heal. This is not ideal.
Yeah, Sanguine very difficult to manage here. They have to be really careful to make sure they don't cut themselves off as well from the next wave cast.
Okay, so I was wrong. Deplete from Beyond is not going to wipe at 9:45. I'm sad to say.
It's good try though. They were doing something weird at 9:45. To be fair,
they're still doing something kind of weird, but they're not going to wipe to it.
Yeah, it looks like they've just decided that they're going to do this dungeon the old-fashioned way and just kill mobs with their own class abilities. Anda goes down though on the side of Self-Reliance. They have another battle as though available as more than 10 minutes have elapsed.
Harudra with the clutch, rally and keeps Furrow alive at 5% health. Oh, Harudra, Lightfoot potion
himself, 1% health, dead. That is going to be a full wipe on the side of Self-Reliance as that battle res from earlier returns with a vengeance to claim this attempt on Hadal Darkfathom.
Well, I think this is the problem with Sanguine in this dungeon.
Deplete from Beyond now have an opportunity. Will they capitalize on it? They've been moving a little bit more slowly, but a little bit more safely through this dungeon. They're just going to kill the spotter because that is an enemy mob and they're going to attack it. That is the theory from Deplete from Beyond. They don't care about using those artilleries for their own purposes. They're just going to kill these mobs exactly as intended. And here we go into Hadal Darkfathom's room. Rentari and the gang, they're going to fight all these enemies at once. Of course, the 2 snipers over at the far side are going to be crowd controlled because they do not really come in and cooperate with attempts to AoE them down anyways. Let's see if this goes any better for them than it went for Self-Reliance, who did wipe here. Self-Reliance are setting up to do the exact same strategy here against Hadal. But, of course, most of the enemies are dead, so it should be a little bit easier for Self-Reliance this time. A little bit less danger of wiping, though they do not have a battle res.
They do still have some of the more dangerous mobs in this room, though, right?
Yeah, they are going to have to be careful. Ooh, there's the Ring of Peace used on the side of Deplete from Beyond, but there's still going to be Sanguine in their near future. That is very scary. They need to make sure they do not heal Hadal. Clicks drops very low. And Sanguine is going to full heal one of those commanders on the side of Deplete from Beyond. But other than that, it looks like it's not going to do too much damage here. Hadal, though, is in one Sanguine pool, and that's going to heal him by a little bit, but not all the way up to full. So better Sanguine control, although still not perfect on the side of Deplete from Beyond.
Okay.
In a room where Sanguine control is not, it's unrealistic for that to be perfect.
Okay, so look at where Deplete from Beyond Sanguine is. It's literally around the pillar for the whole entire way. Clicks ends up going down. I assume it was to the breakwater.
Yeah, they do have 2 battle reses available, but nobody as good as Mikkel at casting it. So they're going to actually have somebody go and do an engineering res.
Oh, it looks like Self-Reliance may end up downing Hadal Dark Fathom before Deplete from Beyond, but Deplete from Beyond is a significant amount ahead.
Way ahead on trash count, yeah. Self-Reliance still has to backtrack and do some trash. They are gonna... So Deplete from Beyond is gonna get to AFK here a little bit. I guess they're gonna clean up these snipers while that RP is going on and the gate is opening ahead of them. Self-Reliance now about to down Hadal.
How are you
Dark
feeling
Fathom.
about this, like, doing all of this trash in this room with Hadal?
I'm not convinced that it's a time save with Sanguine
That's about
active.
how I feel about it, too. With Sanguine, you just watch Self-Reliance heal Hadal 40% or whatever. You're just like, okay, well, there goes all of your time.
Like, I mean, it might be... It seems doable, but the point is to save some time, right?
Yeah.
So if it ends up costing you more time because the boss full heals, then
Yeah.
I don't know. That seems like you may that may be defeating the purpose. All right, so we see Deplete from Beyond. They have finished the boss fight. They just have a little bit of trash to deal with here. 2 commanders and 3 snipers, and then they will be on to the last boss fight. As you can see, all those Kultirans going and getting ready to attack that gate. Of course, the Horde side does not have to deal with
How many
that.
obelisks do they have left?
I believe that they have an extra
They have 3
one.
total.
I think that they have the spider, yeah. One of the teams has the spider. I'm not actually quite sure which them it
I
is.
think both of them.
Looks like it is Deplete from Beyond, yeah. So Deplete from Beyond is going to have to deal with everything except for the Fear guy here with the last
Yeah, I
boss.
think both of them have the spider. I think both of them have 3.
Oh, yeah, they both have the spider. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Self-Reliance here is doing a really good job of kiting out these mobs, trying to make sure that they don't...
Oh, but Sanguine, look at that
Banana
Sanguine
Rampage.
full heal.
That is a shame.
They're going to have to spend a little bit more time dealing with those enemies. Meanwhile, Deplete from Beyond pulling this last boss. They are all-inning that gripping terror. They need to kill that before 20 seconds into the boss fight, at which time the second demolishing terror of the fight will spawn, and they will be potentially in big trouble. Looks like they're going to defeat that DPS check, and now they have all the time in the world to take care of these awakened enemies with just that one demolishing terror up, and the boss doing its casts from time to time.
This is fairly scary. We saw a bunch of teams wipe to this earlier on, like last weekend in the America's Cup. Because this triple obelisk, MDI teams make it look so effortless. This is probably one of the scariest things imaginable.
Yeah, oh, it looks like Urgroth
Is in the floor.
Okay, he was in the floor for a little bit. I think it was just because of a Hunter pet taunt, not some kind of weird evasion thing happening. And they're going to be okay here. Dealing with almost all of these awakened enemies. Looks like they're just even cleaving them. Voidweaver Mouth here getting a little bit extra focus, as they are going to be light on interrupts here with that triple Beast Mastery Hunter comp.
Yeah, Blood of the Corruptor probably going to start going down second. Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes should not really have too many problems with a comp like this, whereas the Blood of the Corruptor is starting to limit their space. So something you guys can use at home whenever you are dealing with Blood of the Corruptor is you know that it's always going to be boss, the pool is always going to spawn underneath the boss first, and then it will spawn on players, so you can position yourself in a way that is pretty good to be able to position all of those pools there. So utilize that at your discretion.
Yeah, always nice to kind of stand next to an old puddle so that you're maximizing how much free space is left. And we can see Deplete from Beyond, they're going to send a hunter to go and shoot that cannon, and they will now be attacking the second platform here. They're going to target down that Demolishing Terror first, and then they will go and attack the Gripping Terror. The Gripping Terror getting in combat is what starts the timer for the second Demolishing Terror on this platform. So they're now going to engage that Gripping Terror, and as long as they can kill it within the next 40 seconds, they are going to not be in trouble.
Look at Deplete from Beyond's dwarf racial usage on their hunters. All three of them have used it to be able to dispel themselves on Vic Goth. Very smart usage, because at the very beginning of this fight, it's the most deadly. You have 3 obelisks up at once. There's just a large amount of incidental damage. So making sure that they're pretty aggressive with those dwarven racials is very nice. Also, something they can do, since they are light on kicks against Voidweaver Malthair, is they can feign death off the cast. It will immediately start recasting, but they can use that to kind of delay a little bit if they would like.
Yeah, it's effectively an interrupt because the boss is going to start casting again anyways.
Look at all the hunters dismissing their pets. What a shame.
Yeah, they'll use them later, but for now they don't want to bring them across that dangerous terrain.
The pets would never make it.
That's just the pets are, the hunters have a bond with their pets, right? And they want to be nice to them. They're just going to hard commit onto this Gripping Terror in the last platform. Not going to worry about the demolishing one at all. At some point, Rentari will be tanking
it. Down for self-reliance.
But they do not need to worry about that.
Goes off too. I think this is looking like the beginning of the end. I think Deplete from Beyond is going to take this with the Gripping Terror dropping.
This may even be the end of the end.
End of the end. Ah, yes.
Yeah, it's self-reliance. A couple too many problems here. This is going to be the second map for them that has looked very sloppy. Their shrine was pretty good, though. There's a glimmer of hope there for self-reliance as they move into the lower bracket, but it is going to be Deplete from Beyond. Fire that final cannon shot and take down Vic Goth for the win in the match.
Yep, Deplete from Beyond will be taking this series, and they're going to be moving on to face Perplexed later in the day, and Self-Reliance is going to be dropping down to that lower bracket, and we'll see them face off against Couch Pepega. Now, pretty clean run, only 1 death on the board from Deplete from Beyond. Dratnos, how are they able to pull this off? Break it down for us.
So there are a lot of abilities that enemies will do that do damage, and they did a pretty good job of avoiding them or healing through them, and that's how they managed to stop having a lot of deaths.
Right.
Salute, is that you? I thought we got rid of you. I thought you weren't able to cast this season.
Well,
I'm just providing some analysis there on how they had 1 death.
As the analyst for this section, I want to say that I'm impressed that Tettles is incredibly close to what actually happened. I think he said that he said that Deplete from Beyond was going to wipe at 9:45 to Haddle. You picked the wrong team and it was a minute late.
Ooh.
But you were close. Like, that's
close.
actually pretty impressive. It was 10:45 when Self-Reliance wipes started happening. So you were on the right track for sure. Also, it's I apologize for decided now would be the time to start mowing the lawn outside my window. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but what can you do?
Maybe a little bit. Well,
Excellent.
go ahead. Shout out to
I was going to say shout out 3:45 on a Saturday.
I thought you were going to say
Whenever you
shout
can
out
get
to-
it done, I guess.
Is your dad mowing his lawn, or is it your neighbor? Did
No.
you say?
No, just one of the service that comes to the neighborhood to do it.
Okay, right. So something I want to talk about, that Frost Death Knight on the side of Self-Reliance. Was that an interesting choice? You said sometime in the beginning of that series that Mikkel just likes to fit that Frost Death Knight in there anywhere they can, or was that sort of not a good choice to go with them for that composition?
I think I've tricked you into mispronouncing his name. I'm sorry about that.
Mikkel.
You got it in my brain.
Mikkel. Yeah.
Brother to the nickel.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. I thought he named himself after the currency, but of course, this is the European Cup, so
That's his
I don't
name,
think
bro.
They even use nickels
That's
over
his
there.
name.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mikkel. I'm sorry if you're out there.
The Frost Death Knight, though, was really, really cool to see, and I think it was doing good things for them. I don't think that was the problem we saw on Self-Reliance's side. I think that it gave them a good kind of ebb and flow to a damage profile that is otherwise very consistent, which is just what Beast Mastery Hunters look like. So with the Frost Death Knights instead, you kind of get those 2-minute bursts around the big Breathless Indragosas with the Font of Power, and I think that's cool to see. I'm not actually sure if that was what they were playing, but that's the common Frost Death build that I've seen.
Yeah, definitely cool to see, but just wasn't quite enough to beat Deplete from Beyond Zyro, and it sounds like you have a little bit more insight about what went on during that last map.
Yeah, I just wanted to use this clip to highlight how difficult these two particular affixes are in Siege Royale, or just by themselves in general. The thing with affixes is that on their own, one affix that adds an entirely new mechanic to the dungeon isn't that difficult to deal with, right? If you just had Sanguine by itself with like something like Quaking or Volcanic, it's usually pretty easy to deal with. But when you have both of them together on a massive pull with the boss, the amount of things going on that you have to keep track of just kind of all pile up, and then when one person dies, it kind of just snowballs from there. And that's what happened to Self-Reliance here. This pull already is a difficult pull on its own with normal affixes. But with these two affixes, it just kind of gets ramped up to 11.
Well, speaking of ramped up to 11, we'll be moving on to Method EU versus Paint for Femme for this next series. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm looking forward to this series. I think maybe Paint for Femme can take a map up. Do we think?
I think they can absolutely be competitive in this match.
Hopeful.
Paint for Femme looked fantastic in their match against the boys. Their motherload was pretty close to flawless. It was a 19-minute bolstering motherload with 0 deaths. If they can bring that kind of gameplay up against Method EU are going to have a serious challenge here from Paint for Femme.
Tuddles, you disagree?
Okay, so it's Junkyard, Motherload, Underrot, Toldagor, Atal'Dazar. I suspect that Method EU is going to swiftly take this 2-0 and look pretty convincing.
All right, well, we will shortly find out. We are going to be going to a little bit of a longer break, given that it is midday here. We are four matches down, and we have 4 matches left in the day. So stick around. After this break, we will see Method EU face off against Paint for Femme. Welcome back, everyone. We are halfway through the day here, and now we are looking at Method EU versus Paint for Fem. And Method EU is a team they have yet to lose a single map. They're the first place defenders of the last cup. However, Paint for Fem, they had a very good last series, and they're looking pretty good today. Jack, what is it going to take for Paint for Fem here to maybe pull off a win here?
I think the biggest thing is they just need to be able to have the confidence to pull through with a lot of their own strategies. I mean, with Motherlode being the first dungeon that we'll be going through, they've already had strong strategies throughout this, and I think that they can continue to compete on this dungeon. We'll have to see on some of the other ones as well, but I think Method EU has looked, I'd say, vulnerable. They haven't been perfect throughout their runs that we usually are kind of expecting from them a lot of times. So Paint for Fem just needs to be in a position where they can capitalize on any sort of mistakes. It could be one small death in a boss fight where they can't battle res them, something like that allows them to pull ahead. It could just be, you know, full wipe or something. But always making sure that, yeah, Method EU is the Titans, but Paint for Fem have been steadily improving every single week that we've saw them, going on for over a year now. So if they stay in the race, if they continue to follow their strategies, they can definitely pull through with a couple wins here.
I actually recant my statement that I said before the break. I think Paint for Fem may take this Motherlode.
After
Illegal.
Fem called you out.
No, I think
Yeah.
I think that they're going to take this Motherlode because of how they play the Peacekeepers at the very beginning. So Peacekeepers, like we were talking about earlier, will global combat and not pull trash mobs that are inside of it. Some of them actually will, like the first one, like the first Peacekeeper on the right that you'll see.
What do you mean by global combat?
Yeah, can pull trash packs whenever they global combat. The rest of them will not pull any trash packs with it whenever they proxy pull or run by them. So I suspect that Paint for Fem, if they're going to take a match, it's definitely going to be this Motherlode. And then at that point, everything's kind of up in the air, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, Method EU, they have banned Junkyard, and it looks like Paint for Fem has banned Atal'Dazar. Why? Do we think that Method EU maybe should have banned Motherlode, considering how Paint for Fem performed on the last time they did it?
There's definitely a strong performance coming out of Paint for Fem on the Motherlode, but Method EU may also be confident in their Motherlode. This is definitely interesting, though. You know, both teams had the opportunity to ban the same map in this series that they banned in their first series, and they both chose to ban a different map instead. So a cool strategic readjustment from both teams as we move into this second series for each of them.
I don't know if maybe... I seriously doubt Method EU is banning based on other teams' strengths.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fairly likely to assume that Method EU is banning off of their own weaknesses.
I'd agree with that one.
Right.
Especially when you're looking at like how you want to practice and how you want to proportion like your time for practicing certain dungeons over others. If they just say, okay, we're not going to worry about this one. We don't want to build a strat around it. Let's focus on something else. They'll do that so much more consistently.
Yeah, and there are no more junkyards in the upper bracket.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
They probably took a look at the map bracket and they were like, look, we just can ban junkyard, and then if we stay in the upper bracket, we're never going to have to deal with it ever again.
And that's what they've been playing for consistently, right? So that's something that should be right up their alley, and that's always the challenge, because even if you're, you know, Method EU, you have a lot of people who are able to play around the clock, and, you know, people who stream for a living or something like that. You still need to be able to maximize your practice time, and even though Paint for Fem showed a crazy strong Motherlode throughout the previous series that they had, you know, Method EU, we haven't seen what they have, so they need to go with their own playbook, and a lot of times they need to play against themselves.
That's very true, Jack. And surprising maybe is also that neither team has banned Atal'Dazar. That will be the third map if this goes to a Game 3. Tuttles, are you surprised by this choice at all?
After how much outcry we saw on Twitter, I am kind of surprised that Atal'Dazar went through. I don't think... Okay, so Sanguine Atal'Dazar is really frustrating, but it is also volcanic, so there is a lot of room to be able to play around it if you have strategies in play. Of course, fleeing mobs inside of, like, the Jess floor and, like, the officer's quarters can be annoying, but if you put in any amount of time, you're going to be able to deal with that, especially whenever the second affix is a non-affix, like volcanic.
I think in some ways, they also have teams that are kind of hedging their bets as to what are some of the later rounds going to be looking like in terms of what dungeons would they possibly be playing against. So looking at like upper finals, for example, they say, okay, there's no Toll-Dagor. They look at like the grand finals, there's no Toll-Dagor under that one. So they might be saying, okay, we may not practice this one this much, but since it's the later dungeon in the series, we can kind of hedge our bets and push a team to pick that, or we'll just lightly practice it compared to other dungeons.
Yeah, well, we'll see if this does go to a game 3 or if it's a 2-0 for either of these teams. This is Method EU versus Paint for Fem here on Motherload.
Alrighty, my friend, let's get ourselves underway. As Motherload, we saw previously, Paint for Fem has an amazing strategy in place for dealing with a lot of Peacekeepers all at once.
Yeah, they're going to all meld here after each activating different Peacekeepers, and that's going to cause those Peacekeepers to get in combat with them and run at them, but not proxy pull anything else along the way. And that's going to be really, really effective for them, getting a lot of count from these Peacekeepers. But Method EU, on the other hand, have a different strategy, right? They're just going with kind of a more standard pull at the start, medium size as a result of the bolstering affix, much smaller than it otherwise would have been. But this is still going to get them a good percentage of count. And they're going to get the extra enemy forces count from those jockeys themselves, which Paint for Fem have to give up when they hit that Shadow Melt button.
That's the big thing, too, is that it is very efficient in what Paint for Fem is doing, but they also are kind of like slicing and dicing their way through the dungeon. In some cases, they're taking quite a bit of time to set up some of these pulls, so there is the potential that it could buy them tons and tons of time, but we kind of saw in the previous series against the boys there, Dratnos, where it seemed like the lead that Paint for Fem established very early started kind of slipping away from them a little bit near the end. They still won, but they didn't have as wide of a lead.
Yeah, and the boys' run was not flawless. There were deaths on the side of the boys, and there were maybe optimizations that could have been made to it that Method EU may be making here that will lead to them, accelerating over the course of the dungeon. While Paint for Fem is busy trying to set up pulls, you're right. If you spend an extra 20 seconds to make a pull work, even if it's a better pull, you have to factor in those 20 seconds that it cost you to set it up as well, and that may end up, turning the scales back in the favor of Method EU.
And right now we're seeing, more extra damage, more extra pressure, I think, that on the side of Method EU, because they have all kinds of different mobs in there together. Some of the charges coming out from the thugs, for example, they have a mech jockey or two in there as well, and it goes to show how well they've been able to, burn down a lot of these mobs together, because you're starting to see all of those different mechanics, grease guns and charges, clotheslines, happening right before they get Omega bolstered. And then everything just starts dying all together on the side of Method EU. So very clean execution onto that one to make sure they're being very consistent with the killing of the mobs all at once.
When they're going to have some bolstering stacks on this Refreshment Vendor, but they may end up just skipping this Refreshment Vendor. They have Shadow Melt and Feign Death. They're not all playing Night Elf on the side of Method EU. We've got Frag on Frag McLovin, the Dwarf Hunter.
I just now read that.
Yeah, not quite sure what the rationale is behind the 1 Hunter, 2 Night Elf pick from Method EU, but they are going to skip the first boss entirely for now and get another trash pull going on the other side here. They are advancing that enemy forces bar by a huge amount, while Paint for Fem are going to be taking care of this boss and moving on to the rest of the dungeon, but they're going to need to find that count later in the dungeon, and they've already taken care of all those Peacekeepers, so there's no more kind of good count for them at the start of the dungeon that they could backtrack and pick up.
I never knew that Fragments lived in Hawaii. Never knew. Paint for Fem bringing down the coin-operated Crown Pummeler right now as they're just going to get themselves moved on. And like you mentioned, Method EU really stepped it up in terms of their trash percentage there. Got a couple really quick pulls. And like we were talking about, they don't really seem to have a lot of setup required for any of these pulls that they're doing right now. They're, okay, let's run forward and grab a bunch of these things. Look on the right side for Paint for Fem. They're getting paralysis, double traps out. They're moving into position. They're grabbing all the mobs in together, and they're kind of picking and choosing. You're seeing, actually, every single hard crowd control was used. They sap, they blind, they put out 1 paralysis, they put out 2 hunter traps. That's the whole list, right? They put out everything to make sure that they could pick, choose, and slice and dice their way through to get only the specific mobs that they wanted. It's really strong, but against a team like Method EU, they kind of have to be extremely careful under this one, because it might be that Method EU just kind of hitting the W key and moving through the dungeon might be a little bit faster if they can avoid some of the potential deaths from the more lethal mobs.
Yeah, it's a question of the trade-off, right? If you're getting a pull that is more efficient, that is bigger by enough to make up for that time spent crowd controlling, and that is what will remain to be seen, because right now Pain for Femme are farther ahead in the dungeon. They've killed an extra boss. They are a tiny bit behind on enemy forces here, but they are way ahead in terms of where they are in the dungeon. However, Method EU has some good trash available for them that Pain for Femme does not have. So that may be something that Method EU can use to get some more of that enemy forces meter filled back up on their side.
I would still give the lead at the moment to Pain for Femme, but when we look a little bit later in Pain for Femme's dungeon, when they go to the research and development wing after this boss, they sort of chunk up the pulls. They put in like 3 different small or small-ish pulls in research and development. And they really have to chop that up because it is so difficult to bring down the masterminds, or I believe it's the Canis? Who's got the force cannon as well in Motherlode?
The weapons tester.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Right? They chop up a lot of those pulls, whereas we're seeing just medium-sized pulls coming out consistently on Method EU, and they're just constantly target swapping to adjust for bolstering.
Yeah, good play there by Method EU. Both teams avoid low health. Very dangerous thing to do on bolstering is to pull them. But Method EU, it didn't really cost them time to skip. They just walked around it, whereas Pain for Femme ended up having to set up that convoluted trap paralysis feign later to drop combat with them strategy.
And that's when
Method EU.
And that's one thing that we've kind of talked about previously is how important it is for you to have people who can kind of advance the meta as well. And we've seen a lot of times where Method EU's done that, but in this dungeon they're not really doing anything wrong by any means. Just they're not really doing anything fancy, right? They're going straight through. They're kind of dodging, like you mentioned, a couple mobs that are really annoying, but they don't really have anything fancy to put together for it. And as a result, they might just have to lean a little bit more on the boss damage, because we saw that on the side of the boys previously against Pain for Femme, that we were just really relying, like, the boys were really catching up a lot because they had such strong boss damage by comparison.
Yeah, and here we have the extra hunter on the side of Method EU that should even further help increase that single target boss damage relative to Pain for Femme, who have that outlaw rogue who's going to be forced to step away from the boss a little bit on the last boss fight when those awaken mechanics start coming into play.
It's true, and that's one thing we always got to look at is, you know, how easily is Method EU going to, for example, allow Zalia to continue DPSing, because whichever hunter can just jump out with the missile on them, versus, you know, we saw a couple times out of Pain for Femme where they were stacking very tightly together in that first phase, and Miwo was just straight completely out of gas and having a lot of problems in that first phase, but they were able to stabilize, and then they cleaned it up as they killed the boss.
These two teams are so close now. They are separated by 6% of the enemy forces meter and 25% of a boss's health. On different sides there of the scales, so we'll see which of those ends up being more worthwhile as Pain for Femme are doing their pull in the research and development wing. They have to be very careful here. There are a lot of mobs with lethal abilities, but they have a lot of AoE crowd control effects that can hopefully carry them through until they are all done casting those things.
This is the area that they need to be most concerned about. Both teams, really. If you're looking at trash percentage right now, both of them are going to be doing R&D pulls. And if anything, as you see in Femme dropping low, I mean, there's a lot of bolster going up as those lava
Look
lashes.
at Method EU. They're just walking around the side. They found a strategy that saves like 5 seconds through the little minecart run there. As they jumped off around the side, and it looks like they may not be doing research and development wing at all, because this seems to me like they are setting up to do a little Meldaroo here. They might be getting their last 50%, all from that last VMZ there.
Wow.
The final wing between these last two bosses.
What is the VMZ? Oh, it's the very militarized.
Venture.
It's the very militarized zone. Yeah, that's
okay.
What it is. Yeah, I was like
sense.
super convinced that they were going to be going through with research and development as well. This is really surprising, but I wonder how well they'll be able to set up some more of the War Machine pulls as well, because we saw Pain for Femme, I believe, put together 2 really big pulls for War Machines, and even still, there's a ton of damage on the tank, lots of pressure on him as a result, and a lot of kiting that they had to do just to make sure they could survive. But it's also not that easy to kite out any of the War Machines because of that heavy cast that they do on the tanks.
So because of Method EU's triple hunter comp, they are going to be able to do Blood of the Corruptor with Mogul Razdunk at the end of the dungeon. Pain for Femme, though, have to do Blood of the Corruptor first, because they got that rogue. You know, the rogue is going to be in more trouble as a result of Blood of the Corruptor, potentially. and they are going to instead be killing this thing along the way here. That's going to cost them some time, but Method EU are going to be in for a challenging last boss fight here. Have they done any obelisks at all? Is there a possibility that since they are going to get 48%... Okay, check this out. They're going to get 48% count from the VMZ. What if they just kill all the trash in the VMZ, and then Xaylia kites obelisks during the last boss?
I would be amazed to see that. I would be absolutely amazed.
I'm a little bit worried
I don't think that they can,
the boss might reset in the intermission, but I actually don't know how that'll work, because of course if those Sky Scorchers fly out during the intermission, if they try and do something to Xaylia, bad things would happen, but maybe he can get far enough away that that won't be a problem.
We've seen Pain for Fem even reset Mogul Razdunk because of the Sky Scorchers in the intermission phase jumping out of the arena. But what happens if the boss just targets Xaylia, for example? They'd have to find some way to prevent that from happening.
Well, I think if he gets far enough away, then he just won't get targeted by stuff. You can take the missiles down out of the boss arena.
He won't get targeted by any of the missiles because it'll just all be on the hunter.
Right, he's
in range.
Exactly.
So
I think it could work. We'll see if that ends up being what Method EU is up to. It certainly seems like they might be up to something. Yeah, they are. Otherwise, they're setting themselves up to deal with 4 awakened enemies or 3 awakened enemies with Mogul Razdunk, which is also going to be impressive. So either way, we are going to see something very cool out of Method EU here. This may be why they did not choose to ban this dungeon. Paint for Femme, in a reversal of roles here, have more count now than Method EU, but are a little bit behind on bosses. So there's been a cool little role reversal as the dungeon has gone through the middle part.
I'm going to be fascinated to see what the next pull out of Method EU is going to be, because, as you mentioned, Pain for Femme started breaking up a lot of pulls in the research and development wing. So right now, very militarized zone coming up for Method EU. They are grabbing in a whole ton of mobs off of the mountain and getting them all close in on that obelisk as well. So going to be interesting to see them grab what is mostly very equal HP onto these mobs. But they also have to watch out for those Sky Scorchers, too, because you just saw the Feign Death coming out of Frag McLovin. But if they ever don't have Feign Death, they need to be able to have now jump in the path of them so they're not getting beamed by them.
Yeah, Feign Death's so strong on such a short cooldown as well. They get access to that thing just so often to prevent those kind of mechanics from working. It's much like back when Outlaw Rogues were all over the place, the Vanish working from them in much the same way.
Every single possible mechanic.
Yeah.
All right, well, they're taking it down. We're going to see if... I think they're going... Okay, here they actually end up doing the obelisk. And I'm glad to see that, right? Because all of those obelisks at once, especially when you have the fear, which is just putting you all over the place. You have to deal with the rockets coming out from Razdunk's little minions as well. And overall, I mean, you have to deal with some of the bolstering onto these guys, but it's not going to bolster Samrak, so they'll be able to just fight their way up the mountain. Or they just sit tight and they're going to run into some more war machines.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're still only at 75% enemy forces here, so they're going to need some more. They may still be planning to kite awakened enemies, but I think since they're killing this one, they're probably just going to be killing all 3 of the other awakened enemies with the last boss
here. Check out the Pain for Femme on the right. They only they ended up pulling one of the War Machine packs in with the boss, whereas we saw Method EU fully kill the boss, Rixa Flux Flame, and then grab 2 of the War Machines in together. So interesting to see this, and they're going to need a lot of priority target damage on that War Machine if they're going to help avoid some of those bolsters.
Yeah, they really need to make sure that thing has a lot more health than the other things. It's going to survive with the use of that life cocoon.
Oh, okay, they're going to be stabilizing now, but that was very scary on the side of Xaylia, as we are in a little bit of lag from our observer end, but they are pulling this pack together, and they're doing an excellent job on this one.
Pain for Femme here actually ahead on count, though. They do have an extra obelisk to kill here, but their last boss fight is going to be easier and have less health because it doesn't have the Blood of the Corruptor in it. So Pain for Femme here might be on track to take this one from Method EU, because Method EU have another trash pack, and Pain for Femme does not.
I think you're absolutely right on that one, Dratnos. I mean, Pain for Femme is doing an excellent job here, and I was a little bit skeptical with how long it was taking that first War Machine after they dealt with Rixa. I was kind of skeptical whenever we were looking at the research and development wing, but Pain for Femme is absolutely establishing a strong lead, and right now we're seeing Method EU putting together what's usually a pretty annoying trash pack to deal with as well right before the boss. You got those Sky Scorchers that are just jumping all over the place as well, and making a lot of the bolstering killing much more difficult. There's 3 of them right now. Look at how bolstered.
This is going to be so difficult for Method EU to live this part. Now has so many stacks of that Eye of Corruption debuff as well. He's going to be okay, though, as he does manage to eventually get through it. And they're going to get out of there, but Pain for Femme are already pulling the last boss.
That's right.
They're killing off yeah, they have 100% count. So they are going right into the last boss here.
We need to get Mio to top off on mana really quickly as well here. He does. So that looks very good. And Pain for Fem pulling it with the boss right now as Method EU is just wrapping up their trash pack. So all in all, I thought it would take Method EU longer, but they're going to start the boss 10-15 seconds before. But Pain for Fem also has easier obelisks to deal with too.
Yeah, Method EU have a spider to deal with that Paint for Fem, or not a spider, but the blob to deal with that Paint for Fem does not have. That's going to be denying a lot of space in this room, and space in the room is a very valuable commodity during the Mogul Razdunk encounter, as all of those micro missiles can really easily zone you out of the available space in the room.
Not only that, the Gatling gun, having to deal with the Tank Buster with the Dark Fury on top of that. You have missile damage.
Yeah, that being said, Blood of the Corruptor very low on health here. Looks like they are going to be able to get it down before they end up dying to those rough overlaps with all of its pools active. Because, of course, as soon as it dies, those pools do disappear. Pain for Fem, though, also fighting the same boss. They are lower on boss health. They have less awakened enemies still to deal with. They just have to execute this last boss fight, and they should be able to take this one. Oh my goodness, those micro missiles.
If they're able to pull it off, Pain for Fem is solidly in the lead on this one. They're wrapping up the last of their obelisks here, and they might actually get the Gatling gun. Here we go. Watch Pain for Fem on the right side. They're going to be dropping the boss below that 50% mark, which is usually when they transition. This is where they can get a little bit of extra bonus damage. So that's extremely favorable to them. Give them a little advantage before they go into the transition phase here, and every little percent counts a massive amount when you're facing up against the Titans of Method EU. Great job here by Pain for Fem.
Yeah, they just need to hold it together here for another minute or two, and they'll be in good shape here to improve on their previously impressive 19-minute motherload here. We might be seeing just a blazing fast time from Pain for Fem.
Got to be able to keep it together on this one. Pain for Fem has put together an excellent second round of their dungeon, and it's tough to get this kind of consistency even in time trials, Ratnos, right? They're going into cup play. This is the creme de la creme, really. You know, we look at on the side of Method EU, they didn't get that extra little bit of bonus damage as they entered the intermission, and they're still working on dealing with any of the ground pounds from the sky screechers.
Yeah, Mogul Razdunk phasing back out for Paint for Fem, whereas Method EU still have to smash all three of those rockets.
Right.
Paint for Fem just has to stay alive. They just have to do these boss mechanics. This would be where it would be a heartbreaker to wipe now.
You know, this should be fine. Fem dropping a little bit low, but they are stabilizing him. Gatling guns going out. Ricky's debuff from the missiles just falling off. Miwo's got about a shred of mana, between 10%, but he will be having Mana Tea back pretty soon as well. So he will be able to start stabilizing the party on this one, and that's really what they need. It's just stabilize everybody. Ricky does a great job getting out of there. Everybody's pre-positioned in a safe spot. 10% left on the boss, and Paint for Fem absolutely putting on a clinic as their second motherload run in this cup puts together an even stronger time, and they beat Method EU. Their Titans are Paragons. Wow. That's what I'm talking about.
Incredibly,
that's what I'm talking about.
Incredibly well done for Pain for Fem. They have managed to take a map off of Method EU. That is the first time throughout this cup and the last cup that Method EU has lost a single map. And it was Pain for Fem here on Motherload. And that strategy, I mean, is it even beatable at this point, Dratnos?
I mean, Method EU didn't have any mistakes.
It's not that Method EU played bad. I think that this is just a little bit of routing.
Okay, there was a mistake by Method EU. Method EU went over count by like 5%, 5 or 6%.
Okay, yeah, but so did Pain for Fem, actually. They both pulled the boss at 100% count.
Sure. Yeah, they both went over count.
Yeah.
Like, there might be a little bit of optimization they could do in a couple of areas here and there, right? But it's not some, like, massive difference.
It was a zero-death run.
They were
for
both
Method
0
EU.
deaths, and there was over 30-second difference.
No boss reset. I don't know if we've ever seen Method EU lose a map when nothing went wrong for them, like, in a big way.
What seed is Pain for Fem?
Really exciting. They were 5th seed, and they've just taken the first game off of Method EU here in our upper semifinals. And this would be such a massive upset if they could send Method EU down to the lower bracket here.
Ooh, I'm excited. This is
Don't be toxic, Tettles.
shaping up to be a good series.
I recanted my statement. I said before the match that I thought Pain for Fem was actually going to win the Motherload after having seen it.
After you get a reminder that they were doing
only
Motherload.
because these other guys said that they believed in Pain for Fem.
Oh my goodness.
I think Tettle's just caster cursed Method
I
EU,
know,
actually.
right?
Can you stop?
Yeah. I think that what happened here, man, everybody's just got to hope that Tettles does not wish them a quick 2-0 victory.
Can you stop, Dreadnoughts?
Let's talk a little bit about Method EU's route. They did have a little bit of a unique sort of route that they did through that mother load, and there were a couple of places, like you were saying, Jack, that they could clean up that run.
I think part of it is looking at how you want to optimize between one or the other, right? Looking at what was better in the research and development wing, what was better in the very militarized zone, and part of it is just going to be how well that they can set them up. I was a little bit worried when I saw how Method EU was setting, how Paint for Femme was setting up at the start, because it was a lot of crowd control being used to just start isolating and slicing and dicing the easiest mobs, the mobs who had the closest levels of health out of it. I think there's still more optimization to be done throughout this dungeon, and part of it is just how you deal with it with bolstering as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think both teams could save some time by incorporating some elements of the other team's strategy.
I agree with that. I think the Paint for Femme opening is really good, but there's parts of it that, like, okay, so sure it is bolstering, or it's bolstering motherload, so there's room for improvements for both, but the fact that you're missing the 4 count from those mech jockeys that are inside those peacekeepers makes that pull less valuable than it otherwise would be, I feel like.
It's tough because we're also like nitpicking an amazingly done dungeon.
Oh yes,
well,
I'm sorry.
Right?
I'm nitpicking a 1749 motherload versus
exactly.
1814 motherload.
Just for some context, right?
Yeah.
Yes, they can get very slightly better, but it is still an amazing run by both of the teams, and that's why it's so like amazing to talk about. It's so interesting to talk about as well.
For sure, a very, very good series for both of those teams. Paint for Femme just a little bit faster. Tettles, break down a key moment for us.
Okay, so the whole entire dungeon was a key moment. Let's be real for a second. The whole entire dungeon, that was one of my favorite dungeons to watch in terms of just like beauty, because you saw at the very beginning Paint for Femme with their 7 peacekeeper pull. Method U was doing a little bit different of a strategy. They had like 45% enemy forces count going into coin operated crowd pummeler. They cleared out just a little bit of that stuff after coin operated crowd pummeler. Then they both went into Azarok. Paint for Femme ends up pulling a trash pack late in Azarok as to not bolster. Then they meld off Taskmaster Akari. Sick play by them, I will say. Then Paint for Femme pulls some of that R&D wing, which is very infrequently pulled, where Method EU elects to skip all the way past it. And then I think that's where it kind of came to a head where I'm like, I don't even know which strategy is going to be favorable here. You have Method EU literally pulling every single trash mob in the VMZ on the way up to Mogul Razdunk, where Paint for Femme was already done on count. It was kind of wild the whole entire time, and Fragnance McLovin coming in clutch on that dwarf, being able to dispel the dot off Rixa too. So both of these teams felt very practiced in this dungeon, and that was one of the more beautiful dungeons I think we've seen this season.
Without question, absolutely. I mean, it kind of reminded me of what we were seeing, just very close games between every top team as well, and the significance of seeing, a lower level seed and one of the teams that we didn't think was quite at the Method EU level for all of the dungeons, for all of the competitions and things like that, right? We were seeing, okay, they have the potential to, they continue improving, and that motherload, if they're able to start implementing, that level of strength, that level of execution into more and more dungeons, they improve every week, and it's great to see.
It is great to see, and we are going to be moving on to Underrot, and the affixes that we have along with this map are going to be... where's my thing? Tyrannical, Skittish, and Sanguine. One that we've only seen so far. Sanguine we've only seen once so far. Jack, what do we think about these affixes? How do we think that these teams are going to handle this next dungeon?
I think Underrot's big, open, and really wide enough that you don't have to worry too much about Sanguine, and if anything, we looked at a lot of Hunter compositions to help deal with bolstering, but now that that's gone, Unholy DKs for the massive pulls and for the grips that you'll have on top of it are just going to be insanely strong for this.
So for context, Underrot was a time trial map. Method EU ran double DK Hunter, and then Paint for Femme ran double DK Demon Hunter. Paint for Femme had a 15-19 as their best run out of 5 attempts, and Method EU had a 12-28. I suspect that 15-19 involved a wipe because of just the sheer time it is, and with the fact that it's the 7th seed from a team that doesn't look like the 7th seed, really.
No, certainly not. And it looks like these dungeons are loading up. The teams are ready to go here on Underrot. Will Paint for Femme close us out with a 2-0, or is Mdi Eu going to tie this up?
All right, let's dive in. Dranos, as we see the Demon Hunter coming in the side of Sebek, while Mdi Eu's running with a Hunter. What are you making of that at a start?
Yeah, Gingy Manhunt playing, I think, a human hunter there.
These names are so good.
Yeah, these are wild. I hope that one day we'll get to see Gingy Manhunt and Frag McLovin in the same key.
We can dream, my friend. We can dream.
Yeah, but from the side of Mdi Eu, so the Hunter, Binding Shot, not really something that is going to be super, super sick against Sanguine. I think it's more for the damage that you choose to bring the Hunter, for like the single target tyrannical boss damage that they bring. Whereas on Paint for Femme's side, Sebek on that DH is going to be buffing their DK's damage, and he brings Burst AoE on demand, as with a slightly less single target than a Beast Mastery Hunter presumably would.
Yeah, that's right. And first boss getting pulled on the side of Paint for Femme right off the bat. And we were also seeing a lot of the Fel Barrage coming out. I've been seeing more Demon Hunters on live servers doing this as well, Dratnos, where they're running Fel Barrage and Blood of the Enemy. How has that been different than running Beam?
So it makes your damage... First of all, it's a little bit awkward because Blood of the Enemy is on a 1 minute 30 second cooldown and Fel Barrage is on a 1 minute cooldown. So it requires you to use a little known DH organ, the brain,
Ooh, wow.
To set up when you're going to use your cooldowns. But that aside, it is a pretty cool build, and it really benefits from this trinket, Merektha's Fang, which is a strength trinket, but it scales really nicely with haste. And what you can do is it actually sets up a dot, so you can cast your Merektha's Fang, and then you can use Blood of the Enemy, and the Blood of the Enemy effectively will benefit that spell that was cast before the Blood of the Enemy was used. And so that's a really good way to fit more damage into a very short window of that Blood of the Enemy. And it makes Demon Hunter into a massive AoE burst spec in a way that, Iris is burst AoE as well, but it's a little bit less set up and a little more just fire it off and forget about it.
Oh, I'm so sad when I keep seeing these Demon Hunters not taking Beam anymore. I can't steal it. Drives me nuts.
Oh yeah, you're of course playing the Formless Void and just trying to find somebody to group with that'll use that major
focusing
essence.
hours go brrrr, and I win.
Yeah, that's
but how much more?
That is what it goes.
How much more mass AoE do you think that we need? We've seen a number of times where teams are kind of mixing in the Hunter, like you mentioned previously, where they say, okay, we have enough AoE with the double Unholy DK. Let's just make sure that we can have some more single target where we really need it.
Yeah, so in addition, the Blood of the Enemy setup ends up being better on single target too, so you're doing more there. It's good priority damage, but one thing that the DH brings you that the Hunter doesn't is like you've got Fel Eruption stuns, you've got all kinds of interrupts, and Ricky going down on the side of Paint for Femme there. You do have death from the Death Knight, but they are able to finish that. They're able to finish the pull, luckily, before the death ends up being too costly. So that's only going to cost them about 15, 20 seconds
really
there.
Costly, we saw Zalia going down, but he does get a quick battle res by one of the DKs on. They're trying to make sure they can stabilize this pull. We're seeing Ring going up, but Kragmaw is just getting full 100% HP. Oh, no.
That is brutal. Yeah, Mdi Eu pulling onto the boss, doing these ridiculous DK burst numbers, but a lot of it ended up being for nothing, as the boss ended up healing up most of that damage. Kind of like going on Drestigath and just, firing a burst cooldown into the boss on pull. It's like, yeah, the number's going to look good on the meters, but the boss did just heal all of that.
I hate seeing Tettles do that all the time. He just cheeses so bad.
Yeah. I try to tell Tettles not to do that,
right?
but he's unstoppable.
He is, man. He just sees one single target thing, his eyes just go red.
Yeah.
This is my boss.
So Paint for Femme have activated Aspire here. They're going to fight Urgroth while they let those cooldowns recover. And that's going to mean that they'll have, Fel Barrage, Blood of the Enemy, all their DK cooldowns for a big pull onto the boss. Whereas Mdi Eu didn't do any of that. They just went straight into Kragmaw. And they're going to have a little bit more trash to deal with after that first tantrum. As, of course, Kragmaw has ventured to the other side of the room.
Look at this right now.
Even more.
Now getting absolutely crunched by the indigestion.
Azalea 15!
Azalea's very low on mana. He's trying to get enough for a Way of the Crane, and he just starts to spin. He does have Way of the Crane up. Everybody's going to be looking healthy in just a moment, but just seeing the health pools not fully topped off yet just goes to show how much pressure is on the group right now as we have a lot of those ads dying and exploding. We even saw Azalea run out so that he would be able to get away from those ticks because he still has aggro on them, and he wasted a good 4 or 5 seconds of Way of the Crane. He is out of gas right now. Boss is at 60%.
Now
he's going to go down.
Dying.
Oh.
Gets a reapplication of that dot, and that's going to kill him very rapidly here. Method EU are wiping to Kragmaw, the Infested, and Paint for Femme now have the opportunity to take this series 2-0 against Method EU. If they can hold it together, if they can keep their match going well here, this is going to be so costly in terms of time for Method EU.
It's just absolutely disastrous. This looks like the DPS on the side of MEU is kiting out those mobs as Azalea is going in for the res, trying to make sure they can stabilize this at some point, not lose out on any of the trash, but even before, like, Method EU had so much invested in this pull. If they pull it off, you know, they look like geniuses. They look like, you know, wonders, right? But getting the boss fully healed, taking longer on the boss, Azalea running out of mana, and having to go and run over all of the extra ticks because positioning was off, further led to him being wasting Way of the Crane. Just absolute nightmare scenario on the side of Method EU.
But they are undaunted, and they are going to try again here. They pull Kragmaw the Infested. Still got a little bit of trash here, some of those skeletons, but not really any dangerous trash left in this area. That also means they don't have anything to build massive Death Knight damage off of, though, so they're going to be a little bit slower with that opening burst. But, on the other hand, Kragmaw a little bit less likely to heal to full from Sanguine as a result.
Weird feeling right now, though, but the trash percentage is equal. There's only just difference in boss percentage. So Pain for Femme's absolutely in the lead right now, but it's not as profound as one might really think, right? If you're saying, okay, the boss completely reset, we lost most of the trash that was supposed to be buffing the DKs, but they're still not terribly behind. They're at the point where they could still capitalize off a Pain for Femme mistake.
Yeah, although Pain for Femme has done an Awakened Obelisk that
true.
I don't believe Method EU has done yet. So Method EU, they may be just doing that with the last boss. They do have that Beast Mastery Hunter who can just taunt every Spirit Breaker from Urgroth, who's the enemy behind that spire over there. However, Pain for Femme, you know, definitely are setting themselves up for needing to deal less damage and having an easier last boss fight. So yeah, this is a really, really exciting match right now.
And it goes to show how well the European region, has been so far. Like, we're seeing a 7th seed that doesn't look like a 7th seed that's able to take games off their opponents no problem, right? We're now seeing...
Yeah, I think it's a 5th seed in the dungeon, but a 7th place time trial in this dungeon, right? So, sorry, a 5th seed in the tournament, but a 7th place time trial run in the
I was referring to another team.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Catch Pepega, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, yeah, all the teams really in the tournament this weekend. I see what you're saying now. Are very good, yes. And Method EU are in serious danger right now. They're going to have to pull it together if they want to win this map, and even if they do, they're going to have to go and win on Atal'Dazar afterwards.
That's right.
Paint for Femme have slain Kragmaw and are making their way to the rest of the dungeon.
And having to go to Atal'Dazar, I don't think is really much of a treat for either of these teams right now.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough proposition for either one of them.
So with Pain for Femme, 1 obelisk ahead, but around equal in trash percentage. They're getting themselves set up to go into the 3rd boss with just about every skeleton that they can find. They even grab some of those extra Bloodstormers off to the right as well. I think they have at least 1, maybe 2 coming in.
Yeah, it's going to be all about this pull. If they can execute this pull properly, that's going to be almost all the trash they need, and this should be the hardest trash. If they can avoid healing Sporecaller Xantia with Sanguine, great Ring of Peace comes out from Mewo.
Oh, that's the timing that you're really looking for. Now we got to look for the DKs. Make sure they get a couple grips.
Excellent death
grip. Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
And wait for those grips to be able to back them up, and you'd love to see that kind of...
Sebek dies though, but they have a battle res, and they're going to have another one available soon, so that's not too costly for them. It does close a little bit that gap on the timer, but not by a huge amount.
Now they just need to be able to stabilize and doesn't look like they had any sort of extra healing that went out onto the boss. I think they just need to clean up a little bit of these extra spores, but they're not going to do that. They're actually just going to sit back and revival it. So Mdi just getting into a safe position there. Revivals everything off. He does take a little bit of extra dot for his troubles there, but not too bad on their part. At 65% left on the boss. But the side of Mdi Eu also working to catch up on
they're catching up here
and get caught up on boss percentage as well. But I really like what you pointed out at the beginning of the pool for Paint for Fem. Once the Ring of Peace came up, the DKs knew it was their turn to really start stepping up and take charge with a lot of those grips. That's what you always want to see out of these teams is once one thing has been burned, whose responsibility is it next to step up and take care of it?
It makes a lot of sense as well to have the AoE thing first, right? The Ring of Peace, and then the single target kind of surgical strike of that Death Grip for the 1 or 2 problematic mobs that are left after that Ring of Peace.
You see Inshella grabbing a couple of those mushrooms, and some of them were missed. Fem cleans up the rest. So, again, just working together onto this one. But boss health is equal right now. Can we even believe it? Yeah. Boss health is equal. You're seeing Pain for Fem about to get their Bloodlust left. Both teams are just going to have one Bloodlust. Mdi Eu just has that 5-second deficit right now because of the extra death. But otherwise, they're coming back into this game in a way that I didn't really think was possible.
Yeah, I mean, there were 3 minutes that separated these teams' time trial time, so some of that's got to be here. It's got to be that single target damage that Jinji is able to do on that Beast Mastery Hunter that Pain for Fem just does not have access to with Demon Hunter on this boss.
That's got to be the most significant thing, really, because the pulls weren't very different at all. There was no healing from Sanguine or anything like that. It's just optimization, I guess, for single target that's really become so important. And now at this point, they're equal in trash percentage, and they're about to be dropped. Mdi Eu is going to be killing the boss before Paint for Fem, even though they pulled later. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, this is Mdi Eu putting on that gas pedal there, trying to catch back up. They do have an extra awakened enemy with the last boss, so that is going to be a big challenge. Tyrannical, skittish, all those affixes really making that boss fight something that could easily be a problem for them, but it is the only thing that is now standing between them and tying up this series.
That's right. Pain for Fem going to be working to try to catch up back into this. And again, this is why Mdi Eu has been, our strongest team for such a long period of time. Just when you start counting them out, they really start figuring out, and this is one of the things they've been best at, trying to make sure that they can get back into a game whenever they make some sort of mistake. They never have this sort of tilted game. They always try to work together to make sure they can solve whatever problem comes their way. And right now, Mdi Eu is just trying to eke through, and they've started the trash pull sooner. They're going to hit the boss sooner. They got to deal with the extra challenge of another obelisk that Paint for Fem does not. But if they're able to pull it off, this is the game for them.
And in this dungeon, hitting 100% count with awakened enemies on the last boss, not actually a mistake, as you need that to open this tunnel at the end. Although it was a little bit of a weird thing to see both teams do back in the Motherlode.
Yes, as well. I guess it just kind of gets to, there's only so many crowd controls that they can start putting out for these guys to make sure there's going to be some sort of difference. Couple second difference between pulling the boss on the side of Mdi Eu as Paint for Fem is just about to get down to the ground. As we're having a little bit of observer lag, but Mdi Eu is grabbing all the obelisks together and they're getting themselves started.
Yeah, we've got 4 obelisks here for Mdi Eu, 3 for Paint for Fem. And both teams will be doing their best here. Of course, Unbound Abomination does not directly take damage from player attacks. Instead, it's going to be building up that energy. Every time his energy bar hits 100%, that is effectively going to deal a third of his health. So they need to do that 3 times. Mdi Eu about halfway to their first break there, whereas Paint for Fem only about a quarter of the way.
That's right, Bloodlust.
Both teams with that Bloodlust active. Mdi Eu's, though, about to run out.
That's right, just wrap it up as we speak. And overall, it seems like Mdi Eu is just barely flinching as they have to deal with the different awakened mobs as well right now. It doesn't seem to be causing them any sort of extra impact. They've done a great job spreading out as well to deal with Samrek the Beckoner's fear going out. They've done a good job of actually placing a lot of the pools behind them so they're not having to walk over the Blood of the Corruptor, and they're overall taking their time throughout this.
Yeah, they're going to be okay here. They're going to be able to get through these awakened enemies, and they should be in good shape here, assuming they can leverage that higher single target damage that they showed on that earlier boss fight. However, it's still Tyrannical 19. Anything could happen in the last 2/3 of this boss fight.
I'm surprised to see that the caster went down before Blood of the Corruptor did as well, but I guess having the extra little range on DK kicks helps out a lot when you're trying to run out any of your fears or kite any of your debuffs or something like that. So really great job on the side of Method EU, having such large control over those obelisks, not really being phased by them at all, as they're halfway to the next break on boss, whereas Pain for Fem just got there first.
Yeah, so this is absolutely now Method EU. They have come back from that reset of Kragmaw with a more aggressive strategy throughout the dungeon, right? Doing 2 trash pulls onto Kragmaw instead of 1. It kind of didn't end up mattering, you know, that they had that reset there. It was bad, but it didn't end up meaning that they ended up losing the match as a result.
For any other team, I don't think we can say that would be the case at all.
Yeah, this is a really impressive comeback from Method EU to win this map. Pain for Fem, though, will still have an opportunity to upset Method EU in our game 3 when we get there, as the final break is coming out for Method EU and Pain for Fem only on their second one. They're very, very close. They'll have 5 extra seconds, but I don't think that is going to be enough after Method EU stops the clock here.
Definitely not. We're seeing that last break. Titan Keeper Hezril burning down the last of the blood visages right now. Method EU, despite that mistake, despite the second boss fully healing, despite having your tank going down, they pull it together, they recover from the wipe, and they take game number 2, tying up the series.
Yeah, these teams are now 1-1 as this is a best of 3 series. This next game is going to determine who continues in the winners bracket and who drops down to the lower bracket. And, that's really just an attest to what kind of team Method EU really is. They made those mistakes. They were a little bit behind in trash in the beginning there in terms of numbers, and they still managed to pull ahead of Pain for Fem at the end there, Jack.
It really did, and it goes to show how special this team has been for over a year at this point, right? Mm-hmm. Why they are the number 1 seed coming into this, why it was really so special that Pain for Fem was able to take a game off of them in Motherload. They are so ridiculously difficult to beat, and even despite making mistakes, their ability to respond to those mistakes, patch them up, make them better, and take a game off of your opponent who made only a couple small errors here and there is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show, though, Method EU's time in this dungeon is just so good to start with. They had so much time to give as a result of that, huge advantage they opened up with a faster strategy. Their run there was 15 minutes and 11 seconds, featuring that reset and that full heal of Kragmaw. That is still a faster run than Pain for Fem's time trial run.
And so that full heal on Kragmaw was a huge blunder. Like, having to reset the boss because Now died and just all the ticks that were running around, that was rough.
Yeah, definitely a good matchup, and I am excited for this next game here. But before we do, Tettles, you have something you want to break down for us.
Yes. So it was ultimately, I thought that Method EU was going to lose whenever they did have that huge blunder inside the Kragmaw room. Pain for Fem went like an okay-sized pull in the Kragmaw room, started peppering in the rest of the trash. Then whenever things started going bad for Method EU, they reset the boss and still were able to finish off the trash, avoiding a full team wipe, which was, I think that was like the critical point. And they were able to recover in a way that we don't see from most teams. Zalio was sitting there trying to wring a piece of the ticks off of himself while everybody was like trying to reset the boss so they could get Now rezzed up and try to recover what had already been done. Pain for Fem was just kind of chugging along, taking it slow and steady. Method EU didn't miss a beat, kept playing their own game, even though they had those deaths. They maintained their composure. Both teams pulled an immense amount of trash in a Spore Caller Zancha, and then Method EU just kept. I felt like they were just a little bit quicker and more decisive on their pulls, like how fast they pulled all of those mobs into the Faceless Horrors and stuff like that. It just ends up saving them time overall. I think that's what the difference was at the very end, and Pain for Fem probably should have been able to capitalize on a mistake from Method EU there in the Kragmaw room. Ultimately, it just wasn't meant to be. Now we get to have a nice game of Atal'Dazar.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, a map that I think a lot of people were surprised was not banned for this matchup. And Atal'Dazar, as you guys know, is going to be on Fortified, Sanguine, and Volcanic. Dratnos, what are your thoughts on that?
So Sanguine in here is really rough. There's narrow corridors, enemies that flee when they're low on health. Those are 2 recipes for disaster with that affix. It's going to be all about which of these teams has better control. And they're going to have to use their class abilities, stuff like Ring of Peace, Death Grip, based on whatever classes they end up bringing, to really manage that mechanic as best as possible. Whichever team does that more is going to open up a huge advantage in time.
I want to see how the teams end up dealing with the Sand Queen at the very beginning, because more likely than not, they're going to pull all the trash on the beach right on top of the Sand Queen and double DK it down, getting a bunch of effective cleave on the Sand Queen. If the Mistweaver monks are late by half a second with their Ring of Peace, then the Sanguine will drop underneath the Sand Queen and just wipe out any progression or any damage that you had done to that boss. So it is very important that Ring of Peace is timely.
Yeah, so definitely all eyes on the Mistweavers coming up in this map. And if we're going to predict that these teams are both going to have 2 Death Knights, what do we want to guess as to what that third DPS slot's going to be? Jack?
Oh, definitely going to be Rogue. I mean, Atal'Dazar with Rogues and the control that you're going to be able to have as well to be able to shut down mobs, open up gates faster, receive your buffs faster, since we're in a tyrannical setting and boss is going to take some time. Rogue Squadron all the way.
It's not just that as well. The Rogues are uniquely well suited to the cannon job with Tricks of the Trade. It behaves in a way that Misdirection does not, to allow them to really do the cannons super well. So, yeah, I think this is the dungeon where we're very likely to almost
This is the premier Rogue dungeon, I absolutely agree. Plus Shroud, most of the teams aren't playing a ton of Obelisks. Like, they'll play some with Korgus, but like generally they'll still need Shroud to move around, especially if they do want to play, I don't know, let's say 2 Obelisks with Korgus. They're going to need Shroud at some point as well. So, Shroud is still not dead. However, it has been kind of hurt this patch.
Do you think they'll take similar Obelisks strategies, Tattles?
I think it depends on their comfort with how they feel like they can play out Overseer Korgus. I would end up suspecting that Method EU probably plays a little bit more aggressive Obelisk strategy, just based off what we've seen from them previously, though.
Yep, well, it is 1-1 Method EU versus Pain for Fem, and we are squaring off here on Atal'Dazar.
All right, decider game to see who's moving on into the upper finals and who drops down to the lower bracket. Method EU, Pain for Fem, 1-1, grabbing everything in together into the Sand Queen right now.
Yeah, both teams on the same pool of Fem get it so low. Mewo goes down as well immediately. That looked like a couple of Volcanics, actually, maybe, that even got him there. And they're going to use a Battle Res. Sebek now falling low on the side of Pain for Fem. Meanwhile, on Method EU, everybody's at 100% HP.
Oh, but Pain for Fem is going to have a full wipe right now. Despite all of that DK damage, dropping the Sand Queen insanely low. They have a full wipe on that, and there's so much pressure on this early pull. You hate to see these certain key moments that are deciding the momentum of the dungeon, but right there, that's just what it is.
Yeah, so we had the Motherlode, which is a map where both teams played their strategy, and Pain for Fems ended up being slightly better. We had the Underrot, where Method EU made a huge mistake and still won. Now we've got Atal'Dazar, where Pain for Fem are having things go horribly wrong for them. They're going to have to try and emulate what Method EU did in the last match and still pull it together and take home a win here, but it's going to be so difficult to catch up to Method EU, as Method EU are looking so good on this first pull. Executed almost flawlessly. I don't think the Sand Queen healed even once from Sanguine on the side of Method EU.
I didn't see a single one under that, and Pain for Fem's just trying to dust themselves off and get back in and do it once again, and it's such a challenge to be able to do this, especially when cooldowns are missing, especially when you don't have the same resources, especially when morale takes a hit, because you know how important these pulls are. Absolutely frustrating for the team. And right now, everybody's just trying to be able to stay alive, as there's tons and tons of the roots going out onto the group right now. Got to be able to get some space for Fem right here, as they're just trying to ring out some of these mobs and prevent Sanguine from topping them off again.
Yeah, Fem dropped very low there, but is able to survive. They're not pulling the Sand Queen, though, this time. They're going to take it a little bit more conservatively. They no longer have access to Bloodlust. And they're going to take this pull slowly, and they're going to have to hope to make up some time somewhere else inside the prison.
The last bits of mobs are being wiped up for Pain for Fem, but Method EU already got bossed down, already moving into the first floor here, and at this point, they just need to make sure that they're playing their own game, as we're seeing just a lot of the Valpyrian mobs, a lot of Valpyrian prisoners getting mopped up here. And why do you think all those Valpyrians were in prison next to the Cultirians? Why aren't there any other, like, Zandalari, or I'm not seeing any, like, the Tortolans in prison?
Well, the Tortolans are, neutral, right? Whereas Volpera sided with the Horde.
We don't know. We didn't know that they sided with the Horde yet. And have you seen Ludwig von Tortolan? He is not a neutral guy. All right, he's a very aggro guy.
He's literally neutral at the start of the game. He only becomes hostile as a result of, being forced to fight you.
We were forced to be in there, okay? It wasn't our fault.
This was foreshadowing right here of the Volpera joining the Horde. An agile mind would have noticed and would have been like, yes, the next allied race, based on this pull in Toldagor, it will be Volpera.
Interesting.
Method EU gonna fight the Blood of the Corruptor here. That is not an enemy that you want to fight with Overseer Korgus, Jack. That is a nasty combination with the possibility.
I don't even want to fight this guy in Toldagor. On top of that, you have to deal with, if I'm not mistaken, the eyeballs, the tentacles will spawn Sanguine when they die, so even when you stack them together, you have to be absolutely perfect with killing all of them together, otherwise they heal each other. And then you have no room to run around, because just one pool being placed on the floor covers up the entire width of the room.
Toldagor is always about 5 seconds of carelessness away from becoming just a Sanguine nightmare. That is all that separates us from that at any given time.
Especially on this floor, as we're moving on to Jez Hallis from Method EU's POV. Right here, they have to be able to find some very tight corners to be able to drop off all of their mobs in together in order to make sure that they're going to be able to drop off Sanguine in an area that Jez Hallis isn't going to run over and suddenly spike 10, 15, 20% of HP.
Yeah, and kind of no matter where you plan for these mobs to go, they have plans of their own, as they will flee at 30% health. So right. They need to be careful here with Ring of Peace and AoE stuns. There's the Ring of Peace. Great job from them there.
Oh, they're running home.
Fleeing back into the Sanguine.
And as you're watching, they're all just getting themselves topped back off as tons of the Arsonists are just getting fully healed or almost fully healed and trying to be able to get them back in. So it's almost like, you kind of take a break from the pull. It resets, but everybody's still alive. Oodles of fun.
Yeah, it's great to just do the same pull a second time and not get any extra count for it.
Did it twice.
That's one of my favorite things. Yeah. Pain for Fem, meanwhile, have taken care of the Sand Queen. They'll be moving up into the prison.
Say, all things considered, that was a pretty good job by Method EU with Sanguine. Like, Sanguine is bad in this dungeon. It is tough to deal with, but they really cleaned it up, and the entire walkway for Jez Hallis is going to be cleaned up as a result, and they get themselves ready, as they do have a couple of neutrals on top of Jez Hallis, and I'm pretty sure that those are going to spawn Sanguine. Okay, there we go. Waiting to see the ring in just a second.
Yeah, they're going to use the Flashing Daggers cast, it looks like, as an opportunity to separate the neutrals from Jez Hallis.
Oh, okay, they got it out, they got it out. I was about to say, there was one that was going
They have pulled an Arsonist now, though.
Yeah, I wonder if that was on purpose.
Yeah, may have well been on purpose, as Jez Hallis is about to phase here. There's that smoke powder cast, and he will now be going and opening up some cages,
heal from
releasing some of his friends.
Oh, he didn't heal. Okay. I knew he was going to have to run over that Sanguine pool, but I wasn't sure if it was going to put up one tick of healing or not onto him. But, hey, they're going to be able to kill off that Arsonist really quickly, and then they kind of just wait for...
Yeah, I'm sure that this was intentional to fight these things during this intermission. And we've got more enemies coming in now as well.
Some of them even have bubbles on them from the casts from the mobs across the room. So they didn't end up pulling any of the trash that was really guarding Jez Hallis, right? They just cleared up some of the area, and it turned out that none of those mobs were being social aggroed because they still were fighting the Block Warden. So you had the prisoners fighting the Block Warden, and even if you got in combat with them, they'd still just maintain fighting the Block Warden because he was still alive.
Yeah, they will end up having to use Shadow Melds later to drop combat with those enemies if they don't want to fight them eventually, which I assume they're going to plan to do that because those enemies pretty difficult and not super efficient in terms of enemy forces.
And so much difference in HP as well that you have to deal with. You know, you have some of the caster mobs that'll die relatively quickly on top of some of the arsonists that you have to deal with as well. So just a lot of bad mobs that you have to fight up against, and the less trash that you can do in Jez Hallis' room, the better.
Jess goes down on the side of Method EU. It looks like they're going to save that Shadow Meld for later, probably after they get through this entire area here, as they're still in boss combat for a little while anyways, so that it would be inefficient to use it early.
That's right. You can see the grips coming back. They Shadow Meld everything, and then they start picking the lock. Shroud goes up. Look at the efficiency there. Just absolutely surgical. Everybody knows where to go. Everybody's in the exact same spot. Get the lock picked extremely quickly, and then they can just start doing cannons with half the trash remaining.
Yeah, they have planned this prison break for years. They are getting out of this dungeon, out of this jail.
That's right. They will be institutionalized no longer as they start breaking out.
Yeah, they're free as they breathe this fresh air for the first time in years. Gingy gonna use tricks on that cannon. They're gonna do a fairly small. No, they're doing a fairly big cannon pull. Half of those nameplates appeared as soon as I said the word small.
And Dufresne's going back to the prison.
They're going to be.
We've got.
They need to be very careful here of Sanguine, because one drop of Sanguine healing that's too early can be all it takes for this pull to go horribly wrong.
I love.
Oh, stop sanguining.
Oh, they got most of them, but they're gonna have a couple full heals.
It's okay, yeah.
This is have a couple full heals.
This is not It's not a perfect execution, but it is pretty good. Some more enemies are going to be running at them now. Handcuffs going off from the doorway. They've got 5 total enemies. Oh, 6, 7. I believe that stuff that was not supposed to pull has pulled here. I think that they pulled through the wall there. I think Gingy actually shot too close to the wall. And much like happens, if a cannon gets shot too close to your wall, you would notice.
I would.
And the enemies inside the prison did notice that.
And they wanted to see what was going on. They wanted to join the party. So this is, one of the very simple ways that you can start losing a lot of time in Atal'Dazar is just because there's so many enemies around, because it's so trash dense and such a small, tightly compact prison. They really just have to do such a long pull to be able to deal with such a small amount of trash. And these are the areas where you start wasting a lot of time in Atal'Dazar. And while Pain for Feb is still lagging behind by quite a bit as they're entering one of the hardest parts, these are the little things that need to continue adding up. As not that seagull, not that
beautiful,
seagull.
beautiful
Oh, no.
seagull cam there. Yeah, there are those seagulls up by where Overseer Corgus is that you can actually
They're
attack.
exhausted. Okay, why would you attack them?
Well,
Why would
it
you
used to be
attack
you'd
them?
like shirk and storm them for combo
What is
points when you're
wrong
playing
with
subtlety in
you?
this beautiful dungeon.
They are tired. Okay, this is a tiny island. There's no sustenance for them here. Okay, what is wrong?
Yeah,
First you eat people, and now this.
There's a surprising amount of wildlife on an island with kind of low amounts of food sources. I guess the other wildlife is the food
That's true,
sources.
but where do they get food from?
Yeah, that is a good question, Jack. I think
Warcraft
we'll have to
unanswered.
defer to probably Tettles, but we'll have to ask
He
him
would
about that
know.
later. I'm sure he would know. Yeah.
Seems like the guy who would know. Also, if this mob is getting
sanguine
where was
healing.
the grip? Where
That
was
is
the grip?
a tragedy there as that mob gets a huge chunk of sanguine healing. That's going to cost Method EU 15 seconds. However, unless things go horribly wrong for Method EU, that 15 seconds is not going to be something they're going to feel at the end of the day as they move into an obelisk here.
You know what Pain for Fem might be feeling a little bit right now? It might be some sadness because you're seeing Jess Hallis right now just barely outside of many, many pools of blood as they're just trying to find some small corner that they can tank him in and hopefully transition him in so that they don't have to have him get fully healed. We're seeing some of the sanguine dissipating on the right side of your screen, but they just got to be very careful as they still have a couple of arsonists alive.
Yeah, this is it's looking okay here for Pain for Femme on this boss fight, but they are still so far behind there with those 10 deaths also costing them almost another minute on the timer. So that not only do they have to catch up to Method EU, they have to overtake them by a minute at this point. And Method EU nearly done with the dungeon here. They just have 2 bosses to go and a little bit of trash. Looks like they're going to be pulling some trash into Nightcap and Valerie here.
I think that's the way to go, really, is that they already burned some of their cannon charges on taking care of part of the trash here. I would imagine that their original strategy would have been to have all of the trash be killed by that cannon, but it's just something more efficient to do because Valerie doesn't really do much in the way of mechanics. It's just kind of like force your healer to play with the barrels and step out of the fire pools as quickly as you can. And it doesn't look like they're gonna... Okay, I don't think the barrels are gonna go off on Method EU side, but it was looking really close because any of the barrels have a small immunity window whenever they're placed. So you have to be really, really astute with jumping on them and moving them very quickly.
Yeah, they need to be very conscious of where they're dropping these sanguine puddles, as this can be a boss fight where space in the room becomes at a premium here. You can see, like, everybody is going to be moving over into this corner, and if that corner gets something like sanguine in it, then that could be pretty bad for them. As these barrels, yes, very sloppy right now, kind of going all over the place. Sanguine management going to be very important as these mobs start dying on the side of Method EU.
Yeah, I like how they have them all tanked in together, just piled on top of each other. And it doesn't look like they're worrying about too much in the way of pool management for any of the fire barrels. But here's what I was worried about. When they start chaining the deaths of the barrels together, and you're constantly having new barrels coming down, that's always a really big point of concern that you have to watch for. Is You're having 2 new waves of barrels coming down all at the same moment, right as the fuse lighter is going out, or right after the frontal's coming out from Valeri. And she does get a couple ticks, 2 or 3 ticks there from Sanguine healing her up, and this just made the fight so much more frustrating.
Yeah, it's gonna end up meaning that they effectively saved no time by pulling that trash onto her, but still it didn't cost them any time relative to pulling them separately, so a neutral play now for Method EU rather than a time-saving one.
Yep, and as they're at 90% trash count, they just have a little bit left to them, so they only have 2 obelisks, right? They have Caster and... Did they already take care of Fear?
So they've dealt with the Tank Buster and
Yeah.
the Blob, yeah, so they're gonna have the Spider and the Fear Guy, absolutely. And I think we've seen them do those two before.
I was going to say, I think part of it is that they want to make sure that it's... Since we're... Overseer Corgus's room is a rectangle, and they always go into the top left corner. They want to make sure they're not having the obelisk that's going to be in the bottom right. I think that we have top right and bottom left that are going to be the obelisk we have to deal with.
I think that yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to see which of these 2 end up being actually active, but I think that they're going to get to fight right next to 2 obelisks on the right-hand side of the room, looking at the entrance, but I actually don't know for sure.
That's the thing, because it always rotates every week. We have we have Awaken, or every 2 weeks, we have Awaken A or Awaken B, and just trying to remember.
Not on the tournament realm,
sorry,
though. Yeah,
yes,
on the tournament realm. But yes, you and I in live keys are absolutely used to, like, their positions in the final boss room don't move, but their positions throughout the dungeon do move, so it is very, very wild, remembering which ones have swapped and which ones have
Especially
not.
because nobody on live servers really brings Awaken mobs in with the final boss here, because it's terrifying.
Yeah, certainly not more than 1, right, in high keys on live servers, but, you know, here they do more than 1 as a rule rather than the exception.
I think that's always interesting to see how much pressure it puts onto cannon POV.
Yeah, nice here. Getting right inside the cannon. Wow, look at this.
See the hunk of shrapnel, or what do they have? What makes up a cannonball? Metal? It's all just metal.
I believe that metal is appropriate, but I'm not enough of a scientist to be sure.
We'll ask Tettles, he'll probably know.
Yeah, Tettles is our resident scientist, as that Ashvane Warden does heal up quite a bit. Once again, Method EU, not the cleanest Sanguine play, but it is very hard to have clean Sanguine play in this dungeon. All things considered, they have done a good job of minimizing their losses.
I was gonna say, you're never really gonna have a perfect run at a Sanguine in this dungeon. You just gotta make sure that you don't fully lose 2 or 3 minutes at a time, right? Quick barrel on the right side for Pain for Femme. It's just about to go off. Everybody's trying to run and get out of the way of it, but again, barrel management as well comes to be very important. Just to make sure that you're not losing out on any little bits of extra space. And we talked about how Method EU was having problems with their first cannon. Pain for Femme is in the same situation. Now they'll never kill that heavy cannon.
Yeah, that thing is Sanguine healing up the cannon.
Remember the ghost cannon?
Overseer Corgus, though.
From Reaping?
Yeah, the first couple weeks of Reaping, yeah.
Choo-choo.
All right, Overseer Corgus, pulled by Method EU. They were waiting for him to advance to the right spot in his patrol, and they are going to be fighting this in this kind of middle spot with the Fear Guy and the Spider.
Yeah, I like how they...
You're absolutely right about the obelisk
I like how they moved and adjusted to this, because you usually see, live strategies. Okay, this is the corner. We always go into this corner no matter what. And it always makes it more difficult if you're even dreaming of bringing any sort of obelisk with the last boss, right? So very, very easily making sure they can grab all those mobs in together. Awesome to see.
It's the Spider, right? Like, if you've got that interrupt enemy, you kind of need to just fight next to that interrupt enemy's obelisk. Otherwise, you're going to be spending a long time trying to, kick it in when you can't really run out and kick it. So, unless you have a bunch of really long-range kicks, it's not really realistic to fight anywhere other than next to Woodweaver Malthier's spawn point.
That's right, and they do make very quick work out of the Fear obelisk as well, as they just leave the caster up. And it's really nice to be able to see, even if the DKs are bounced back, they got a little bit of extra range on their Mind Freeze there, so... It's always the consistency out of that. Since the Mistweaver's the only caster, he's getting every other cast guaranteed, because he's the only one that casts any spells. So there's always a lot of fear when you play Mistweaver with an all melee composition that your DPS are just gonna get you killed.
Yeah, certainly been in those dungeons where the Mistweaver's just like, why don't you ever kick Lingering Down?
And we can't dispel it.
Yeah, that's a rough combination, but Method EU not going to have that problem, as they have taken care of all the awakened enemies, and just Overseer Cork is left for them. They are on track here for a sub-18 minute here, Atal'Dazar, with a very, very punishing set of affixes that cost them many minutes over the course of this run.
Absolutely. Last bits of percent are winding down, and we are still having a little bit of observer lag as we're connecting to European servers from the US. So for these guys, they're doing their thing. They're dodging any of the cannon shots going out, but we just had a little bit of lag for them. But Method EU with about as clean as a Atal'Dazar as one can hope for, because this dungeon can be extremely punishing for that affix. They take game number 2, and they will be moving on to the upper finals as they send Pain for Femme down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, that is not all for Paint for Femme. They certainly put up a really good fight throughout this series here, and well done to Method EU as well. Honestly, it seems like that opener for Paint for Femme was kind of the deciding factor there. Like, they wiped on that first on the Sand Queen there, and then they tried again without Bloodlust, and they just couldn't quite pull it together throughout the rest of the dungeon, Dratnos.
Yeah, the things went wrong early, and they went wrong in a big way for Pain for Femme. That was not what they wanted to have happen there. That's one of the moments where if you're on the live servers, you're like, all right, just zone out. We're gonna drop the key. We'll 3-chest the 18 or whatever.
And that's one of the things. Whenever you get into a key that you fail right away, if anybody continues doing it, there's always that kind of like a slouch that you have a little bit. You're saying, well, all right, now we're just gonna kind of relax because we're not gonna play as seriously, and that's always the most unfortunate thing too, is when the whole dungeon is right at the start. You need to be able to execute this to perfection, otherwise you're not going to be able to get back into it.
You talking about the gamer lean, Jack, where you just kind of
I am. Well, that's the thing. Is
back.
usually the gamer lean is when we talk about something got serious. You just sit forward, you lean forward. But this one, it's just
this is
where you
I'm
just
slumped in my chair. Yeah.
I just straighten up a little bit in my chair.
Yeah.
You just go Zyro and just lean back.
Well, it's certainly unfortunate, but honestly, well done again to Paint for Femme. They are going to be dropping down to the lower quarters, which we'll be seeing played out tomorrow. And if we see them do that again, it looks like they won't have to do Atal'Dazar on their next series. What could we, despite that first wipe, how could they maybe clean up that run there? Besides wiping.
Just their general Sanguine management and how they went through the Jess Howless area, it felt a bit slow and a bit... the dungeon felt a bit not, super practiced. It was clear that they had practiced it at least somewhat, but whenever you're doing a dungeon like Sanguine Atal'Dazar, there's always going to be things that just look rough around the edges because there's so much room for it to even go perfect. Method EU even had those problems too, right? Mm-hmm. They had cannon stuff where it's the cannon accidentally pulled through the wall, and then they had to fight 7 mobs without a cannon. Okay.
Yeah, you really just gotta cut your losses and try to play as well as you can onto it. I mean, we did see Pain for Femme taking the game and Mudload off of Method EU. That it's just hoping for the best whenever you go into Atal'Dazar with Sanguine up. Because it's something that usually people don't want to be practicing at all.
Yeah, I mean, this map did previously get banned twice today already. However, Tettles, what do you got for us?
I mean, ultimately, the run was mostly decided whenever Pain for Femme wiped up the Sand Queen, so I didn't really want to dwell on it too much. I just kind of want to talk about the rest of the dungeon. Method EU had really good Jess Howless Sanguine management for the most part. They were doing a really good job of being able to grip the mobs out. It initially looked like their first cannon pull was going to be pretty good too, but then I think they pulled mobs through the wall and bathed a bunch of mobs in Sanguine. That was unfortunate for them. That could have been a pretty big time save if they were able to get that off cleanly. And then, of course, the stuff with Knight Captain Valeri, she bathed in Sanguine as well because they were being super aggressive. I think ultimately sometimes going slower is going to result in a little bit more quicker speed. Overall, this may be one of those dungeons that going slower is better. Atal'Dazar is, especially on Sanguine, is not a dungeon that is normally doable whenever teams are trying to do it inside of 15 minutes. So you either have to come up with unconventional strategies, or you have to play at such a level that's not the most reasonable for by and large. Method EU, for what it was worth, still looked very good. They had a couple minor hiccups. Kudos to both teams, honestly. Great performance in this upper quarterfinals match.
Yeah,
I think it really goes to show how strong the EU region is in general, right? We've seen how dominant Method EU has been for a very long time, so seeing more challengers who are coming up and stepping up revitalizing old dungeons and coming up with some new strategies for things that we usually sort of thought was well figured out. It's always refreshing to see. I love it.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, even from these new teams that are stepping in, like Couch Pepega and No Snitch, which we haven't seen, we didn't see play in Cup 1. Even guys are pulling out some great performances so far today. And coming up next, we are going to be looking into Perplexed versus Deplete from Beyond. And this is a team that Perplexed, they got second, so this is definitely going to be a hard one for Deplete from Beyond. Tell us, what are you looking forward to coming in this next series?
I'm looking for Deplete from Beyond to show major growth here. We already know what Perplexed can do, and we know what they're about. Deplete from Beyond, this is their point in which they can plant that flag and say, we are the real deal, or they kind of prove that they're just a third, fourth place team that will battle against other third and fourth place teams. So I think this will be the turning point for Deplete from Beyond, where they either show us brilliance and poise and precision, or they will show us that they are not ready to hang, unfortunately. So it kind of depends.
Yeah,
I suspect that they're going to show us that they're ready to hang.
I think so too. Looking forward for sure. Coming up next after this break, we have Perplexed versus Deplete from Beyond. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are moving right along here in our upper bracket, and we have had some excellent matches played today. And if we take a look at what has been played so far, Nagura, what are your thoughts on the games that have been played so far? I know you might have some comments on that last matchup.
I mean, there was just so many close games today. It was so incredibly fun to watch, especially this last one, Method EU, Paint for Femme, such a close game. I think most of the people just expected Method EU to win because they always do, but Paint for Femme just putting up such a great show. And this Motherload run by them, just winning against Method EU, even though they didn't mess up anything, they just played their route perfectly and they just beat them. So well done by Paint for Femme. And it just goes to show that a lot of those EU teams, they are improving a lot and they can beat even the best of the best.
We've seen a lot of 3-game series today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of close games, a lot of really sort of neck-to-neck battles that we've seen played out so far. And moving on to our last upper bracket game of the day, this matchup will determine who's going to face off Method EU in the upper finals, and it is going to be Perplexed versus Deplete from Beyond. And how do we think this is going to shape up? Who do we think maybe is going to come out on top here, Zyro?
It's tough to say. We've seen kind of both sides of both of these teams. Perplexed had some pretty tough-looking games in their previous series, but they were able to barely pull it out in the end. And Deplete from Beyond, we've also seen both sides of them today. They had a couple of bad-looking wipes in one of their dungeons, but at the end of the 3-game series, they kind of cleaned it up. So it really depends on who can take it home in this series, right? Whoever plays the cleanest, whoever makes the fewest mistakes, so you go home. And honestly, I think it's pretty neck and neck between these two teams based on how they've played today.
Yeah, Nagura, do you agree? Neck and neck?
Yeah, I definitely agree.
All right, Tettles, do you want to make your prediction?
I think that I would be foolish to not give the edge to at least Perplexed. I think from what we've seen from them, they should be the favorite coming into this. I do believe that Deplete from Beyond and Perplexed have both looked at problems today. Perplexed in that first match versus Couch Pepega, they had issues in, I think it was Atal'Dazar. Deplete from Beyond had issues versus Self-Reliance in Shrine of the Storm, I think is what
Shrine.
it was. Yeah, exactly. They had problems in Shrine. I think both of these teams have looked like they've had good ups, some downs as well. It's like I said before the break. This for Team Deplete from Beyond, for me, is kind of the put up or shut up match. If they want, they can be battling through the lower bracket for a majority of the season, but if they really want to be a successful team, they're going to need to be able to battle all the way through the upper bracket.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at the map pool here, it looks like Perplexed has banned Siege Borealis, while Deplete from Beyond has chosen not to play Workshop. So we're going to be starting off here on Waycrest Manor, and those affixes are going to be Tyrannical, Explosive, Raging, and, of course, Awakened. Nagura, thoughts on this? How are these teams going to be looking to get that edge over the competition?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to be running Rogues for the Explosive, because Rogues are known to be the best class to deal with them, just because they can cleave all of the explosives, they don't lose any damage, and they're just very good at dealing with them. But we haven't seen lots of Rogues in this MDI, at least. We've seen some of them for certain dungeons, for Tolagor, for example, and for certain dungeons for Shrouds. But we'll see if we see one in Waycrest as well, because we haven't usually seen Rogues there, as long as there wasn't any explosives. Raging can cause some problems there, just because of the sheer amount of mobs. And if you have lots and lots of mobs raging at the same time, you just can't dispel off the raging effect with the hunters anymore because of the cooldown on it. So it definitely can cause some issues. So especially with the small corridors as well, the tanks don't have as much space to kite around in case lots of mobs are raging at the same time.
Yeah, so currently we do see Perplexed and Deplete from Beyond here. They are running a little bit different of a comp, like you were talking about. Perplexed running with that Rogue, of course, the very good Explosive Killer. Deplete from Beyond electing to run that Demon Hunter. Neither of these teams are running a Hunter to be able to soothe off enraging effects, which can be important at some points. I think it's going to be interesting just to see how aggressive both of these teams take that courtyard area.
Yeah, both of them actually using the Bloodlust here for this very first pull. we've seen previously that teams would save their Bloodlust to do some bigger courtyard pulls where they would pull a bunch of trash from inside to the outside and then just pull a bunch of courtyard mobs on top and then use the Bloodlust for that big pull. But both of these teams not choosing to do so. It's also a tyrannical environment, so you gotta keep in mind that the bosses are also gonna be pretty important, especially in Warcraft. Some of those bosses can be pretty nasty, like this Triad boss here, so I think it's a good choice to use the Bloodlust for this one.
Yeah, I mean, in addition to that, Explosive actually costs you a significant amount of time on Heartsbane Triad, normally, like in a live key setting. On TR, probably a little bit less so, but it is still something that you have to value, that it's going to spend up some of your time to be forced to kill those explosive orbs.
Yeah, we see both of them are pretty even when it comes to damage. Perplexed slightly faster as they're about to finish off Sister Briar here. Now, Deplete from Beyond did pull a little bit more trash though, as they're on 10%. And once they finish off this Acolyte, they're going to be even more ahead. So, slight advantage for trash percentage to Deplete, but Perplexed finishing off the boss faster. Now we see a Shroud come out. So, Rogue Utility being used to do a skip here. Now, the other team can just use their Shadow Melt instead, so they don't actually need to use their Shroud if they want to skip these mobs, and that's exactly what they seem to be doing. Rentari jumping over, Shadow Melting off the aggro, and now they're gonna move on.
This is an enormous pull from Perplexed here. You did see Divine Field in that Shroud running all the way through, tagging Soulbound Goliath there, trying to get all the mobs grouped up. You see Zamak there using his leg sweep to try to make sure that everything is stunned. Matron Brindle is also in that pack, which can be dangerous for Divine, especially once she goes into the enrage right there. Like we were talking about, there's still no enrage dispel on the side of Perplex. Soulbound Goliath doesn't have too many stacks, so Divine should be able to face tank Matron Brindle even while she's enraged. But this could be fairly dangerous. Deplete from Beyond looking like they're doing something fairly similar.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing actually. We see both tanks were using that shield wall for the enrage on Matron Brindle because of that missing Soothe, or what is it called? Trank Shot? No, it's not. It's a different name, right?
It's
You're
not
a hunter
Trank Shot.
expert.
It's a hunter ability. It's a pet ability. I don't even know.
Yeah.
It depends on the hunter pet. Like Sonic Screech is for the bat. I don't even know anymore.
True.
They're
Anyway,
called
the
different
pet
things.
ability to remove the enrage effect. Either way, both of them did use their shield wall to survive that enrage effect on the mini boss. And yeah, both of them are similar trash percentage, still 4% ahead on Deplete from Beyond, just because of this extra trash they pulled in the first boss. So very similar routes by both of those teams here, and very clean runs. 0 deaths so far. It seems like they also pulled Goliath backwards now. Probably means that they're gonna pull some more trash on top, like this corner pack.
Yeah, so either they're going to pull that double Thorn Shaper plus Thorn Guard that's in the corner, or they're going to pull that like Guard Captain Acolyte pack that's down the hallway a little bit. It looked like Perplex was trying to get a reset on the fire, and the fire despawned just a millisecond before Divine was able to kite Soulbound Goliath all the way through the fire. Deplete from Beyond on the opposite side, also resetting Soulbound Goliath at a similar time. Perplex immediately gets the stacks reset on Soulbound Goliath again, just unlucky fire spawning right on top of him, but it being a 19 Zamak, very easily able to heal through that.
Easily, you say? Well, Smok is pretty low on mana, so let's hope there's not a lot more fire spawning underneath Goliath now, as they also have to deal with the trash here. They definitely want to make sure they interrupt all of those abilities, especially when they're raging, because if you have those thorns go through or the soul fetishes, actually one soul fetish just went through on Perplexed side. So we'll see how to deal with that one. As Deplete from Beyond did the same thing, also pulled that trash on top. They dealt with it pretty nicely. They also do have a little bit more damage on their side, just because they have the Demon Hunter who buffs the magic damage from the DKs.
They also grabbed that Guard Captain Acolyte pack that was in the corner as well. So they are a substantial amount ahead of trash count over Perplex just by slightly minor optimizations in terms of their pathing that they've done through this dungeon so far.
Yeah, I agree, as Perplex did finish off the boss, and now it seems like they're ramping up to do a big pull, as Divine Field is popping that Lightfoot potion to get the speed increase, and he's running and running and running, even going into
my
his
goodness.
Huntsman Lodge. This seems like an insane pull. Okay, so interesting enough, they're not pulling it on top of a boss, they just do a huge trash pull. Let's hope they can deal with all of the explosives that potentially spawn on this pull.
That's a sick line of sight by Divine whenever he's making his way into that into the area. You actually see him line all of those mobs that are coming out of the corridor with that big post that was sitting there. It makes everything group up super nicely for those DKs to kind of pop off. You saw the DKs run into the room with the anti-magic shell already pre-popped, so that if they got spat on, it just wouldn't apply to them. That was beautifully done by Perplexed, where Deplete from Beyond taking Urgroth Breaker of Heroes, the obelisk mob that resides out in the middle of that courtyard area, in dealing with that. So they're using their time in just a slightly different manner, not exactly a worse manner.
Yeah, we see now Ral being engaged with the rest of this room that they haven't pulled yet on Perplexed side. This trash might die a little bit slower compared to the other trash pull before, but because most of the offensive cooldowns have been used for the trash pack before, they definitely want to make sure they take care of these explosives. As we had one go off, the group dropped incredibly low, most of them out of defensives as well, just because of this trash pack that they pulled before. But now the trash is going down, so they should be able to deal with Ral itself pretty easily. Ral, known to be a boss that is not too dangerous, just because all of the abilities are dodgeable.
This is disgusting by Perplexed. They literally went enormous pull back to back, like straight into Raw without any cooldowns, and Divine was just able to tank out the whole entire thing. No suits for enraging. Like, it was just explosive killing. That's all that was needed, and then it was pretty. It made it look so effortless, even though we all know from playing live that is not an effortless pull.
Yeah, it definitely is not, especially when all of those mobs are raging at the same time and there's no way he can kite, because if you go out of melee range, if you have aggro of the boss, he will start casting Consume Magic, and that's a huge AoE in the whole group, so no way of kiting the raging mobs. But good usage of Ring of Peace by Smok as well, to be able to give Divine Field some breathing room. Now, also pulled this Rune Weaver on top of the boss here. One thing this Rune Weaver does is a frontal cast that does leave a curse behind. Unfortunately, this curse cannot be dispelled by Smok, so Divine Field just has to off-tank this extra magic damage that it does.
Yeah, you also do see Deplete from Beyond has Raw the Gluttonous down to 52%, where Perplexed has it down to 28%. Deplete from Beyond has dealt with Urgroth Breaker of Heroes, where on the side of Perplexed they have not. But Perplexed does have that 8% trash count advantage. So that's something that you have to keep in mind. Yeah,
that 8% trash, I mean, we so far, correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't seen Perplexed do any of the Awakened mobs. So it's a possibility that we see them do all 4 of them with the last boss. We've seen, I think the most we've seen so far was 3, and that already looked a little bit sketchy, just because there's so little room on the last boss.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure if it's possible to do 4, but we'll see. Okay, it actually looks like they're going out to do that obelisk here, so no 4 Awakened mobs. And this means that Deplete from Beyond has a... I mean, this is pretty even now, right?
So Zamok
Deplete from Beyond already did this obelisk, meaning that this is going to be a completely even match, if not Deplete from Beyond being ahead at this point.
Zamok, I think, is activating this other pillar right here. Look at him. Okay, so he's activating it right now.
Okay,
yeah, so they're doing double obelisk together. So they're doing something
like
that's a little bit more efficient from Deplete from Beyond. Where Deplete from Beyond can actually make up a really good time here if they are saying that they're comfortable playing triple obelisk with Gorak Tool, right? Because they won't have to kill the obelisk. They'll literally just like walk all the way downstairs and do whatever they're about to do.
Yeah, so yeah, you're right. If they skip this obelisk, the second one that Perplexed is dealing with right now, then Deplete from Beyond is theoretically ahead. But we'll see what they do as they finish off this Rune Weaver here. It looks like they might play it as they're walking downstairs, or no, they're not. Okay, so they're walking past, meaning they might do a triple Awaken pull downstairs, which will definitely be difficult for them to pull off, but we'll see. We've already seen it done before. Now it looks like they're either doing a skip or they're doing a pretty big trash pull. They're all Shadow Melt Night Elves, so they can all just Shadow Melt, and it looks like that's what they're doing. So now I assume they're gonna pull this last this boss room on top of Lord and Lady Wakecrest, because there's no affix that prevents them, of course, to pull all of this on top of the boss.
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond here, pulling Lord and Lady Wakecrest with all the trash. They also grab that Marked Sister that's in the corner that a lot of groups like to forego. Deplete from Beyond, do they have enough trash count currently? They must, because they're also playing obelisk with the final boss, right?
They have 3 Awakened mobs as well. So it should be alright, but yeah, this is going to be a super close match as Perplexed now also engaged the boss fight with the whole trash room. So they're going to be completely even here. The only difference is that Perplexed only has to deal with 2 Awaken mobs in the last boss, while Deplete from Beyond has 3. Meaning Perplexed is going to have a little bit more boss damage, just because they don't have to deal with the Awaken mobs extra. I'm pretty sure Deplete from Beyond has to focus some of the Awaken mobs. They can't just cleave off of the boss, just because of the little room you have and the amount of interrupts you need as well in that last boss fight. So there's no way you can just passively cleave them. You have to actively focus them, meaning they're going to lose a little bit of damage compared to Perplexed only having to deal with 2 of them. Well, both seem to have all the trash done now of this area. Perplexed 90%, Deplete from Beyond 87%. And now there's also a question if either of those teams can pull the horrors on top of the last boss, which we've seen
that would be
Limit
wild.
do.
I kind of hate that with Raging. Do you think that either team could be able to pull that off?
I mean, I think you can do it with Raging if you put a really well-placed Ring of Peace at the very end when they go into Raging. So Smok has to jump off the ledge at the very end, put the ring, and then just let them jump.
Yeah.
But that's really risky.
Because that would... Okay, so presumably he would be sitting in a snap spot as well to where the Gloom Horrors don't jump as well, because since they are also Raging, that would probably cause him to die if they were leaping on him, right? I think this is gonna be a photo finish. I'm pretty convinced. Lord and Lady Waycrest. So for Perplex, Lord Waycrest is down to 46%. Lady Waycrest down to 4%. Deplete from Beyond, Lady Waycrest down to 2%. Lord Waycrest down to 23%. 0 deaths on both sides. Again, Deplete from Beyond is going to have to play 3 obelisks with Gorak Tool. Perplex is only going to have to play 2. So that's going to be some inherent time save as well. This is going to be right down to the wire, I feel like.
And how well both of these teams are playing. I mean, look at the time. It's 13 minutes into the dungeon. They're now engaging the last boss. This is an incredible time by both of them. And 0 deaths in a Waycrest manner with these affixes is really impressive. As we see, Perplexed actually did a skip, so it looked like they're not pulling the horrors on top. They are engaging the Awaken mobs now, so Bloodlust ready for both of those teams. Let's see if they can pull this off. Ooh, the horrors are here now as well. Alright, let's see it.
Okay, so yeah, Deplete from Beyond has all the Gloom Horrors with them. Perplexed looks like they also have all the Gloom Horrors with them. They're making sure that all of them get stacked up on both sides so that they're able to get cleaved down evenly. Deplete from Beyond just took off running immediately as soon as Lord and Lady Waycrest died, where Perplex was trying to be a little bit more tactical. That may end up costing them. There is a different amount of obelisks that is the differential between the two teams, but Perplex is actually catching up in boss damage. Holy moly.
Yeah, the amount of single target damage Perplex has seems like they're actually actively cleaving off of the boss, which they are able to do because they only have 2 Awakened mobs, while Deplete from Beyond on their side has 3. This is what I mentioned before. This is why the Perplexed has a little bit more single target boss damage, while Deplete from Beyond had to focus their Awakened mobs a little bit more just because of the extra risk they took with 3 of them instead of 2. And this is such a close game. Look at the HP of the boss. This is
They're dead
actually
even.
just, they're moving at the same time.
Yeah, Voidweaver Malthier is still alive on the side of Perplexed. It's going to go down here in just a few more seconds. And then... dude, I don't know the difference in the time here. This is probably going to have to be an admin decision, isn't it?
Most definitely. I mean, if you don't see any deaths, which I don't see there any deaths anymore, right? Because the Awakened mobs are down. As long as they burn the ads, there shouldn't be any more problems coming in for both those teams. There's a lot of slavers alive, unfortunately though, but they should be able to burn them as soon as they go down here. And yeah, now it looks like Perplexed did catch up a little bit on boss damage though. It's still incredibly close.
Swag, roll a 5 buff. Your team needs you.
And now
Oh
Deplete
my
from Beyond
goodness,
is
now
ahead
Deplete from
again.
Beyond is
They had
putting it in 5th gear. What in the world? Gorak Tool's just perishing.
looks like Deplete from Beyond is gonna make it, but this is still
what a
incredibly
game!
close. Just a couple of seconds.
Whoa.
Okay, so that is going to be a 2-second victory on the side of Deplete from Beyond here in this first game on Waycrest. Now, Tattles, during that dungeon, you were saying that Perplex was handling those obelisks a little bit more efficiently than Deplete from Beyond, but then we saw them catch up there at the last minute, break down those moments, those final moments for Deplete from Beyond.
So Deplete from Beyond was convinced that they could play triple Obelisk into the final boss and prove that they were absolutely right. Where Perplexed decided that Samrek, which is the fear guy, is just not worth playing with the final boss and that they'd rather play Urgroth plus Samrek together. Oh my goodness, that was a photo finish there at the very end. I don't think that... Oh, it doesn't do either team justice to, like, critique them, because that was just a flawless run by both teams.
And we have official times in for both teams. 15:23.9 for Perplexed, 15:22.1 for Deplete from Beyond. So winning that map by 1.8 seconds. Both teams with 0 deaths. That's ridiculous. Both of those runs were, I mean, they were pretty much perfect from both teams.
Yeah, and for those of you watching from home, this was a time trial run, so obviously both of these teams are going to be very well practiced on this map, and it just goes to show how consistently and how perfect you have to execute these kinds of maps when it's neck and neck like this, Zyro.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it could literally be what they were saying on the final boss there, just roll a 5 buff to try to get some extra damage. I mean... It's utterly ridiculous how close that was there. That could be just one mob not being in for 1 pack for perfect cleave. That it comes down to the tiniest things, which is why when we talk about in every single match, whenever there's just a random death that they have to battle res up, that's 5 seconds on the board. These things matter in these dungeons. It's so close, especially when both of these teams are playing on this level. That's ridiculous. I can't wait to see more from this match. If this is how these guys are going to play the entire series.
It's the J-Crest Manor, man.
Oh man, the J-Crest Manor, brilliant. Well, so let's talk about that third DPS slot. They did have Deplete from Beyond had that Demon Hunter, and then Perplexed had the Rogue. And I don't know, it sounded like it was going to come down to single target damage on that last boss, and then Deplete from Beyond just like got those last 10% health points on that boss down so quickly, Nagura.
I mean, at this point, the damage really didn't matter because it was just all about this time. It was 1 second, right? So I think the difference in comp just calls for a different strategy. You had the Rogue on one side for explosives, of course, and then you also had the Shroud, meaning one of the skips was a little bit faster because they didn't have to do the Shadow Melt skip. You could use the Shroud instead. So I think it was just very slight differences in strategy because of the Demon Hunter versus the Rogue. Demon Hunter does provide the magic damage for the Unholy Decays, but Rogue does some more single target damage compared to the Demon Hunter. So I think it just was both tiny little differences, and both of them just had such a perfect run. I do feel a little bit sad for Perplexed because that was a perfect run by them too, and any small little like damage proc or corruption proc would have been in their favor and they would have won. So I'm just looking forward to the next game or even 2 games in this series.
But along the same lines, I feel like when you have a perfect run, you can't be upset that you lost. You can only look at yourself and be like, okay, what could we have done better? Because clearly the other team got a little, either they got a little more lucky over the course of an entire 15-minute dungeon, which in general, RNG tends to average out over longer periods of time. So over a 15.5-minute dungeon, I don't think one team is going to have that significantly more corruption procs to where their damage would be that much higher, right? Especially when the majority of your damage comes from DKs who stack percentage stat corruptions and not random damage procs. So it's probably not going to come down to RNG. It's probably more going to come down to they just did a couple of their pulls a little bit better than the other team, and then they can go back and look at the VOD and be like, oh, okay, we could have saved some time here.
Yeah, well, we are going to be moving... Ooh, go ahead.
You go ahead.
I was just going to say we're moving on to King's Rest, and Perplexed played this map earlier today against Couch Pepega, and they only had 2 deaths on that board, and it looks like they might be in a good spot here coming up on this next game, Tettles.
Yeah, I mean, it's... So, King's Rest was one of our time trial maps. Perplexed, with the 2014, was number 2 in our time trials for King's Rest, only behind Mdi Eu, and then Deplete from Beyond was number 4 in our time trials at 21-26. So, if Perplexed is able to pull off what is virtually a flawless run, then they should be in a good shape to be able to take the match. But with it being bolstering in KR, it's hard to always have those kind of runs.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen a couple of teams struggle on King's Rest and have a couple of sloppy moments here, and bolstering is really making things super difficult, it seems like, today, Zyro, with this affix.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with bolstering, right? When it goes wrong, it can go very wrong, and this is definitely one of the harder dungeons to deal with it properly. We've seen teams waste 30 seconds dealing with bolstering mobs in the first room just this weekend, so, you know, there's a lot that can definitely go wrong here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, the game is loaded and our teams are gearing up to go here in King's Rest. Is Perplexed going to be able to tie this up, or is Deplete from Beyond going to take them home with a 2-0?
Well, yeah, so we're in King's Rest. It's all going to be about Perplexed now. Let's see if they can deal with this pressure that is on them. I mean, they're the number 2 seed, and they got praised so much after the first cup 2 weeks ago. They were praised that they had incredible play. They were even close to Mdi Eu, and now they're 1-0 down against Deplete from Beyond. So we'll see what they do here, as both of them are running this triple hunter comp, as they've also been running in the time trials.
Yeah, so both teams, it looks like they're off there dealing with those minions of Zul, trying to get those despawned before making their way into the Golden Serpent room. It just allows their healer to be able to run off and save them a little bit of time later on in the dungeon. We know more likely than not, both of these teams are going to pull those constructs into the Golden Serpent. Perplex and Deplete from Beyond both pull up that left side, do a double Witch Doctor pull. Fairly dangerous as a whole, but we're seeing mirrored pulls right here.
Yeah, I mean, the Witch Doctors are so dangerous just because of the Deathly Chill cast. It does so much magic damage to the tank if they're not interrupted. But they also do a Shadow Bolt Volley cast, which also needs to be interrupted. And you just run out of interrupts, especially because you have a Triple Hunter comp, meaning you have a little bit of a longer cooldown on your interrupt compared to like full melee comp. So well done by both of the teams as they dealt with the first pull pretty nicely. Now the second. The other 2 trash packs are being engaged by Perplexed, and looks like Divine Field is out of defensives here, so let's see how he deals with this pack.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because Rentari was able to save his shield wall the whole entire time,
Yeah.
while Divine popped his like super early on. Yeah, there you go. You see Rentari's shield wall coming out right now. Like Nagura was saying, since they don't have a bunch of kicks, they have to let a lot of the Deathly Chills go through and just rely on the Hunters to be able to kick the Shadow Bolt volley. And like while you're face taking those Deathly Chills, just the ability to be able to hold on to your shield wall as long as Rentari did there was kind of impressive.
Yeah, I agree. Now Deplete from Beyond is pulling those 2 Guardians on top of the Golden Serpent. One thing to note is that Perplex did not use their Bloodlust. Maybe that was why Divine had to use that shield wall. Well, on the other hand, Deplete from Beyond did use their Bloodlust. Actually, no, they were also saving it for the boss. Never mind. My bad. Both of them were saving it for the boss. And now we have the Guardians being pulled on top for both teams as well. Now, we've seen some teams in the past have problems with this Golden Serpent here. We've seen some deaths here and there. So hopefully both of these teams do manage to pull this off cleanly.
Yeah, so both of the teams utilizing their Hunter pet to get full value out of the Bloodlust. Of course, if you're just using drums, I think you would get 5% less haste. I think it's like 5 seconds shorter. So both teams there making sure that they do, in fact, get full value. We also have seen the turtles come out from the Hunters on both sides. That allows you to not get the debuff from that spit gold at all, allowing your healer to do just a little bit more damage. You do see Zamak on the side of Perplex doing 40k DPS, where Deplete from Beyond, Igloo is doing 35k. Not a small amount for a healer, I will say, while having to heal up that spit gold dot. So both of these guys really trying to balance and play to the utmost advantage of how much damage they're actually able to pump out on single target.
Yeah, and it's a bit of RNG as well here in this boss, how much damage the healer can do, because if you get all the Hunters in a row and they just immune it all, then you can do so much damage. Well, if the other group gets the same Hunter on the spit goal 3 times, then he just has turtle for 1, and then the healer of course needs to heal and can't really do damage anymore. So a little bit of RNG for the healer DPS, but both of those teams down the boss pretty much at the same time, as both Mistweaver monks are waiting for this gate to open so they can pull the other 2 guardians on top of the gauntlet that the rest of the team is waiting at.
Yeah, they killed the Golden Serpent within 3 seconds of one another, and if we have another dungeon that ends within 1.5 seconds, I think I may have a heart attack. Because it's already happened once today with Perplexed. They lost to Couch Pepega and Atal'Dazar by 1.5 seconds.
True.
And then they lose to Deplete from Beyond by 1.5 seconds. So,
Their poor nerfs.
not their lucky day.
Doesn't seem like their lucky day at all. You're right. As Deplete from Beyond is finishing off this pull, and as soon as they finish off, we see the Guardians come in. Now, this is actually pretty important. The fact that not only do they not get the bolstering, of course, on the Guardians, this needs to be a perfect pull, because if they come in too early, the Guardians, they will get bolstered by the trash group, and the team doesn't get out of combat, and then you can't use your pre-pot, and so on, or your out of combat pot rather. So very good timing by both of the teams to not bolster any of those Guardians and to get them in at the perfect moment. So yeah, both teams so close again. But there's still a lot of the dungeon left, and there's still so many things that can go wrong, especially in King's Rest with bolstering and tyrannical.
Oh, that's super interesting. So I noticed that Zamak is actually running that Merectus Fang, so that strength trinket on his healer. Where on the side of Igloo, he's running the Corrupted Gladiator's Medallion. Divine is also running the Merectus Fang, where Rentari is running the Corrupted Gladiator's Insignia. Pretty much everybody's running Vita Charge Titan Shard, by the way, because of group haste, but as the alternative trinket, those are what other groups are running. So Divine and Zamak are running for a little bit more AoE damage.
Yeah, it has been interesting, especially here in King's Rest. A lot of teams kind of disagree with each other on what they want here. Some teams are running more AoE heavy builds, while other teams have been running more single target heavy builds. And I think none of the teams really agree on what they really want here. But maybe they just both go, maybe all of the teams go with a little bit of a mixture. Let's say our healer is going to run the AoE trinket, but then our hunter is going to run more of a single target corruption build instead, you know? Maybe they just like do one thing more than the other, and then they switch it up just to get everything a little bit. Either way, both of those teams are dealing with the last gauntlet trash pack here. Smoke dropping a little bit low as that Raptor jumps on him, but no problem as he deals with it with the Ring of Peace.
You actually made a great point. So all three of the DPS from Team Perplexed are running Vision of Perfection Major, which is a little bit more single target focused, where all three of the DPS from Team Deplete from Beyond are running that Blood of the Enemy Major, which is for a little bit more AoE. It also helps that two of the DPS from Deplete from Beyond are running Aspect of the Beast, while Clix is playing Killer Cobra, and then all three of the DPS from Perplex are running Killer Cobra. So even with the Hunters, there is still some, like Naguro was saying, it's like they're trying to figure out whether or not they'd rather play for single target or for AoE. It's also bolstering too. You have to factor that into account. So Hunter is flexible enough to where it isn't just a cookie cutter decision, though.
Yeah, it actually looks like
What is Deplete from Beyond doing?
Okay, this seems very interesting as they dealt with the construct on the bridge. So interestingly enough, they pulled the construct on the bridge, got it pretty low as they were pulling the rest of this room. Yeah, just getting a little bit extra percentage here. I think I like this just because it is bolstering anyway, so you might as well just kill the construct too, as long as you can deal with the beam. So if they can skip another trash bag later, which we will see, then this might just be worth it for them, as the Perplexed on the other hand is already dealing with their second trash pull here in this room, and now they can engage Machimba.
That was very interesting for Deplete from Beyond. Perplexed is a little bit ahead, but like you were saying, it kind of depends on where the trash count ends up landing. We saw Mdi Eu earlier actually pull the Purification Construct with Machimba once they did get Machimba primed to where he no longer does mechanics. So there is a way that Perplexed pulls that Purification Construct into the boss as well, but probably not at this point though, as that gate is up.
Yeah, I don't think so either, as we can see Perplexed on the other hand now is doing this strategy where everyone is clicking on those
Coffins,
tombs? Yeah, that
yeah,
one.
Sure.
At the same time. Some of them, of course, are the wrong ones, and then you get those at spawn. You see the skeletons in front of those tombs, and that's why they immediately gets a seed with the ink cap, and the traps by the hunters because they don't want to deal with those. They do cast an ability that if not interrupted, they will leave a disease on everybody that ticks for a lot of damage. So you just do not want to deal with that, and that's why they immediately CC them. And by clicking that tomb immediately, Machimba basically stops casting any ability anymore for the rest of the fight, meaning that it will just be more DPS for the group because they don't have to move out of the fire anymore, they don't have to deal with the drain fluid. But on the other hand, Divine Field will take more damage because those casts are not going to be happening anymore, and therefore Machimba just constantly melee attacks Divine Field instead.
Machimba is actually one of the hardest hitting melee bosses in the game. So whenever he just melees you, he just beats you into the ground. I think Rixa's melees are maybe a little bit worse for Prot Warrior, but that is solely because she does like magic damage melees. But Divine's health just like starts spiking, and if for some reason he ever has a lapse in his shield block, then he could potentially go down. Does a really good job there on the side of Perplexed. Deplete from Beyond, Rentari, something similar is going on over there for their side, and they're kiting out Machimba. Again, like we were saying, look at that difference in trash count. Deplete from Beyond is 4% on enemy forces ahead of Perplexed. If that allows them to like skip one pull or skip one pack, that could save them way more than whatever is like 25 or 30% on Machimba.
Yeah, I agree. I just wonder what exactly they're going to skip. Maybe this trash pack that Perplex is dealing with right now. It does seem to be similar percentage, but we will see as Perplex is moving on, doing their next pull. This Berserker double caster that we've seen Perplex deal with is actually a pretty dangerous pack, and that's why they had to pull it by itself and didn't really pull it on top of anything else. We'll see what Deplete from Beyond does. Maybe no, doesn't seem like they're skipping this pack either. But it seems like they're doing a pretty big pull as they pull another Berserker and a Witch Doctor on top.
I think they may skip that Raptor pack.
Yeah, maybe.
That's at the very end. Which, if they're able to skip a full trash pack, that may end up leveraging them into something that's a little bit more efficient. Perplexed here has downed all of that trash, and now they're sitting here waiting for this brute to get in a good position. They all pop their Lightfoots in unison. Divine is trying to get aggro and everything as he's running by. They're doing a really good job of using Para and Trap to be able to deal with all of this. Divine dropping incredibly low. He needs to make it all the way into the room before pressing Shadow Meld. He needs to make sure all of his group is in. They all do it seamlessly. That was pretty scary, but they made it look effortless.
So Divine Field got a Frost Shock on him by one of the casters, which not only does initial damage, but it also slows. And as soon as Mok dispelled the slow, he got a Corruption slow. So a little bit unfortunate. He just constantly was slowed there, but did manage to survive. As they engage Kula now, they play from Beyond on the other hand. They're even pulling this Brute, interestingly enough. We've seen, I think, most of the teams, in fact, all of the teams skip this Brute so far, just because of the sheer amount of HP that this mob has compared to the amount of percentage that it gives. But it looks like maybe after this trash pack, they actually have enough, so they don't have to deal with anything anymore after this. Maybe with Shadow of Zul at the Awaken mobs, I'm not really sure. No, it looks like they're pulling. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
So Shadow of Zul is 4%. Awaken mobs and KR, I have no idea what they would be. But they are going to be playing...
all of them?
All of them? Yeah, well, it looks like
it looks like both
Awaken
teams
mobs?
are dealing with all four.
Yeah,
both
so,
of them skipped
so
all of
enough
Doublers so far.
Yeah. That's... How do you feel about that Brute? Oh, Rentari's going to have to die. He didn't get out of combat quick enough. So, whenever I was talking about Divine needs to make sure that his whole entire group presses meld at the exact same time, and they made it look effortless, that's what I was talking about. It's really easy to mess up.
Yeah, it sounds simple, right? Oh, just run through and press Shadow Meld. But it's really not that simple because, as we just saw on Deplete from Beyond side, if you don't use it at the same time, or someone is still too close, or whichever thing happens, you can just either have one person die or maybe even have a full team wipe because one person can get the rest of the team in combat. So well done by Deplete from Beyond to recover here. They're also now fighting Kula. While Perplexed is already on Sun SL, they also let the explosive totem just go off. I think this is just a strategy that has evolved now. Everyone is doing it because, yeah, as long as you survive the explosive totem, why switch to it when you can just out-heal it, right? Just let the healer do their jobs.
Yeah, the only totem that you need to hit is actually the Earthwall totem, like because it puts a shield on the boss. So why not just let everything else kind of go off? And Thundering Totem doesn't really affect your hunters. They're hunters. Deplete from Beyond actually pulled a Berserker in with Kula the Butcher as well, so I think that's probably where they're going to get their last little bit of trash count. Perplexed
I like
needs
that
to
a
do
lot.
Perplexed needs to do one trash pull after this boss before making their way on a Shadow of Zul, where I think Deplete from Beyond may just be done.
Yeah, I like this build because it is bolstering, right? But in between the two bosses here, they can kill off the mob, and then you don't have the bolstering or anything. So this is pretty efficient by Deplete from Beyond. And they will probably pull the second Berserker in when Sanasal is low, and then they will kill it off once Sanasal is dead before Akali spawns. So very nice little trick here by Deplete from Beyond to get a very efficient cleave, but also just not bolster the bosses. So well done by them. And yeah, as you mentioned, the trash percent difference probably means that after they're done with this boss on Deplete from Beyond side, they only have to do Shadow of Zul, while Perplexed, they're gonna have to do a trash pull here.
Yeah, they have a boss and a half left to deal with too. They are mighty far behind. It looks like I think just in terms of time, because there's no way that this one like trash pull that they have to do is going to end up taking them what is effectively a boss and a half from Council of Tribes.
We'll see.
I
I mean,
trash
I think
right
it's
now.
still
Okay,
close.
there goes the melds. I'm like,
Yeah, so it seems like they're pulling this Beastmaster Hex Priest Raptor pack. I still think that you're right that Deplete from Beyond is behind here, because Perplex wants to deal with this. I'm not sure if they were intending. Oh, okay, so they're just doing this bigger pull here. I like this. So there were some CC coming in on this side, and they put the rest of the pack on top. This is a pretty dangerous pack to deal with, but they have some casters to see in the corner. I think it was a Shine that threw a trap, and now they can just feign death off the aggro afterwards.
what I was gonna say is that the setup for that pull is actually pretty slow.
Yeah, it took a while.
And it is, since it is bolstering, you have stuff like the Raptors and like the Healing Tide Totem, which will end up healing mobs, or the Raptors that will leap out of melee, which can get bolstered at pretty high amounts of HP. Like you saw that Raptor was at like 15 or 20% health whenever those other stuff started getting killed, but it got swapped too quick enough to where it didn't matter. Can be dangerous. Took a lot of setup, but Perplexed makes it, again, look pretty easy, even though something like that is not very easy.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, in the end, I mean, Deplete from Beyond definitely did have interesting strategy, and the thing with the Berserkers and pulling the construct from the bridge on top, but in the end, didn't really seem like it saved them as much time as we thought, because the setup time that they needed with the construct, the setup time with the Berserkers, it cost them more time than Perplexed had to use to finish off this one extra trash pack they have to pull, right? Deplete from Beyond now did manage to finish off the boss though, and as we mentioned, they are done with trash now. They have to kill Shadow of Zul only, and the rest they will get from the Awakened mobs. While Perplexed though, they're already on the boss, ready to use their Bloodlust and deal with those 4 Awakened mobs that they have.
Yeah, Perplexed doing the tried and true strategy of hold W, walk through the instance, collect profit.
Yeah.
Perplexed here now fighting all those Awakened mobs. They're actually starting on top of Void Weaver Malthier. This makes a lot of sense. It allows Divine to get the first kick in the rotation. Like, with that, he's going to have to be kiting away from the Blood of the Corruptor. Void Weaver Malthier is probably going to get trapped out in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the puddles. There's also the Dark Fury cast that Divine can't be dealing with. So, him getting that first interrupt starting right on top of Malthier makes a lot of sense for Perplexed.
Yeah, definitely. And this is also... So having the Fear cast here can cause lots of issues in some dungeons, but because we have the Revival, which can get rid of all of the debuffs once, and then we also have the Dwarf Racials, which can get rid of the debuff a second time, and then you also have, of course, Turtle by the Hunter. So lots of defensive / cooldowns they can use to get rid of that fear, so they don't have to deal with it at all. And then we also have the single target dispel as well. And we see the Hunters constantly reviving their pets, and this is because they're taunting off the Spirit Breaker cast from the Tank Buster, so Divine Field does not have to deal with it.
Interestingly enough, you actually did see, it looks like a Shine. He feigned death off that Quaking Leap. If you feign the Quaking Leap before it starts like lunging at you, you can reset the cast. The boss will immediately recast, but that saves your tank a decent amount of damage because the boss can only either cast Quaking Leap or it can cast that Blade combo. That Blade combo way more dangerous for your tank than Quaking Leap is for the rest of the party. So they're just trying to delay it as much as possible.
I like this strat because especially at the start, that tank combo will be very dangerous as well. having to tank all of these Awaken mobs. So I like the fact that they're helping out the tank a bit with not only taunting off the Spirit Breaker. Oh, Wolf Disco actually going down as he had the Raptor jump on him, got one of his frontal cast, and then also got the leap on top of it. Now, this one death difference probably is not gonna be the time to make up for Deplete from Beyond, though. They're also on Atal'Dazar now, but they are 6% behind on the boss, and they also have 5 extra seconds in Perplexed's favor.
Yeah, basically they need to hope that Divine ends up going down here on this next Fear. But Perplexed looks like they're going to be okay. Divine ends up getting feared, running away. The boss doesn't end up casting
damage, though. Yeah, they actually caught up a little bit now. I mean, Perplexed, I think sometimes it's really close, and then one team just has a cooldown ready, and then it drops so much lower on their side. It does seem like Perplexed did manage to get their cooldowns back up, as the boss isn't close to 40%. Now the King from Beyond looks like they're behind again. It is a 5 seconds difference in Perplexed's favor, so it really looks like it's their thing to win. But if one person goes down or the damage cooldowns from Deplete from Beyond get ready at the very last second, it could still be theirs.
I mean, they do have to battle that 5 seconds, which on a fight like this, on a pure single target fight, 5 seconds is actually a significant amount of DPS that you would have to overcome in addition to what is already a hurdle to be able to overtake. But yeah, it is incredibly close, and maybe it ended up coming down to that like Rentari death on that skip where then Igloo had to mass res him and stuff like that. And that was 5 seconds, and then like the 8 seconds to cast mass res. Whenever you're battling against another team that is so close to you, like Deplete from Beyond and Perplexed are right now, it's going to come down to a matter of seconds, like it's going to in this match again. Oh my goodness.
We have seen some super close matchups today, but that victory is going to be going to Perplexed, tying up this series versus Deplete from Beyond. Both teams are at 1-1 right now, and a couple of things happened in that game. I feel like, you know, it seems like Deplete from Beyond may have caught up there a little bit at the beginning there, but Tuttles, what was the deciding factor here on Perplexed win? How were they able to pull off that victory?
I mean, I think ultimately they pulled off the victory. Like the Perplexed and Deplete from Beyond, it looked like their times were going to be fairly similar. But Perplexed had a 20-minute, 14-second run in time trials. So I do wonder if they were doing something just a little bit more different in time trials, or it could potentially come down to something like just like bolstering management. But even then, I'm not entirely sure. Like, to be able to lose a minute from your time trials to like a live performance, it makes me wonder if they were playing a little bit more risky strategy, like maybe on their 5th run, and they got their best time on that, or if that was really their strategy that they had ran in that dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, they did only have that one death there at that final boss, and as you said, this is a time trial dungeon. Nagura, do you have any thoughts on that? Do you think that they were doing the same strategy that they were doing in practice, or did they maybe switch something up a little bit?
I think both of the teams were just running their time trial strategy. Both of the teams did have a little bit, did have some problems, right? We saw some deaths for both sides. It was 1 death and 2. And maybe these deaths just caused them to lose a little bit of time here, and then they maybe didn't play the bolstering optimally on one of the packs, and then you lose a couple of seconds there. And in the end, Deplete from Beyond was really close to their time trial time, right? It was only Perplexed that was a little bit slower than their time. And in time trials, you can, in my opinion, you can take everything a little bit riskier there, and maybe run a little bit more corruption, you know, and just hope you don't get a lot of things from Beyond to increase your damage, because you do have the 5 tries in time trials. Well, here in a tournament, you maybe do not want to run 60 corruption or 100 corruption, because if you die there, you can't just go out and try again. So maybe that's why they had 1 minute less or 1 minute more in their tournament run.
Yeah, and so Deplete from Beyond has banned Workshop, which would have been the next map in our pool. However, we will be going to Freehold, and those affixes are going to be Tyrannical, Raging, Explosive. Zyro, looking at those last 2 games that we saw, we are tied up. What sort of advice would you maybe give these 2 teams if they wanted to get the edge over the competition here?
I don't know what advice I'd give them, but I don't know about leaving Freehold open against Perplexed. Now, it is Tyrannical, right? So it's going to be a little bit harder for any potential kiting strategy to come out, but it's still definitely possible, right? I'm not really sure. I mean, I would hope that Deplete from Beyond has practiced that strategy, but we saw them in Freehold earlier today where they didn't even go for it. So if they actually held that strat in their back pocket and they're holding it for this match, and that's why they left Freehold open, that would be impressive. And in an already impressive 3-game series that we're in right now, I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Well, do you think kiting the obelisks is quicker than cannonball barraging the final pack that's in front of Harlan Sweet? So like the kite on the obelisk was actually a super sick strategy whenever it was bolstering because you couldn't cannonball barrage that middle pack, but you're missing the count from the awakened mobs, plus you're missing the count from the middle pack that you could cannonball barrage. So you're going to end up missing like 15%. Is that worth not having to DPS down those obelisks and you lose your healer DPS?
I don't know. We'll see. I'm sure at some point.
Perplexed would be the people to know, I guess.
They would be the ones to know, right?
We'll have to ask them. We don't know. We'll have to ask them.
I mean, we'll see. If they've practiced it, they've probably figured out whether or not it's worth running or not. And if they don't kite, it's probably the better thing to do when you're not in this bolstering affix, like you mentioned. But we'll see whenever they run their strategy here.
Well, because we saw Method EU with a 1405 kiting the obelisks the first match of the day. And then we saw Deplete from Beyond with a 1704, but they had 3 deaths and they didn't kite. But those are kind of hard to equate, especially since they weren't playing against one another. Hard to say. It will be interesting to see what ends up happening here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what do you guys think we talked about it a little bit, Zyro. What does that say about Deplete from Beyond's confidence going into here? I mean, they're playing up against Perplexed. I know it's on different affixes, but they did have that really, really swift Freehold, and they decided to be in Workshop. Do we think that, they have some kind of strategy up their sleeve that we don't know about?
I don't know. I feel like whenever you think about a team that has Dr. J on it, there's always kind of that, I don't know, more mental aspect of it. He's known to come up with some pretty interesting strats in dungeons. That's kind of his bit. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Like, I'm just really interested to see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, he was formerly on Abracadabra, a team that, had some pretty good success. So definitely not a team that you want to count quite yet as the underdog. And I think, it's anyone's game here at this point, in my opinion. It's 1-1. This is on Freehold, a dungeon that everybody has a really solid base strategy, especially with teams that have been together, for a whole cup already, Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, I think I've always asked the teams if some of them maybe save some of their strategies in their earlier games. Like, for example, if the number 1 seed plays against the number 8 seed in the very first matchup, I've asked them, do you maybe save some of your cooler strategies and don't use them in the first map, even if you're going to be faster, even if you're going to be slower, to not use that strategy just to keep it a secret, right? Because if you show out one of your cool strategies on broadcast, then all of the other teams are going to know, like this Freehold kiting strat. So, I mean, in the end, it's a possibility that Deplete from Beyond has some cool Freehold strat that they weren't showing earlier as they were playing the Freehold. But that would be super risky by them to not show their faster strategy against Self-Reliance, because Self-Reliance is, of course, also a high-seeded team. So underestimating them seems not possible.
No, definitely not. And it seems like kind of a difficult thing to do, especially if you're a team such as like Method EU, who have in the past said that they're very scripted. They said about 90% of their pulls are scripted. And it seems like changing up your strategy if you think that maybe you're hiding some kind of sick strat that people don't know about from these teams just to maybe get that edge. It might not be worth it if you have to sort of change up what you were planning on doing. Tuttles, what do you think about that?
I mean, Deplete from Beyond definitely wouldn't hold strategies against Self-Reliance. Self-Reliance was actually could have been kind of close to Deplete from Beyond had they not had just a catastrophic wipe in Freehold like numerous times. I think for me, though, in this matchup, Deplete from Beyond has really shown that they can be a competitive team against the likes of Perplexed and Method EU, just with how they have been playing in this run. And I guess we're about to see what that's like in a moment.
Indeed, it is 1-1. We are on match point up here with Perplexed versus Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, so we see both teams already having the exact same comp, actually. So we see Rogue, Hunter, DK, a lot more versatile than the Triple Hunter comp we've seen the last game. So interesting to see this kind of comp for Freehold, both them running the same thing as well. I think the Rogue is here is mainly for the explosives, just because they're just so good at dealing with them, and the DK is just there for the huge amount of damage, because Freehold has a lot of trash, and you can do a lot of those big pulls, especially on top of bosses.
Yeah, so you did see a little bit difference in strategy from Perplexed and Deplete from Beyond. We saw this earlier whenever Deplete from Beyond was playing Self-Reliance. We saw Perplexed do a very similar pull to what we saw from Self-Reliance, where Deplete from Beyond is still running this, it's like 12% trash count pull at the very beginning, 13%. And they don't pull it around line of sight, and it's just a little bit slower, I feel like.
Yeah. So okay, so they were actually saving their Bloodlust for the boss on their side. Well,
yeah.
Perplexed was using their Bloodlust a little bit earlier, so interesting to see. I mean, it is a tyrannical environment, right? So using Bloodlust for bosses is definitely a valid strat, but still interesting to see that they're not maybe pulling trash on top or doing something else with their Bloodlust value here. Now, on this boss, in phase 2 specifically, once the boss jumps off the bird, there's a lot of damage coming in from these shots in melee, so you gotta pay attention to the HP of the melee players here as they're getting hit by these powder shots, which just does a huge amount of damage to them.
I'm not a huge DK player, but is Wolf Disco still sitting on Army? Okay, now he pops his Army. 50% of the way into Sky Captain Crag, probably on his second set of CDs for the dungeon, right?
Maybe.
It's kind of weird that he held it for that long. Like, Army is especially in an MDI setting, is very much a single target cooldown.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that they pop it on Sky Captain Crag. I'm kind of surprised that he held it for that long. Obviously, again, like I said, not a DK player. Don't blame me. But I felt it kind of weird that he held it for so long, especially since they bloodlusted the first pull.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely interesting to see. While Corey did use it on the Bloodlust, we also see some trash actually being pulled on top of the Deplete from Beyond side, which we've seen in the past as well, other teams do. So this trash that they pull on top will give them the percentage they need to catch up to Perplexed. So once this is down, they'll both be at around 20% here. We also see the rogues already go off. You see Dr. J and the Shine are not in range anymore, and that's because they ran off to the Ring of Booty to start the RP event to spawn the pig, because it takes quite a while for it to spawn, and that's why it is Team DI. They want to be incredibly quick, so they don't want to wait any second at all for this RP to go off, and that's why the rogues are so fast leaving that first boss to trigger it.
Yeah, now you do see Perplexed and Deplete from Beyond running down the bridge, making their way towards the second encounter. Both teams are probably going to pull a substantial sized pull into that counter, because it is the Jolly and Raul set always for the MDI on the tournament realm. The bosses are set like that, so players are able to have as much practice. You see Divine, like I was stating, he runs, grabs his trash pack, making sure that he doesn't end up grabbing the Crusher with it. He's going and grabbing the big Harpooner pack as well, which can be very dangerous. They need to make sure that they dodge the Buccaneers going bananas cast and not get gripped in by the Harpooners into something that would be a little bit more scary. Now they pull all of this trash right on top of Jolly and Raul. They are praying for a bad brew here, but they have the Death and Decay go down. They don't even need a bad brew. All this trash is gone, Nagura.
Yeah, who needs bad brew when you have a DK in your group that can just kill everything in a couple of seconds? There you go, everything is down. They're now up to 39% in a matter of seconds. Now they do have to deal with the bosses again, and it looked like they had a bad brew there, and Divine Field perfectly positioned them inside. Looks like they have a bad brew again. They're being incredibly lucky on the Perplexed side. Double bad brew in a row. That is so good for them, because the good brews, they do buff your players, but the amount of damage you take, the amount of damage you gain from a crit or a haste buff is nowhere near as much as the bad brew does to the mobs.
Exactly. Nagura facts right there. So you see Perplexed here, kiting out Jolly and Raul. Deplete from Beyond, I think they were just a little bit slower on how they got their pulls set up, and they didn't have as good of cleave as Wolf Disco got on all of that trash. So Kurisu was just a little bit behind in terms of damage, that maybe the pack wasn't just grouped up as cleanly as it was from Perplexed, is how it looked to me. Not every mob was standing on his D&D kind of thing. Perplexed here will be downing Raul and Jolly here momentarily and making their way towards that Pig RP event in the Ring of Booty. They're going to click that as quickly as possible to be able to activate Ludwig von Tortolan and then eventually Trothak the Shark Puncher.
Yeah, so Perplexed going down on, the boss going down for Perplexed. Perplexed not going down. They're very much alive as they're moving on. They're pulling this Crasher, but it's probably just going to be a skip. Probably just going to use their Shadow Mail to skip this trash, or they're pulling everything on top of Ludwig. We will see, as the Vanfield is already on the other side. Misdirect being popped. So let's see how big of a pull they're doing. While Deplete from Beyond, they're still fighting Jolly here. They did pull some more trash on top though to make use of the brew, but yeah, they take a lot longer for the boss here.
Mega dangerous here by Perplexed because there are harpooners in that pack, and if anybody gets gripped either into a turtle shell or into that ground shatter cast by that Crusher, they could go down very quickly. Perplexed does a really good job of being able to nuke those mobs down. Now they just have triple Scrapper, which is the Fixate mobs left alive, which they can deal with fairly easily.
Do you even have the Harpooners with this event here? With the Parrot event that they have?
Maybe not with that trash pack that they pulled.
I don't think so, because I haven't seen like any Harpooners so far.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think in some of the packs there are Harpooners, but I think with this event you're right. I think this is the less Harpooner event.
Either way, we see the Crusher being really low, and one thing to note about Raging here is that, of course, we have the Hunters who can dispel it, but because the Dispel has, I believe, a 10-second cooldown, you can't dispel everything, of course, and therefore you want to save your Dispel for Ludwig, and the Crusher still had the Enrage effect on him, but better the Crusher having the Enrage effect than Ludwig, because the Crusher actually doesn't melee hit that much, because he constantly does the Throw Rock, and the AoE around him, and while he's doing those casts he doesn't melee hit, and therefore the Raging effect is not too bad on a Crusher, as long as you just don't get hit by its abilities.
Here is the Harpooner pack that I was suggesting that Perplexed was pulling earlier. While Deplete from Beyond is downing this Crusher and Ludwig von Tortolan, you see that Crusher goes in rage, immediately gets soothed off by that Hunter Pet ability to be able to deal with it. Perplexed has a pretty substantial lead right now, I must say.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, Perplexed just seems to have a faster strategy at this point, because Deplete from Beyond did pull some more trash on top of the second boss to make use of the brews, but it didn't seem to be worth it at all. Perplexed just finished off the boss as soon as they could and just pulled all the trash on top of Ludwig instead, and they didn't lose any sort of efficiency. I mean, yeah, they lose out on the brews, but it doesn't seem to be worth it to min-max around the brews when you could just not get a bad one, and then the haste or the crit that you gain is not even going to be worth it that much. While the Perplexed, on the other hand, they were just moving on, pulled everything on top of Ludwig, and now they pulled a bunch of trash on top of Trothak as well. That now they're up to 69%, while Deplete from Beyond is only in 60%. So not only are they behind when it comes to the dungeon speed, they're also behind in trash percentage as well.
Perplexed unfortunately has a Ferrari Shark currently, running at them at the speed of light. Oh, this is a nice angle. Hippo and his friend Parrot closely spectating Trothak the Shark Puncher. Do you think they're on Trothak's side, or do you think they're on our side, Nagura?
I think they're on our side, but they really like sharks, so they're a little bit of a pickle because they don't know who to root for.
I see. I'm going to ask Dratnos about it later. I think he would know.
We should ask Dratnos for sure.
He seems more of a shark kind of guy.
I agree.
So now you see Deplete from Beyond. They have pulled Trothak the Shark Puncher as well. Pretty substantial sized pull right on top of Trothak, similar to what we saw from Perplexed. Deplete from Beyond is going to be downing this trash pack quicker than what we saw out of Perplexed, though.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, yeah, Deplete from Beyond, they are ahead in trash now, right? So they did definitely get a little bit of trash advantage now. They're almost 80%. They also dealt one of the Awakened mobs with one of the obelisks. Misty going incredibly low. Eagle here and on the side of Deplete from Beyond did manage to recover a little bit as he has to kite all of the sharks while dealing with the trash as well. So well done to recover here. And yeah, Perplexed, they didn't deal with any obelisks so far. I wonder if they're just gonna do kiting strat, obviously, as we've seen them do before, or if they just choose to kill them with the boss this time around, because we haven't seen them do the tyrannical freehold yet. Of course, Perplex is the team that invented this kiting strat, but maybe they choose to do it differently in a tyrannical environment.
Yeah, now you see Perplexed, they're making their way onto the area near Harlan Suite. They are down a lot of count, which makes me suspect that they're going to cannonball barrage a bunch of stuff instead of kiting obelisks.
Probably. Yeah, it does look like it, because Smok is still here. They're definitely all grouping up, so they're dealing with all 4 Awakened mobs. They did not... Oh, there we go. Divine Field just pulling everything, it looks like.
Oh my goodness, it
They're
pulled
popping
everything.
their Bloodlust as well. They need to make sure they deal with these explosives here. This is going to be Ashine's job. Ashine needs to deal with the explosive, while Wolf needs to deal with the trash. He's the one who needs to kill off all of this trash. There's also the patrol is coming in now. They didn't pull it
distracted.
though. They were super close to the patrol. I was a bit afraid they're gonna pull this, as all the Awakened mobs are still alive. And look at the amount of explosive spawning, as well as the Hunter is helping out. And yeah,
you know what
well
I think's
done by them
hilarious?
so far.
The fact that all of them just stand in the Dark Fury and just let Zamak heal them back up with Way of the Crane. They just commit to being healed back up, and they just pray that it's not going to 100 to 0 them. So they're committed to just like killing explosives and not taking any other incidental damage except for that Dark Fury there, and knowing and believing in Zamak to be able to top them up the very next global. So that's a really good decision making by Perplexed here. I suspect that they're going to probably cannonball barrage some more trash mobs once all 4 of these Awakened mobs go down. But as of right now, Divine doing a really good job of kiting all of this stuff out.
Yeah, so a Spirit Breaker actually went through on Divine. It wasn't taunted by the pet, so Divine Field just had to run away because he had the debuff on him, increasing his damage taken. So that's why he was just leaping around, making sure he doesn't get hit by any of the Awakened mobs or the boss. Now the Awakened mobs are going down, and I think you're totally right. I think they're actually going to pull more trash on top once Harlan Suite drops below 60% and does the AoE.
So let me get a point of reference for you guys. So Method EU, with their strategy of kiting the obelisk, did this dungeon in 14 minutes and 5 seconds. I think it's safe to say Perplex is going to continue to just cannonball barrage a bunch of random trash mobs until they have no more trash. They're probably then going to Ravager like the final pack of the dungeon to be able to deal with that. If they can beat the time of 14 minutes and 5 seconds, which seems reasonable at this point, then it looks like the strategy is at least on par with the strategy of kiting the obelisks, if not maybe slightly better. But it is definitely risky in different ways.
Now, interestingly enough, Deplete from Beyond did manage to catch up a little bit now, as Kuri unfortunately went down, but they do have a Battle Rest available. They need to use the Engineering Rest to get him back up. Now, they did pull the boss with the Awakened mobs on top, and they only need 5% trash, so they only need one of these Ravager packs with the Painful Motivation.
No, they're good.
I mean, it's still a tyrannical boss, but they're a lot closer than it looked like.
They have the Awakened mobs with them, so they just have boss HP, basically.
Oh, true. True.
Is their
You're
metric
right,
that they're looking at.
Yeah.
Where Perplexed has finally downed all those mobs with the final Cannonball Barrage that they're going to get. Then once Harlan Suite does get pushed below 50% health, he gains a damage taken increase whenever he casts his loaded dice. He kind of explodes from there on out. Again, 14:05 is the time that Method you had earlier. It will be interesting to see what that's going to be like. Deplete from Beyond, though, significantly improving on their 17-minute run in Freehold earlier. This looked very strong by them, even though I think at this point they would need a wipe from Perplex to be able to win.
It's still close, right? I mean,
yeah, it is very close. This whole
minute,
series
so it's definitely well done by them as well. And as you mentioned, they improved a lot because they have a 17-minute time against Self-Reliance, and now they're going to be closer to a 15-minute time, a little bit more. So either way, well done by Perplexed as they finish up the boss, and they win the series 2-1. And what a close series it was.
Yeah, super close series indeed, and congratulations to Perplex. They will be moving on to into the winners bracket. Sorry, and Deplete from Beyond are going to be moving down to the lower bracket, and we will see that match play out tomorrow. And Tettles, you know, you said before this matchup that you really wanted to see Deplete maybe take a win here. How do you think that your boys did?
I think that my boys, I think it's a reach, but I think my boys did a very good job. I think they showed me what we were looking to see. They proved that they can not only take matches off Perplexed, but they can compete, proving that they really do earn that 3 seed spot. They can potentially start moving up into that second, maybe even start battling against Method EU in that first place spot. I think that the European region as a whole is pretty wide open. Paint for Fem looked so sick today too. The boys are always really good. Self-Reliance, I think, needs some time to improve, but they can get there as well. Couch Pepega just kind of threw a whole wrench in everything whenever they took a match off Perplexed. European Asian region is wide open right now.
Yeah, for sure. Let's break down that game there a little bit. We did see both teams, they did have a DK, and we saw some pretty sick pulls coming from both sides. How are they utilizing that class and its utility to their advantage, Nagura?
Well, DKs are just very good at funneling damage, basically. So whenever there's a dungeon where you can pull huge amounts of trash on top of a boss, that's where DKs are going to be the ones that are shining. Not only because they kill the trash so incredibly quickly because of their quadratic scaling, doing so much AoE damage, but they also gain a lot of faster might stacks, which increase their strength, and therefore they also do a lot more single target damage, especially if they have their army ready and bloodlust available for those kind of pulls. So that's why we've seen those huge amount of trash pulls on top of the second boss, for example, on top of Trothek, on top of Ludwig. So I think both these teams did utilize the DK very well in this very specific dungeon.
Yeah, and also in that opener, we did see 2 different strategies in terms of that bloodlust. Was there maybe a better option, Zyro?
It wasn't too spectacularly different. We just saw a slightly bigger pull from Perplexed, whereas Deplete from Beyond opted to get some of that trash cleaved in with the boss near the end of the fight. All in all, the strategies that the teams ran were, for the most part, pretty similar. Just Perplexed's, I don't know, their execution was just better in general. I think the main takeaway from this series that I want to see people walking away from, especially these 2 teams, is that it should be a huge confidence booster for both of these teams, right? In the first European Cup, Perplex had some consistency issues, which saw them in the end losing to Method EU. And they've had 2 very good series today where they've been relatively consistent in all their games. And we've also seen 2 3-game series from Deplete for Beyond, our 3 seed for this cup, where they only had 1 game where they had major issues. The other 5 out of 6 games they had near perfect runs. So I would take that as a positive, use that as a building block moving forward in the tournament for the rest of the day. And because both of these guys are done with their matches for the day, they have some practice time moving into tomorrow for their second day of matches. Just they should have positive vibes moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. You're totally right. This has been a very good series for both of those teams, and they should be proud of their performance. And we're going to see Perplexed move on to play Method EU tomorrow in those upper finals. And now we're moving down to the lower bracket. We're going to have some elimination rounds coming up. Next here, we're going to have the boys, Deplete from Beyond next here. No, the boys versus No Snitch. I just got a little bit backwards. The boys versus No Snitch. This is a lower bracket round, and the loser of this series will be, they're done. They're out of the tournament, and that's going to be the rest of the day. We're going to finish the day with another lower round series, and that's Self-Reliance versus Couch Pepega. And looking at the rest of the day here, Nagura, how do we think that this is going to shape up?
Alright, so I think the boys versus No Snitch, I think the boys are the clear favorites in that matchup, just because the boys are the number 4 seed, they've been around so much, and they had some incredible times compared to No Snitch in the time trials. It just has been a huge difference between those 2. So unless it's a huge upset, I do think the boys win. But then Couch Pepega against Self-Reliance is going to be a lot closer, just because it's number 6 versus number 7 seed. And we've seen Couch Pepega, even though it was their first, the first time that they're participating in this MDI, they have been participating before, and they've shown some incredible games against Perplexed, even booning the Atal. So I think that one is going to be really close.
Not to mention, Couch Pepega's had a lot of practice time today since their match. We've had 3 3-game series in addition to our next series that they'll also have practice time during. So they've had a lot of time to go over the potential dungeons for that series and really get them hammered out.
Yeah, I mean, they last played in match 3, and then we're going to see them finish out the day in match 8. But We will be going to a break, and coming up after that break, we will see the boys face off No Snitch. Before this break, we determined who will be facing off in the upper finals tomorrow, and that is going to be Method EU versus Perplexed. And now, for the first time today, we're moving down to the lower bracket, and we're going to see the boys versus No Snitch. And it looks like Atal'Dazar and Motherload have been banned for this series, and for the rest of this map pool, looks like we're going to be going to Underrot first. And with this map and these two teams, what can we expect coming out of this next game here, Zyro?
I mean, honestly, we don't really know what we're going to get from these guys. The boys played pretty well in the first cup, and they didn't have that great of a showing in their first round against Paint for Fem, but along the same lines, Paint for Fem looked great in that match, so I'm not really sure whether it was the Paint for Fem playing amazingly or the boys playing poorly. But based off of what we've seen from both teams, I think the boys are a pretty clear favorite to win this. We know No Snitch, just kind of squeaked into the competition. They're pretty humble about it. They know they're the 8th seed. They've said that they haven't put that much practice time in, so we don't really know what their expectations are. But along that same vein, both of these teams have had a lot of time since the previous match. They've had 4 3-game series in between their match and now, so plenty of practice time to get ready for this lower bracket here, knowing what you're banning out. I think we could see a pretty close series here if No Snitch is properly prepared for this series.
Very true, and the fixes we're going to be seeing on this map are Tyrannical, Skittish, and Sanguine End. The game is now live. It is the boys versus No Snitch.
And we already see the Vengeance Demon Hunter come out of the boys here. They have also played the Vengeance Demon Hunter in the time trials. Really interesting to see. I wonder why they chose the Vengeance Demon Hunter for this specific dungeon. Do you have an idea, or do you think it might just be some preference for this specific one?
Excuse me. I'm not exactly sure. I think Vengeance Demon Hunter brings a lot of actual, crowd control, AoE crowd control that's pretty useful for the massive pulls that you see end up happening in this dungeon. The AoE grip that they have in the form of sigil and their sigils, they have the sigil of silence, which silences everything for 6 seconds as well. They just have a lot of free CC interrupts for mass AoE, so it's definitely viable. Now they do have less damage output than the Prot Warrior does, but when you're running double DK, your damage output isn't necessarily something that's important. On top of that, whenever their metamorphosis is up, they're pretty much immortal to a lot of stuff, even these major pulls that we see. So it's a pretty strong cooldown for massive AoE pulls, which is what we tend to see in Underrot. So I think it makes sense. It's just the question of whether or not the damage loss is worth it. So we'll see how it pans out for them here. I'm actually really interested to see how this works.
Yeah, definitely interesting. As we see, the boys also popped their Bloodlust here for this boss. No Snitch, on the other hand, they were doing a little bit of a smaller pull on their side. Looked like they're very much going with one of their, those life service strategies we've seen. Pulled some of the trash packs at the start. Then they dealt with this Awaken mobs to skip the trash pack here with this blood. And then they will use their Bloodlust very likely to fight Elderly Axa here. Well, the boys, of course, did everything a little bit faster, and they're about to finish off this boss as they got the last mirror image to spawn. One thing to note as well, with running the Vengeance Demon Hunter, they don't actually have the spell reflect to reflect the Blood Bolt, which is very useful on this boss.
Yeah, and that's another big loss as well in Underrot in general. There's a lot of spell reflectable stuff in the dungeon. Not only Elderly Axa herself, but a lot of the trash single target abilities are spell reflectable for free extra damage as well. So you do lose out on a lot not running that Prot Warrior.
Yeah, I agree. As the boys are using their Life Potion to gather up a pretty big pull, as you see Rez just jumping around, pulling half of the area here in Kragma's room, as he's now gathering everything up. And now we probably see that Vengeance Demon Hunter utility coming in as the Mass Grip from the rune is coming out, and now probably just followed by that Silence Sigil, and everything is already dead with the amount of damage that those DKs are doing.
It all died before the Silence Sigil ran out. I mean,
yeah. Maybe you didn't really need it,
That's pretty good, honestly. And I mean, he was never even close to dying too. So yeah, that worked out pretty well. Now, do you need the Demon Hunter? Probably not, but the thing that you also get with the Demon Hunter is not only the gains that the Demon Hunter tank brings itself, but you also gain access to a Hunter instead of a Demon Hunter for your DPS, and the Hunter allows you to do a lot of other things. It allows misdirect timings, it allows a better single target than what a normal Havoc Demon Hunter would bring, and you also gain just all of the utility that a regular Hunter brings on its own. It's just, Hunter's such a great class for MDI in general. We've talked about it all day. That's why we see triple Hunter run in some of the more difficult dungeons because of how versatile they are. So it makes for a better DPS comp, but I'm still not 100% sure that the Hunter Vengeance Demon Hunter combo is better than the Prot Warrior plus a Havoc Demon Hunter. Of course, you want to have the Demon Hunter whenever you're running double DK, if you can have it in your comp. For the magic damage taking debuff, it's pretty important.
Yeah, it's definitely very good. Now, of course, they're missing out on that AP shout, so they need to use the scroll instead. This is not as big of a loss as not having a Demon Hunter at all, though, because there's no scroll that makes up for the Windwalker physical debuff or the Demon Hunter magic debuff, as they're engaging Kragma now with the rest of the room. So now they are in 65% trash. Unfortunately, this Death Speaker here is in the middle of the Sanguine Pool and doesn't want to move out. Even the Ring of Peace didn't help, but now they got it out, and it's not a big deal because they have to kill the boss anyway, so just having a Death Speaker here is not going to be a huge problem for them.
Yeah, they're not going to focus single target down that at all. They're just going to slowly cleave it down with the boss. So a little extra damage on the tank, which shouldn't be an issue as long as you don't have any of those extra blood ticks spawn, which it looks like they're doing a good job of dealing now. Of course, they are also going to have to make sure they stun every single Wicked Frenzy, otherwise their tank could drop incredibly low and possibly go down. We've seen this happen before in previous MDIs too. So we got to keep an eye on that Death Speaker, make sure they're getting stuns off whenever it starts casting Wicked Frenzy. But other than that, it should be fine, right? You interrupt the raised dead, so you don't get any extra skeletons, and you're chilling. You're just killing Kragma.
Definitely. Anyway, no Snitch on the other hand, which is a full Italian team, by the way. My Italian friends, they are dealing with the Kragma room a little bit slower on their side. Of course, they also are not running DKs, so it's going to be a lot riskier for them to do those kind of huge pulls we have seen from the boys or from some other teams that are running this DK comp. So the lack of DKs definitely makes it so they have to pull everything a little bit slower because they don't have as much damage to finish the mobs off before they cast. So they actually have to deal with the cast and they need to interrupt them, and therefore they can't do as big of the pulls as we see the boys doing.
Oh, both fixates on the Demon Hunter here, and he goes down, not able to kite and leech through the damage, and they do end up having to reset the boss because of it. Has he released? I believe he's released, and now the fixates have gone on two different players, and they're dropping incredibly low too. Elven Hunter has now gone down. Two of those debuffs now go out on the other Hunter, and he goes down as well. This is more than likely going to be a full team wipe for no Snitch here, going for the massive pull with no DK and unable to put out the DPS needed to burst everything down before it's able to take them out. Just really unfortunate to see from them. You know, the class composition really does make a difference here. In the MDI setting, you kind of really need to have, you know, the comps available to you that we see teams running. The double DK really enables these massive pulls. And unfortunately, you can't really do the same thing when you're not running that comp here.
Yeah, and it's definitely also unfortunate to get the double fixate. I mean, it's always a risk when you pull those two Blood Swarmers to get a double fixate on a player, but you definitely don't want to have a double fixate unless you have some huge defensive cooldown available to be used by that specific class. It looked like the Netherwalk was available, maybe just didn't go off. Maybe he died so quickly that he didn't manage to use his defensive there. Either way, unfortunate for them to have this full team wipe coming in, while Perplexed, I mean, even before the wipe happened though, Perplexed was pretty far ahead already, as they were already done with the Kragma room and just we're fighting the boss already.
It was hard to see because he was at 2% for such a long time there. I think he got the absorb debuff, so he couldn't have used any abilities anyways because he was suppressed. But yeah, I mean, I feel like in this particular comp, Demon Hunter would be the best class to get the double fixate, right? Because he can blur.
Probably.
He could blade dance a lot of the autos as well. I mean, there's a lot he could have done in order to live there, but unfortunately just wasn't enough to live through that mechanics, and he went down, and that pretty much caused the full wipe for them. So unfortunate to see. The boys, on the other hand, are now just making sure they get the cleanest run possible, getting their vibe going, making sure they're feeling good, because you know, the lower bracket is really a grind, right? If you're not feeling good, if you're not in a good having a good attitude moving forward, you can kind of get lost on how many matches you have to play in that lower bracket. So making sure they're playing clean, making sure they're playing well is going to be really important for these guys going forward.
I definitely agree. We see the boys now, on the other hand, they are on Sport Call Estancia. They did use their first revival here, so to get rid of the disease debuffs that you get if there's any mushrooms when the boss is casting that AoE ability, and that's why they just completely ignored the mushrooms on their first cast. They didn't put the upheavals there to get rid of them just because of that revival, basically just removing that ability as a whole. But now they have to deal with the upheaval properly, because if they do get another AoE, then they don't have a second revival to deal with those debuffs anymore.
Yeah, Yeah, we've seen that from pretty much every team. It's just one of the reasons that makes Mistweaver great, in addition to the amount of massive burst damage and healing they can do with Way of the Crane. It's just pretty much unrivaled in all aspects right now in the MDI pushing setting. It's just kind of one of those things that make the meta comp so good right now. And on top of that, they just bring the physical damage taken debuff for free, so why not run it, right? It's so good. And it also has a lot of free extra external abilities, right? Like being able to Tigers less people in order to remove slows on them. The Monk Bubble is a fantastic utility cooldown on a pretty low cooldown as well. There's just a lot that they bring to the table with their class.
Yeah, Mistweaver, I think we've only seen Resto Druid and Holy Paladin outside of Mistweaver so far. We've seen Resto Druids in running by the boys, actually. This very team here was running the Resto Druid a little sometimes, but that's just because Gigabob is Resto Druid player on live servers, and sometimes when they didn't maybe practice a dungeon that much, he's just running his comfort pick, his Resto Druid, and is going back to that one. But they do say that whenever they do practice a dungeon, they start immediately with the Mistweaver, unless they don't have enough time to finish it off. Now, thankfully, they did finish off Sancha here before that festering cast went off, because there were a lot of mushrooms left, but they knew they're gonna have enough damage and just ignored the upheaval, so well done by them.
Yep, nice and clean, and they'll go for this one massive pull that we've seen other teams do. Actually, not going for the same massive pull. I believe we saw this earlier today, where this trash pack was pulled into those final 2 corruptors down by the entrance to the Unbound Abominations room. Boys going for a more safe pull, just killing it up here in the middle of this empty trash room, and then they'll move on to the 2 corruptors at the end. You know, it's fine. They're bursting it down with their unholy DKs, just doing a little bit of damage. No big deal. It's all dead already. But I would have liked to see just that extra little efficiency, right? If they pulled all that trash down on top of the 2 corruptors at the end here, it would all have been dead at this point, and they'd already be moving on to the final boss. You know, against a team like No Snitch, who unfortunately don't look like they have as much practice as some of our higher end teams, it's probably not going to be that big of a deal. But if they're facing off against our top 2, top 3 teams, they're going to need to make this pull, right? They're going to need to pull that trash down to these 2 corruptors that we see them killing off right now in order to actually be competitive.
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible that they know that they're this far ahead and they chose not to this pull just to play it safer because they're this far ahead. Because obviously these teams, they are allowed to watch a broadcast. The broadcast is on a delay, so they don't get updated immediately, but at this point they probably know about the wipe of No Snitch, and they know that they're still in the Kragma room while the boys are already here in this last boss area, and therefore maybe they chose to do a little bit of a saver pull here. Either way, I do agree with you. If they want to compete with those higher up teams, they definitely need to make sure they do these kind of riskier pulls.
Yeah, but all being said, 0 deaths at the end of this dungeon, there's really not a whole lot you can complain about, right? You can talk about a little bit of inefficiency and not combining that pull, but these guys are 11 and a half minutes into this tyrannical Underrot. They're already on the final boss. They have their Bloodlust available. They have their double Army of the Dead from their DKs. Really, this dungeon's kind of gone as good as it can possibly go at this point for the strat that they've been running. These guys have been absolutely perfect so far, and they've been doing it with a Vengeance Demon Hunter, which I feel like we really haven't talked about that much. It is an off-meta pick, but they're making it work very well here.
Most definitely. I mean, Red is doing a good job dealing with this Vengeance Demon Hunter. I think it's also interesting for tank players to switch to a different class when you have been running Prod Warrior for almost everything else, right? Actually, everything else. This is the first time we see him play Vengeance. So being used to playing the Prod Warrior and then all of a sudden having to play something differently in a dungeon might also just be a little bit of a shake-up for the tank players. The damage dealers, they're used to switching between roles, right? Because they go from Hunter to Rogue to DK to whichever other class they need to be running. But tanks switching to a different roles is definitely a lot rarer.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not something that you typically see very often, which is why it's so impressive to see some of these tanks who main a certain class on live come into the MDI and pick up Prot Warrior, pick up Vengeance as well as in this case in the form of Reds, and just play it well enough to where they can be extremely consistent in their MDI tournament runs. So it's good to see from them, especially because the tank is probably the most important member of the team, right? They set the pace of the dungeon. They decide when they're pulling, what they're pulling, how they're pulling it. They do the grouping. They do a lot of the actual work for the group. So in a lot of ways, I feel like the tank is probably the most important member in terms of, you know, what you actually bring to the table. So it's kind of important to talk about that.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think, I mean, most of the tanks we've seen so far, they're doing such a good job, especially considering these huge pulls that you're doing, right? Any sort of mistake by the tank going down will almost immediately cause a group wipe. Any other like damage dealer going down, even the healer going down can be salvaged. But as soon as the tank goes down, you just have a huge disaster. So there's so much pressure on the tanks to pull off these huge pulls. and to make sure that they use their defenses properly to stay alive. So well done by all of these tank players to just pull all of this off. As the boys is done now with almost all of their Awaken mobs, they still have the Void Weaver here. Now, one thing to note in Underrot is that unfortunately you need to get to 100% trash before you're able to access this last boss, and therefore these teams are overkilling trash percentage, because these Awaken mobs, they do give trash percentage, but it doesn't really do anything for them because they already are at the 100% once they reach that Unbound Abomination.
And I mean, you really have to give it hats off to the boys here. Their first round was not the greatest, but they're coming back in the first match of this lower bracket series. They put out a no-death run. Unbound Abomination has now filled his final third bar. The final 2 Blood Visages will spawn, and once these 2 go down, they'll take this first map in Underrot for a 1-0 advantage over No Snitch. And I mean, you really have to hand it to them. They played this dungeon pretty masterfully.
Yeah, 0 deaths on the board, just a super clean run by them as they're about to finish off this last blood here, and it's gonna be 1-0 to the boys.
By the boys, that is a super clean Underrot coming from them, and as you said, Zyro, definitely an improvement in terms of when we look at their performance that we saw earlier today coming from the side of the boys, and well played to Snitch, No Snitch as well. And I do want to talk about that Vengeance Demon Hunter. You guys were touching on it during that game a little bit. Do we feel like swapping out that Vengeance Demon Hunter maybe in favor of that Prot Warrior was a good trade-off for them?
It really comes down to what they're comfortable with. I feel like if they're comfortable running the Vengeance Demon over the Prot Warrior, then that's what they're used to doing, right? I don't think there's too much of an issue with it. Whether or not it's actually better in terms of overall DPS and overall tankiness, I'm not too sure. I think Dratnos would be more qualified to talk about that, or possibly Tettles, but thanks, Tettles. But what I was talking about in the dungeon is I think that it makes sense in terms of like when you can use your Metamorphosis timings, especially in Underrot, because you do have Metamorphosis available for one of the big bulls in Kragmaw, be it the one you do with the boss or the massive one before that, before you deal with the Awakened mob. And then you also have the Metamorphosis available for the final boss pull with Lust and the Awakened mobs, which is interesting, right? Because Metamorphosis is an incredibly strong cooldown. Like we said in the dungeon, they're pretty much immortal when that's up, and having a mortal tank for the entire duration of their major cooldown is pretty nice.
Yeah, and Dratnos, what did that do for them with that Vengeance Demon Hunter in terms of killing those trash mobs?
I mean, it wasn't about the damage the Vengeance Demon Hunter brought, or even, I mean, it was definitely helpful about the fact that they had Metamorphosis up for like 2 of the 3 big pulls of the dungeon. I think it was all about those sigils. The sigil of silence in Kragmaw's room. 8 seconds of silencing the Lashers and the Bloodswarmers and everything, that can really just be all that you need when you have 2 Unholy Death Knights going full cooldowns into things. And then, the sigil change to group things up as well at the start of a pull can really put them in a good place for you to then use Ring of Peace effectively at the end of the pull around Sanguine.
So
Yeah,
you're
sure.
saying that there's use for Solar Beam as well?
I wouldn't go that far, but it did look pretty good.
Well, Dratnos, it sounds like you have a moment that you would like to highlight here in this last game.
Yeah, so I have all 3 of the big pulls of the Vengeance Demon Hunter really facilitated. Now, these are pulls that do work with Protection Warriors. We've seen some Protection Warriors do this in other teams, but rarely do they look this good, where the mobs are all grouped up, and then all 3 of those powerful utility sigils are used on them. So Sigil of Silence, silencing for 8 seconds, Sigil of Misery, which is effectively just a quick interrupt on everything, and Sigil of Chains to group them all up. Is a mini Gorfine's Grasp, Mass Grip type effect, and you can see when all of those are used in combination, it can make an otherwise very difficult set of enemies that all do things not do anything for long enough for the DKs to kill them. And I think that was what was really, really exciting to see out of the boys using the Vengeance Demon Hunter for.
That was exciting indeed. And now these 2 teams are going to be going into Shrine of the Storm, and the affixes that are going to be accompanying that map are Fortified, Necrotic, and Volcanic. Nagura, what are your thoughts on these affixes? What do we expect for our teams coming up into this next game?
Well, I think the affixes are just mean, because Shrine is already a difficult dungeon, and then having Fortified in combination with Necrotic, it's just very mean on the tanks, because there's very little room to kite a lot of the times, and there's a lot of mobs. You have those initiates, you have the droplets, and all of them just applying that necrotic on the tank is causing lots of problems for them. So I hope the tanks are not having too bad of a time in this shrine.
Yeah, definitely. And this was a time trial dungeon, so hopefully these teams are pretty well versed on this map with the affixes. Zyro, do you think that this will be a pretty clean run coming from both teams on this next game, or are we going to see some wipes maybe?
It's hard to say. I mean, Necrotic Shrine of the Storm is by no means an easy dungeon, right? It's a lot on the tanks, and we were talking about this in the previous dungeon. There's a lot of pressure on the tanks, so the ones who set the pulls are the ones who pretty much pulls live and die by. When your tank dies, if you don't full wipe, it's because some member of your team did something miraculous to keep the pull alive, or the pull was almost already done anyways. The boys had a pretty decent time in time trials. 1822 is nothing to scoff at. It could just be some inconsistency in their strategy. Maybe they don't have the best pull strategy compared to the top 2 or 3 teams. But with looking at No Snitch's time, they're about a solid like 8 minutes slower than the boys in time trials. Even if the boys don't have a clean run, they should take this one pretty handily.
Yeah, and on the subject of No Snitch, we did look at their comp in that last game, and they're kind of playing off meta. They're the only team in the time trials that we're seeing in this top 8 that didn't play a Death Knight. And Dranos, do we think that this is a comfort pick for them, or they are just trying something different?
It looks like they don't have any players on their team that really want to play the Death Knight, given that they didn't play it in any dungeon. So it doesn't seem like it was a Shrine of the Storm specific choice. It seems like it's just like their team composition is, 2 hunters and then 1 person who's kind of flexing. And that's, where most of the... So I wouldn't say that it's a choice they made here for this dungeon in particular.
On live servers, they actually play Shadow Priest and Mage in their life keys. So
awesome.
Both the Shadow Priest switch to Hunter and their Mage switch to Demon Hunter.
All right, well, we'll see how these alt classes work out for them on the side of No Snitch. The boys up 1-0. Here we go. Let's see if they can make up a game, No Snitch, and tie it up, or are the boys going to take it home at 2-0?
All right, so we're in Shrine here. We see already the boys are rounding up a pretty big pull here. We see Petco jumping down, did misdirect a bunch of mobs on top of Rats here under Prod Warrior as he's jumping on this lantern, snapping everything to him.
Yep, pretty typical pull we see almost every team do in Shrine of the Storm first, but great execution again. I mean, it's pretty easy to say, oh, pretty typical pull, but I mean, there's a lot going on here. Your tank has to actually live through all those mobs smacking him in the face, and of course, looks like Rads is getting some nice Twilight Dev procs here, almost up, keeping up with the DKs in terms of damage. They're actually beating one of the DKs, so already impressive there. Love to see that coming out of Corruption there. Usually we'll see teams go up to the Awakened mob after this, but it looks like the boys are saying, we're just gonna skip right on past that and go to the boss. So they're gonna have that extra Awakened mob with the final boss that we normally see teams deal with. That's gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah, so incredible skill coming out of Rats, proccing all of these Twilight Devastation corruptions, as Rats was actually on the other side here, while the rest of the team did this Shadow Mail pull to be able to be closer to this trash pack here and immediately engage it as soon as the living elemental here did reset. They don't want to pull the elemental because we've already seen this being pulled once, and it caused a huge team wipe as there was a raging AoE going off. So definitely don't want to engage that, as Rats actually drops pretty low because of the necrotic stacks, but did manage to get a reset off in the corner here. So now they're able to finish off the trash pack, while No Snitch on the other hand, they were not doing this snapping pull. They just do everything a little bit slower, again, because they don't have the DKs available to them. They don't have this huge amount of AoE damage to just round up a bunch of trash and nuke it down. So with all of these caster mobs here in Shrine, it's definitely super difficult to pull a lot of them together if you don't have the amount of damage to deal with them.
Something of note that I think is a little interesting is that Rads is running the typical Strength of the Warden major that we see most tanks run. It's just the typical one that they run for almost everything. Whereas Amartho is running Conflict and Strife major, which is usually something that the tanks will run in Necrotic in order to get a little extra kite potential out. It's, a little extra way to make sure that you don't get necrotic resets. It's interesting to see that. I wonder if it's just because he's not as comfortable in this dungeon right now, because they do have the Holy Paladin as well, which is useful to deal with that necrotic aspects too. I just wonder, I wonder if it's them just not being as comfortable here.
It's probably just that, I think, because we've seen No Snitch also. I mean, this is the first time they're competing here, and they got the 8th place, and they said they're here the first time. They're just very happy that they managed to get here, and obviously there's so much room to improve for them. And I think if they want to keep on competing, then they definitely do have that room to improve. But they probably also need to learn how to play DK because of these huge amount of pulls that just make up so much time, right? You see the boys, they're on 35% trash, they're already 50% in Aquas here, and it's really just those DK pulls that enable these kind of time saves. So that's definitely No Snitch has to look into if they want to compete next time again, but definitely potential for them.
Also, looking through the tool here, the Inspect tool, which, by the way, you guys at home can check out underneath the stream in the description there. There's a link to it. He's actually not running Twilight Devastation on Rads. That was just all Prot Warrior damage with Mareth's Fang, of course. So that's a lot of burst AoE damage that Prot Warrior can put out. Now, of course, they do have versatility, which does also increase the damage of all of your procs and trinkets as well. So that's something to mention too. But still, that's a pretty ridiculous amount of burst damage that Prot Warriors can put out that we saw in that first pull, being able to keep up with it on Holy DK.
Well, those were a lot of thunderclaps, I guess. Well clapped, Rats, on their side. As they're about to finish up Aquaseer here, they are done with the intermission phase. This time around, we do not have a tyrannical environment, so bosses are going to be going down a little bit faster. They are in 35% trash, so they did pull a little bit of trash on top of Aquaseer here, which can be really dangerous because of the necrotic. But Rats is running the dwarf, so he's got the dwarf racial to get rid of the necrotic stacks whenever he does need it. And this dwarf racial is actually so important. It's actually more important than any other defensive cooldowns, in my opinion at least, because Shield Wall, I mean, yeah, Shield Wall is really good, but if you have so many necrotic stacks, then Shield Wall is going to mitigate the damage, but it's not going to help you to drop off the necrotic, and once the Shield Wall is gone, you're just going to be in the same problem as you were before. So I think it's very important how the tanks deal with their dwarf racial here.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing is, they usually have it planned out in advance when they plan on using them, right? It's never a button that you hit when you're in trouble because you need it for very specific pulls. You know, pulls that come to mind, of course, are usually things that you pull into bosses where you can't drop combat very easily, or you can't drop your necrotic stacks very easily. So pulling things into Aquaseer, pulling AoE trash packs into the second boss that we see most teams tend to do nowadays as well. They need to have their dwarf racial up for that, otherwise they're just probably going to instantly die because there's no way you're kiting that trash pack out to reset your necrotic.
Yeah, most definitely. It's pre-planned, as you said. Now we see the boys actually pulled the mini boss here. This is why you see the ward on the floor, which does reduce damage taken if you stand in it. It also reduces damage taken by the mobs if you have them inside. That's why we see Reds making sure he pulls the ads out, but pulls it so close to the ward that the rest of the team can stand inside and get the damage reduction on it, especially because of the mini boss casting that single target drain that does do a lot of damage. If you don't stand in the ward, it's definitely going to kill you because it is a fortified environment and it does a lot of ticking damage.
Yep, pretty scary to look at. And I mean, but the thing is, they're dealing with it pretty well. And I think this is kind of what we're expecting to see from a team like No Snitch, who doesn't really have the capability, or not necessarily the capability. I'm sure they could pick up Unholy DK if they wanted to, but the time and practice to pick up Unholy DK for their MDI times, right? If they can stay consistent with their particular strategy that they have and have no deaths and have a clean run, that's what I would want to see from them. That's what I'd be happy with if I was them, and so far they're doing a pretty good job of that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The boys, they did manage to skip this elemental on the bridge. We saw Petco pull it away with his turtle, and then we just saw him use the Feign Death to go past. Now, because it is necrotic and the tanks are running dwarfs because of the racial, they can't do this Night Elf Shadow Melt skips, and that's why we saw Petco pull the elemental away. This also means that we won't see a Shadow Melt skip after this boss to the bridge, so they probably are going to use the Awakened Mob and drag it all the way up, maybe use one of the snapping positions to get the Awakened Mob up to be there faster. But the boys rounding up all of these initiates here, pull it on top of the boss, and this is probably one of those times where we see this dwarf racial being used by rats, as you mentioned.
Yep, this is an incredibly scary pull. There's a ton of trash here, and every single one of those small mobs adds a necrotic stack if he gets meleeed by it. You can see, even after committing the dwarf racial, he's still at about 20 stacks here, so there's a lot of damage coming out, and he's not really going to be able to heal that off until he gets a reset. So once this trash pack goes down, he'll be able to reset, but at the same time, most of it's dead, so he's pretty much past the point where it's super dangerous now. But just really well planned out, really well played by them. They're going to be able to get through this trash pack fine, and once most of the trash is dead, you get to the point where the real danger is gone, and they can just focus on cleaving down the two bosses. Also of important note, in the space that we were talking there, Gale Caller phase already down at 30%. Unholy Decays. They just do a ridiculous amount of focus damage.
There's actually a little bit of a scary moment here, as they still had one of the trash mobs here, which casts this whirlwind that can be interrupted if you stun it, but it seemed like they didn't have an interrupt available to get rid of it, and then Rats just used the leap to leap out of it, and it looked like he got caught off on the ledge where the rest of his team is standing, and that can be very dangerous because the boss definitely does reset if you pull him outside of this middle ring. So the tanks need to be very careful they don't accidentally reset this boss, but it didn't reset, thankfully, and Gale Caller Phase already down.
Yeah, they just absolutely crushed that boss. Now it is fortified, of course, so the bosses have less HP than they would have on Tyrannical, obviously, but they still absolutely blitzed this boss. I mean, it died within the space of probably a minute and a half, and they're also just, tagging an Enforcer and bringing it in as well, and they're already up to 75% trash count. Now, this is typically where we see some strategies kind of change. We see a lot of teams do different things at this point in the dungeon. We've seen the sort of method in a strategy of pulling this awakened mob up to the bridge and killing it there, and then dealing with the trash on the bridge on its own. But we also saw the interesting strategy from Deplete from Beyond earlier today, where they actually snapped the trash to that third boss. I'd be very surprised if we see that from the boys here, or from any team for that matter, because that's not a typical strategy, which is why we were so surprised to see it. But I'm just interested to see what the boys take on the Shrine of the Storm strategy at this point in the dungeon is.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we did see a full team wipe come in for no Snitch, as their healer went down. They didn't have a battle rush available for him, and then the tank followed, and they did have to reset that pull. But they are now back. They did use that awaken portal to get back to their pull here. They're gonna take the mobs that they that reset on their initial pull, and are gonna finish that off, as the boys is pulling their other obelisk here, their next awaken mob. As I mentioned, because they don't have the Shadow Melt available on everybody, they don't have the Night Elf, therefore they need to pull this awaken map all the way to the bridge.
Yeah, no, they did use a snap point. I was like, oh, when are they going to snap it here? But we didn't quite see the POV of it because we were watching Petco run along with the mob, but they did snap the mob up on top of the bridge here. You'll see it come into focus here pretty soon. There it is. Now, the question is, are they going to kill in the middle of the bridge like we saw from teams like Method and A? Are they going to pull it all the way to the boss? Or, okay, they've marked where the trash is right now, so that leads me to think that they're going to kill the boss inside, and they're probably going to pull the trash in. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. They're going to kill this mob at the top of the bridge, so they're not in combat when they come right out, and then we'll likely see them pull trash afterwards.
Yeah, it looks like they're engaging these dwellers first. Now, these dwellers can be dangerous on Fortified. Teddles mentioned that it might just be me thinking that they're dangerous because I'm playing a Moonkin and I don't have any sort of AoE for them, so they're alive really long. But I do think that if you don't have any sort of AoE stuns available or no defensives, they can be dangerous, right?
Don't you have Starfall? Doesn't that hit all of them?
Star what? Sorry?
Don't you have? I think it's called. Sorry, I must have not spoken clearly. You have Starfall, right? That hits all of them.
Oh, that ability. I think I removed that from my bars like 2 years ago.
Oh, that's weird. That's your major AoE ability, isn't it?
You would think so, right?
Huh. I'll have to talk to Teddles about this
Starfall,
one.
please.
But okay, so the boys not pulling any of the trash on the bridge, I debated everyone by saying that. They are at a trash count point where they don't need to pull any of it. So I miscounted completely. Just moving right into Lord Stormsong, no snapping shenanigans going on here, just going to be single targeting this boss down, which of course, not really the most efficient thing to do, but at the same time, they don't need the trash count, so what else are they going to do at this point, right? And it's a fortified boss, so it's not going to take that long either.
Yeah, most definitely not. I mean, we'll see the Mindbender come out soon. Let's see or did it already come out? I'm not sure, because the boss is already on 50%, so it looks like they already nuked the boss so far that the Mindbender might have already gotten out. Either way, they do have a lot of orbs to deal with the second Mindbender in case they do get it. Can also just jump in the water. Either way, Either works. We've seen both strategies being used. Of course, the Bloodlust will be safe for that Awakened pull on the last boss. Now, this last boss has been causing a lot of problems for lots of people and lots of teams. So we'll see how the boys deal with it. And yeah, there's just so many things that can go wrong with the last boss, because you want to make sure you use the power of the debuff on the healer, so the damage increase. But if you want to use the debuff, then you're also in boss combat this whole time. And being in boss combat just causes so many problems, because any out of combat rests will not work. You need to have the combat rest available, and then any sort of interrupt that doesn't go through will kill the healer immediately. Any sort of damage, to be honest, kills the healer immediately, because he's got reduced max HP. And yeah, we'll see how the boys handle it. Also, the eels, they like to go under the platform, and that is not going too well either for the teams.
And it's important to mention as well, we mentioned this at the start of the dungeon, they skipped the first Awakened Obelisk, if I'm not mistaken, right? They didn't ever end up going back to kill that. So they have to deal with 3 obelisks on this final boss compared to the 2 that we normally see teams deal with. So it is fortified as well. We're used to seeing tyrannical here too. So it might be something that they can deal with a little bit more easily. They have more time to deal with it as well, because the boss isn't going to be as dangerous. So that might play into it as well. But still, 3 awakened mobs with this boss where you have to deal with the intermission mobs while the 3 awakened mobs are alive is pretty scary to think about.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, yeah, because they can't really use the interrupts for the Void Weaver, right? Either they nuke it down or they just deal with it, which is just super dangerous, considering that the healer can't heal the damaged healers, because the damaged healers are in a different realm. And they also probably have to have one cast go through on one of the denizens. So having an AoE come in off the denizens, and then also having a cast go through from the Void Weaver, or multiple casts go through, definitely can cause some issues, as Rats did use his Dwarf Racial to get rid of all of the stacks he had here from the eels. And now we are in the first intermission phase. Boss already in 67%.
Okay, so Void Weaver is dead, right? They burned Void Weaver down, is that what it looks like? Okay, so that makes sense, right? And of course they also have the boss at 67%, like you mentioned. I was just looking at some quick math right now. So it's fortified instead of tyrannical, and we did see teams one-phase tyrannical from 70% last week. So 67% should be totally easy for them to pull off. They don't even need the Bloodlust for it, right? 100% on fortified is about essentially 70% on tyrannical. So this should be something that they can do probably just with the Festermite stacks on the DK plus the Hunter regular single target damage and the Mistweaver's damage buff. Like once these awakening mobs goes down, these guys are gonna have no problems cleaving everything down and finishing off the boss, as long as everyone stays alive. We saw this earlier today, right, in Shrine of the Storm, where one of the DKs died, and we're like, oh well, there goes all of their chances of one-phasing it. So the boys, so far, no deaths in the dungeon, but like you mentioned earlier, this is probably where we've seen most of our teams in Shrine of the Storm, are probably the most particular wipes on one boss by most teams in any dungeon so far this entire year.
Yeah, and Brett is dropping really low, having to tank this blood here.
Whoa!
Brett's actually going down. They do have a Valorous available, so they can get him back up. But Bob needs to be able to kite the blood here, as he's got the aggro or taunted it as well. But good job by Bob, making sure he recovered this death of the tank. And now Rats is back up. They did finish off all the denizens and the awakened mobs, so now they're engaged this trash back here. Now, obviously, they want to make sure they interrupt the denizens, because if one cast goes through, the healer goes down because of the max HP reduction from the debuff that I've mentioned before. But it looks good. They still need to deal with an eel pack as well, as far as I'm aware. So they are pulling that one on top as well, as we see now.
Yep, and now that you think about it, right, that's probably the best point for your tank to go down, right? There was only a Blood of the Corruptor left, so as long as everyone else can kite it out when the battle res goes off, they should be totally fine. The Blood of the Corruptor only melees, right? And he also puts pools under people, but the only real initial damage that comes from the Blood of the Corruptor is the melee, so as long as you have the battle res available, that's probably the least dangerous portion of the fight for your tank to go down. If you went down like when they were still dealing with the denizens downstairs in the intermission phase, we could have very easily seen this be a full team wipe. So pretty lucky that it happened at that particular moment for them. But here we go. The eels are now coming in. The boys are setting up to one-phase the boss. The Army of the Dead is being popped by both DKs, and we're probably going to see this boss's HP absolutely melt. But Chaya goes down. We just talked about this.
Yeah,
DK can't die.
Going down. It looked like Shy got hit by, either he got hit by tactical or got aggroed by something. Either way, losing all of this damage by the DK could mean they're not able to one-phase it, but it's still a fortified environment. You see the energy bar below the percentage here on Volsith. Once it reaches 100% energy, it will not immediately phase. It will cast an ability first, it will cast the spell, so they still have time once it reaches 100%, but it will be really close.
It will be close, and whether or not he dies is going to be probably another full minute on the board for the boys here. Now, when he does get to full energy, he does actually have to cast this spell, Grasp of the Sunken City, and it looks like he's going to be at 1% right when he finishes the cast, so they'll have to deal with an entire extra phase, unfortunately. Now, there's no other mobs for them to deal with, so we're actually just gonna have to sit here and talk about them having to deal with this intermission phase for another 30 or 40 seconds, which is the real major consequence of this. But yeah, you hate to see it when your DK's going down. You know, you hate to see it. I don't know what else to say.
It does. I feel like it does happen so often too when, like the DKs, they just see, okay, this is my time to shine. They press all of their cooldowns, and then they just either get hit by something they shouldn't get hit by, or they get aggro because of the huge amount of burst damage that they're doing. It is very unfortunate, but they're getting out of the intermission phase now, and all they have to do is do one auto attack to finish up the boss. They're actually missing trash, so they're missing 1%. Looks like one of the eels maybe reset.
Or maybe
no,
they
it looks
just
like
they just miscounted.
Back. Yeah, they actually
it looks like they just miscounted. All right, well,
so they have to go all the way back.
Want to just enjoy the swim, enjoy the view.
To be honest, I mean, it's if they would have played against a team that would be a little bit closer, a little bit more practiced in this dungeon, this is definitely not a mistake they can make, right? The boys, like, not only having death here on the DK and on Rats on the last boss, but also just missing percentage can cause such a big amount of time loss, especially here in Shrine where you have to go all the way back.
Thank you, heroes.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the best time for this to happen again for the boys against a team like No Snitch, who, fair play, they made it to the MDI, they made it in the top 8 out of, you know, the couple hundred teams he had apply, but clearly they're not as practiced as some of the higher end teams, so it's lucky for them that they're up against a team that's not as practiced, but obviously this kind of thing wouldn't fly against any of our better teams.
Yeah, I agree. Either way, they did find mobs, yay! So they are gonna pull one of these bridge patrols. They're just gonna nuke down one of them because that's all they need to get their enemy forces, and then they're gonna be the ones who get out of this lower bracket, so far at least, going up 2-0 against No Snitch. Unfortunately, this is gonna be the end for No Snitch, for our Italian team here, but hopefully they compete again next time around, and yeah, just well done by them either way for competing anyway.
Yeah, well done by them, especially for a team that, I mean, the captain told us earlier that they really were pretty surprised that they got into this tournament in the first place. They only really get to play, you know, two days a week. They practice 2 days a week, and sometimes only like 3 hours at the minimum. So well done to them. Hope to see them next cup as well. And well done by the boys there as well. Dradnos, what were the takeaways from those last moments there? I mean, they kind of fell apart a little bit.
Yeah, it was cool. We got to see a bonus extra phase of Volzit, then we got to see a bonus extra trash pull afterwards. So I feel like we really came out ahead here as viewers.
Bonus content, yay!
So positive. Always just.
I mean, yeah, they should have gotten the boss 1% lower, and they should have got 1% more trash before going to pull the boss. I don't know what to tell you. That's my expert analysis.
Your expert analysis, indeed. What I mean, you know, this is the 3rd place team from the first EU Asian Cup, and Nagura, like, is this something that we would expect, a performance from a team that placed so highly last week? What are some of the things that they could maybe improve on coming into the next tournament for them?
Well, I do think their first series was pretty close, and it could have gone either way. It was a 3-game series, right? So the fact that they're in a lower bracket, they were playing against the number 5 seed. Number 4 versus number 5 seed is always a very close matchup, and they could have gone either way, in my opinion. But in this lower bracket, they definitely didn't show their best games here. In the Underrot, they did play really well, so that was a perfect run in the Underrot. But this Shrine performance here, missing a little bit of the count, can cause huge problems when they play against a team where it's a lot closer. And we've seen so many really, really close series before, where it was only about 1 or 2 seconds in between. So that is definitely not going to work if they play against another team that way. So I hope that the boys for tomorrow is not going to have any more of these mistakes. Maybe they open up their MDT and check their route again for tomorrow. Either way, I think they can do well tomorrow, and I hope No Snitch is going to return in 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an elimination round, so they're fortunately knocked out of the tournament. However, Dratnos, you have a takeaway from that game.
Yeah, I don't really have any. I have some replay footage to go through here, but not really any specific moments to highlight.
You're just on fire right now, man.
Yeah, I mean, there were of course things that happened in the dungeon, but nothing.
Things died.
Really, things happened. Nice.
Yes, that. Thank you very much. I think the contrast between the boys and Paint for Femme actually is pretty interesting, because both these teams, right, are 4th and 5th seed teams, and both of them most of the time, like, they look like 4th or 5th seed teams, but Paint for Femme has these moments where they look like a 1st seed team, right? Like, they're Motherlode. They're looking like world-class competitors on that map. Whereas the boys are having these moments where they look like maybe, 7th or 8th seed team, where they're having these weird and very costly mistakes coming up in Shrine of the Storm there. So I think that hopefully for tomorrow, the boys are going to get to bounce back and show us some more of the higher end of their
And there's
abilities.
a point that I want to clarify too that we've talked about a little bit, but we haven't fully touched on it. No Snitch is by no means a bad team. When they came to us and talked to us, like you said, you talked to them a little bit earlier, Aya, this is a team that doesn't really have that much time to practice. And they said specifically they practice maybe twice a week for 4 or 5 hours a day.
3 to 4.
3 to 4 hours a day, even less time. 3 to 4 hours a day is enough time to fully flesh out maybe one dungeon in the context of the MDI. And when there's 10 or 11 dungeons that you actually have to go through on a case-by-case basis and make a strategy and iterate upon that strategy, and then actually get consistently good at that strategy in order to put it together in the MDI, that's what the difference is that you're seeing between the teams that played against No Snitch and No Snitch. They're not bad. They just haven't had enough time to practice their routes. So I feel like not enough credit is given to this team right now. They played well for what they had available to them.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes you wonder what their performance would be like if they did have the time to practice full time like some of these other teams are. And he did also tell me that they're going to be much more prepared for the next time trials. But anyways, congratulations again to the boys. Moving on, and we'll see that game play out tomorrow. And coming up next after this break, we are going to head over to Self-Reliance versus Couch Pepega. So stick around after this break and we'll be right back. Before this break, in our last series, we saw the first team get knocked out of the tournament by the boys, and no Snitch was sent packing, and now the boys are going to face off against Deplete from Beyond tomorrow. However, our current match and the last match of the day, also a lower bracket game, is going to be Self-Reliance versus Couch Pepega. Jack, how are we feeling about this next series? What can we expect coming out of these teams?
I'm extremely curious to see what's going to come out of both of these teams. We saw that Couch Pepega was not a usual 7th seed that we've seen in the tournament. You know, we've seen a number of times where 7th seeds drop out quickly, they get knocked out early, and they don't put up too impressive of games. Couch Pepega has actually been quite strong, and Self-Reliance, on the other hand, while we've had high expectations for them, and they've been sort of in the bracket of, you know, the Deplete from Beyond, the boys, other teams like that have very strong upsides, we haven't really seen them kind of meet that to its fullest potential lately.
Yeah, definitely not. And a bit of a surprise coming out of Catch Pepega, Zyra. What do you think? I mean, this is kind of a veteran team. They used to be 4 out of those 5 players used to be on Buff Warrior, Nerf Rogue, but based on their seed, they're kind of doing better than we expected.
Yeah, it would be a surprise if you look purely at their seeding and how they played in time trials coming into this, but I think for people that have been following the MDI for a while and remember who Buff War Nerf Rogue is, this shouldn't be all that surprising. You know, they were a relatively consistently good team almost all of last year. You know, they were the number 3 seed in the first half of the MDI. They were the number 1 seed in the second half of the MDI. They were a very good team in general. So seeing them play this well is not really that surprising. And looking at the matchup right now, they played well in almost all 3 games of their series, whereas Self-Reliance kind of shot themselves in the foot in the dungeons they lost with double-digit deaths in 2 of the dungeons. So really it's going to come down to whether or not Couch Pepega can continue the clean play they've had, and whether or not Self-Reliance can clean up the problems they were having earlier today.
Yeah, and it looks like in this map pool, Waycrest Manor and Toldgore have been banned, so we are going to start off here on King's Rest. Tettles, do you think this is going to go to a game 3 and we'll see a Atal'Dazar played?
God, I hope for Self-Reliance's cause that it doesn't go to a game 3, because we saw Couch Pepega go into AD and actually just beat Perplexed. So if I were Self-Reliance, I would not be thrilled at the proposition of Couch Pepega taking it to the game 3. However, I guess we're about to find out what's about to happen with the first match here in King's Rest.
Zyra, you know a handy way to figure out whether it's bolstering or not in these dungeons?
What's that?
It's Triple Hunter right now, and both teams are running it. So if there's Triple Hunter, it's probably a good bet that we're facing some triple bolstering and tyrannical on top of that.
Yeah, well, you know, hunters are just good about dealing with everything, so I'm not too surprised to see them in here. Believe it or not, they're a good class for the MDI. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing 6 of them, right?
I'm kind of consistently getting little like flashbacks, and this is like the redemption that hunters have been kind of been waiting for. Because you remember back when you played in the MDI, way back then, Hunter wasn't so good. And it wasn't that Hunter was bad on live servers or anything like that, but it was also like the scaling, if I remember correctly, it was like the scaling of the dungeons. They just weren't really doing as much damage as some of the other premier DPS that you bring along, right?
Well, if I remember specifically one of the things that happened is every single player that played a Warlock played a Hunter for Maw of Souls and Time Trials, because Warlocks, there was some scaling issue with Warlocks, right? But the second they fixed that scaling issue, every single Warlock player was like, all right, done with Hunter, back to Warlock. That class is gone forever. And we really haven't seen him in the MDI since then. Already problems, though, for Self-Reliance.
You know, Harudra going down the side of Self-Reliance, and they're not having any other deaths. The Hunter pets are going everywhere. Oh, and then they're all gone. As it looks like it was one of the bolstered casts from...
Wait, and then they lost it?
Did they have one of them?
What?
I think they did. They lost it as well after he died.
Now?
Wait,
what?
Yeah. Mikkel's the only one left standing as he turtles and is just trying to add some extra damage, and...
Maybe they can actually cut this out. There's only 3 mobs left, but they're all bolstered.
They're slow.
They're all bolstered. That animated Guardian, even though it's a 10% health, it probably has 10 to 15 bolstering stacks on it, so it's probably got a couple million HP still, and that's a big Guardian.
It's a big lad.
You can probably cut it out, though.
Yeah, but the room's not totally clear yet.
True. They can use pet taunts to move it away, though, if they play this properly.
Yep.
So not full wiping here is pretty insane. And you have to remember that Bloodlust isn't on every single one of their players. It's only on the 200s that stayed alive, so it's not really that big of a loss. They'll still have that available for the boss for the other players.
That is fascinating that they used it after Harudra went down onto that one. But Harudra's trying to tank it out the rest of the way. He does get the heroic leap out, and they're just still continuing to chew through his HP. As Couch Pepega, as per usual, is having a clean run while Self-Reliance is just struggling here.
Yeah, I mean, it's business as usual for Couch Pepega. And like we mentioned a little bit on the cast earlier today, they've had so much time to practice the potential dungeons in this series for the past probably 6 hours at this point that shouldn't come as too surprising that they should be playing clean here. But at the same time, Self-Reliance has had that much time too, and seeing them have that small mistake, or actually rather large mistake, right at the start of the dungeon, they probably got some nerves going through the system right now.
I think so, and maybe part of it is because of the expectations of having some good veterans on their team, having a lot of experienced players on their team, and just not really hitting their stride as it usually is. I mean, we've seen at least, a hefty amount of these guys in the MDI, in high keys, in competitive rating and everything like that, and at this point, it's just a matter of putting those pieces together and, finding success. And you're seeing Harudra taking quite a beating right now as they're trying to just clear up the rest of the trash, as Couch Pepega, 20% left on Golden Serpent.
I mean, this is pretty disastrous for Self-Reliance. They're just now clearing up the trash and spawning the Golden Serpent at the same time that Couch Pepega is finishing it off. This is such a massive advantage in terms of the dungeon, and we're only 3.5 minutes in. It's going to take some massive discrepancy in the way that Couch Pepega is playing, or playing the dungeon in general, just playing in general. They've been clean pretty much in every dungeon so far. And I don't really see them stopping. These guys are machines. They're playing really well.
Yeah, and that's one of probably the best things we've seen out of this whole tournament this weekend, is that there's been a lot of teams who have stepped up their game, who have grown, and the level of competition in the European region is absurdly high right now.
Oh yeah, and the thing to mention as well, though, and I want to focus a little bit on this as well, is how well Self-Reliance played that poll to where it didn't just turn out into a full team wipe and then reset the Guardians. That would have been an even larger time loss. That probably could have been an extra minute and a half on the board. So the fact that those two hunters in the form of Asheville and Mikkel were able to stay alive for that entire poll and finish off the trash while their teammates are running back, that's going to be the thing that allows them back into the dungeon should Couch Pepega end up having problems and having a wipe later on. That will give them a much higher chance of coming back and winning this dungeon. So the fact that they were even able to pull that off keeps them in this dungeon just that much more.
Yeah, and that's a good way of putting it in perspective as well, where we're like, oh man, this is disastrous. Couch Pepega has its great lead ahead of them. And we're relatively speaking, most key groups, for example, are not able to have that level of recovery, that level of, improvisation to keep it alive and to keep it going. And that's one thing we saw out of Mdi Eu earlier today when they had their great comeback on Underrot. They completely, fully healed the boss after they killed all the mobs under Sanguine. They lost their tank. They lost a couple deeps. They started kiting out, running all over the place. They were able to res up and then regain their momentum. That's what we want to see out of, hopefully, every team as well. And Self-Reliance has just got to start building that momentum and be in the position that they can capitalize off of any Couch Pepega mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we keep talking about the pedigree of Couch Pepega when they were Buff or Nerf Rogue. They were at the Global Finals in Australia last year. They were at BlizzCon last year. This team, the members of the team that are on this team that were on Buff or Nerf Rogue, they have a sort of like consistency. They have a pedigree. They have the experience in order to know how to make this kind of poll work. So I would imagine that if something similar happened to them here, they would know what the best case scenario would be for them as well. I would expect to see them pull off something similar, but still, it can't be undersaid how important that was for Self-Reliance early on.
Absolutely, and being able to see Couch Pepega back in action is also one of the biggest things. We're not always shining the spotlight as bright as we should on the Asian region in particular, but Buff or Nerf Rogue and the Couch Pepega guys have absolutely had such a high pedigree, like you mentioned. And being able to see them back in the tournament, even though it's the second week, is just awesome to see.
Well, it's important to mention, right? Because we do this over the course of 3 cups, and we take the top 4 members based off of points from each region, even though they didn't qualify for the first cup, if they place well in both this and our 3rd cup, they could still easily make it into those top 4 spots for our finals later on in the year. So they're not out of it just yet, and they're playing well enough definitely to be one of our top 3, maybe even one of our top 2 teams in this tournament if they can continue playing consistently and continue putting up better and better times.
Yeah, and right now the 3rd through 6th teams right now in the European region are absolutely stacked as well, don't you think? Where each of them are just pressing to get to the spot that Mdi Eu, Perplexed are at. Then we were seeing games being taken off the best of them at this point, and really just gonna be the sky's the limit.
Well, I think it's
complexity limit.
I think it's in both regions right now, right? Like we were a little bit concerned about the EU Asia region after the first cup, right? Where we kind of saw Method EU and Perplexed shooting out way ahead of every other team. Most of the other teams had consistency issues. They weren't they weren't always consistent in every single dungeon. But this weekend has really opened up the playing field a lot. We're seeing Pain for Fim playing really well. We're seeing Couch Pepega play really well. We're even seeing some of the other teams, the boys played really well in their last series, and they were top 4 last time around as well. This region is wide open right now. And even over in NA, the top 4 teams are all incredibly good teams, with the other 4 teams that qualified in the 5-3 position having pretty solid bases to work off of. I mean, I feel like this is the most competitive MDI scene we've had so far.
I absolutely agree. I mean, look at like the redemption this week for Deplete from Beyond as well, right?
Oh yeah,
they absolutely stepped up to another notch, another level that we've been wanting to see and kind of expecting to see from them as well. So that's going to be great to see more from them tomorrow. And like you mentioned, the highs of the NA side is also really, really strong. So just seeing where these teams can grow, and just 2 weeks later, you see, wow. The people who are able to step up, the people who are using that practice time to the fullest, is ridiculous.
I mean, we're not even halfway through the MDS season left.
Exactly.
Right? We still got 3 more cups after this for people to improve on their strategies and get better at and get more consistent. Maybe they have some new comps that they want to come up with as well for some of these dungeons. Like, this is the first time we've been seeing Triple Hunter, specifically because the affixes we have in some of these dungeons is just really playing to Hunter's strengths. We might see some more of that further on down the line. I mean, I could definitely see more comps coming out in certain affix combinations. Now, interesting change in strategy here I want to point out is Self-Reliance is going for this obelisk pull, whereas Couch Pepega did not go for it.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how teams are adjusting some of their obelisk attempts and obelisk pulls, and how much they're going to be able to handle different things like that. Because we've seen a number of times where one team goes with 1 less obelisk, and the team's going for three obelisks, and they're well practiced on it. It makes it look like it's nothing, right? So I'm always very interested to see how many obelisk teams are going to be bringing in with them. And Couch Pepega already engaging with Machimba the Embalmer in the second boss, while Self-Reliance is just now getting to its room with all the trash left.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, the typical strategy that we're seeing from most of the top end teams is they go for that 4 awaken pull, but I want to hold on for a second here. They've pulled all of the embalming. Is that all of the? I think they pulled all of the embalming fluids together, which is different from what we've seen from most teams. Most teams will pull half of the room, so all of the embalming fluids on one side of the room with that particular construct, and then they'll go to the other half and pull the other half of embalming fluids with one construct. This is different. This is a little bit more dangerous because you have to be a lot more even with your cleave. These embalming fluids, even though they have tiny little slivers of health, with the way bolstering works, those tiny little slivers of health could be up to 1 million HP that you have to chew through. So they did a pretty good job of dealing with the bolstering there, but we'll have to see how they plan on dealing with the constructs. And it looks like Fro's
like they're
bringing the 3rd one in, yeah.
He's going on a journey right now. Love the Transcend setup. He gets the quick Crackling Jade Lightning to, of course, grab the bridge construct and bring it in with the other 3. And that's what I was going to say, was that, all right, well, maybe they're going to add something else to the table because they're having just 2 constructs alone. And having just 2 constructs alone is not very efficient. That's why you're seeing, as you mentioned, Couch Pepega having embalming fluids on top of it. But being able to have the larger one and Machimba, question mark?
I think they're going to have to reset it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I was like,
that's a mistake.
We're really past the times on this one.
Oh yeah, hey man, you want to bolster Machimba 3 times? Be my guest, but I don't think your tank is going to live through that one. Now they are going to have to actually focus down this purification construct unless they want to bolster it twice, which isn't going to be fun to tank that purification beam damage as we saw Harudra do there. But I mean, this is just going so much slower for them. We literally saw Couch Pepega go in one side dead, second side dead, and then just go straight to the boss. And Self-Reliance is kind of fumbling about here. Yeah, they're not really being as decisive with their movement. They're not being as efficient with their damage here, and Couch Pepega's already dealt with Machimba. They're moving on to the rest of the dungeon.
They're really absolutely doing a great job in this dungeon, and King's Rest has been one of the most scary dungeons that we've seen out of the eastern region, but it was always buff or nerf rogue that had that level of consistency that we always love to enjoy. We always look to compare to the EU region. So now when they're going head to head with a lot of these European teams, even though they didn't have a great time trial run, they've been really making the best of it throughout the tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, these guys have absolutely been playing great for where we thought they would be coming in as a 7 seed. Like, when's the last time you saw a 7 seed play this well? I can't think of ever,
been a while.
actually. I don't think we've ever had a 7 seed play this well, unless it was a team that literally didn't try in time trials, which, honestly, these guys have been playing so well, I think they had to have not tried in time trials, otherwise they wouldn't be our 7 seed with the way they're playing. We are seeing them go for this double obelisk pull, so they're not going to have 4 obelisks on the final boss, but this is still something that's far more efficient than pulling that 1 obelisk mob, right? Definitely scary when you have to deal with all these adds, both the scarabs and the tendrils at the same time, but with the hunters you have so much free available cleave through multi-shot and the beast cleave that it's not something you worry about.
The Reliance on the left-hand side, they did end up negating any boss mechanics, so they just get to full-on tunnel boss until they're able to kill it, so that'll be a nice burst of a single target they'll be able to add on to it. Seeing on the side of Couch Pepega, they're running away from any of the awakened mobs. They got pretty much all of the adds down there. They're just letting some of the last scarabs die and bolster any of their other allies. And now they're just getting themselves on to the council boss, to the penultimate boss's room, as they have 76% of the trash completed, and they're not going to really need much more after that. I guess they just fight their way back, kill Zool, and then they're set.
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely crushing this dungeon right now. No mistakes. They've been pretty damn clean in their bolstering management. They've been playing incredibly well. I mean, this is super impressive for a 7. I mean, we keep calling them a 7 seed team. They're not. Yeah. They're not a 7 seed team. Honestly, like the way they're playing, they could easily be one of our top 4 seeds.
I think that is part of where having such experience with MDI already has stepped up their advantage. Where they say, okay, we know that bracket's coming up soon. We know all the dungeons are being released soon. Here's how we're going to step up our schedule, and here's how we're going to be most prepared for it. And they've been doing that so far, right? Both the obelisks are dying. They did a really good job of knowing when to get out of that zone and when to get back in. They're going into Council of the Tribes right now, and they've got the Axe Lady Kula the Butcher to start us off.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that none of the hunters are playing dwarf for Couch Pepega. Usually we'll see all of the hunters play dwarf. I'm not sure why they've opted for that choice. The only real difference that makes in this dungeon is they won't be able to have that dwarf racial available to get off this Axe Barrage debuff from Severing Axe debuff from Kula the Butcher, but also they can just pre-turtle it if they have, good enough reaction times, reflex times to notice that the boss is targeting you and then hit turtle before it's applied, so you don't have to worry about that. And then of course also once Kula is dead, they're out of combat, they can feign death the debuff off because it removes them from combat, so it's not going to be that big of an issue. Also it's, their healer should be able to heal through a debuff anyways, so I wouldn't worry about it in general. Oh, I got a full list of how they can deal with it. Let's go down the line.
You like started with like, oh yeah, this would be a cool thing, and you're like, but also there's a lot of stuff pull
they
out
can
the
do.
Scroll. Well, you remember at LAN in Australia they had the scrolls, right? The quests.
Oh yeah, that's right.
For the top teams to get invited to BlizzCon.
Yeah, I stole one of those.
Have like the. Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I wish I had one.
I kind of wish I had one though. Those are cool.
Me too. Let's go do MDI together.
Hell yeah.
Get scrolls.
Let's do it.
All right. Second of the council going up right now for Couch Pepega at 75%. As we're seeing Self-Reliance 85%, but Furrow does go down. Looks like they're going to be needing a battle res. There's double bleeds going up onto Harudra at this point. I didn't quite glimpse where Furrow died, but it had to be up near the top of the stairs. I wonder if they're going to be able to get a quick res off on him and he'll be able to invis around or something. Because right now, as to where the Berserkers are standing, I don't think that... I'm pretty sure that they're standing almost right on top of where Furrow's at.
Yeah, if he is at the top of the stairs, that's going to be a problem. What they're going to have to do in that case is they'll have to have. It looks like Ashfeld will be able to go up and get him. If he wasn't able to, okay. This is what they're gonna have to pull it. He's gonna have to kite them around a bit. Harudra will be able to leap up and get the battle res off, and that'll be what they do. This is a huge time loss for them, though. This is not what you want to see at all.
Especially because they're going to have to find some way for Harudra and Furrow to get out. I mean, Furrow has Shadow Meld at his disposal, so he can get away, but we really need to make sure Harudra doesn't get in combat. They need to run away without pulling Kula the Butcher as well. They're going to try to get the reset off and just hope that they don't get noticed. Okay. Things work out.
Good. But that probably cost them about 30-45 seconds worth of time, which... It's gonna, I don't know, that's plus the deaths, right? So probably over a minute. That's not really what you want to see when you're already behind and your competitors are, trucking along already on the final boss of the council. Like, it's rough to see.
Yeah, it really is. Self-Reliance not getting off to the best of starts just yet. Couch Pepega, however, as we mentioned, playing clean, playing efficiently, and they've really been putting on, a great display of how hard their work, their persistence has been paying off for them. And I love being able to see these back-to-back feigned deaths for any of the charges, any of the charge throughs onto this one, which makes the tank's life so much easier when you're not kiting all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we saw pretty much pioneered in the Asian region last year, and really none of the Western teams picked up on it. You can this final boss, Atal'Dazar the Conqueror, has a very specific cast sequence. He will charge, and then he'll do the debilitating backhand, which if your tank is unable to block or dodge it, he'll have to kite around because you don't want to get touched by that boss when you have that debuff. If you feign death enough of the charges off, he'll backhand anyways, and then he'll charge right afterwards, which means he's not meleeing your tank when the tank has the debuff, which means your tank can stay in to do full damage for the entire duration of the charge. It's just tiny little changes like that we saw over the course of the final season that these teams have picked up on. Small things like that saves you 5 seconds over the course of the dungeon, and these things are all over the place in the dungeon.
Yeah, it goes to show how important it is for these teams to have greater experience just running dungeons in general, to figure out all the little value that you can get from just knowing how these mobs are supposed to react and knowing how you can, I guess, sort of break them and make them start doing things that they otherwise would not be able to, because you're able to mess with the cast sequence and because you're able to game it, you know? Sometimes it works in your favor like this with Atal'Dazar. Other times you'll see out of Overseer Korgus where it goes the other direction and then it unlocks doubles all the time.
Yeah, and then your healer hates their life. But of course it doesn't matter because healers aren't really people anyways, according to most of our top-end teams. So who really cares? Moving on. Moving on to the rest of the dungeon. Let's just blow right by that comment. Couch Pepega, they've already dealt with the trash they need at this point, right? They've got one last pack of 3 mobs that they have to deal with. They'll move on to Shadow Azul, and then the rest of their trash count will be in the form of those awakened mobs afterwards. Jing actually dropping low, 1% HP, and does end up going down. Now, they should be able to kite this out with the Ring of Peace before he gets back, so they shouldn't have any extra deaths on the board. That Poison Barrage going off might be a little scary. It is only on Elmo, though, so it shouldn't be that big of an issue, and it looks like he didn't really have to worry about the debuff anyways, so it's just going to be the 1 death on the board for them. But, I mean, other than these random small deaths that they've had, this run has been great for Couch Pepega.
I think that's the big takeaway, is that the death counter doesn't always tell the full story onto it. You may say, oh yeah, well they didn't play that clean, they had a couple deaths, or it's like, well, tank went down, we had hunters tank for us, and then we easily killed the pack, you know, a couple seconds slower here or there, right? Whereas you're seeing Self-Reliance, oh, we had a death on the healer, so we had to have one hunter drag all the mobs away while the warrior ran upstairs, use his engineering battle res, they both snuck past, and then you reset the mobs, right? It's just very, very different in how much time is being eaten up by each death here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the sign of a team that really kind of knows how to minimize their losses, right? You can have both teams have a 10 death dungeon, but if team 1 had full team wipes 80% of the way into a pull, and team 2 just had 2 players die at the very end of every pull after everything was kind of dying off, those 10 deaths, even though it's 50 seconds on the board, are going to result in probably about 3 or 4 minutes extra time for the first team. So it's about when the deaths happen, and you're seeing a good example of that right here.
Most definitely. Couch Pepega getting ready to go into the final boss room. Perfect on trash percentage. They'll get the last 4% out of the obelisks. And right now, they've been absolutely stellar throughout King's Rest, and have shown a lot of poise as well to make sure that they're, you know, again, not over-bolstering. They're minimizing mistakes. We've got Samrak and I believe the caster as well that are about to be coming up.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I just want to point out how impressive this run is for Couch Pepega. Their time trial time was 25 minutes, about just under 25 minutes. These guys are on pace to have like a 23-minute run in competition with only 2 deaths. Like, this is a spectacular run for this team. As Xing drops low, scary moment from him, but they do only have 2 of those awakened mobs, so it's not like we're seeing a 4 awakened mob pull that we see from some of the higher end teams where the tank is pretty much in dire straits at every single point. And they're also bursting down that fear mob as well in the Beckoner Chaos, so that shouldn't be that big of an issue for them. Once that's dead, they're pretty much just on the boss, because the hunters can deal with the Breaker of Heroes pretty easily, so the tank isn't really in danger anymore, and this should be smooth sailing for Couch Pepega on King Dazar.
Most definitely, and that's always one of the interesting things too when you look at it. You say, you know, simply, oh yeah, the hunters will just take care of it, but the work required, you know, to make sure that you're having a steady rotation, just like you would with an interrupt order of, all right, who's got a defensive for their pet, who's going to taunt Samurai this, or the Breaker this time, you know, rotating through that, and makes it miles easier for the group as they're right now having Raban coming out, and they have plenty of things to cleave down.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you gotta remember, optimal targets for rapid reload is 3. So once you have 3 targets out,
I was about to say,
yeah, you get the aspect of the wild resets. You start really pumping the damage out because you have your cooldowns up all the time, and you get to it. And that's probably one of the reasons why they're keeping the breaker heroes alive, because it's not really that big of a damage output on your tank, right? And getting your cooldowns up is just super efficient.
Indeed, Self-Reliance here. They're going to be working on Shadow of Zul at the moment, around 30%, as Rudra is taking huge amounts of damage, as this is a very, very unfriendly boss, and certainly deserves its trash count, if not more.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean,
Can this give 10%?
yeah, it's bad. But fortunately, these Pro Warriors are tanky enough at mitigating damage that the blade combo with Awakened Mobs isn't something they really need to deal with, and should be none of an issue, right? Not for Shadow Azul though. They're just yelling for heals for the entire time of Shadow Azul.
I was gonna say, oh yeah, it's so nice that the tanks are so strong. You mean the healers, man?
Well,
you gotta helping them out.
Remember what we said right after the council, right? That still holds true.
Don't make me cry again. All right, I won't. 3 obelisks going up on the side of Self-Reliance as they're getting started with Atal'Dazar, while Couch Pepega is at 38%, as they have dealt with Sala and are still cleaving down Raban. And they definitely, like you mentioned, took their time taking down the Tank Buster as well, so they were getting, extra cleave damage on top of that. And the optimization of the Couch Pepega has been very strong thus far. 23.5 minutes on the board. Might be getting almost exactly around their time trial time. Actually, probably a little bit less as well, 24 and a half, something like that.
Yeah, should be pretty low. I mean, it's not a blazing fast time compared to some of the King's Rest times we've seen, but of course you have to remember those low 21s, high 20s that we've been seeing from teams in competition this weekend, or from teams that will go for the 4 Awakened Mob strategies. For 2 Awakened Mobs, I think what Couch Pepega is putting out here is a pretty solid time. They've even gone faster than this in previous MDIs. Now, of course, scaling was a little bit different back then, but okay,
we got Goomba stomped.
We're talking about the consistency, but a random death right at the end of the dungeon, you hate to see it. Hey, but Couch Pepega, they looked great in this first dungeon. You really have to hand it to them.
Yeah, didn't bother them one bit. Couch Pepega taking game number 1 on King's Rest. Good plays.
Yeah, good plays by them indeed. And, you guys touched on it a lot during that game. Based on where they were seated, these guys are really playing out of their minds. And it makes me wonder, Tattles, what happened between this game that we're seeing today from Couch Pepega and those time trial runs.
I mean, they looked like they were going to get top 8 last Asia / European Cup, but they didn't post a junkyard time. So I also wonder what exactly happened with that, because this team is a very solid team overall. They definitely can capitalize on mistakes, not even from just teams like Self-Reliance, but they can absolutely capitalize on mistakes from teams like Perplexed, like we saw earlier in the day, even Mdi Eu. They have come to play, for sure.
Well, there's a little of it, tiny bit of insight, not necessarily anything too crazy, but Supreme, who's somebody that I know pretty well, was a member of Buff Fortner for last year, and I asked him, because I'm kind of surprised, I expected him to see him play with his teammates again. I asked him, why aren't you playing this year? His response was, well, they really didn't want to go that hard on practice this time around, so I didn't really want to play. So that, maybe they just, I don't know, aren't really trying to play that much.
I think
and then they changed their mind. That must be what it is, right? Because these guys look like they're incredibly well practiced.
Yeah, definitely. You can't really. Could you speculate that maybe they were holding back in those time trials, or they just made some silly mistakes and they're like, yeah, we made top 8 anyways. We'll just put all of our best foot forward in the actual competition.
I would never want to scuff time trials and face up against Mdi Eu or Perplexed in the first round. Never.
Yeah.
What I suspect is that they were probably just not practiced enough, because they decided super late on that they wanted to go kind of hard. And so their time trials for a couple dungeons were just not as defined as well around the edges as they needed to be for them to not be a 7th seed. But then they probably go in and put in a little bit more practice. They improve their King's Rest by what is effectively a minute, which puts you in striking distance. They're not going to just beat a team based on, they're not going to beat some insane team based on speed, but they are definitely in position to capitalize on a mistake. And improving by a minute means that they have gone in that dungeon more than what their time trial has shown since their time trial, and done a little bit different things.
And
I think it's probably part of the, we're not going to practice that hard. Then they make top 8, and then they're like, never mind, let's practice really hard.
well, it's important to mention as well that because they're a veteran team returning from the previous MDIs, it means they already have strategies in place for 9 of our current 11 dungeons, right? The only dungeons that wouldn't have pre-existing strategies for are the Mechagon dungeons. So they can work on top of those. And the player that they don't have returning from the last MDI is a DPS player. And let's be honest, the DPS slots in your MDI comp are probably the least important slots, right? As long as there's somebody who knows how to play their class properly and knows how to hit their crowd control abilities properly, you can just kind of say, hey, the blue mark is yours, you interrupt that and do your damage.
I think the healer would probably be the easiest.
What? Tettles?
I think the healer is the easiest to fucking play.
Don't hurt Jack like that.
I absolutely believe that many healers can press away the crane and press spinning crane kick.
I'd love to see you try, Tettles.
I don't believe that I could, because I am not qualified. However, I believe that it is...
Not a qualified spinner?
Not a qualified Beyblade, no.
Now can they plug in a DPS and be the number 1 team? Probably not. Can you plug in a DPS and compete with some of the better teams if you're playing clean? I think so, right? They can be 90% efficient. You can still put up solid times. You're not going to compete with players like the Method EU players or the Method NA players where their efficiency is ridiculously high, like they're doing 99% of their output while playing perfectly. But you can still compete at the level that we're seeing them compete at right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a welcome surprise from Couch Pepega. So glad that they had that really awesome run, and it's super fun to see. But also, we don't want to count Self-Reliance out just yet. I mean, they had a pretty good run in the first cup. They managed to 2-0 Doppler effect, and then unfortunately got knocked out by the boys. But this is a very strong team as well. I mean, despite they had a couple of bad wipes, I guess, a couple of bad moments in that last game, you know, they may be able to tie it up here. What do you guys think?
I definitely think that they could tie it up, especially since Underrot, again, another one of the time trial maps. Personally, I don't want Self-Reliance to go too hard on themselves. I think that they have a lot of room for growth as a team and are just a little bit rough around the edges. They're a fairly green team in terms of just like MDI experience, and Ashvale, Mikkel, all fairly new to doing MDI style stuff. So they're kind of just trying to learn as they go. And I think as long as they take everything as like a way that they can improve, they would even be able to push forward even in other MDIs and in potentially week 3. It unfortunately takes a significant amount of time and a significant amount of practice to be able to get to the point where you are competing with these top tier teams, and Self-Reliance can be there. It takes time though, and that's the point I'm trying to make.
How much time did it take, Tettles?
Thanks, Tettles.
A lot.
Okay.
Do we know what kind of practice they're putting in, Self-Reliance?
Nope.
All right. Well,
Nope.
like
ask.
you guys said, there is a lot of room for improvement for both of these teams, and I think it's something great to see so early, you know, in the season of MDI. Like, some of these teams are really shaping up, and I think we have some really, really stacked teams here. And honestly, I'm excited for how we're going to see some of these teams sort of play out the rest of this season. We're seeing some really good performances coming out from all teams that we've seen today. But they're going to be going here into this next map, and they're going to be playing Underrot, and those affixes with that map are going to be fun.
A lot of sanguine.
What?
A lot of sanguine.
It could be fun. We got Tyrannical, Skittish, and Sanguine. Jack, do you have a comment on that?
Don't heal the boss.
Don't heal the boss.
Yes.
And
I agree.
Good job.
Thank you.
Tettles, do you concur?
Sincerely.
Zyro, do you concur?
Oh, I already said I agree.
Okay.
So
I
I will
concur
also
as well.
concur. Yeah, I will
How
also
much
concur.
more agreeable can he be?
Really getting along. We're really synergizing here on the fake desk that we have set up. So really proud of us. Good effort. Don't heal the boss with the Sanguine. But these teams are going to be loading up soon here into Underrot. And what can we expect coming out of the gates in these first moments, Zyro?
It's tough to say, really. I mean, Sanguine really limits the size of pulls that you can do here. But this is also the dungeon where these two teams were closest together. Less than a 40-second difference in time trial time, so this is definitely going to be a good one to watch.
Yeah, for sure. And here they go. This is Self-Reliance versus Couch Pepega. They only need one more win to close this out.
No more bolstering. Sanguine is my new best friend as they get ourselves started in game 2. large matron pulls on both sides right now to start a Zyro.
Yeah, this is a similar pull that we're seeing from both teams. Now, they are both running the double DK Hunter comp, so they are going to be going for those massive pulls here. Pretty solid lack of healing for both teams. Good Sanguine management. A little bit extra damage needed on the Blood Matrons on the side of Couch Pepega, though, so not quite as good management for them. But it looks like the pulls are going to go down at the exact same time for them. Actually going down from Couch Pepega first, so I spoke too soon. They played that pull just ever so slightly better.
That's right. And they're already moving on to the next boss. We're seeing, Self-Reliance trying to skirt past all of the really heavy Sanguine puddles that are surrounding them. They made like a perfect circle with that as well. That was really cool to see.
Well, that's the cool thing about Sanguine, right? If your tank is doing his job properly, he leaves behind this giant trail of Sanguine blood if he's kiting properly. So you can kind of see that nice little visual aspect of them playing the game properly. But Couch Pepega is actually just continuing on and playing things just ever so slightly better throughout the entire dungeon so far. They did their trash mob skip past that pack on the bridge a lot more quickly than we saw from Self-Reliance, and you can see the difference. They're 30% ahead on the boss right now.
Yeah, and this is, again, that's a scenario when you have some of the best teams in the world competing with each other. Every little second counts as we go through it, and Couch Pepega already establishing a strong lead right now.
Yeah, but really these differences are not going to be that big of an issue, right? When we're talking about Underrot, the way these teams are pulling it, especially on Tyrannical, it's all going to come down to that Kragmaw room where these teams are doing these absolutely massive pulls. This is what the double Unholy DK is for. They will absolutely shred that pack, but at the same time, it's incredibly dangerous. There's going to be a lot of casts going out. There's going to be a lot of debuffs going out. There's going to be a lot of fixates going out. And if one team has a wipe there, that's pretty much going to spell the dungeon a loss for them.
What they always like doing is before you have those larger pulls is looking at any of the add-ons, or any of the CDs that we have underneath their frames, and seeing what kind of defensives they have at their disposal. I've seen a couple times where, somebody doesn't have their cooldown, or somebody doesn't use it at the right time, and just leads to those early deaths, and you pretty much need everything ready if you're going as big as we've seen other teams go in Underrot.
I mean, even last week, we saw Method and A going into this, they just pre-monk bubbled their tank in order to make sure that he wouldn't instantly go down, just making sure they make these small little adjustments. So here we see both teams now setting up for the pull. Couch Pepega has pulled everything together, and Self-Reliance is just now setting up for the pull. We see fixates go on 3 members of the group, so nice even damage across the group for that Way of the Crane hailing from Loda. Hunter dropping incredibly low, but the DKs have already dealt their damage. Everything's dead. Just
And
insane.
the DKs didn't instantly burst, which means they didn't instantly grab aggro onto it. And we've seen that happen a couple times as well.
Yeah, but while we're talking about that, the Sanguine management from Self-Reliance has been absolutely perfect. The trash pull is already dead for them while we're still having some lingering mobs on the side of Couch Pepega. So even though Couch Pepega probably pulled that trash about 10-15 seconds earlier, they're ending the pull behind Self-Reliance. Self-Reliance has absolutely brought themselves back in this dungeon at this point.
And looks like they're going into the exact same position as both of them are going into the obelisk right now. Somebody was studying the same tests, notes, and everything right now. As Tank Breaker is going up, they're just going to kill it really quickly. And you think they're both going into the boss after this?
More than likely, yeah. I think that's what they'll end up doing here. Everyone's cooldowns will be reset at that point, and they'll probably also pull on one skeleton pack like we see more teams usually do as well. One thing to mention, it looks like Couch Pepega did get a couple extra mobs into that first AoE pull, as they do have 3% more trash on the board, so that might have been why their Sanguine management and thus their pull was a little bit less perfect. So Self-Reliance will have more mobs in this secondary pull that they end up pulling into Kragmaw, which means there'll be more opportunities for their Sanguine to be mismanaged, more opportunities for the boss to heal. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as Urgroth Breaker of Heroes goes down within 2 or 3 seconds for both teams, and they will gear up for this big pull into Kragmaw.
Here we go, just trying to see how large of a pull that each of these guys is going to be going for right now as they grab some of the skeletons. Both teams, again, in lockstep with each other. You ever play any of those racing games where you just like ran a time trial, and as you're going on like the next track, you started seeing like the shadow of the previous, go-kart or race that you were in? This is like the exact same thing. We're seeing, again, bosses being pulled in on both sides. We saw Anda go down on Self-Reliance, but quickly got battle-rezzed up. And now it's just to see who's going to avoid the heals.
Oh, no. And literally the same thing happening as well. But unfortunately, deaths on the side of the board for Self-Reliance, as Mikkel now also goes down, and they don't have a battle res available for him because they just used it on Anda. So if they do end up trying to kill this boss, they're going to have to do it with a DPS down from 80% to 0. But the same thing is now happening on the side of Couch Pepega. 2 DPS have gone down, and they're probably going to go for a boss reset and not commit to using the battle res here.
Yeah, and It's still very scary. I mean, they've got just the double Bloodstormers. I wasn't sure how much extra trash they'd have, so definitely resetting the boss there, getting these down is going to be the right play. Try not to risk it too much, but that Bloodstormer's really big, so they do opt to use that extra battle res. But on the side of Self-Reliance, they're still kiting out these mobs right now as Rudra is extraordinarily low. Resetting the boss on their side might also be the play.
Yeah, they did end up resetting the boss, and they are going to finish off this trash pack with just the 2 DPS alive. So actually, essentially the exact same thing happening for both teams. Finishing the trash pack at the exact same time. Literally what you were saying is happening again. We're seeing the ghost of one team being followed by the ghost of the other team. These guys are neck and neck, same trash count, pulling the boss It'll probably be about 15 seconds because of the res timer afterwards. But man, wipes at the same point, resetting the boss at the same point, committing the same amount of battle reses, having to res their teammate afterwards. It's just all the same. Same deaths on the board too. 2 deaths for both teams. It's neck and neck. It's not clean, but it's still neck and neck.
Why are these Underrot games are always so good lately?
Oh, they're great. I love it. I love it. It's just, and the crazy thing is, this is such a volatile dungeon and how they pull it, right? These pulls are massive. Usually when we see wipes, we see full team wipes, but somehow all day today, we've seen teams somehow able to claw their way back into making it more of like a trickle down wipe or a couple people a day, and they kind of pull everything back together and they manage to get themselves back into it. It's good to see a bunch of different teams being able to pull off these sort of pseudo wipes where they're able to recover just a little bit to where they can finish off the trash and not actually have a full team wipe.
I think part of that's also credit to like the defensive strength of tanks these days. As you know, essences grow and develop, gear gets better as well. Being able to stabilize themselves just long enough to make that decision of, okay, do we reset or am I kiting like crazy here? Do I need to be able to make space? We've seen a lot of times, I think, in previous seasons where if you didn't kill the pack in time, your tank is just dead and you completely wipe and that's over.
Yeah, we do have to keep an eye on the side of Couch Pepega here, where they have had some blood tick spawns. There will be a little bit of extra damage out on the group. Need to make sure they're being careful in spawning those. But man, I mean, look at the boss percentages here. Even though Couch Pepega pulled 10, 15 seconds earlier, Self-Reliance has consistently been within 5 or 6% of them, even as low as 1 or 2%. So these guys are literally neck and neck, even after both having that weird pseudo wipe. This is ridiculous.
That's right, almost equal in terms of percentage on boss right now, as Kragmaw is having another tantrum. See, it's again 3-4 seconds difference each time.
Oh yeah,
it's scary. Like the names are the same, right? Okay, I see Mikkel on the right. I see Elmo on the left. Okay.
Yep, they're perfect. Exactly the same. Like, it's the same players.
I would just want to make sure, okay? Because if we could just get the same feed going right now, and there's like a 4 or 5 second delay, I've been like, oh.
Are the Zerpers observing the same game? Are we actually seeing both feeds here? I mean, look at the damage meters too. Hunter's on top of both damage meters by a solid amount. Now it is 20k on the right side and like 35k on the left side, but still, I mean, that's kind of just what happens with Unholy DK on single target when you don't have Army of the Dead available and you don't have a bunch of Festermite targets in order to stack up your strength. This is kind of what they do, which is why you see teams kind of lean into that strength where they can do mass AoE on top of bosses, get that exponential scaling in.
That's right. So really, now that the board has kind of been wiped clean, as they're fairly neck and neck at this point, it's really going to be how does Sportcaller Xantra go, right? As you start looking at the next pull that's going to be set up here, they, again, expect to have traps going up on the Grotesque Horror for both of them. Eerily similar as they grab the skeleton packs and probably do themselves set up to start running towards Sportcaller Xantra.
And I love how that's just like the strat now is for teams to pull one of those Feral Bloodstormers off to the side.
So random.
It's random, but they need that particular exact amount of mob count, right? I love how all of the teams have figured out this is the best strategy just independently of themselves and not necessarily just all yoinked one strategy at the same time. They all figured out, hey, we need 2% mob count here. That's going to be what we pull. Because in past seasons, Feral Bloodstormers are the most difficult mob, but I got to hold on for a second here as Loda goes down for Couch Pepega. They don't have a battle res available for him as well, and they kind of need that monk alive because they haven't cleared any of the mushrooms, and they need the revival in order to remove the debuffs when the boss test is cast at 100% energy. They're going to have to reset the boss here, which is going to be a massive time loss for them.
Yeah, and they're hoping they got, 10 seconds left or something like that until they can get the battle res. Ching also does go down because they weren't able to reset the boss in time. It might be able to get the reset at the last possible second, but if he goes down, everyone's running back. Oh, and you see the releases start coming up. Everyone's going to have to run back. They have one solitary skeleton that they have to get. Self-Reliance is back into the driver's seat.
Oh yeah, Self-Reliance is back at it, and they are firmly in the lead now, as now Couch Pepega has to run back through the entire instance at this point. But the thing to remember here is, even if Couch Pepega goes down in this dungeon, we are going to go to a game 3. It's going to be on that Atal'Dazar that we saw them take a game off of Perplexed earlier on. So if you're Couch Pepega here, you still have to keep playing this dungeon out. You have to keep your spirits up. You have to, be happy with where you are. And it looks like Ching has not completely dropped combat here, so okay, we do see the shadow meld come out from him just there. That was weird though. He was still in combat with the trash pack that they scared. It was casting that harrowing despair on him.
And now they're gonna have to res twice.
Yeah, they're gonna have to re-res now, which is unfortunate.
If you look at it, they just had the death there. They're gonna have to wait for everybody to get back. And they're gonna have to wait for another shadow meld. They're just gonna have to kill this. There's no they don't have shadow meld.
They don't have any ways to get past this. So I feel like if you're them, we talk about this a lot. You can see the YouTube feed. You can see the stream. You probably know you're behind at this point if Self-Reliance continues to play clean for the rest of the dungeon. So at this point, you have to think mentally. Okay, we're gonna have to go into the next dungeon more than likely, right? Unless something massively crazy happens with Self-Reliance and they wipe two or three full team wipes, especially on the Unbound Abomination, that could bring them back in. You have to think, okay, let's get in the mindset of what we're going to do in Atal'Dazar, right? We know we have a good strategy there. We know we have a good comp. Let's keep a healthy mindset. Let's keep playing as if we had a chance in this dungeon and make sure that we're of clear conscience moving on.
I think that's really the time where you start kind of pushing to raise everybody else's spirits and, remind them of the fact that the Couch Pepega is able to perform at an extremely high level on Atal'Dazar, right? Start looking forward to it. And Self-Reliance, this is also your way back in. This is a way to kind of reignite everybody's, excitement about MDI and reignite everybody's hope that they can still continue to advance and they can still continue to really shine throughout this tournament as well. Because I think after placing worse in the time trials, I think after the struggles they've had today, it's been rough, and you kind of need that extra jolt to get people motivated.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about where their mindset is. It's a big thing, right? They were the 3 seed in our first EU Cup 2 weeks ago. They're the 6th seed this time around. They essentially swapped positions with Deplete from Beyond. Faced up against them this time around and ended up losing to them in the first time this time around. That's got to be a real heartbreaker, knowing that you kind of suffered that loss that you didn't have to deal with in the first cup. So being able to take this win and get back into a game 3 after getting pretty decisively beaten in the first series, that's got to help your mentality out.
It really should help it out, as the last bits of trash are being taken down by Self-Reliance, although they don't have 100% off of this, do they? They need to actually pull one of the tentacles.
Yeah.
They have to go all the way downstairs. Yep, so Harudra goes in, grabs one of our spaghetti noodles, and gets themselves ready just to burn that down very quickly, and again, gets it away. I was about to say gets it away from the Sanguine onto it, but then they gripped it right on top.
We haven't really had that many opportunities in this season of the MDI to call those by their proper names. Danger Noodles, Hazard Spaghettis. Right. It's just not part of the typical pulling ground anymore, unfortunately. We used to see teams pull trash on top of that and cleave it down, but now they just pull it on top of bosses. They're just poor neglected noodles now.
So degenerate now. It's the wholesome days of the noodles.
I miss the noodles, man.
Mm-hmm. All right, last boss coming up on the side of Self-Reliance is they have to deal with 2 question mark obelisks.
I believe 3. Should be 3.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yep. There's the 3rd. 3 obelisks up on the side of Self-Reliance. Bloodlust has been popped. Everything is going up. Blood of the Corruptor, plus Caster, and Fear coming all in at once. I think people are usually going for the Fear first, right?
Yeah, Fear is usually what they'll deal with first here because they have plenty of kicks for the Void Weaver, and then of course for the Blood of the Corruptor, it's probably going to be the second mob they cleave down. Whereas the Fears, you only have a certain amount of cooldowns that you can use to nullify that Fear circle until you run out and everyone actually starts getting feared, which is awful. So we're probably going to see them go for the Blood of the Corruptor second here once the Fear mob is down, and then they'll just slowly off-kick the mouth here. But they kind of just destroyed everything altogether anyways.
I don't think anybody actually ended up getting feared. They had the Revival for first, they had Warrior plus the DK's AMS for second, and then I think it was just gone at that point. They've done an incredibly good job of destroying all these Awakened mobs very quickly, and again, that's what you need, and that's what we've been really expecting out of a lot of these higher teams, is being able to put a lot of pressure on your group to pretty much go all in at the very end, and they make it look easy.
Yeah, and I think it's actually interesting to talk about this, because I remember whenever we had the Keystone Masters over a month ago, and that was on a 17 key, I believe. Teams were kind of scared to pull 3 or 4 Wiccan mobs on that level, and the thought of going up to 19 and also pulling 3 or 4 Wiccan mobs on the 19 scenario was scary to some teams, but these teams are really like, they've flushed it out. They've gotten used to it. It's impressive to see 4 Awakened mobs being pulled and dealt with on a pretty consistent basis in a lot of these dungeons. It's not something that's easy by any stretch of the imagination, but, they're really pulling it off.
They have been, and right now, Self-Reliance riding high as they're, about halfway through the boss at the moment and have to just burn through the energy bar 2 times more before they're able to claim the win on the dungeon. We see Elmo going down to the side of Couch Pepega. They have 1 battle res left remaining, but at this point, looks like they don't want to waste too much time. They do get the res up and they get rolling, but Loda is also dropping low, and we've seen just extra smacks from any of the Abyssal casts coming out really quickly, and people just not being able to move because they're surrounding themselves around that noodle and just making it more difficult to be able to DPS.
But at this point, it's way too little too late, as the 3rd set of Blood Visages has already spawned for Self-Reliance. They absolutely trashed this boss. It got deleted. And as the Unbound Abomination goes down, Self-Reliance is going to take Game 2 of the series and send us to a tiebreaker Game 3 for our last dungeon of the day.
Yeah, we are now all tied up here. It is 1-1. Really an impressive feat for Self-Reliance there. They really tackled that last boss with those 3 obelisks, Tuttles, in the last moment there.
Holy moly, we have had so many Game 3s today.
Yeah.
Only fitting that this one is about to go to Atal'Dazar, which we saw Couch Pepega route Perplexed on. It'll definitely be a feat to see. Self-Reliance looked pretty good in that Underrot, even though they had some minor issues on Kragmaw. Their time trial time for Underrot was 14:07. Their run in that dungeon 16:02. So yeah, about 2 minutes worth of I need to reset this boss, I'm kind of scared moments. I'll accept that with how big they were pulling. So overall, both Couch Pepega and Self-Reliance, they don't look perfect, but they both look like they, if they can shore up some of their weaknesses and become a little bit more sturdy around the edges, they could absolutely compete with some of the top tier teams. They just need to make sure that they are continuing to become more and more consistent week over week.
Yeah, definitely. And considering that Couch Pepega had a pretty clean first run, it's definitely unfortunate to see them sort of fall apart there in Underrot with those numerous wipes, Zyro.
Yeah, it's you kind of hate to see it, but at some point you kind of have to realize with the amount of wipes that you're having, we talked about this in the dungeon as well, that you just kind of need to pull it together, get in a good attitude, leave it behind you, and move on. And hopefully they can do that here. We know that they have a good strategy in Atal'Dazar. We know they have a good time in Atal'Dazar. You have to remember that time that they had earlier today, that was with a mistake. They let a totem heal on Volkal. They could probably go about 30 seconds faster.
Very true.
So I'd like to see them be able. I believe. Let me check our spreadsheet we have here. It was a 14:07, which is a pretty fast time at Atal'Dazar, even with that mistake. So
with that,
they can definitely go fast in this dungeon.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see for that next matchup who goes home with a victory. Tettles, you had a replay for us on that last game.
Yes, ultimately the replay does not look good for either team, I will admit.
Come on, man.
Unfortunately, both of these teams are neck and neck, but I do expect more out of both of these teams, and I believe that they can deliver, especially in a dungeon like Atal'Dazar. Underrot is such a knife's edge dungeon. Pulling that many feral bloodswarmers, you're just bound to have somebody go down eventually. Unfortunately, both of the teams had wipes whenever they ended up pulling all of those bloodswarmers into Kragmaw. It's not unfortunately uncommon. Couch Pepega then had another issue going into Sporecaller Xantia. I felt like I was having like a deja vu moment. It was like watching the exact same run twice, as Jack and Zyro were joking about, oh, do we have observers in only one match? I was like, oh yes, I see what they're talking about. But then I think Loda ended up going down on Xantia, and that was just the end of their run for Couch Pepega, unfortunately. Self-Reliance made sure they were very clean on Unbound Abomination, plus the Obelisk mobs with that really showed off how they are able to execute that well, and ended up taking the match.
Yep. Yeah, and you know what else I realized during this is Couch Pepega, I'm pretty sure they're an all-Taiwanese team. It's like 9 a.m. for them.
It is, but it's also incredibly late over in Europe right now. It's probably 2 a.m. for the guys at Self-Reliance.
Yeah.
So both of these guys
at
are...
the end of the day, both of these teams are probably dealing with quite a bit of fatigue at this point in time, Jack.
Okay, so according to the Googler, time in Taiwan is 9:28 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's crazy how that works.
Nice.
Yeah. They must have started at like 1 a.m. I don't know what the regular hours are, but still, I mean, both of these teams, this is the last match of the day. This is the 8th match. Especially, you know, for both of these teams, they've had quite a bit of matches between this current match. What is sort of sitting around and maybe not staying fresh on your toes due to a team here, Zyro?
Well, it's weird, right? Because the way that I always viewed it when I was in competition, I never got to the point where I was like tired, right? I was always completely wired because I was amped up to participate in the competition. And it wouldn't surprise me if it's similar for a lot of these players too, because these guys have been doing it for a long time. Competition kind of, I mean, you wouldn't do it if you didn't love it, right? So I don't really think that's too much of a factor here. It might be, but I don't know. I don't think it really is as big of a deal as we're making it out to be.
Yeah, definitely. And it just goes to show how dedicated a lot of these teams are, and they really, really want to see that victory, as this is an elimination round and there's only one game left in the series to see who's going to be knocked out of the tournament and who will get to continue on in this lower bracket here. I couldn't even make a prediction at this point. I mean, these teams were, as you guys were joking around, like neck and neck during this last game titles.
I expect. Okay, do you want us to give a prediction?
Only if you feel like it.
I bet that Self-Reliance will win. I bet Couch Pepega ends up wiping to something. I bet Couch Pepega ends up wiping to one of their snaps after. Okay, the snap involving.
That's a caster curse.
That is a caster
I
curse.
bet Couch Pepega ends up wiping to their snap involving the middle pack after Razan, and I bet Self-Reliance takes the game.
At what point? What time in the dungeon is that going to happen?
Over or under?
8:30.
Okay, so if history is to go by here, the opposite team is going to have a wipe 1 minute later into the dungeon than what Tuttle's just said.
Yep.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened in Siege of Borealis. So
Flip it here.
You heard it here first. Tuttle's has predicted that Self-Reliance is going to have a wipe at 9 minutes and 30 seconds into the dungeon by proxy.
Oh god. No caster curse, bro.
Well, it's weird because we can see the comps on our screen with our feeds when we're seeing that Self-Reliance is running a comp similar to what we saw from Perplexed earlier today. They're running the double DK Demon Hunter comp instead of the double DK Hunter comp that we know Couch Pepega likes to run. And this might end up having a similar problem that we saw with Perplexed. They don't have a misdirector or Tricks of the Trade in order to snap mobs to the tank, so that means the tank has to do everything by himself. And if there's any preliminary aggro taken by either proxy healing or by DPS going too early, the snap will be ruined and we'll see a wipe again.
That's what lost Perplexed the match, is that Swag just ripped Threat off Divine as soon as the mobs got into the snap, because it's like a multi-step process where the tank, Harudra in this case, will be grouping all the mobs himself and will not have any external assistance like Ching and Az are doing to one another.
Yeah, and the effects that we're going to be seeing with this, as we saw earlier today, are also Fortified, Skittish, and Bursting, and it looks like the gates are about to open. We are tied up. This is the last game of the day, you guys. They will be knocked out of the tournament. The loser of this round, Self-Reliance versus Couch Pepega.
You know, of all the dungeons that have, that we could be casting Zyro, I'm still kind of scarred the last time I went into a bursting dungeon with you. Your games of, let's see how long we can extend bursting are, still leave me hurt inside.
Wait, I thought you liked that because it made you look good on stream because you did so much HPS.
I don't want to heal. I want to spin.
Oh.
I want to spin.
Oh, my bad.
It's okay, buddy.
All right, they're crushing it already right away.
Don't extend.
Oh, they're extending. They're extending.
Zyro, why?
How have they not died?
Oh my
That's
goodness.
Impressive. Wow, didn't die to the extend. Already right away, differences in pulls coming out from the teams. So Self-Reliance opting for a much smaller pull and just going for the flat extends, where the Bloodlust is popped for Couch Pepega, and they've opted to just go for the entire room. 13 extra percentage of trash on the board.
That's right. Did they have deaths and we just missed it onto that one? We
I guess we missed it.
I didn't see either of them.
I didn't either.
That one, but okay, sure. I'm going to say that we did. Or an observer died as well. One or the other. But We are seeing Awakened mobs going in right now, as does it look like Couch Pepega is kind of holding their ground. Okay, now they're starting to get some movement going onto this one. I was wondering how long they'd be waiting, or if they'd start running up really quickly and trying to get a quick snap onto onto the caster to reposition it more easily.
Yeah, it doesn't look like either of the teams is going to go for a snap here, or definitely not Self-Reliance, as they're already at the top of the stairs and they're setting up for their positioning to get it in position. Yeah, they won't have to worry about any sort of snapping here with it being right in front of that pillar. Couch Pepega spoke too soon. They went for the snap onto the Brazier like we saw just there. They'll be able to pull it into the boss and get nice in position to go into Priestess Alunza, but it's going to be Self-Reliance pulling the boss first. Now, of course, they did pull less trash. They're 11% down, so we're going to have to see where that comes from later on. But I'm not really sure where you're going to make that up in terms of efficient trash count, right? Because we know from the polls earlier today, Couch Pepega will be pulling that middle pack of the Dinomancer and his dinosaurs, which is probably the most efficient trash to pull in the instance. So I'm just wondering where that extra trash percentage is going to come from for Self-Reliance.
I think they're going to go... I guess it's a good point. I mean, you can only grab so many Sky Screamers off to the side, off to the edges. Furrow's really got to dispel himself on here because he's been sitting with that debuff for such a long period of time. A lot of his mana has been burned through at this point, but they're getting themselves ready for the first of the draw-ins. Priestess Alunza has just been absolutely tanking at HP on the side of Self-Reliance, down to 30% right now.
Yeah, we just now see the first transfusion coming out for Couch Pepega, but Elmo has gone down, which means that their transfusion didn't get the maximum amount of damage on Priestess Alunza, so they're actually going to have to put in some legwork, make sure that Alunza gets down into that 25 to 30% range so it'll actually die during the next transfusion. And then on top of that, they no longer have that battle res available for the rest of the dungeon, which is, you know, not quite what you want to see in Priestess Alunza, which is typically one of the more easier bosses to deal with in terms of the overall MDI.
That's right, last percent's dying right now for Self-Reliance as they are pulling through, and again, like you mentioned, still a really big trash differential up onto this one at the moment. And as you mentioned, it's kind of weird not seeing any of the not the obelisks, the titans, the giants that we saw previously out of Couch Pepega, and it makes you kind of look at what else they're going to be going, I guess, into the undead wing to try to get a bit of trash percentage, but it's always disgusting having to pull any of those honor guards. But Furrow goes down. I believe he went down to one of the strikes from one of the mobs there, since the tank was running into position to snap everything.
Yeah.
They get him out very quickly, but again, can't be risking any of these extra deaths.
Yeah, fortunately, that's not going to be a team wipe, right? Just your healer going down is like, oh wow.
Couch Pepega, however,
they messed up their snap completely. They just completely messed up their snap. Full team wipe for them, even though they have the misdirect available. That's going to be an extra 25 seconds on the board. That's going to be a huge loss from them. Self-Reliance not pulling the snapped pack into the boss, which is losing them time, but not wiping saves you a lot more time than that for sure.
Most definitely is. It does look like.
Now, what are they doing? Are they waiting for their healer to run back now? Is that what they're doing?
I believe so, yeah. So maybe they're going into that other phase, rezzing them, and that way they get brought back into the other one, I guess.
Huh.
I have to get a look at where Loda's at to be able to see it. But Self-Reliance pulling Razan right now is down to 70%, and Couch Pepega is just kind of stuck in the mud at the moment.
Yeah, they have to wait for their healer to run back to get the res off, because what needs to happen, right? They need to res their tank at the top. Their tank can do the initial snap, and then the tank might have to like jump off, get the misdirect from the hunter, and then get snapped to the boss, which is a very weird set of events, but it could definitely happen. You might not even have to jump off. As long as the hunter has line of sight to misdirect, they can still pull off this pull. But I mean, that's just a huge time loss in them. They've waited over a minute to reset this pull up at this point.
They're going to try to be able to bring this back at this point, but right now you are seeing, again, they're getting themselves reset once again. Looks like they're going to be grabbing the snap spot to start, then grabbing Razan, getting Ching up onto it, but it doesn't actually properly snap the tank under the boss, and the DPS starts going down. There's both Death Knights and Ching soon to follow.
It looks like there was a miscommunication there. It looks like Tomboy thought that they were going to go for the Hunter Snap to Razan, and he instantly targeted the boss, but Ching looked like he was going for the more normal strategy that we see from non-misdirect groups pull, where he just jumped down for the snap and didn't quite get to the boss in time because the snap didn't work properly. So just miscommunication there, causing another full team wipe for Couch Pepega. And at this point, you have to wonder, are they going to keep going for this pull? I mean, it's already cost them 10 deaths on the board, as well as 3 minutes behind. And Self-Reliance has already dealt with Razan. He's dead for them. They're probably a full 2 or 3 minutes ahead at this point because of this.
And they're completely caught up on trash as well. there's no advantage on the side of Couch Pepega, and those wipes just keep on compounding, and doesn't really seem like they have any kind of good plan B as to resolve whatever issues that they had. You know, they're trying to just scramble and put something together, right? But as you're seeing, they're trying to get another snap pull together, but everybody's insanely low. Nobody's in position to be able to get healed. Way the Crane hasn't been going up. He's going to try to get it together, but again, more deaths coming up, and Couch Pepega compounding on their issues.
I mean, again, a snap gone wrong. It didn't snap into the right place at first. A fear cast went off. The entire group was feared. Loda was unable to heal the group. And yeah, just another full team wipe from improper snapping, unfortunately, from Couch Pepega. This is just kind of, you know, you see so often how snapping is supposed to go, and everyone says, well, that looks kind of easy. Why doesn't everyone do that all the time? Well, you're getting a nice little lesson in what can possibly go wrong with this particular strategy right here. It's really unfortunate to see it all happening at the same time for one team, but, you know, that's the name of the game. That's how it goes sometimes.
Indeed. Couch Pepega pulling into Razana. Self-Reliance is just working on some of the trash that they can, I guess, potentially deal with the Obelisk. I think they have to deal with the Fear Mob at this point. I think they could just bring that in with the boss. So I guess they're just going to run after this, ditch the Honor Guard, and go straight into the boss, or... Okay, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
They're grabbing everything.
Here goes the double DK burst now. Look at him go.
Here's where they start making up a lot of the lost trash percentage that they did by not pulling any of the golems earlier. Found the name for it, thank you. And right now, 70% up on trash and quickly exploding as they gotta watch the bursting stacks as Ruja's dropping low. But Cocoon almost getting completely consumed in just one tick.
Everyone dropping to below 20%. Nashville going down, actually. The Demon Hunter dying first. The hero class went down and everyone else stayed alive? What's going on there? That class isn't supposed to die.
Little ability called Never walk,
never walk after you go down, I guess. Unfortunate. But this is not a typical strategy. Pulling the Beckoner of Chaos like this, usually we'll see teams just focus it down with the final boss of the dungeon, and just this is, you know, if Couch Pepega had a clean pull, they would have definitely won this dungeon, looking at the way that Self-Reliance is pulling right now.
That's always the interesting thing about MDI is the what if scenarios of,
right.
You know, if you watch both of these teams do the dungeons 5 times, who would have the best average, who would have the best single run, something along those lines, right? And, you know, looking at once one thing goes wrong, Couch Pepega really just fell apart. Like you said, miscommunication into just random chaos happening, healer getting feared, healer going down, and pulls just completely falling apart.
Wait a minute. I think Tettles ended up being right. I think Couch Pepega wiped at 8 minutes on the middle pack.
They made it 8 minutes with all the deaths that were
Oh,
added
yeah,
to the time.
true. You gotta
remember. Does that
remember.
still count?
Nah, because it settles now.
Exactly.
All right. It's all good then.
That's what I thought.
Couch Pepega has killed Razan, so they do have that down. Now they're going to go for the snap pull once again, not including the center pack this time, going for a smaller snap pull. But Loda's dropping low again. Really needs to get himself healed up here, and he's not looking like he's popping any major cooldowns here. It just has to heal through it. This is scary. That Toxic Sword is still not snapped. It's going to be jumping on people in the group.
And he also used Diffuse Magic extremely early. It's going to fall off in just a second. He's going to take a couple big hits, but it's just enough to survive. He used it extremely early. I think he might have just slammed all of his defensives at once when he was worried about getting jumped on, but Diffuse wasn't doing anything for the physical damage of the Saurids on him. But they were able to survive, but just barely, and like you said, now they have a middle pack to deal with and very limited in the cooldown department.
Yeah, that's for sure. It doesn't. I don't think that Loda. I see he has the Way of the Crane available there, so they probably are going to be able to use that for most of the healing here. Are they going to pull that middle pack on top of this and snap it though? They haven't done it yet, so I'd be surprised if they would do it at this point, this late into the pull. Yeah,
the Way of the Crane's already gone up at this moment right now, so they're fine to just muscle heal through this kind of attempt. If they have Way of the Crane rolling, but after that, they're probably going to be missing out on quite a few CDs, and you're just seeing some of the defensives start coming back. Apocalypse is up for Tomboy, but not up for Elmo, for example. Yep. So they just got a weird smattering of cooldowns at their disposal, and it's like we've talked about before, when you just don't have all your cooldowns aligned, there's just chaos.
I mean, they're not even opting to snap this pull of swords. I mean, that's just, they're just kind of barreling headlong into the dungeon at this point. They're throwing caution to the wind and pulling whatever they can at this point, right? That's what you kind of have to do. Their entire route is messed up at this point, right? They're just going wherever they feel like they can pull. It's not really what you want to see. Now, there's still a lot of chances for Self-Reliance to make mistakes because of how difficult Yasma is with Awakened mobs, but I feel like they've removed the most dangerous one in the form of that Beckoner of Chaos, the Fear mob. So the chances of them actually having any issues on the final boss, no caster curse, is pretty low.
Knock on wood there. They do. Pepega does end up going for the middle pull right as we speak, and they're grabbing everything in together. Gotta watch for. Okay, I thought somebody almost fell off. We've seen that too many times in Atal'Dazar where somebody gets up onto that snap spot and just falls right off immediately. Thankfully, it did not happen.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to be careful here, right? All of these classes are pet classes, and essentially a lot of the damage comes from pets, and even for the DKs, a lot of the bursting swords and a lot of their extra damage does come from that pet transform that they do as well. So you kind of have to position yourself in those precarious situations in order to get maximum DPS out, and that's why we're seeing them just coming that close to falling off. Now, they do unsnap at the last moment here because they do have to end up pulling more trash. They're going to resnap with more mobs just for some extra added efficiency, and I don't know, this looks pretty cool, but it's definitely not the best thing to do by any stretch of the imagination.
Of course, and at this point they're just trying to be able to put together any sort of combination of cooldowns. Because I mean, what do you do at that point when you just say, all right, well, we don't have everything that we were previously planning for. We don't have all these resources at our disposal. We just got to kind of grab whatever we can and go. And you are seeing Harujo drop very low on the side of Self-Reliance, but Darkness is down. Tons of healing out of that, almost 2 million from Darkness alone.
Whew.
Stabilized.
Hero class.
It is a hero class.
Gotta love that.
Hero. Loda going down on the side of Pepega as they still have not killed the rest of this middle trash pack, and Tomboy drops down to the Razan floor. This is a nightmare for Pepega.
I mean, yeah, this is rough to watch. I mean, they're kind of falling apart at this point, which it sucks to see because Pepega, I mean, we've been talking about them all day, right? They're a 7th seed who really is not playing like a 7th seed. They probably should have been our 4th or 5th seed if they'd actually played to the point to this point, in the time trials, which means they probably would have had a better chance to win their first matchup of the day. They matched up against Perplexed, which is one of the better teams in this region. So it's rough to see, but hopefully we'll see them come back next time around should they go on to lose this dungeon and have a good showing in our 3rd cup.
That's right, and it's, even though, like we said, it's a delay in being able to see them, it's been a pleasure to start seeing so many of these teams come back, start playing, start showing how competitive they really can be, and it's tough because the European region has been so stacked lately, and Self-Reliance pulling Yasma right now, grabbing in all of the obelisks that they can, and looking to be able to seal this victory so that they can continue on until tomorrow.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's all going to come down to this for Self-Reliance, but I think at this point they could also just have a wipe and still have time.
No, jinx.
No, you know what?
No jinx.
They could wipe and still win this dungeon because of how far ahead they are. I'm going to say it. I don't care if I caster curse them because they only have 2 awakened mobs on top of them. They have the Bloodlust rolling. They can cleave. They can do a bunch of damage. It's not that hard of a fight, right? It's just Yasma. We've already had one caster curse this dungeon. Why not a second one?
Zyro doing everything he can to just hit that voodoo doll with a few more needles to try to mire down Self-Reliance, while Pepega is working on the totems of Volcal.
Yeah, this is, I mean, maybe hey,
evil.
Listen, maybe they can get the totems to not heal this time. That'd be an improvement over last time, right?
Oh, it's hard.
That's rough. I shouldn't have said that. They're already so far behind. I'm sorry, guys.
Man.
They know I'm just messing with them.
These guys didn't even bring a Warlock into them, I thought you'd be nicer.
Well, if they brought a Warlock in, I'd have said a lot more mean things.
Oh, well, that's good to know.
Yep.
60% left up on Yasma as Self-Reliance is just finishing off Blood of the Corruptor. All the obelisks are done. Trash percentage is set. And Self-Reliance is poised to get their 2nd victory in the series. But Furrow's trying to make something happen. Zyro, put down the voodoo doll, please.
Don't touch the spiders. They hurt. They do a lot of HP, even on Fortified. They do a lot of damage.
Spiders do indeed hurt.
Yeah, that's not good. Where's your rogue to cloak and run through all of them? Does he have Nether Walk available, Ashville? Are you going to run through and give us a nice puddle on the ground? No? Not going to do that? All right. 40% left on Yasma on Fortified setting. It should be a nice little hop skipping away for Self-Reliance. And this is going to feel good for them, right? They had a really tough first map up against Pepega. When you're a higher in seed, you kind of expect to play better in this lower bracket. And I was, if I were Self-Reliance coming into this match, seeing how Pepega played in their first match of the day, I would have been scared coming in. But, beating a team like this, it's got to feel really good for them.
I think that this is kind of a breath of fresh air for them to be able to move on to tomorrow and get a bit of redemption, because I don't think that today went the way that Self-Reliance wanted it at all. And now they take their victory, they move on to tomorrow, and hopefully they'll be able to continue to build off of this victory.
Yep, hopefully they are going to be moving on into the bracket up against Paint for Femme tomorrow. And unfortunately, that will be all for Couch Pepega for this cup. But hopefully we'll see them return even stronger for the next EU and Asia Cup. So congratulations to Self-Reliance. Definitely very well played by them. Something I do want to highlight, a couple of questions about it in chat as well. The snapping function is something that we see utilized so much on Atal'Dazar, and something that we saw these teams struggle with a little bit, or Couch Pepega at least. Tuddles, what is it about this mechanic that makes it so difficult to pull off cleanly?
Oh, the fact they're pulling 20 Sarads at a time. Okay, so the Sarads do an ability called Toxic Claw. It's part of their melee, and it's magic damage, and Prot Warrior is not exactly the most adept at dealing with magic damage. They also have like a leap, but the leap doesn't go off if they're in a snapping spot, meaning that their tank is going to be meleeed constantly if they are in fact in that snapping spot. That, plus the fact that they're pulling 20 birds, even the process of getting those Sarads grouped is dangerous as well. So it's like a conjunction of all those things together.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, gosh, they just kind of fell apart at the end there and just weren't able to have a clean run in it. However, what? Oh, I thought somebody was saying something. Sorry.
Nope.
I'm losing it. Tettles, it sounds like you have a replay that you want to highlight coming out of that last game.
I mean, ultimately, I felt like Self-Reliance and Couch Pepega both had fairly good days on the whole. Couch Pepega really showed in their first series of the day versus Perplexed that they could hang. I think we kind of expected them to take down Self-Reliance here in this final series of the day. Ultimately, Self-Reliance was able to kind of fix some of the problems that they did have in that King's Rest, and were able to come back, improve on that Underrot, and then eventually showed that they had a pretty good Atal'Dazar. They only ended up having 3 deaths in that Atal, so a fairly clean run. I think they started like letting up at the very end, kind of taking it slow. They saw that they were fairly ahead and decided that it wasn't really worth to go super ham like that. So
yep.
I think both of these teams looked pretty good. Couch Pepega, just the rough end of a wipe on something that is a fairly technical snap. I think their tank died during that snap, and that once he goes down, it's pretty much over.
Well, you also have to take into account that Couch Pepega was actually facing a 6-man Self-Reliance team with the 6-member Tettles on the desk, literally stabbing his voodoo doll over and over again pre-match. It was really a disadvantage for them going into this Atal'Dazar.
I thought I was supposed to counter curse teams. Hold on, wait a second.
That's going to be the next season of Laughix. It's just going to be Tettles with a voodoo doll.
You're just an agent of chaos, Tettles.
I'm just trying to get Starfall buffed, yet nothing really goes in my favor, so I have to make others pay for my despair.
Oh, fair
well,
enough.
if we take a look at the bracket here, over the course of the day, definitely had some crazy series, a lot of 3-0s today. We've already knocked out 2 teams with 6 teams remaining. Our upper finals is shaping up to be Method EU versus Perplexed. Jack, any takeaways from the bracket today?
I think the big takeaways would be how much some of these teams have been growing and developing, and also the ones who haven't really been making the progress we've been wanting to see, right? Being able to look at the boys, being able to look at Pain for Femme, how far they've come. Yes, they're in the same position that we had seen previously last week. You know, no surprise, Method EU and Perplexed are up to the top. But the progress that we're able to see, so many 3-game series as of late, and a lot of the games on top of going to 3 games were on a knife's edge. We had a lot of photo finishes, and it's extremely impressive to start seeing, you know, how far a lot of these teams have been coming. You know, Deplete from Beyond really stepping up their game, really getting themselves fired up as well. The boys have been a powerhouse, they've been on the rise, as has Pain for Femme. And, you know, while Self-Reliance has struggled, they have high potential, and they just need to be able to show it. So, top 6 for tomorrow is the same top 6 as we saw last week.
Yeah, no Definitely shaping up to be an interesting day tomorrow. Super excited. And like you said, Jack, a lot of these teams, even the ones that got knocked out today, have a lot of potential. And we are pretty early on in the MDI season, so it's definitely exciting to see where these teams are going to be headed, especially on the newer maps that we haven't seen yet all that much with Awakened yet for this cup. So definitely look out for that tomorrow. And starting off the day tomorrow, we're going to start off with Deplete from Beyond versus the boys for our match schedule, and then we're going to do a Paid for Fem versus Self-Reliance, and then Mdi Eu versus Perplexed, the first and second team of that first cup. Zyra, are you excited about any particular matches for tomorrow?
Man, all top 6 of these teams have pretty enormous potential. We've been saying it all weekend, but man, these guys are all playing pretty well. I think I'm particularly excited to see if Deplete from Beyond can keep up the way they've been playing. They played incredibly well all day today. If they can keep it up through Sunday, we could see them go all the way in the lower bracket.
Yep, for sure. Tettles, any closing thoughts of something you want to see coming out of these teams for tomorrow's games?
I love just how competitive this region as a whole has been. NA and OCE also equally competitive. Honestly, I came into the season, I did not expect it to be as close as it has been, and we have seen some incredibly tight matches, and I am super just thrilled with how everybody's performing. I hope everybody's learning a lot. All of the teams are constantly improving, and I hope all the fans notice it as well.
Yeah, for sure. And, on that note, it is really I do want to give a shout out to everyone working behind the scenes. We did have a little bit of lag issue today, but this has really been a huge collaborative effort from everyone working behind the scenes to make everything remote and keep that production value that you guys expect from the MDI tournament. And on that note, we will see you guys tomorrow here at the same time. We will be starting at 9 a.m. Pacific and 12 p.m. Eastern, and we'll see you same time, same place, youtube.com/Warcraft. See you guys tomorrow.
Buff Starfall.
Don't.
Oh no.
Please.
Don't do that.